This story began 15 years ago when a rift opened in space into the world of demons. Reptiloids with yellow eyes and a fierce gaze immediately began to appear from it. In addition to them, gargoyles appeared through the rift, with bright red eyes, torn wings, and sharp teeth. And then there were sirens, who looked like beautiful women with fishtails, who mesmerized with their enchanting voice and otherworldly white light of their eyes. Humans needed a classification system based on level and ability so that they could confront the demons. Those desperate people who chose as their purpose the protection of people from demons were called adventurers. Some of them used ancient magical knowledge and runic signs to fight them, and some were closer to high and more modern technologies. Each adventurer had their own style of fighting demons called a class. Those adventurers who used magic were considered the weakest class as they were very slow in fighting demons. Ichinosa Ikoma chose a thief class that was considered to have high agility scores. He thought that first of all he needed to gain more experience and improve his survival skills. Gradually, he was able to achieve incredible experience and became one of the strongest adventurers known as the Blade of Divine Speed. Every year, rifts appeared more and more often, plunging cities into chaos, and the boy hoped that he could save people from demons. A large brown wing covered with feathers once appeared from one of these cracks. In the next moment, a large yellow eye with a narrow pupil was looking at them. A large griffin proudly emerged from the breach. Team Sword of Glory, which included Ichinosa, looked at the demon, ready to engage it in battle at any moment. After the battle, they gathered in a group discussing organizational issues. The leader of the group informed Ichinosa that they had decided to exclude him from the Sword of Glory. Hearing this, the boy burst out with an angry shout, surprised at their decision. The leader exhaled noisily, looking indifferently at his associate, and not wanting to explain the obvious reasons to him. The rest of the squad just stood behind him in silence as he said that Ichinosa himself knew the reason perfectly. He explained that every year the level of the monsters increased, and the boys' attacks were ineffective against them compared to the rest of the team. Ichinosa gritted his teeth when he heard the words that without support and recovery skills, he was a burden to the team. His fingers curled tightly into a fist by themselves, digging into the skin. The Glory Sword leader added that the days when thieves were a strong class had long since passed, and he could only agree to gather resources. Glancing at the pink-haired girl, the boy said that now it is more profitable to have a mage in the squad who can take on the bosses. In addition, the decision was made to remove Ichinosa's sea level, as the level of rifts was now much more severe than before. Ichinosa wondered how they could do this to him when he had risked his life so many times. In addition, he added that in the field of poisons it will be simply impossible to find a better one. However, he fell silent when he saw that the squad leader was looking at him indifferently, crossing his arms over his chest. He exhaled and tiredly said that he would have only one request for his former colleague. Ichinosa's eyes lit up with hope that he would be able to stay, so he asked what the request would be. To which he heard from the leader how he, patting him on the shoulder, asked him to pretend that they did not know each other. Upon hearing this, Ichinosa blurted out in front of him in shock, realizing what the leader had just said. The boy hadn't even returned as the rest of the squad set off after their leader, leaving a dazed Ichinosa behind. After that conversation, left overboard without a team, job, or status, Ichinosa sat at home, sinking into bad habits. His gaze was blank as all his hopes of fighting demons were dashed, taking with him the life he had devoted to working as an adventurer. The boy himself began to notice that he was significantly behind the others, so he began to spend money on waste products, and therefore he now had no money. Also, Ichinosa thought about the fact that being stripped of his C rank deprived him of the ability to clear high-level rifts. The tablet screen lit up on the table, where he saw that the Sword of Glory squad was leaving for China. The boy saw former comrades walking down the street, accepting congratulations for having managed to deal with the Dark Palace rift. They smiled, hugged, and rejoiced at their success. Only the pink-haired girl remained behind and looked dissatisfied with something. For a moment, Ichinosa froze, staring blankly in front of him. After reading the comments, he realized that he was considered a burden to the team not only by the squad members, but also by other people. The guy cursed and threw the phone away from him, angry at such words. Ichinosa let out a tired breath, realizing that all of his problems were because he chose the wrong class at the wrong time. Looking ahead, the boy thought that if he sold all the potions and equipment, he would be able to hold on for a while. However, he was saddened by the fact that he had devoted his whole life to this particular team. It was this fact that angered him the most until tears streamed down his face. Lying in his bed, Ichinose tried to figure out what to do next. Suddenly his phone buzzed loudly, and a red mark appeared on the screen. Taking the device in his hands, the boy read the notification about the C-class monster with his mouth wide open. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as it dawned on him that this happened right when the Sword of Glory was not in the country. And in their city, there were no more strong groups of adventurers who could deal with such a monster. Putting his hand to his face, Ichinose wondered if he could handle such a monster on his own. The boy walked over to the wall where his various weapon elements were. Looking at this, a slight warm smile appeared on Ichinose's face. After getting dressed and swinging his dagger, the boy advised that he had not yet managed to sell the equipment. Looking at the notification, Ichinose learned that he would have to go up against a time dragon named Kronos. Standing in front of his opponent, the adventurer smiled, promising his opponent that this day would be his last, so he should remember it. The dragon, hearing these words, growled loudly, raising its head upwards. Ichinose rushed forward, knowing that he should just hold out until the other adventurers arrived. He jerked to the side as Kronos fired a pillar of hot flame at him. Jumping up, Ichinose swung at his opponent with the dagger he was holding. Wasting no time, Kronos rushed at the opponent. Clenching his teeth, the adventurer cursed, noticing that the dragon was too fast. He landed on the roof of one of the buildings, when the wall of the neighboring building shattered into pieces behind him. Realizing that the fight is not over, Ichinose turns back, waiting to see what happens next. Meanwhile, Kronos was already stepping on him again, emitting a bright light from himself. Keeping his eyes on his opponent, Ichinose thought that he should stay away from him. He reached forward and threw away the poison sickle that was part of his equipment. However, it flew away from the dragon's limb with a loud clank. The adventurer stared at this picture, realizing that he did not expect such a strong skin from Kronos. Meanwhile, the dragon, wasting no time, waved a clawed paw, attacking the opponent in return. At the last second, Ichinose managed to jump back, avoiding the blow of the lapega. He realized that he was too weak for such an opponent, and if his class did not specialize in speed, then he would have died long ago. Looking ahead, Ichinose realized he had no choice, so he pulled out the thief's claw. This skill was specific to his class and could help steal any item from an opponent. Ichinose expected to be able to get a strong weapon from such a powerful opponent. In the next moment, the boy froze, and a golden glow flashed in his eyes, which was like a dragon's ox. A clawed paw swept in front of him, slicing the air in front of his face. The shocked boy smiled and let out a loud breath, anticipating a quick end. He was lying among the wreckage, and blood was seeping from the wound on his chest. Lowering his eyes, the boy thought with despair that now it was really over. While he regretted that he had lasted only a few minutes, calling himself a hero, Kronos was already towering over him. Ichinose vowed to himself that he would definitely become stronger if he survived. Suddenly, something fell into his hand. Raising his hand, the boy saw a golden box with a chain, surprised that he managed to fish it out with the help of thief's claws. The item turned out to be the Time God's Dial, which allowed you to rewind time 10 years back, after which it disappeared. Seeing that the class of the item was defined as mythic, Ichinose looked at him in surprise. It was the first time he had heard of a mythic class item that could rewind time. While the boy was doubting that he would be able to go back in time, Kronos was already flying at him with a new attack. Looking up at his opponent, the adventurer realized that he had absolutely no time left. Realizing there was no choice, Ichinose shouted loudly for the item to turn back time. It happened just at the moment when Kronos' paw had already practically grabbed him. In the next second, they both dissolved into the air. Ichinose woke up to the fact that he had fallen out of bed. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, the alarm clock in his hand. On the calendar, he saw an entry for Friday, September 13th, 2030. Sweat covered his face profusely, as Ichinose wondered if he might still be asleep. He went to the window and pushed aside the curtain. Looking out, the boy's mouth fell open in shock. Looking at the phone's calendar, he realized that it was really 2030 outside. Glancing at the notification, Ichinose noticed that he didn't see a mark about his level, and that meant he could really go back in time. The lips on the boy's face stretched into a slight smile. Resolutely looking ahead, Ichinose was going to become the strongest adventurer. The story with the rifts was still quite an unusual thing, and it was now being discussed that an ordinary person could not enter there. Ichinose watched this conversation, holding the phone in front of him as he brushed his teeth. Another scientist reported that the levels and sizes of monsters are constantly increasing, so the rifts can become a real tragedy for humanity. Watching their conversation, the boy realized that he was really in the world of 10 years ago, where discussions are still going on. Holding the toothpaste in his mouth, he smiled as he looked at the phone screen. As he turned off the water, Ichinosa thought that he now had a great advantage. Now he had to get as much experience and rare items as possible. However, the boy considered the knowledge he already had to be his main weapon. However, he also knew perfectly well that first of all he needed to choose a class, and for this he had to get at least level 10. The boy went to a special rift for low-level adventurers who did not receive a class. Such faults were not cleaned, but were under close control. In the goblin cave, Ichinosa, drawing his sword, thought about the fact that he would soon be able to get level 6. However, at that moment, the figure of a man appeared in front of him, who with a loud cry chopped down the goblin. With a thumbs up, he turned to Ichinosa and advised him to be careful. The boy's face did not show any emotion at this moment. The man, holding a sword, asked Ichinosa why he was hunting alone, as it was very dangerous. When the boy asked who he was, the unknown person introduced himself as Ohara Kenji, who helps newcomers to this rift. Hearing that people usually call him a guide, Ichinosa thought that he seemed normal. They then continued on their journey together, and Ohara explained that he considered being a conductor a good hobby for his retirement. However, Ichino's was more worried about whether he would follow him around all the time, as the man seemed very talkative. After some time, after defeating another goblin, the boy finally reached the desired level 10. He stroked his sword with a smile as he looked at the desired level notification. Ohara came up to him and slapped him on the back, praising him for a job well done. At the words that he would make a good adventurer, Ichinosa smiled, mentally replying that he was once a C rank. The guide said that now he can get a class, so it was worth thinking carefully. Ichinosa really thought about it, putting his hand to his chin. The received class depended on what characteristics and abilities a person had. Pointing at himself, Ohara advised him to choose the warrior class, adding that he could teach him many techniques. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guide also added that the thief class would be more suitable for that. Having come almost close to the boy, Ohara asked him if he had not yet acquired skills. At the same time, the man had a question about whether he even knows how it is done. Putting his hand to his chin, the conductor was surprised that he had not been taught to activate acceleration and boost in his classes. These were skills that increased the adventurer's physical parameters, and right now, improving these skills was the most important role. Spending points on them to become the strongest adventurer was not worth it. The boy had been thinking about what to do all evening, and now he knew exactly what to do. Keeping his eyes on the notification, Ichinosa jerked his finger up. Noticing what he was doing, Ohara shouted loudly, hoping to stop him. He shouted that the chosen skill of softfall could not be accepted by many. The man wanted to add something else, but fell silent when he saw Ichinosa reaching for the notification again. The boy himself did not take his eyes off the information about his skill. Scratching his head, the conductor said that they didn't have that much high ground, but Ichinosa ignored him at all. Seeing that he had increased the level of the acquired skill, the man shouted, and when Ichinosa leveled up to 3, Ohara clutched his head and paled. Falling to his knees, the guide began to complain about the fact that the boy did not listen to him. Concerned that with such a skill, the peasant or swordsman classes would suit him best, Ichinosa replied that he had a different opinion. Looking at the menu of available classes, Ohara's mouth dropped open in shock. He saw Ichinosa's finger reaching for the Gravity Master class button. This class was hidden, and only appeared if all points were used for the soft fall skill. Due to the strict conditions of appearance, it was found much later than the rest of the classes. And even after the opening, this class was not in the favorites due to low ability indicators. And 10 years after the discovery, all the secrets of the Gravity Master class were not revealed. However, Ichinosa himself had managed to figure out its essence when he was still a C-rank adventurer, and he knew very well that it was the strongest class. Seeing that the boy wanted to confirm his choice, Ohara began to shout that he might change his mind and become a swordsman. However, Ichinosa replied with a smile that it was exactly what he wanted. Seeing that there was no way back, Ohara lowered his head in doom. Ichinosa himself raised his fist, exclaiming that he had finally received the desired class that would make him the strongest adventurer. This time, he didn't want to go through the process of being abandoned by the team he worked with again. Ohara's gaze turned stern as he silently addressed himself. Looking at the boy, he said that this is why the magic class does not fit at all. In addition, he added that there is a high probability that he simply will not be able to live for a long time. since it will be difficult to fight with such a class. The man exhaled noisily, advising Ichinose not to become an adventurer at all. Ichinosa understood that everyone now considered the melee classes to be much stronger than the others. Ohara, meanwhile, put his hand to his head, closing his eyes and moaning. Suddenly, the man raised his head, hearing some noise not far from them. A young girl was lying on the floor, and it looked like she was seriously injured. And next to her galloped, holding a sword in his hands, a goblin in a red cap, whose level was determined as... The guide was confused for a moment, not understanding where such a high-level monster came from. Seeing the man take away his prey, the monster pounced on them, sticking out its tongue. Ohara understood that he simply wasn't sure of his strength in a real fight, so he sat in the breach. Looking back at the pursuer, the man realized that he had to do something, since there were adventurers no higher than level 10 in the rift. Drawing his sword forward, he yelled at Ichinoshi to run away while he distracted the goblin. Meanwhile, the boy was carefully watching the red-capped goblin. He understood very well that Ohara would not be able to deal with the goblin on his own. Meanwhile, the guide was fighting the goblin, who was grinning ferociously. Judging by the strained face of the man, Ichinosa concluded that he was not used to fighting with equal opponents. Ohara anxiously asked if there was anyone nearby above level 15 willing to help him. Everyone present understood that with such a schedule, a single mistake by the conductor could lead to a loss. Ichinosa was well aware that he could not help his friend because his level was much lower than that of a goblin. Straining, the boy realized that he could not even make out the creature's movements. He clenched his fists tightly, realizing that his gravity was also quite low, and he didn't know much about his class. He suddenly remembered how Ohara had rushed to his aid earlier, asking if he was injured. A slight warm smile bloomed on Ichinosa's face at the mention of their acquaintance. Drawing his sword, the boy decided that he couldn't just leave such a good person. Rushing at the goblin, he shouted that he couldn't leave Ohara to fend for herself. Having slightly distracted the boy, the guide ordered him not to interfere, as the rival was not to his liking. Sweat covered his face as the man explained that with such a difference in levels, Ichinose would simply die. Keeping a watchful eye on the red-capped goblin, the boy threatened that he would test his new powers on him. Hearing this, the creature laughed wildly, looking at him with eyes that glowed with red light and bared its sharp teeth. Pulling himself off the ground, Ichinosa thought about how he was willing to sacrifice his second life to learn what a strong class could do. Noticing a new opponent, the goblin rushed towards him with a wild roar, leaving behind the dazed guide. Looking at the creature's predatory gaze, Ohara yelled at Ichinoshi to run away. While dodging the sword, the boy understood that the magical classes depended heavily on the fighting classes because they had low physical indicators. But the Gravity Master was different from the others, because he could increase these indicators at the expense of mana. Gathering power around him, Ichinosa gave the command, releasing energy and attacking the goblin. Wasting no time, the boy rushed at his opponent. Ohara watched in shock at how fast his new acquaintance was moving. Holding his sword in front of him, Ichinosa thought that by reducing gravity, he was able to increase his speed. But at the same time, he was well aware that now his movements had become too predictable. Looking at the attacking goblin, the boy thought that whatever technique was used didn't matter as long as the opponent's movements could be predicted. He dodged, avoiding the red-hooded goblin's sword. The adventurer remembered as he cut through the creature how he had won many battles in a past life using only his speed. Landing on one knee, clutching at the gash on his stomach. With his mouth agape, the guide wondered how the owner of the magic class managed to defeat the Red Hood. Ichinosa smiled, realizing that it would be very easy to predict the monster's actions in the early stages. As Ohara watched the duel in confusion, the boy ordered him to attack the goblin standing between them. Wasting no time, the guide raised his sword and rushed at the red-capped opponent. He turned to face the man just as he raised his sword to strike. With a wide smile, Ichinosa told the creature that it shouldn't have turned its back on him. In the next moment, the goblin was surrounded by magical chains, from which purple light emanated. Turning its head towards the noise, the creature made an unintelligible sound that indicated surprise. There he saw Ohara leaping at him with a wild roar, swinging his sword. Looking at the dead body of the goblin, Ichinosa thought that they had managed to deal with him. The thought swirling in his mind was that the battle was very intense, but with the Gravity Master class, he could definitely become the strongest adventurer. Everyone present looked at him, doubting that he was a novice, since he could defeat Red Riding Hood. Stunned Ohara, lashing out at his friend, thought that he himself could not even hit the goblin. Looking at the figure of the boy, The guide thought that Ichinose was a real monster. Large drops of sweat rolled down the man's face as he thought about who Ichinose could really be. Meanwhile, the boy hid his sword in its scabbard, keeping an unmoved expression on his face. Resting his hand on the rock, the adventurer loudly tried to breathe. He realized that he didn't have a single drop of mana left, as the Gravity Master's skills were consuming a lot of energy. The boy could not even move a finger, so he made a mental note that it would be necessary to think about all this at leisure. Ohara watched him with a smile, never lowering his gaze. Coming closer, the man smiled, thanking the adventurer for saving him and offering his help, to which Ichinose smiled and said that he would not mind the help. The guide loaded the boy onto his shoulders to carry him out of the cave, leaving the other adventurers behind. He mentally thanked his new acquaintance for saving his life and helping him overcome his fears. He still lacked the courage to battle strong monsters, so the man looked for low-level monsters. Ohara was now ready to step forward and complete his work as a guide. In his mind, the man added that he was glad to see the formation of a new hero with his own eyes. Without letting go of the boy, he went outside under the rays of the daytime sun. As he walked down the corridor of the office, Ichinose thought that after he found out what his class was capable of, he needed to level up. However, he understood that he would not be able to do this alone, so he would need a temporary team. The girl in the window he approached looked away awkwardly and said she had never heard of his class before. Placing her hand on her chin, the girl reflected on the fact that the magic class's specs were low, so she doubted that he was suitable for combat. Ichinose bit his bottom lip as he watched the girl intently. Looking at the database, she said that at the moment they only have a few low-level teams that will come down for temps. In response, Ichinose asked permission to meet with such teams without taking his eyes off the interlocutor. However, she replied that low characteristics can bring certain problems. Gloomily hanging his head, the adventurer thought that such a reception should be expected, since little was known about his class. However, not wanting to give up, he asked for a meeting with the leaders of the groups. Suddenly behind him, he heard the voice of a fair-haired boy who thought that the receptionist was having problems and advised Ichinose not to be so persistent. The unknown boy came closer, and Ichinose asked him who he was. He introduced himself as Utsanami Seo, adding that he is the leader of the Thunder Kings group. When asked if he had a warrior class, Seo replied that it was logical since everyone knew the weakness of magic classes. According to the blonde, such a class could be chosen by those who were afraid to approach monsters. It is for this reason, according to the boy, that those who choose the magic class could not become adventurers. A sly smile appeared on Seo's face as he said that now Ichinose only had his own wrong choice to blame. Bilyavchik added that they both had a rather rare class, but he had more chances to succeed. With his mouth wide open, Ichinose asked the interlocutor if he really also had a rare class. Noticing that the newcomer had become curious, Seo's eyes shone with pride. Pulling out his sword, the boy pointed it at the interlocutor, and lightning began to fly around. The boy raised his weapon up, and the lightning around him became bigger and scarier. Seo explained that Thunder Knight is a very rare class with high stats and strong skills. Everyone who gathered around the boys exclaimed in surprise, admiring the incredibleness of such a class. The blonde smiled smugly, realizing that he had managed to draw everyone's attention to himself. To the girl's timid objection that magic cannot be used in the guild, he simply said that he wanted to show his strength to a newcomer. In addition, he added that no one will take a stranger into his team, and he does not recruit various strays into the group. Pointing at the interlocutor with a finger, Seo reminded that adventurers are not volunteers to help everyone in need. Ichinose remembered very well that Thunder Knights were a class that specialized in attack. However, their movements were very slow, and accordingly they were very weak against opponents specializing in agility. Everyone present murmured as they discussed that a member of the magical class had come looking for the group, knowing that mages were of no use, and everyone said that in order to get a class like Seo's, high initial characteristics were necessary. And at that moment, Ichinose realized that quite a bit of time had passed since the first cracks appeared. Looking at the adventurers present, the boy thought that he should work on himself to win the trust of others. Placing his hand on his chin, he thought about how he had completely forgotten what it was like before, when bets were placed on effective abilities and high stats. The secretary tried to calm the blonde, paying attention to the words he was saying. However, Ichinose calmly replied that he had changed his mind about joining the team and wanted to work alone. However, Seo responded by saying that it was better to abandon the idea of becoming an adventurer. Turning his back to him, Ichinose waved his hand in farewell, thanking him for his concern. CO, looking at the unknown adventurer after him, only snickered quietly. Heading to the guild archive, Ichinosa thought that his temporary team would not be enough to gain trust. Reaching for one of the books, the boy thought that it was worth finding people for a permanent group, but it was worth considering their compatibility with him. And he also thought about the need to raise his own level and earn some achievements. Analyzing everything that happened before, the boy understood that the movements of low-level monsters are easier to predict, and he also figured out his magical abilities. Ichinosa thought that he should raise his level slightly and go to the high-level rifts. Looking into the book, he saw that the suitable rift he was looking for was called the Level 25 Stone Temple. It was under the control of the guild and was intended for leveling up and obtaining stones. Here you could find and see statues that came to life and were quite easy to defeat. In Ichinosa's opinion, this rift was like a rookie dungeon, and if he could hunt alone, he would find allies sooner. Looking at the book, the boy wondered if he could level up without going deep into the dungeon. Closing it, he exhaled, realizing that he didn't have much of a choice. However, he was worried about whether he would be able to find worthy companions as he leveled up in the stone temple. At the exit of the dungeon, one person could be seen breathing heavily, trying to get as far away as possible. He tried to convince everyone not to trust the one who was leading them. Suddenly, the unknown man crashed into a fragment of a column that he had not noticed before. Falling to the ground, the unknown man looked up and screamed in horror. In the next moment, a blow flew to the place where he was lying, scattering fragments of the stone floor in different directions. Above that place stood a large stone statue with two faces, holding bloody swords in its hands. At this time, hearing that the boy wanted to go to the stone temple, having level 12, the secretary opened her mouth in a daze. Ichinosa reminded her that it shouldn't be a problem. She began going through the papers on the table, trying to formulate an answer to his question. In the end, she couldn't stand it and shouted that he was going to certain death. Looking at how the boy was still moving towards the dungeon, the secretary warned that the rifts were unstable, but she only heard dry agreement in response. With a smile on his face, Ichinosa turned to her and said that he would just take a look and come back. Standing in front of the entrance to the rift, the boy thought that he had no other option but to defeat the strong monsters. After a brief thought, he raised his leg and stepped into the portal. As he walked down the corridor decorated with columns, Ichinosa thought that he wasn't going to stay here for long. He was so engrossed in the thought that defeating at least one monster would help him level up that he didn't pay attention to the statues that stood on either side of the corridor. Suddenly, one of them moved and brought a sword over her head. Turning his head, Ichinosa looked indifferently at his opponent, saying that this trick was very unimpressive. After the first hit, the boy looked down and looked at the notification that said the monster was level 20. Measuring his opponent with a careful eye, Ichinosa decided that he was quite enough to raise his level sufficiently. Dodging the attack slightly, the boy thought that it was close enough, but his face showed no emotion. Feeling the wall behind him, he smiled with a soft chuckle. The statue looked at him with cold, empty stone eyes. Ichinosa released the energy as he gave the gravity-weaken command. Immediately after that, when his opponent swung his sword, the boy rushed forward. The statue turned its stone head and looked at the opponent. Ichinosa thought that even with his high level, he wasn't a worthwhile opponent for him, as it was easy to predict his movements. Drawing his sword, the adventurer rushed at the statue, swinging his weapon. Several fragments flew away from the opponent, but he continued to stand. The adventurer noticed that although the statue was strong, his opponent was only good at defense. At his words, the idol rushed at him, swinging his sword in all directions. Ichinosa looked at this and thought that even if he didn't care about his opponent's speed, he would still attack. The boy gathered strength in his fist again and released the energy, giving the command to weaken gravity. This allowed him in 1 second to avoid the blow that the statue was inflicting at that moment. Attacking back, Ichinosa gave the command to double gravity. In the next moment, the blade of his weapon pierced through the chest of the stone opponent. The stone was immediately covered with cracks of various sizes, from which a bright light roared. Immediately after that, the statue split in two, which was accompanied by a loud crack. Ichinosa was well aware that his plan had worked. To begin with, he reduced the pressure and accelerated. After that, before the impact, he returned to normal gravity. Looking at the opponent, who was blown to pieces, the boy understood that his attack was quite effective. Looking at the new notification, the adventurer noticed that not only had his level gone up by level 4, but the victory had also given him skill points. For starters, he decided to level up his gravity magic and gravity control skills. Putting his hand to his chin, The boy thought that he only had enough points to upgrade one skill. Holding up a finger, he chose to upgrade the gravity control skill. Ichinosa smiled when he saw the notification that the upgrade was successful. Now, in theory, he could change not only the weight of the pressure, but also control its direction. Propping his chin with his fingers again, the boy noted that depending on the use, this skill could be very useful. Sitting down on one knee, the adventurer noticed that in any case he managed to achieve the desired result. Picking up a red stone from the floor, Ichinosa thought that the demon's core would be enough to prove his victory over the statue. He understood that he could easily turn back, but he felt that he still had a lot of mana. Hearing some noise behind him, the adventurer turned back. Keeping his eyes on the statues advancing on him, he thought about trying out a new skill. Meanwhile, Seo gave the command for a lightning strike, which cut another statue in half. The boy and his group stood over the burning wreckage of the opponent. His companion said that this was exactly the result expected from their leader's attack, who defeated the demon in one blow. The girl who was with them added with a smile that even with protection from lightning, the statues would not withstand a blow of such force. Z smiled slyly as he noticed that the statues' defenses were completely invisible, wondering at the weakness of the training rift. He happily noticed that they gain levels quite quickly, and therefore it is fashionable for them to move to more complex fractures. The boy raised his foot and stepped on one of the red-hot fragments of the enemy. The girl remembered Ichinos, asking Seo if he didn't think he had passed Honey Dakuti in the guild, to which I heard in response that everything the leader said was said with good intentions. The boy explained that if he had gone into the rift, he would surely have died, so it was not worth giving him false hopes. Seo turned to the boy standing next to him, asking if he had done the right thing, only to hear a heavy exhale and a plea not to drag him in here. The leader of the team turned his head towards the stairs, where tongues of flame could be seen and someone's steps could be heard. He drew his sword and saw the living statues coming towards them again. However, a girl from his squad stopped him, drawing attention to the fact that the steps seemed too loud, to which the leader replied that there was no need to worry about such things, as each monster had its own characteristics. A huge stone statue with two faces on its head appeared in the doorway. The team stood up, as if buried, not understanding what they now see in front of them. At the same time, he smiled, wondering what such a big man was doing in such a breach. Such statues were determined by level 30, and were slightly higher than ordinary ones, but still remained ordinary statues. The girl looked frightened at the opponent, noticing that they had never fought with such a person before. Drawing his sword, Seo replied that he had long ago noticed how boring it was to fight low-level monsters. The team members looked anxiously at the picture unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Seo was diligently preparing for a new battle with the opponent. The stone statue raised its hand and swung at its opponents, whom it saw in front of it. Suddenly, the stone of which it was composed split, leaving large and small cracks from which light poured. When asked by his companion if they would be able to handle such an opponent, Seo smiled condescendingly, saying that it would not be difficult. Drawing his sword, the leader assured the team that their opponent's level was of no consequence. Carefully measuring the statue with a watchful eye, the blond boy said that it still remains an ordinary stone statue. Swinging his sword, Seo added that the enemy's movements were quite slow and predictable. Chopping the air in front of him with his sword, the statue with a predatory skin on its face laughed wildly. With a loud cry, Seo jumped back, avoiding a heavy sword strike. Holding his sword in front of him, the boy smiled slyly, appreciating how much his opponent's movement speed had increased. While attacking the statue, he also noticed that the gap between his attacks remained the same. As he smashed the rock, he sent a huge bolt of lightning through his sword. Once behind the enemy, Seo smiled and said that now the difference in their strength was clear. In the next moment, the statue turned with a predatory look, swinging its sword for another attack. Holding his weapon in front of him, the team leader was surprised that he still wanted to fight him. Istukan turned to him with a smiling face, and his eyes glowed with red light. Noticing this, Seo glared at his opponent with eyes filled with true terror. The next second, the boy let out a loud scream as he felt the statue's blade slice through his body. Flying towards the wall, he tried to understand what kind of power his opponent had. Big drops of sweat covered his face as Seo tried hard to understand why the statue was so powerful. A girl from his team, holding a sword in her hands, ran up to him, calling his name. However, the leader strictly ordered her not to be distracted from the enemy. Obeying his order, she held her sword forward and raised her head, measuring the statue with an intense gaze. Noticing the beam of his attack, the girl covered her face and squinted, sighing loudly. Noticing how Karen fell to the ground without strength, the third boy from the squad rushed to her in alarm. However, in the next moment, another beam of attack flew at him, knocking him away. Noticing this, the girl cried out in alarm, fearing for her partner. The injured Seo sat under the wall, looking at the unconscious body of his comrade and trying to understand what had just happened. Turning his gaze to the statue, the boy tried to understand what kind of monster they were dealing with. Looking at the predatory appearance of his opponent, the team leader was surprised at how scared he was. Believing himself to be the strongest adventurer, Seo raised his sword and swung it, releasing bolts of lightning. In the next moment, he released them into the stone body of his enemy. The boy anxiously awaited the results after his strongest blow. However, the statue only let out a loud and low laugh, showing that nothing terrible had happened. Seeing this, Seo stared at the statue in a daze, not understanding what was happening in front of him. Karen's words about the statues being immune to his lightning attacks immediately came to mind. Suddenly, he saw how his sword was shattered into small fragments by the blow of the enemy. Realizing that the battle was coming to an end, Seo charged at the enemy in fear, his eyes filled with tears, filled with real horror. Istukan slowly approached, ignoring the boy's desperate pleas not to. Coming close, the statue raised up a hand in which a sword was clenched. The leader of the team asked him to stop, arguing that he did not want to die in such a place. He dropped to his knees, bending over the broken sword as the enemy's shadow loomed over him. Raising his head, Seo saw a predatory glare on one of the statue's faces as it brought its sword. Bowing before the enemy, the boy began to beg him to spare him. He begged desperately not to kill him, shedding tears. However, the stone statue remained implacable, so it once again brought the sword for the last attack. But in the next moment, Ichinosa appeared and released his power and gave the command to weaken the gravity. Sensing the attack behind it, the statue turned an angry face towards the boy. Looking down, he looked at the point where he was attacked. Meanwhile, Ichinosa himself landed on his knee not far from the statue. Looking in front of him, the adventurer realized that it would not be as easy as with the previous opponent. A tearful Seo raised his head, recognizing his savior as the boy he had seen at the guild. Without wasting time, he exclaimed that he would not be able to defeat such a strong opponent. Putting his hand up, Ichinosa agreed that there was some truth in his words. He was well aware that the difference in their levels was now too great, and the boy also understood that he managed to get such a level by devouring other adventurers. In his opinion, the statue looked big enough for him. Ichinosa rose to his feet, standing in for the frightened Seo. As he drew his sword, he knew he had enough mana for one more fight. Not seeing the point of delaying their duel, the adventurer put in front of him. Seo, in response to such actions, skeptically asked if he really expected to defeat such a giant. He angrily pointed out that they should get away from here as fast as possible. Noticing that the newcomer shifted his gaze to him, the leader of the group remarked that even the three of them could not handle him. At the same time, Ichinosa turned his gaze to Karen, who was lying unconscious. Guy Guho, who was also unconscious, was lying not far from her. Having measured the gaze of the people around him, the adventurer gave the command to weaken the gravity. Seeing this, the statue laughed disgustingly, stepping on the boy. However, Ichinosa quickly found his bearings and flew past him in an instant using his power. The stone statue lunged at him, swinging its sword and planning to attack. In the next moment, the adventurer, having noticed the enemy's attack, pushed himself off the ground, jumping over him. Immediately after that, wasting no time, Ichinosa hit him on the forehead with his sword, summoning a pillar of yellow light. Seo, who watched this in shock, couldn't believe that a rookie was capable of such a thing. Looking at the calm and even indifferent face of the adventurer, the boy could not understand where he got such strength. Ichinosa himself soberly assessed that the idol was simply too slow for his level. However, the boy also soberly assessed his low ability to deliver a strong blow. Such statues belonged to monsters of the defensive type, and due to the difference in level, they received almost no damage. The adventurer felt too much mana draining away from him to support gravity control. Istukan came closer and swung his sword with full force, attacking his opponent. Avoiding the blow, Ichinosa realized that he didn't have much of a choice in this battle. Anticipating the final attack he was about to use, the boy began to gather his energy around him. Seo watched as the rookie deftly dodged his opponent's attacks despite his wild laughter. The boy hoped that he would be able to deal with the stone statue on his own, but the level of protection was too high. Ichinosa himself understood that although weakening gravity required a lot of mana, it would be impossible to manage without it. Therefore, he now intended to end it as soon as possible, concentrating as much energy as possible around him. Keeping a mocking look on the boy, the idol swung his sword at him. However, the adventurer quickly oriented himself and managed to swerve to the side, avoiding the sharp blade. Immediately after that, wasting no time, he jumped up, running away from the enemy's weapons. Landing on the floor, Ichinosa carefully looked at his stone opponent. Noticing him, the statue laughed loudly, extending its arms to him. He did not wait for what would happen next, and began to gain momentum for a new jump. A moment later, the boy was already standing on the head of his opponent. Sayo couldn't understand where the novice got such speed, because he didn't even suspect that magicians were capable of such a thing. He watched enthusiastically as the novice, surrounded by a halo of purple magic, bounced off the statue. Ichinosa, on the other hand, thought about the fact that after obtaining the second level of gravity control, he also obtained a new skill, which he was now going to try. Flipping through the air, he quickly gave the gravity shift command. With the help of this, the boy managed to land on the ceiling and dangle upwards. By using the skill on himself, Ichinosa was able to evade the enemy's attacks for a while, confusing him. His lips stretched into a slight smile as he saw the effect of the new skill, which seemed very interesting. Turning to face the statue and preparing for another attack, the adventurer thought about what should end the duel. Jumping down, Ichinosa gave the command to double the gravity. With a more comfortable grip on the sword, the boy understood that with doubled gravity he would fall twice as fast. A statue was already waiting for him below, emitting a loud laugh. Keeping his eyes on his opponent, Ichinosa shouted to him that this was the end. In the next moment, one of his blows shattered the stone statue into small fragments. Holding his sword firmly in his hands, Ichinosa landed behind his opponent. However, there was still a loud cackle coming from the head of the enemy. And so it was until they crumbled into small fragments, collapsing on the stone floor. Ichinosa calmly looked at the cloud of dust before reading a notification that his level had been raised to. Turning his head to the remains of his adversary, the adventurer wondered what this option was for him. He then looked at Seo, announcing that he had defeated an opponent twice his strength. After these words, Ichinosa sheathed his sword, keeping a calm expression on his face. The boy dropped to the ground, feeling how tired he was after the battle. He understood that this time he had once again used up too much mana during the battle. Seo watched the newcomer with admiration, marveling at the incredible strength he possessed. Looking at the ruins of the statue, the leader of the team thought that the enemy did not even get a single scratch from his lightning strike. The boy smiled, asking the savior why he saved him, since he did not expect it at all. Suddenly, a guess popped into his head that he just wanted to embarrass him in order to take revenge for that conversation in the guild. Hearing Ichinosa's loud voice near him, Seo looked up at him in surprise. Extending his hand to the blonde, Ichinosa asked him if he could get up. Hearing this, Seo glared at the boy standing in front of him in a daze. Immediately after that, he looked down, forcing a small smile. Getting up from the floor, the leader sincerely thanked the savior, smiling widely. After some time, the secretary at the guild asked Ichinosa in surprise if he had really met the level 30 statue. However, she was most surprised by the fact that he managed to defeat her. At this, Ichinosa calmly exhaled and confirmed all the information she had received. The girl responded by saying that she did not believe him because he was a single novice. Handing the secretary the demon core, the adventurer said he thought that would be enough proof. Examining the artifact, the girl confirmed that the large size could indeed indicate a level 30 monster. She offered the boy to sell the stone, because according to the preliminary estimate, they could give 200,000 yen for it. After looking at the artifact, Ichinosa decided that such an amount would be quite enough for him to start. Suddenly hearing a scream behind him, the boy turned to the noise with interest. Seo approached him with a big smile on his face, thanking him once again for saving him. The boy added that he had come to tell good news. To the newcomer's surprised question, he answered that he was going to recruit him to the Knights of Thunder. Everyone around them gasped in surprise when they heard these words, surprised that a rookie was invited to such an influential team. The secretary also sat with her mouth wide open after hearing such an offer. Seo concluded his speech by saying that he was very lucky, as many had been waiting for such an offer. Ichinosa scratched his head uncertainly, not knowing what to say to such words. Looking at the team leader, the adventurer replied that he would probably refuse such an offer. Hearing this, everyone around them began to whisper again, not expecting such a response. Embarrassed, Seo uncertainly asked if he hadn't looked for a team before. However, I heard from the newcomer that the plans were slightly adjusted. Without waiting for a further reaction, the adventurer turned around, leaving a shocked Seo behind. In his opinion, If he's going to level up like this, he'll have to make it in time. Very soon a new rift was supposed to appear, which will be called Mad Theater, which will contain a unique item. Ichinosa smiled, realizing that he had a good memory of everything that was going to happen, and therefore he would be able to be the first to obtain this item. After some time, coming to the guild, the boy poured out several large stones from a bag, wanting to sell them. Everyone present looked surprised at the achievements of the newcomer. The secretary looked at him, surprised that he was hunting alone again. However, ignoring her question, Ichinosa replied that he wanted to apply for promotion to D. According to the adventurer hierarchy, those who are D-ranked can clear real rifts. In response to the request, the secretary said that he must be at least level 25 for this rank, to which the adventurer said that he had enough level, displaying level 26. Noticing this, the girl jumped on the spot, wondering how he managed to get up so quickly. She looked up at him and asked how he could level up so quickly. Looking at the adventurer, she wondered how strong the gravity master could be. Ichinosa smiled as he asked if he could finally get the D rank. He mentally answered that his strength is determined not only by class, but also by knowledge for 10 years ahead. The boy's thoughts echoed that he should raise his own level as soon as possible. A D rank would allow him to enter useful dungeons and also make it easier to get quests. In this way, he could prepare for the emergence of the Mad Theater Rift and obtain a unique artifact. In his past life, the adventurer who received it suddenly found great power. However, after that he went insane and started killing adventurers, so Ichinosa couldn't let history repeat itself. Realizing that he needed allies to clear the rift, the boy looked around at the adventurers present. There were various colleagues in the corridor, some of whom were already part of teams, and some of whom were standing alone. Ichinosa understood that finding a partner to cooperate with his magic would be enough, as the large group would hold him back. It was also important to find a loner who would agree to his terms, of which there were actually quite a few. Looking at the map, he wondered if he could find just that one in the relatively short time he had left. Ichinosa crawled around the city all day, visiting various guilds in search of a partner for his team. Now he was already on his way to the 4th guild, hoping to finish his search here. Finally, Ichinosa thought about whether he should lower the selection criteria a bit. Suddenly, the boy heard the voice of a girl with long blonde hair who was shouting at someone, accusing someone of vanity. The girl with blue hair, looking at her friend with big eyes, tried to apologize to her. Ichinosa turned to the noise as Aoi-chan, with her hands at her sides, shouted that she didn't need an apology. The boy began to watch the quarrel of the two girls with interest. The blonde pointed her finger at her friend and shouted that she was kicking her out of the group. Satsuki, with tears in her eyes, tried to justify herself that she would try harder next time. However, she heard back that her skills were low, and for such efforts, she could be demanded monetary compensation. Satsuki looked at the leader of the group, tears welling up in her eyes. Ichinosa watched the conversation between the two girls intently, pondering what he heard. He recalled how he himself had recently been kicked out of the team due to poor performance. Turning away from them, the boy thought about the fact that he knew such a feeling very well, but it was not necessary to use feelings in choosing a partner. Aoi-chan added that the class her interlocutor had chosen was completely useless, just like its owner. Upon hearing these words, Satsuki silently lowered her head, shedding tears. Hearing the blonde refer to her former colleague's class as shaman, Ichinosa stopped, staring in front of him in bewilderment. He turned to the blue-haired girl who was being advised to leave the adventurer's job. He thought that the shaman class was almost a perfect match for his gravity master. In addition, the skills of this class would be ideally needed in the battle with the boss of the Mad Theater. Suddenly, Aoi-chan noticed the boy and growled at him to stop staring. Hearing the words that he came for an ally, the blonde was surprised to rise to his level. She gladly offered him a place that had literally just become vacant in their team. However, Ichinosa, ignoring Aoi, approached Satsuki and offered her to become his ally. But she snapped at him, not understanding what she had just heard from the unknown boy. Aoi, hearing such a proposal to her former partner, opened her eyes in a daze and screamed. Ichinosa thought that he was lucky to find such a partner, and he had no intention of letting her go. The blonde sneered that she had a completely useless class, so he should have joined them. The blue-haired one timidly replied that she would agree, but she was only level 10. To which Ichinosa, firmly grasping the girl's hand, said that this problem was quite easy to solve, but he needed her strength. Satsuki tried to object, but the boy had an answer to everything, and in the end she said that she would rather quit her job as an adventurer. Desperately trying to stop her, Ichinose pointed a finger at him, asking him to give him some time. At the same time, he promised that he would help her become much more self-confident. Finally, closing her eyes tightly, Satsuki agreed to his offer, asking him to take care of her. Aoi angrily snapped that mages were of no use in the group, advising her not to regret her choice, at which Ichinose, closing his eyes, coldly thanked the girl for her advice. However, he added, bypassing her, that he knew his class far better than any of them. Immediately after that, the adventurer left and his new partner rushed after him. Looking at the blue-haired boy, the boy thought that the weaknesses of the shamans could be compensated by gravity magic, and the curse could be used against the boss of the crazy theater. So as long as the girl was with him, he had no doubts about the success of his campaign. Already when they were sitting in the cafe, the girl introduced herself as Kisaragi Satsuki. At the same time, she asked whether everything was really normal. The girl explained that her shaman class was actually very weak. However, Ichinose replied with a smile that he also had a magic class that everyone thought was useless, but that would change in a few years. Ta looked at him skeptically, doubting his words, but he offered to discuss their strategy. Satsuki was ready to enter any training fault, but when she heard the objection, she looked at the interlocutor in surprise. Ichinose explained that they would be heading to a rift that was level 30. Satsuki noticed with alarm that the level of the rift was indeed very high. Moreover, she noted that it was unknown. She considered such a venture very unreliable. Besides, her class and level were at a rather low level. However, after hearing the words of her partner that he is always ready to help her, she looked at the boy with wide eyes. Ichinose knew everything about this rift very well, as he had read many books in his previous life, so he could prepare for the rift with ease. Therefore, the adventurer was sure that they would be able to succeed if they worked together. Looking at Satsuki's admiring gaze, the boy passionately asked her to trust him. Realizing that he had been a bit intemperate, Ichinose apologized, explaining that he really needed the item from that rift. Looking down at her feet, Satsuki asked her partner what his words about the near future meant, at which the adventurer put his finger to his lips and asked permission to keep all this a secret for the time being. However, she replied that there is no way to actually determine where and when a new fault will appear. Suddenly, messages accompanied by a loud sound came to both phones. Satsuki's mouth fell open as she read that a new rift had opened. Ichinose reacted to this message with a light and sly smile. The girl realized that they had been sitting here waiting for this message, and her partner had said that they would be leaving tomorrow. Glancing at the blue-haired man, Ichinose said that no one would go there without information for a week, so the path to the boss would be clear. The next day, the two stood at the entrance to the rift, looking around as it was empty, and Satsuki doubted everything would be okay. Looking at the clerk, the adventurer replied that the rift agency had not had an easy day that day either. A nurse jumped out of one of the tents, asking them to get at least some information about the breach. At the same time, she asked them to return alive, since unknown faults often threatened death. The partner looked at the boy, asking if he was going to clean the dungeon, to which she heard the answer that if he confessed, they would not be allowed in. Walking down the star-studded corridor, flanked by large balls, Ichinose asked his partner if she was still worried. Hearing that there was still some excitement, he apologized for forcing her to follow him. Keeping pace with her, he warned that he would fight in the vanguard, but as soon as it became too dangerous, they would immediately retreat. However, Satsuki immediately assured passionately that she would do everything in her power. The boy turned his head to her, hearing how she offered herself in various types of combat, but advised her to calm down, saying that only her curses would be enough. At the objection that her curses were quite weak, he inquired if she had mastered mana extraction. This kind of skill, which extracted energy from the target, was good for fighting strong monsters. And this skill also allowed you to restore the mana of your allies. Thanks to this skill, it was fashionable to fight without fear of spending all the mana and leveling up, staying longer in the rift. However, Satsuki replied that such magic was ineffective, so there were quite a few spells that did more damage. Ichinose was not surprised by such a question, as it is often asked by those who know nothing, informing their partner that he will be a decoy. The first monster they encountered was a large white circus bear that attacked the boy. Turning his head to his partner, he yelled at her to attack now. Wasting no time, Satsuki spread a curse web, directing it at the demon. From the strong blow, the demon growled loudly, baring his teeth. Noticing this, Ichinose shouted that it was now his turn to engage in battle. Leaping high into the air, he swung his sword, planning to deliver a final blow. Commanding double gravity, the boy slashed the bear on the head with his sword. Looking carefully at the defeated demon, Ichinosa thought that he was finished. Surprised, Satsuki excitedly noticed that her level had increased by as much as 3 levels. Looking at her partner, she said that she felt like a parasite, but she was still grateful to him. However, he replied that it was also important to him that she raise her level. Besides, he needs her help. The girl put her hand to her chest, feeling an unusual warmth there from the word allies, which was not there before. When Ichinosa suggested that they continue to work together, Satsuki smiled broadly. At the same time, the boy warned that they should not overexert themselves. Now the adventurer was sure that the saved skills would allow him to deal with the boss and get a rare weapon. In his former life, Shinbei Kaoru received it, after which he became one of the most feared criminals. If he could prevent this now, then history had a chance to change for the better, and therefore it was necessary to try. Kaoru would have come here much later, and one of the guards would have tried to stop him. The adventurer would deftly dodge all the attacks that would be thrown at him, and no bodyguard could prevent him from achieving his goal. Kaoru looked at the newly defeated opponent, saying that he should have been more careful during the battle. Suddenly, his gaze dropped to the bottom where a notification window appeared. Glancing disappointedly at the guard, the red-haired boy said that he was too cocky for his level. Kaoru wondered why humans of the same level were much easier to hunt than demons. Meanwhile, Ichinosa gathered energy in his hands and gave the double gravity command. The defeated demon this time turned out to be a level 27 killer doll. Following her partner, Satsuki marveled at how quickly her level rose from simple attacks. The girl embarrassedly apologized to the boy for having to follow her, saying that he would have coped faster without her. However, he calmly explained that at this level, monsters are not so dangerous, as their movements are easy to read. Ichinosa sternly repeated to his partners that magicians are a rather strong class. Raising an embarrassed look at him, the girl offered to go back, since they had little mana left. Assessing his numbers, the adventurer huffed in agreement with her. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy added that he boosts his stats with gravity control. At the same time, he added that if the mana is less than half, it is a sign that it is time to return to the guild. Ichinosa said that it was time, while giving a sly look at her clueless partner. Suddenly, a goblin clown came out of the fog of the corridor to them, laughing hideously and holding a blade in his hands. Looking at his opponent, the adventurer said that the preparations were complete. Grabbing his neck in delight, Ichinosa ordered his partner to use a mana drain technique. Satsuki's eyes lit up with joy as she heard the order. If she had a demon immobilized and mana drain, then it could be used forever. In addition, this skill allowed you to restore the level of mana for your allies. Looking at the frightened goblin, the girl suggested not to torture him so much, but Ichinosa said that they cannot faint. After her partner's explanation, Satsuki gathered her energy by using her mana drain skill. When everything was finished, Ichinosa offered to go on, but the girl looked at the goblin with pity, thinking that she felt sorry for him. He was lying on a stone slab, staring blankly at the ceiling and unable to get up. After some time, she awkwardly offered her partner to restore his mana level as well, to which he, somewhat annoyed, warned her that she should not be so shy. They sat down on the floor, and Satsuki touched Ichinosa's shoulder, causing both of them to be enveloped in a blue haze, signifying a replenishment of mana. After checking his stats, the boy noticed with satisfaction that his mana had recovered from 16 to 25 units. However, his partner met this news somewhat disappointed, as she considered the result of 9 units not too successful. However, the adventurer replied that it is worth using 6 more goblins, and everything will be fine. Seeing her frightened face, he added with some surprise that this would also allow them to raise the level. After some time, a goblin clown came across their path again, which Ichinosa immediately attacked. When asked how her mana recovery is going after the 6th demon, Satsuki replied that she has practically recovered. At the words that using such a tactic allows you to hunt and level up as much as you want, the girl's eyes lit up with sincere admiration. However, the adventurer warned his partner that it is not worth rushing to restore mana, as one mistake could lead to serious consequences. However, if everything was done correctly, it was possible to calmly fight even with 100 demons. Studying her characteristics carefully, Satsuki noticed that she was able to raise her level quite a bit in one day. Looking at her partner with a look full of admiration, she admitted that she had never seen such progress before. The girl remembered that during their training they were told that you can't fight monsters that have the same or higher level. Ichinosa looked at the girl with interest, tilting his head slightly to one side and placing his fingers on his chin. After a short pause, he replied that he wasn't sure he could gain any knowledge from the guild. The guy added that he was quite sure that the level could be raised without any risk. The answer to these words was an intense look from her partner. Walking down the brightly tiled hallway, she said they had come quite far, asking exactly where they wanted to go. Suddenly, the girl saw that her partner stopped abruptly, saying that they were there. They stopped at a large door, to which Ichinosa immediately reached out to open it. The adventurer wanted to find the boss of the rift there, and a predatory smile bloomed on his face, since no one expected that the rift would be cleared on the second day after it appeared. Hearing Satsuki's timid voice, he turned his interested gaze to her. Lowering her head, the girl said that she had never seen a real boss before. Keeping his eyes on her, Ichinosa asked if she was worried. At his suggestion to turn back if she wasn't confident, Satsuki said she didn't have to. She remembered how Aoi was always angry with her because of her constant fear. At the mention of the blonde, Satsuki lowered her head in embarrassment. Placing her hand on her chest, she firmly said that this is why she wants to change. Therefore, if he needed her strength, then he could completely count on her. Ichinosa froze for a moment, lashing out at his partner. However, a moment later, his lips stretched into a noticeable smile of approval. Slamming his fist into his palm, the adventurer offered to go to the boss with a smile. Placing her hand on her chin, Satsuki asked if his strategy against the rift boss would really work. Smiling broadly at his partner, the boy replied that the power of the shaman would perfectly complement the power of the master of gravity. They opened the door and walked into a dark room with high ceilings where it was completely dark. Under the ceiling, they saw a huge clown floating in the air, enveloped in a bright glow. The boss of the crazy theater, who was called the Crazy Clown, had a certain level. Clutching her staff to herself, Satsuki fearfully asked if it was the rift boss. However, Ichinosa calmly measured his opponent with his eyes, realizing that defeating the crazy clown would help him get a unique weapon. Stepping forward, the adventurer commanded his partner that they would work according to the plan. They did not even notice that someone's shadow was watching them from behind the wall. Kaoru looked at the adventurers who had come to the boss of the rift, and something akin to anger could be seen in the boy's eyes. Suddenly, his lips stretched into a predatory smile, more like a scowl. Looking at the opponents who had come, the clown laughed loudly in a squeaky voice. Ichinosa stepped forward a little, squeezing his partner's hand behind him. Wasting no time, he immediately rushed at the rift boss, intending to distract him. This should give Satsuki the opportunity to get into the right position. However, he considered that the boss had high health and regeneration rates. Approaching the opponent, the adventurer offered him to play a little. Noticing this, the clown covered his mouth with his hand and smiled, showing his sharp teeth. Immediately after that, he charged forward, counterattacking the boy. Ichinosa, giving the gravity-weakened command, quickly covered the distance between them in a few jumps. Instead, Satsuki exhaled in the meantime and, putting her staff forward, activated the mana drain skill. A blue-black mist leapt from the stone onto the staff, encircling the huge clown. Noticing this, the boss turned his attention to the girl, and a predatory grin appeared on his face. Fear flashed in Satsuki's eyes, and she let out a frightened sigh. Seeing that everything did not go according to plan, Ichinosa shouted to his partner to run away. She turned her back to the demon when her partner shouted to run to the gate. A bright light began to emanate from the clown as he prepared to attack the shaman, and Ichinosa was advised to stay closer to the center to avoid flying into the wall. Bright rays also emanated from the huge painted eyes on the pale face. Satsuki stopped, seeing a huge shadow of a demon on the wall in front of her. Noticing the wall of fire that the demon released, the girl began to run faster. The rift boss attacked, looking at the opponent with a look full of rage. At that time, the frightened girl did not even turn around, trying to get away from the pursuer. However, at that moment, Ichinosa quickly ran between them, reminding the clown of his presence. In response to this, the boy heard only a loud laugh, similar to a squeak. The adventurer jumped up, attacking the opponent with a powerful attack from above. Satsuki watched his movements in fascination, marveling at how fast they were. Noticing that the clown was retreating, avoiding his attacks, Ichinosa realized that the clown wanted to escape. At his question, he again laughed hideously, sparkling with one eye. Suddenly, the demon was whirled around by a vortex, pulling him into a magical curse seal. Clenching his teeth, Ichinosa warned his opponent that the passage to the gate was closed. Scared to death for her partner, the girl screamed loudly. Focusing his energy, Ichinosa gave the command for a gravity shift. Immediately after that, there was a huge explosion, releasing intense heat. A predatory smile did not leave the clown demon's face while the flames burned below. Ichinosa, hanging aloft, advised his enemy to concentrate, attracting his attention. The adventurer's lips stretched into a slight smile as he realized that the skill was working better than he expected. He remembered Satsuki's worried face when she asked if he planned to attack the boss from a certain distance. To which, folding his hands in a castle, the boy explained that the attacks of the boss of the crazy theater are quite fast, and so slow counterattacks could lead to the fact that the adventurers simply burn. The only way to win is to attack from a distance. Only with such a schedule could the Rift boss have big problems. Without hesitation, Satsuki pulled out her staff again, commanding the drain of mana again. In a moment, the expression on the clown's face finally changed to a ferocious one. The girl was frightened and thought that her partner was too far from the shelter. Watching him fly head first, she wondered if she had been able to hook him. Realizing that she did something wrong, she closed her eyes tightly. The clown, meanwhile, began to weave a web of curses, leaning over the adventurer. Meanwhile, Ichinosa himself noticed that the boss was running out of mana quite quickly. He was well aware that maintaining a barrage of fire and moving quickly drained mana quickly. Gathering his energy around him, the boy smiled, anticipating a quick victory. Satsuki looked up in surprise as she heard the clown back away from her. Ichinosa quickly charged forward, attacking his opponent again. Flying closer, the boy gave the command to use Meteor Fall. Flying into the clown's head, Ichinosa said that without the necessary skills, his movements were too slow. Putting his sword to the back of the demon's head, the adventurer advised him not to even try to escape. Satsuki still held her staff in front of her, releasing energy. After her attack, Ichinosa yelled about doubling the gravity and flew at the enemy with full swing. Immediately after that, he landed a blow on the clown demon's head. With his hands at his sides, the adventurer noted with a smile that they had finally defeated the boss of the rift. Satsuki smiled widely, happy that their plan had worked. The partner informed her that they should hurry because the portal was supposed to close in half a day. Scratching her head in embarrassment, the girl replied that he should have told him about it earlier. Satsuki froze for a moment, oblivious to the remains of the demon lying next to her. Turning her head, she turned her head to see a satisfied partner. He kept his eyes on the exquisite sword, which he called the boss's item the Clown Blade. After getting the artifacts in his hand, he thought that he was the best for the Gravity Master. Staring at the glowing object, Satsuki asked if this was exactly what they wanted to find. Looking at his characteristics, the girl noticed with admiration that he wore a C rank. Hearing that he didn't look too strong, Ichinosa crossed his arms over his chest, replying that he didn't. Looking sternly at his partner, the boy explained that the special feature of this blade is its ability. The blade could actually improve all skill-based classes, so it could be considered the strongest of all. The adventurer could now cast gravity magic faster and reduce mana usage, so that would improve his weaknesses. Looking at the boy with an enthusiastic look, Satsuki could only squeeze out that she understood everything. The red-haired adventurer who managed to rise to A rank with the help of a blade remembered again. Checking the sharpness of the blade, Ichinosa added that he had decided to become an assassin, so he prevented that from happening. Putting her fingers to her mouth, the girl thought about the ability of the artifact to fill the weaknesses of the owner. Suddenly, a terrible idea came to her mind, which made her let out a low cry. Desperately looking at her partner, she asked if he no longer needed her. He hesitantly replied that he would like to continue their cooperation, but even so, his mana was running out quite quickly. Satsuki, meanwhile, kept her eyes on the artifact she had just received. At one fine moment, she sternly replied that from now on, they would be rivals. Ichinosa opened the stats window, thinking that he had gained a few skill points as he leveled up. He wondered if he should level up the gravity skills, but he shouldn't forget about the dexterity either. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy thought carefully about the decision he had made. Suddenly, his mouth dropped open in surprise as the adventurer noticed that he had gained a new skill. Ichinosa understood that after receiving the new weapon, it would be much easier for him to use magic. He thought so much about the fact that he wanted to try everything at once, that he did not even pay attention to his partner. Hearing someone's voice nearby, both of them raised their heads and looked in the direction where the sound was coming from. Kaoru slowly approached the pair, clapping his hands loudly. He had a rather predatory look on his face as he said they had done well. Ichinosa frowned, realizing that the red-haired man's appearance was very untimely. He was well aware that he had used the disguise to observe their match and take the artifact if they lost. Of course, this could be called a despicable act, but in his former life, he had encountered this many times. Staring at the tall boy, Ichinosa asked him if they had met before. As the guess of who was standing before him flashed through his mind, the blue-haired adventurer frowned even more. He realized that standing before him was Shinbei Kaoru, the assassin of the adventurers who had wielded the clown blade in his previous life. Ichinosa wondered why he was here now, if it had taken him longer to do so. He opened his eyes in fright, realizing that there was no way he could meet him here. Last time he came here with a group of adventurers who fought a clown and whom he killed after weakening. Noticing the strain on her partner's face, Satsuki asked if everything was okay. The redhead turned his attention to the blade he held in his hand, asking if it was the boss's item. With a sly smile on his face, he asked permission to take a closer look. To which Ichinosa replied with a smile that he would probably refuse him such a request. Stretching his lips in a smile, Kaoru mentally cursed at the interlocutor. With a slight smile on his face, Ichinosa looked at the adventurer killer, bringing his clown blade out to cover Satsuki with it. The red-haired predator licked himself, promising himself to have fun with his partner after killing the adventurer. Waving his hand, he advised the boy to watch his feet. Immediately after that, the red-haired man crouched down, chopping his opponent with his leg, and immediately jumped up, throwing himself behind his back while he was trying to stay on his feet. Turning back to his opponent, Kaoru smiled as he appreciated his abilities. Ichinosa drew his sword in front of him, preparing to fight his opponent. The former wielder of the clown blade jumped up into the air to avoid the counterstrike. Seeing this, the adventurer clenched his teeth tightly in annoyance, which is why he managed to dodge. The boy wanted to attack the redhead while he was using his skills, but his movements were too fast. Satsuki watched their match intently, looking at her partner in admiration. Surrounded by the black mist that made up his shadow, Kaoru straightened his hair, measuring his opponent's gaze with interest. Stepping closer, he inquired as to how he had learned of his plans. With a predatory smile, he announced that he had already killed many, but no one had yet guessed his plans. In response to a frightened question from his partner, Ichinosa said that he wanted to kill them and take the blade. Hearing him talk about being a speedmaster class that specializes in surprise attacks, Kaoru snapped that it wasn't pretty to reveal everything. In an instant, the redhead's gaze became hard enough as he offered to get down to business. Glancing at the blade, the hilt of which was clutched in Ichinosa's hands, Kaoru offered to give the artifact to him. Hearing that he would save their lives for this, the couple measured him with an indifferent look. Ichinosa reflected that the problem with crimes committed in rifts was the lack of evidence. Holding the clown blade forward, the adventurer sternly replied that he wasn't sure if his word was strong enough to let them go. Kaoru froze for a moment, scrutinizing his opponent. Noticing how he covers his partner with himself, the red-haired man laughed and noticed his boldness. Drawing his sword, he warned with a predatory expression that very soon he would be begging him for a quick death. Keeping his eyes on his enemy, Ichinosa noticed that it was getting more and more dangerous. Shinbei Kaoru standing opposite was an assassin who hunted adventurers, and it was this frame that possessed the clown blade in his past life. The adventurer chastised himself for not considering the possibility of an assassin in the rift earlier, and it was this miscalculation that could now cost him and his partner his life. Behind Ichino's, he heard the frightened voice of Satsuki, who timidly called out to him. Hearing his strict order not to come close, the girl narrowed her eyes tightly. He explained that assassins specialize in quick and unexpected attacks, and first of all, such people will aim at spellcasters. Hearing that the approach of the killer could be considered her end, Satsuki visibly paled as she clutched her staff. Putting his hand out to the side to cover his partner's path, Ichinosa ordered her not to come close, planning to deal with the opponent on her own. Studying the redhead carefully, Ichinosa thought that he was a good opponent even alone. However, glancing at his partner, he soberly assessed his low chances against Kaoru. In addition, they had a rather large difference in levels and a noticeable difference in skill, and Ichinosa perfectly understood that the redhead would aim at Satsuki. Wasting no time, the adventurer gave the command to reduce gravity. Immediately after that, the boy rushed at the opponent, displaying the clown blade in front of him. A wide smile spread across Kaoru's face as he saw the enemy point a sword at his knife. Noticing a somewhat confused look, the red-haired man wondered if he had not had to kill people before. Swinging his knife, Kaoru warned that he had managed to kill a bunch of people, praising the experience. Observing the skill of his opponent, the red-haired man thought that he could have some fun with him. Clenching his teeth tightly, Ichinosa bared his teeth and let out a loud click of tension. As he swung his blade, he thought about the fact that there was no way he could find a gap in his defenses, barely withstanding his onslaught. Kaoru had a look of confusion on his face as he dodged a sharp blade swing. Watching the confident figure of the enemy, the redhead noticed that his blade was no longer shaking like before. While he was thinking about the fact that his opponent's blows had become more confident, Satsuki was watching their fight intently. Looking at the figure of her fighting partner, she thought that he was quite intelligent. In addition, she had not yet met a person who was stronger than him. Ichinosa squinted at the thought of how lucky they were to get the clown blade before meeting Kaoru. As he attacked him again, the boy thought about the fact that he could switch between his skills faster now, which helped a lot in the current fight. Suddenly, the red-haired man shouted angrily that he was tired of such games. Having gathered air in his cheeks, he sharply directed a stream of air at his opponent. Immediately after, the boy gave the command of the poison needle, which was rapidly approaching the adventurer. However, Ichinosa, having found his way in time, quickly repelled the unexpected attack. Noticing this, Kaoru opened his mouth wide in surprise, wondering how this could happen. Watching his opponent, the red-haired man wondered how he managed to do it at such a distance. In the next moment, the killer himself dodged the enemy's swift attack. Pulling his knife hand to his side for the next attack, he let out a loud hiss. Rushing forward, the boy snarled furiously that he was just lucky. The red-haired man made several swings with his sword, trying to get closer and engage his opponent. For a moment, it became apparent that a weak spot had appeared in the enemy's defenses, and now he was open to attack. Noticing this, Kaoru held his knife out in front of him and charged forward, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. However, Ichinosa wasted no time in giving the command to double the gravity and swing his blade. Right after that, the red-haired man grabbed his arm, letting out a loud cry of pain and clutching his arm. The adventurer informed him that his movements were too predictable since assassins always aim for the neck. Furiously lashing out at his opponent, Kaoru thought about who this guy really was. Ichinosa went on to explain that the number of attacks didn't matter because they were too predictable. Satsuki frowned as she raised her staff as she watched the two boys spar. Immediately after that, a blue-black haze of curse flew at the redhead, attracting his attention. Seizing the moment, Ichinosa raised his blade, attacking the opponent who had lost his concentration. The blow was clear and landed right in the dazed face of the adventurer killer. Grabbing the injured eye, the red-haired cursed loudly, cursing the enemy. Watching him, the blue-haired man thought that he already knew all his tricks well. Looking at his hand, the boy thought that he could keep up with his movements with the help of gravity. However, the biggest problem was the mana that was almost gone after the battle with the Rift boss. Realizing that he needed to end the fight before he ran out of mana, Ichinosa charged forward. As he continued to hold his eye, Kaoru thought about why he couldn't do anything against his enemy. He perfectly understood that the longer they fight, the better he understands all his attacks. In a moment, the redhead cursed, realizing that his opponent was using his blind spot. In the next moment, he saw an adventurer who suddenly rushed towards him. As he swung his sword, Ichinosa clicked, realizing that the trick hadn't worked. Kaoru wondered for a moment why he was in such a hurry if he had a good advantage. As the guess crossed his mind, the killer's lips stretched wide in a predatory smile. The red-haired man realized that he simply did not have time to recover from the battle with the boss of the Rift. Looking at the opponent that his partner was hiding behind, Kaoru said that he could have become a great hero if he survived this day. However, he added, raising the knife, that now this was not destined to happen. A predatory expression appeared on the killer's cut face, as he pointed out that they were unlucky to meet him. Ichinosa's face showed no emotion, but he kept his gaze fixed on his enemy. Raising the clown blade, he prepared to defend himself against the redhead. At this time, Satsuki directed her staff at the killer, releasing a cloud of curse at him. He looked indifferently at how the curse was approaching him, twisting in a spiral. Gathering his energy, Kaoru raised his sword, planning to attack the girl. Numbly watching this, the shaman thought about the fact that she couldn't hit him at all. Suddenly, the redhead changed trajectory, attacking Ichinosu. Satsuki noticed that the battle was going well, but her partner suddenly started to lose. Actively attacking the opponent, Kaoru shouted that he would have to kill him himself if he wanted to survive. In the next moment, he threw his head back, dodging another quick blade attack. Standing up straight, he thought about the fact that the enemy's weapon was quite close. Wasting no time, Ichinosa raised his leg, aiming for the redhead's face. Noticing this, Kaoru immediately jumped back, avoiding another attack. Landing a few steps away from him, he advised his opponent to show everything he was capable of. Concentrating his energy, Ichinosa realized that using gravity reduction allowed him to perform certain tricks. Unlike him, Kaoru immediately attacked straight ahead, but his attacks were easy to block. Watching the redhead jump into the air with a laugh, Ichinosa realized that he had guessed the small amount of mana. Looking predatorily at his opponent, Kaoru thought that he had been holding his own for quite a long time. Stretching his lips in a predatory smile, the redhead asked if his strength was at its limit. Ichinosa held his blade out in front of him, defending himself against his opponent's attacks. A large bead of sweat rolled down his strained face as the adventurer realized he was practically out of mana. So he had to defeat him at the first opportunity, especially now that Kaoru was charging at him, drawing his knife hand behind his back. The boy jumped up, planning to attack his opponent from above. Watching this trick, the redhead wondered how he managed to jump so hard. He expected that the adventurer would not be able to dodge his attack now, but Ichinosa used double gravity. This attack was quite risky as he was going to use up all his remaining mana for it. Lowering his head, the blue-haired man rushed down, giving the command for the meteor to fall. With the clown blade in front of him, Ichinosa lunged at Kaoru, pinning him to the floor, which left cracks. Watching the attack intently, the red-haired man wondered where he got such strength from. Suddenly, he felt how he began to push down his knife with his blade. In the next second, the boy let out a loud cry as Ichinosa swung his weapon sharply, slashing across the body. Breathing heavily, the blue-haired man carefully watched his enemy, keeping his eyes on him. Satsuki called out to him softly as she saw him bend over to catch his breath. Suddenly, she smiled joyfully, saying that he did manage. However, Ichinosa gave her a cold look, informing her that this was not the case. Hearing that he had made a mistake, Satsuki froze, not understanding what he was talking about. Suddenly, an expression of wild horror appeared in her eyes. Behind her partner, the girl saw Kaoru surrounded by a black haze of energy. Holding his stomach, the red-haired man smiled, expressing his pity for his opponent's mana running out. Turning back to his confused partner, Ichinosa ordered her to flee immediately. Turning his face to the killer, the boy added that now he would not have the strength to pursue her. Satsuki stood as if dug in, looking shocked at her partner, who ordered a retreat. The red-haired man, meanwhile, with a predatory expression on his face, expressed his admiration for the fact that he managed to fight him on a level right after the boss battle. The girl watched the boys intently while they talked. Hearing the killer's words that even with a ballast near him he managed to injure him, she tightly closed her fingers on the handle of the staff. Coming up close to his exhausted opponent, Kaoru said that he liked him. Upon hearing the request to give his full name, Ichinosa clenched his fist tightly, and large drops of sweat rolled down his face. Hanging her head low, Satsuki regretfully thought that she was right to think of herself as a burden to her partner. She closed her eyes, tears welling up as she remembered Aoi's words that she should have given up. Satsuki thought that if she had done this from the beginning, Kaoru would not have won. A memory flashed before his eyes of Ichinosa holding her hand, looking at her intently, and assuring him that he needed her strength. Opening her eyes, the girl looked at the red-haired man with undisguised hatred, mixed with determination. Ichinosa meanwhile raised his head and told Kaori that he wasn't going to say anything to a nobody like him, to which he heard in response that he should not be rude, because he was the first person whom the red-haired man recognized as an equal. Swinging a knife, he promised that he would definitely remember him. Suddenly, Satsuki's voice was heard, launching another curse at Kaoru. He froze, feeling a blue-black haze approaching behind him. Turning to face him, the boy bent down and cursed loudly. As soon as Kaoru was about to unleash his spell on her, she launched the staff at him without waiting. Looking at his rival's enraged partner, the killer mentally called her a devil. Keeping his hand on his stomach, the red-haired man thought about the fact that she managed to attack him from the blind spot. Turning his head to his partner, Ichinosa quietly asked what she planned to do. The girl jumped up to him and grabbed his jacket, offering to get out of the breach immediately. However, he wearily replied that he had absolutely no energy left for it. However, Satsuki, not losing her temper, told him that he had shown what she was capable of. Closing her eyes, she placed her hands on the back of her surprised partner, commanding the restoration of mana. An enraged Kaoru, watching this, cursed loudly as he aimed to attack the shaman. Hearing him approach, Satsuki raised her head and glanced in the killer's direction. However, at the last moment, Ichinosa stood between them, putting his blade in front of him and protecting his partner, thanking him for the rescue. Kaoru stared intently at his opponent, who had regained his strength, and marveled at the skill that regenerated mana. Looking at the adventurers, the redhead cursed loudly. Staring at the assassin, Ichinosa said that they had been fighting together with their partner from the beginning. He reminded Kaori that he was wounded and that the adventurer himself now had his mana restored. Therefore, he sternly asked who now has more opportunities to survive in their duel today. However, the red-haired man was not going to give up. So after a second, they met in a new battle. Kaoru was breathing hard, fighting hard against the active blows of the blue-haired adventurer. Putting the knife in front of him, the killer decided to use the skills of dark magic. Satsuki watched intently as the blood-red bolts of lightning shot out of the web. She held her staff out in front of her, trying to find a way out of the situation. However, Ichinosa raised the clown blade, reporting that Kaoru's magic was taking too long to activate. He remembered how in a past life the activation time of magic was accelerated precisely by the influence of the artifact. The last thing the redhead heard was a warning that he simply wouldn't have time to activate the skills. The boy did not understand why he would lose if his level was clearly higher than that of his opponent. He looked at the blue-haired man who was glaring at him with hatred. Ichinosa was well aware that the crime investigation department in the middle of the rifts was still poorly developed. Looking at the tortured Kaori, he thought that proving this would be problematic if Satsuki wasn't with him. Keeping his eyes on the enemy, the adventurer ordered his partner to inform about the red-haired man's whereabouts while he looked after him. Looking at the alarmed girl, Ichinosa thought that since the monsters no longer appeared, she would be able to return without hindrance. He watched intently as his partner left the Rift Boss's hall, completely ignoring the redhead. A frightened Kaoru, meanwhile, wondered where his opponent got so much power from if he was just a child. As he watched the figure holding the clown blade, the redhead thought that it was strikingly different from everyone he knew. After some time, the team of adventurers was already sitting in the cafe, having lunch after the successful completion of the work. The news reported that a serial killer of adventurers had been arrested, accompanied by a photo of Kaoru in a straitjacket and bandages. Looking at this picture, Ichinosa thought that the red-haired man had been successfully captured. Satsuki smiled, saying that she expected a lot more questions from the authorities than there actually were, to which the blue-haired man explained to his partner that crimes in rifts are quite difficult to solve, and if the criminal is unknown, they abandon the case. With the appearance of faults, the criminogenic situation has changed quite noticeably, as the number of crimes from the outside has become noticeably smaller. Also, due to changes in social structures, the number of poor people has increased dramatically, as their situation has receded into the background. Looking down, Satsuki said that although she had heard of criminals in the rifts, she didn't expect them to encounter the killer. Rubbing his neck, Ichinosa asked if it bothered her much, adding that such incidents were not uncommon in the life of an adventurer. In addition, he perfectly understood that there were other ways to survive in their world, but these ways did not suit him. Looking down at her cocktail in her hands, the girl replied that she would be lying if she said she wasn't worried about it. Remembering the moment when his partner shared her mana with him, Ichinosa once again thanked her for saving him, to which she smiled, saying that at that moment she was able to feel that she really needed him, so she was happy about it. Satsuki added with a big smile that when she was with him, she felt like she could do anything. Hearing these words, Ichinosa stared at his partner in a daze, not knowing how to respond to them. Smiling, he held out his hand to her and said that in that case, he would count on her in the future. With a wide smile on her face, the girl shook the hand extended to her. Satsuki said that there are many things she does not understand yet, so she will try to do whatever she is told. However, she added that one day she wants to learn to make decisions on her own in order to always be useful to the team. To her, Ichinosa was someone akin to a noble knight for whom she would become a lady of the heart. The girl felt herself next to her partner as if she was capable of anything. Looking at him with an admiring gaze, Satsuki said that she wanted to stay with him on the team forever, if possible. Embarrassed, Ichinosa thought that she is a really nice girl, but sometimes she talks too much. As her partner clapped her hands, starting a new wave of conversation, the blue-haired man smiled, wondering where her switch was. Suddenly, everyone present began to watch them carefully, staring at them with a dazed look. Looking at the phone, one of the girls confirmed that it was the same adventurers who caught the killer and defeated the boss. Noticing this, Ichinosa said that they were now celebrities. Hearing someone's voice, the adventurers turned their heads in unison to where it was coming from. Seo, holding the phone in front of him, informed him with a smile that now all the guilds had heard of them. He hung his head, saying that he did not remember the exact name, but the blue head was in almost every video. Turning the phone screen to Ichinosa, the team leader said that his real name is still unknown, but legends are made about him. When Seo pointed a finger at him and said that the blue-haired man had become a celebrity, the adventurers lowered their heads. At the same time, the blonde threatened that he would be able to recruit Ichinosa to his team. However, the boy did not have time to finish because he was swept off his feet by a blonde in a pink suit, telling Satsuki that she had finally found her. Looking at her former partner, the blonde said that she had been looking for her for a really long time. Grabbing the girl's hand, Aoi regretted saying too much to her. However, with a broad smile, she offered her to turn back. After hearing the words that they are allies after all, Satsuki turned to her former friend in surprise. With her hands folded behind her back, Aoi wondered if she was able to level up and how much she got for clearing the rift. As the blonde tried to convince her that she would be an indispensable part of the team, Satsuki stood up, saying that it was getting too noisy. Hearing the offer to get out of here, Ichinosa agreed, and they left, leaving the disappointed blondes behind. They walked down the street along the roadway without saying a word. Looking around, Ichinosa asked his partner if she was friends with Aoi, but she only mentally answered that he wouldn't ask anything. Without even looking at her ally, Satsuki coldly replied that she was just some stranger. Her voice made the blue-haired man feel like he was being pelted with snow, so he simply replied that he understood everything. Looking down at her phone, the girl said that the video from the crack is really quite popular, to which I heard from my partner that videos of fault cleaning were always posted on the network and attracted a lot of attention. After hearing that bloggers are doing this for profits and views, Satsuki asked if she should unsubscribe from their channel. Assessing the popularity of one of the videos, the controller laughed that they had more than 1 million views this month. Seeing such results, the girl raised her fist and shouted joyfully. Suddenly, a video about unknown adventurers and a serial killer in the rift caught her attention. To her indignant response that they had more views than her partner in knight's armor said that their videos were now more popular than hers. Propping her chin with her hand, the blonde said she didn't like the new adventurer, so she had to make a new video. The eyes of a rift explorer named Sanji Sane burned with the righteous fire of competition. Without even guessing about another rival, Ichinosa and his partner were sitting in a cafe. The blue-haired man explained to his surprised partner that as the level increased, so would the rarity of monsters in the rifts. That is why weapons played an important role for the adventurer, and therefore, to compensate for the lack of firepower of the shamans, an expensive staff was needed. For this reason, I plan to make as much money as possible in the next rift. Looking down sullenly, Satsuki tentatively guessed that the staffs might prove to be very expensive for her. However, Ichinosa let out a weary breath, assuring her that she shouldn't worry about that as he wanted his comrades to have the best weapons. Hearing him call them comrades, the blue-haired girl smiled, placing her hands on her open face. Looking at her genuine delight at this, Ichinosa thought that the girl looked very naive, but he hoped that she would be fine. Analyzing the cracks they could go into, the boy said he had an example of one that would fit. With these words, the adventurer turned the screen of the tablet to his partner, showing her all the data. There was a great chance of finding rare items in the rift called the Tomb of the Ancient Kings that was discovered a few days ago. From his former life, Ichinosa remembered that this vault was very rare, something few people knew about now, and he himself learned this once from the notes of those who investigated him. It was in this dungeon that you could get extremely rare items. Right now, Ichinosa was thinking that there shouldn't be many adventurers there since there was no information about the rift yet. Observing her partner, Satsuki noticed that his expression now looked quite creepy. After some time, they walked along a stone path in the chosen dungeon. Holding her staff as tightly as possible, the shaman looked around in fright. Suddenly seeing the demon in front of him, Ichinosa brought the clown blade forward, preparing for battle. The level 29 skeleton warrior looked at them with empty eye sockets, screeching hideously. Wasting no time, Ichinosa gave the command to weaken gravity. Satsuki closed her eyes and turned away, covering her face with her hand, shielding herself from the bright light. When she was able to look at what was happening again, she saw her partner attack the skeleton with one clear lunge. Jumping over him, Ichinosa swung his blade, chopping him down. Watching carefully as the boy landed on the floor after his victory, Satsuki thought that she didn't expect any other result. Watching the sweat dripping down his face, the girl appreciated how quickly he dealt with the opponent. However, looking at the warrior's bony face again, Ichinosa realized that stabbing blows would be ineffective against him. So he turned to his partner, ordering her to attack the enemies with her magic. Wasting no time, Satsuki began to gather her energy, putting her staff forward. The blue-haired man jumped, avoiding a blow from one of the skeletons. Immediately after that, a blue-black haze of the shaman's curse flew towards him. With an indifferent expression on his face, Ichinosa entered the stats window, assessing how many points he had this time. While her partner was bending over a pile of bones, the girl noticed that there was something else besides a magic stone. The found artifact turned out to be the blade of the ancient kings, which emitted a mysterious blue light. Hearing that it could be sold for around 400,000 yen, Satsuki looked at the blue-haired man in surprise. To her surprise, he explained that such a blade could not be found anywhere, so they would find buyers for it quickly. When asked how much they would be able to earn from the artifact in such a case, the boy replied that an adequate amount would be about 3 million yen. In response to his assistant's shocked question, he added that no one knew about the rift yet, so they should make the most of it. Therefore, he suggested not to stop and explore the dungeons for 3 days. Satsuki tried, bending her fingers, to calculate how much they could earn during this time. When the possible sum appeared in her head, the girl blushed, thinking that the place was simply wonderful. Hearing the sounds of someone's struggle in the corridor, Ichinosa put his fingers to his chin and offered to check what was happening there. Looking at the determined gaze of her partner, the blue-haired girl froze for a moment. At this time, not far from them, a knight in armor was protecting the girl from a monster that looked like a mummy. He jumped up with his sword forward as he prepared to attack his opponent. A moment later, the monster was already falling, defeated and cut in half. Another knight, looking at his lady, encouraged her, saying that she would be able to cope with her opponent. When she asked if the camera was ready, the third knight said everything was fine. One of the knights put his blade, shrouded in fire, forward. After that, he handed it to the girl, who looked at her opponent with a determined smile. Wasting no time, she jumped up, swinging a flaming blade in the direction of the mummy. A second later, the opponent was already burning like a torch wrapped in bandages. Standing in front of the camera, Sena raised 2 fingers in greeting to her followers. Approaching the statue of Anubis, she said that she had come today to investigate an unknown rift. Not noticing that she was being watched from above, Sena boasted about killing one of the monsters, adding that the dungeon was not that dangerous. Satsuki, seeing the girl, exclaimed in surprise that she was a rift researcher. The blue-haired girl added that she had seen her on several sites that posted videos of the rifts. Hearing how she thanked her followers for their support, the adventurer frowned. Turning back to her partner, she noticed that his face showed absolutely no emotion. I immediately remembered their conversation about why fault researchers record their videos. Satsuki mentioned that Ichinosa hated bloggers who did rift research. Looking at the video he had just recorded, the feet of 2 more people became visible. Noticing this, the night operator flinched in surprise. Surprised, Sena suddenly turned around, staring at the adventurers in a daze. Hearing the complaint that they ruined her good shot, Ichinosa frowned, looking sternly at the blogger. Pointing a finger at them, the blonde accused them of letting her work, for which she had been preparing for a long time, go to waste. Descending the stairs to the girl, Ichinosa asked her if she was not ashamed to fool her followers. To which I heard a confident answer that it's just a show, and she should show herself only from the best side. Approaching the cameraman, Sena asked if they could use the footage they had filmed. He replied, showing some footage, that there was enough material in them. While the blogger was lamenting that a lot of material had been lost, a blue-haired adventurer approached her. Hearing him call her, the blonde turned to him, furiously calling him a rascal. Pointing to herself, she introduced herself as the best fault researcher. Instead, Ichinosa introduced himself and his partner. At the same time, he apologized for the fact that they spoiled her frame on the set with their appearance. However, she simply waved her hand, saying that they would record more material. When asked by an adventurer about why she became a rift researcher, Sena said that the question was pointless. Winking at him, the blonde said that it was all for money. Such videos were among the most popular. In addition, famous bloggers were offered advertising integrations. And the videos made her very popular, which made her feel like an idol. Ichinosa warned Sena that being an adventurer was very dangerous, so she better stop before she got hurt. Hearing this, the blogger barked fiercely, showing her displeasure with his proposal. Measuring the statue standing next to him with a careful look, the blue-haired man added that one should not relax in such rifts. Therefore, I warned that if she continues to take this seriously, she may regret it very much. Clenching her fists and looking down at her feet, Sena said that not only did he ruin her video, but he also said a lot of nasty things. Satsuki walked over to her partner, assuming that he had lightly passed the honey to the kuti, to which she heard back that he was doing it for her own good. One of the knights approached Sen, trying to calm her down, after which she began to convince herself to ignore the unpleasant words. In a moment, a solution to the problem came to her mind, and the girl resolutely looked in front of her. Hearing her command to prepare the chamber, one of the knights asked in a daze whether he had heard correctly. Approaching the adventurers, Sena asked if Ichinosa was confident in his own abilities. After that, the girl proposed to hold a competition, the winner of which was to be the one who finds more magic stones. According to the terms of the competition, if she won, the adventurer had to apologize to her on camera. At the same time, the blogger promised that she would make sure that no one recognized him. If Ichinosa wins the competition, she promises to listen to everything he says. Hearing the blue-haired man's agreement, his partner exclaimed in surprise. Pointing at the boy with her finger, Sena invited him to meet at the entrance in 3 hours. At the same time, the girl warned him not to even think of running away. As she and her team made their way to the exit, one of the knights complimented her on the idea of putting an adventurer on the spot and using it for a video. It was Sena who counted on the fact that with such a video, her popularity would increase many times, and they would be able to earn a lot of money. Besides, the blue-haired man's words were quite offensive, so the researcher wanted to make him take them back. And she was determined to do so, which was evident in her gaze. Meanwhile, Ichinosa, having met one of the monsters in the corridor, immediately entered into a duel with him. The mummy opened her crooked mouth and raised her hand, swinging a sword. Seeing a pillar of bright light in front of him, the creature froze for a moment, not understanding what was happening. She could not find her opponent until someone's voice was heard from above. In the next second, Ichinosa pounced on him using the meteor fall skill. Looking at the body of the defeated enemy, the blue-haired man thought that the monsters were too slow. Immediately after the victory, the adventurers found another artifact in the form of a large blue gauntlet called the Gauntlet of Ancient Ruins. After the battle, Satsuki timidly asked him if he didn't think it was a good idea to cross paths with Sena. However, the boy, without turning his head, answered that he was annoyed by the use of faults for filming videos, so he was not going to lose the argument. Hiding the found artifact, Ichinosa added that if they drop so often, it will be problematic to pick them all up. Having solved all the questions, the adventurers went further along the corridor in the direction from where the bright light was pouring. In the room they entered, there were many statues, the central one of which was the image of a large dog. Looking around, Ichinosa was surprised that they had come to a dead end. Suddenly, a bright light began to pour from the blue eye of the Sphinx. Hearing some noise, Satsuki returned an interested look. There she saw a passage in the wall which suddenly appeared, but it was closed by metal bars. However, Ichinosa immediately understood that what they saw was not a way out, but a trap of the rift. These were the usual traps that appeared in the rifts, but they could be used to advantage, so such a chance could not be missed. Looking at the gaping mouth of the Sphinx, the adventurers heard a voice commanding them to prepare for the ordeal. According to its conditions, partners had to answer 3 questions, but one mistake could lead to a loss. Satsuki, fearfully staring at the monster, asked in fear what it was. Placing a finger to his chin, Ichinosa thought about the fact that they would be attacked after one mistake, so it was worth the effort given the opponent's high level. Hearing their perspective, the blue-haired girl let out a frightened cry. However, the boy smiled widely, reassuring his partner and saying that he was not going to lose the statues. The Sphinx's first question was how many points are needed to go from level 1 to level 10. While Satsuki was indignant that no one could know this, Ichinosa calmly replied that 45 points were needed for this. Hearing that the answer was correct, the boy began to demand the next question, holding his blade at the ready. The adventurer remembered the answers from his past life, so after a while, asking him 19 questions about the Hell Doll, the Sphinx was already quite tired. Satsuki grinned widely as her partner asked how long it would take, chasing her opponent. Hearing this, the monster froze for a moment, not expecting such impudence from the adventurer. Seeing that he was almost crying, the blue-haired girl offered her friend to make a mistake at least once. Wanting to finish this as quickly as possible, the Sphinx announced 20 riddles. When asked what kind of monster was spitting green slime, Ichinosa replied that there had been no such rift yet, and green slime was currently only possible through creation by alchemists. The Sphinx charged at the opponent, while pieces of stone began to break off from him. Having announced the result of 20 correct answers, which happened for the first time, the animal roared loudly, crumbling into pieces. The adventurers calmly watched as the stones fell to the bottom of the dungeon. Immediately after that, they noticed that the metal grate that closed the passage rose, opening the way to the exit. Satsuki looked closely at the wreckage and pointed at it with her finger, noticing that something had fallen out of it. Hearing his partner's words, Ichinosa turned in surprise in the direction she pointed. The item that appeared after defeating the Sphinx turned out to be the Keeper's Bracelet, which allowed you to store various items. The blue-haired man smiled, realizing from its characteristics that the item was very useful and very rare. When asked by his partner how much it might cost, the guy replied that about 10 million can be withdrawn for it. The amount shocked the girl so much that she turned pale. Ichinosa wondered if the artifact could be a reward for the number of correct answers. While putting on the bracelet, he told Zvitsuki, who reminded her of the pair with Seina, that now they would have no problem finding items. With a broad smile, the adventurer added that victory would definitely be theirs. Continuing his way, the boy thought that it was not difficult to deal with ordinary monsters in the rift. He remembered fighting one of the skeletons, analyzing their good defense against swords. However, while he was distracting them, Satsuki put a curse on them, so they were doing well so far. The mummies were slow and he could handle them just fine with gravity control. And they were perfectly amenable to the mana draining skill used by his partner. After another victory over monsters, Ichinosa's level characteristics increased from level 31 to level 33. Seeing this, the boy smiled, realizing that this was exactly the result he expected from a rare rift. Taking the new artifact, he ordered it to go to the vault. Satsuki thought in a daze that the bracelet was actually useful, and they managed to collect 6 magic stones already. Stretching his lips in a predatory smile, Ichinosa suggested that his associate hunt a little for the undead. At this time, Seina was breathing hard, trying to catch her breath after the battle. Looking at the battered mummy, the girl said that it was quite strong. She turned her gaze to the knight, who informed her that they had only killed 2, and at this rate they would never be able to finish the sweep. The blogger looked at her partner, assuming that adventurers also have a hard time. When asked what would happen if they lost, the girl replied that she would give Ichinoshi money and ask him to forget about it. Suddenly, the blogger's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw Satsuki and Ichinosu, who was smiling widely, looking her up and down. Unwilling to give up, Seina waved nonchalantly, asking how they were doing and offering to cancel the bet for the boy's apology. However, he just silently raised his hand and began to take out all the stones he found from the storage. Seeing the shining mountain of artifacts, the blonde stared at it, not believing her eyes. She was interested in where he got so many stones and objects, as well as the bracelet that somehow ended up on his hand. However, Ichinosa only raised a sly look at her and asked if she was all right. Hearing his words that if she apologized, he would forgive her right now, Seina gritted her teeth. In a moment, Ichinosa stared blankly at her as she walked on, dismissing the bet as unfinished. When asked by his partner whether he thought it was too much, the guy said that he only teased the blonde a little. However, he himself hoped that she would not do something stupid in such a state. Meanwhile, the Rift researcher herself was resolutely heading through the corridors of the dungeon. Hearing the question about whether he wanted revenge on the girl, Ichinosa turned his head to his partner with interest. He explained that she was extremely frivolous about faults, and he didn't like that. Remembering her words about fame, money, and popularity, the blue-haired man added that exploring dungeons should not be taken so lightly. So if she continues in this spirit, she will regret it very soon. Seina, meanwhile, was thinking that in order to defeat the adventurer, she had to find something really grand. Clutching her head, the girl cursed, trying to understand how her opponents managed to find so many artifacts. One of the knights tried to understand her, reminding her that there was not much mana left, and they had gone quite far. However, she abruptly interrupted him, replying that she knows very well about the importance of monitoring mana, but she does not want to go back and lose. Clenching her teeth tightly, she growled that she had not yet shown everything she was capable of. She remembered how 8 years ago the city was burning due to a disaster that fell on it. At that time, fault ruptures occurred extremely often, and monsters came out of them into the cities. Seina remembered her frightened self while someone called her name. Their father was attacked by an orc, knocking him to the ground as the man reached for the children, begging them not to abandon him. The blonde herself was standing, pale and hugging her little brother, who was hugging her with his small arms. Seeing how their father was being torn apart, the children ran away, hoping to escape from the monsters. Seina ran forward, not paying attention to the tears that gathered in her eyes, and not letting go of her crying brother's hand. She looked desperately for help with her eyes full of panic. At that time, the authorities organized modular camps for those who had nowhere else to go due to the disaster. Everyone who passed by them shook their heads in sympathy, realizing that the children's father was no longer alive. The blonde was then sitting and watching a video on her phone of how an adventurer from Japan, Kwan, who had an A rank, was being welcomed. She didn't like the feeling of helplessness, so she began to improve her skills. It was then that she decided that she would become someone's hero who would save them from monsters. After the creation of the channel, everyone began to admire her courage and courage. However, Sana wanted to give inspiration not only to her loved ones. She did not want to be looked down upon. Looking at one of her knights, the girl added that they still had very little material. Suddenly, a slightly crazy light lit up in her eyes, which indicated the presence of a new idea. Turning her back to her partners, she set off deep into the dark corridor. The knights who rushed after her tried to find out where exactly she was in such a hurry. Peeking around the corner, Sana replied that while she was being persuaded to turn back, she remembered another enemy in the rift. There she saw a tall blue demon with many arms, blue skin, and eyes that glowed with a bright yellow light. A man lay at his feet, fearfully watching the monster towering over him. It was a rift boss named Fallen Pharaoh, whose level was determined by. Sana lashed out at him, not understanding what he was doing here, but realizing that with his level 33, he would not be able to defeat him. One of the knights put his sword in front of him, protecting the blonde and saying that they couldn't do anything to him, so they had to run. While the partners were discussing the need to find a narrow passage so that the pharaoh could not pursue them, the blogger froze. Her attention was drawn to a figure reaching out to her and begging for help. The rift researcher once again felt helpless, which she didn't like very much. The face of the father, whom the orc was holding by the head, and who was begging for salvation, came to mind again. And I also remembered the confident face of the girl who appeared on TV. And only now did the blonde understand why she liked it so much then. Sana understood, remembering herself as a child with an urn in her hands, that she liked that woman because the girl herself needed help. Wasting no time, the blogger rushed forward, ordering her companions to run away without her and ignoring their questions. In the next moment, the girl, putting her blade in front of her, protected the adventurer from the blow of the pharaoh. The rift researcher ordered him to run while she took on the boss. He timidly thanked her, but Sana was already focused on the multi-armed pharaoh, who was already about to attack. While watching him withdraw his hand to strike, the blonde heard someone's voice. She turned her head in surprise to see the manager saying he wouldn't let her fight alone. To her surprised question, he explained that he couldn't just run away because he was her biggest fan. Hearing a commotion behind her, Sana turned to see another knight approaching them. The operator said that although he is not very good in combat, he is ready to show everything he is capable of. Meanwhile, the boss of the rift is almost close to them, swinging weapons at opponents. A second later, Sana was already standing ready to fight, with one of her assistants lying behind her. The operator, in order to protect her, stepped forward, placing a barrier in front of her. Pharaoh was not deterred by this, and he withdrew his hand for a strong blow. A second later, the wall erected by the knight crumbled into hundreds of small fragments. Squinting her eye, Sana realized that she was losing both in strength and agility, so there was no chance of winning against her. Shaking like an aspen leaf, the blogger fearfully looked at her boss, who towered over her. He waved all his hands, each of which had a certain type of weapon. The blonde looked at him, not lowering her attentive gaze, and realizing that she had lost this battle. Realizing this, the girl turned pale and narrowed her eyes tightly. She heard Ichinosa's voice repeating again that she was being too reckless. He stood between her and the pharaoh, protecting her with his magic. Sana opened her eyes to assess the situation around her. Wanting to take the frightened blonde away from here, the adventurer took her in his arms, carefully watching the boss of the rift. Seeing the blue-haired man, Sana asked why he came to save her. He let out a loud breath and explained that he had decided to follow her so that she would not suspect anything. And then he heard a story from the runaway adventurer. Remembering his warning and her offer of a bet, the boy smiled and said that he had lost. Looking intently into the eyes of the girl he was holding in his arms, Ichinosa, without losing his smile, added that he was ready to take back his words. Sana didn't even notice that he was holding her in his arms, hanging from the ceiling upside down. Below them stood the pharaoh, aiming one of his spears at them. Noticing this, Sana looked down in fear, but the blue-haired adventurer's face showed no emotion. Pharaoh threw spears at them, But by the time he reached the target, there were no people there, so he simply dropped several stones from the ceiling. Concentrating his energy, Ichinosa dropped sharply to the floor, holding the blogger tightly in his hands. He did not take his eyes off the boss of the rift, giving the next command of the required skill. In the next moment, he, still not letting go of the blonde, swung the clown blade, deflecting the attack. He deftly fought off all the attacks of the pharaoh, which he tried to inflict. Landing, Ichinosa thought that by reducing the gravity with the skill, he was able to parry the attack. At this moment, Satsuki was already running towards the boss of the rift, holding out a staff in front of her. In the next moment, a blue-black haze of curse was already flying in his face. The pharaoh put his hand out in front of him, defending himself against an unexpected magical attack. The adventurer, watching him repel the curse, realized that her magic was of no use against him. Looking at the wounded knights, the blue-haired woman also realized that they were badly wounded and could not run away. And the boss they had to fight, being level 40, was much stronger than them, so the situation was bad. She immediately guessed that the fight would be much more difficult than then with the clown. Ichinosa also realized that their affairs were bad, causing a drop of sweat to roll down his face. However, he was distracted by Sena, who said that the two knights came here for her and she couldn't just leave them. Clutching his sword, the adventurer assured her that there was no need to worry as he would keep them safe. Raising his head at the pharaoh, the boy said that he did not mind testing his strength. At the same time, he asked Satsuki to restore Sena's mana, which she did without wasting time. Bringing his clown blade forward, Ichinosa said he would try to buy them some time. He was well aware that the blogger was a magical swordsman who fought in close combat using a small amount of magic. Such a class, as the adventurer well remembered, should have had the skill of healing. The boy expected that while he distracted the boss, the girl would recover her health, and Satsuki would recover her mana. Avoiding the pharaoh's strike, Ichinosa thought that the decrease in gravity allowed him to increase his speed, but also decreased his attack speed. As long as his task was to distract the opponent, this was not a problem, but there was too much of a difference in their levels. Rushing forward, the blue-haired man wondered if he would be able to pull it off using only gravity reduction. One of the knights, barely raising his hand, aimed it at the adventurer and gave the command to increase speed. Barely able to utter the words, he asked him to save their young lady, to which Ichinosa assured with a smile that he would certainly do so. Jumping up, the blue-haired man thought that the boss's advantage was size and speed, which made it difficult to choose the right moment to attack. Pharaoh, whose eyes continued to burn with a bright yellow glow, rushed at his opponent. Jumping a safe distance away from him, the adventurer let out a loud thump at the missed attack. Ichinosa understood that he should hold out until help arrived, but if the boss caught him, there would be no overflow. The knight, who played the role of the cameraman, meanwhile regained consciousness, but immediately appreciated how heavy his body had become. Raising his head, he found the young lady with his eyes, worrying if everything was okay with her. And at that moment, his attention was drawn to a boss battle involving a blue-haired adventurer. He did not understand what was happening, but noticing that the boy's movements were quick and agile, he reached for the camera. At that moment, Pharaoh made one clear lunge, planning to catch his opponent, but he jumped up sharply, bringing his legs under him. Right after that, Ichinosa ran straight for the Rift Boss's arm, swinging his sword. He jumped up, bringing the clown blade out in front of him. Immediately after, the boy made one sweeping sweep, attacking the monster. All this was professionally filmed by the knight who came with Sena. Holding the device in front of him, he admired both the boy's technique and his speed. The blue pharaoh, meanwhile, stopped, waiting for the battle to continue, and 2 red scratches adorned his chest. Ichinosa understood that he could make up for the difference in level for now, but he couldn't hurt him. Realizing that he would not be able to overcome it alone, the adventurer turned his attention to his partner, who was treating the blonde. When she finished, she turned to face her and thanked her with a smile. Immediately after that, Sena drew her sword. Excitement lit up her eyes as she said she was ready to enter the game. Focusing her energy, she gave the heal command. Holding her weapon in front of her, Sena said with a smile that she was ready for battle. Satsuki also held out her staff, saying that she would help as well. Looking at his allies, Ichinosa smiled as the situation wasn't the worst, but it couldn't be delayed. The boy stopped, raised his head and measured the pharaoh with a watchful eye. Dodging another attack, he jumped back a second before a red beam hit where he was standing. Ichinosa made a similar feint several more times, each time dodging a few seconds before the attack. Pausing for a moment, The blue-haired man tried to catch his breath and assess the current situation. Looking up, he saw that he was standing directly under a statue of the dog-headed god Anubis. Satsuki looked at her partner with eyes that were filled with great excitement. What worried her was that the pharaoh was advancing confidently and quickly on the blue-haired man, and he, watching him, was simply cornered and had nowhere to retreat. Suddenly, the boy directed his energy at the statue of the cat-headed deity, commanding the gravity to decrease and the weight to decrease. Immediately after that, the statue flew right into the blue pharaoh's head, distracting him. Realizing that this was their chance, Ichinosa ordered Satsuki to shoot him in the head. Wasting no time, the blue-haired girl rushed to carry out his order, sending curses at the boss of the rift. A blue-black mist flew at him, which was accompanied by words about the orb of darkness. However, it did not have a noticeable effect, so the pharaoh looked at the adventurers with yellow eyes again. Satsuki let out a frustrated breath as she looked at the pharaoh with a scared look that their strategy hadn't worked. However, such a result still satisfied the blue-haired man, as he understood that such armor could only protect something very important. He was looking at the boss of the rift, whose hood was already slowly becoming covered with visible cracks. Sena ran closer to the monster, realizing in an instant that she had found his blind spot. However, in the next second, she already flew to the side, avoiding a direct attack in her direction. Covering her face with her hand from the stones that flew everywhere, the blonde thought about the fact that it was almost impossible to get to him. Considering this, she was even more surprised by how Ichinosa managed to attack him almost head-on. Landing near her, the adventurer said he would weaken him, but she would have to destroy the boss's mask. The magic swordsman class had the armor penetration skill, which required a short amount of training but greatly weakened the enemy's defenses. Realizing his plan, the blonde drew her sword, once again focusing her energy around it. However, realizing that he was going to weaken him, she anxiously asked what exactly he was planning to do. But the boy was already rushing at the pharaoh, realizing his main strength, and it consisted in the presence of as many as 4 hands, so to begin with it was necessary to immobilize them. After that, as Ichinosa calculated, the pharaoh should have moved several times slower. That's when they might have a little more chance of a successful attack. The adventurer jumped up, trying to be as high as possible above his opponent. Extending his hand forward, the blue-haired man yelled out the command for gravity tethers, releasing purple chains at his opponent. With this magic, the opponent's movements were restrained, so he used it to tie the pharaoh's hands. That should have been enough. In addition, he used tenet closer to the shoulders, which made it difficult to tear them. Ichinosa smiled, thinking that this tactic would work well against large and multi-armed opponents. Landing, the adventurer assessed the results of his attack by looking at the giant, who could now wield only 2 hands. Watching him carefully, Sena thought now was the time she should attack the rift boss. Realizing this, the girl visibly frowned, and the same desire to fight flashed in her eyes. She thrust her sword forward, shooting high-voltage lightning from it, and gave the command to pierce the armor. Ichinosa watched in shock at the effect this attack had on his opponent, and Satsuki opened her mouth in shock, watching the blogger's movements with undisguised admiration. Pharaoh, who did not expect such a powerful blow, watched the lightning that flew in his face. In the next moment, there was a crack in the dungeon, and his face was covered in cracks, crumbling into fragments. Still with 2 hands in the tentacles, the rift boss grabbed his mask with one of his free hands. When he did remove it, the adventurers were exposed to the hideous face of the monster, which had 2 pairs of eyes and a mouth with crooked teeth. While Sena was worried about the pharaoh's hideous face, Ichinosa finally found a weak spot in him. Without wasting a second, the boy charged forward, yelling that he needed to attack while there was a chance, and the boss's movements were slowed down. Raising his paws, the pharaoh growled loudly, opening his mouth, from which bright yellow light poured. Jumping up and doing a pirouette in the air, the blue-haired man gave the gravity shift command. Suddenly, the pharaoh raised his fists and hit the stone floor with all his might, lifting dozens of different fragments into the air. Ichinosa immediately remembered that he had seen a similar feint before, and he anticipated the use of all 4 hands. The boy was sure that as long as half of his hands were tied, he would not use such tactics, and he also noticed that when using such an attack, the pharaoh lowered his head too much. The rift boss's bright yellow bug eyes glowed with an orange light as he looked back at his opponent. The blue-haired man jumped up to get close to his opponent and deliver the decisive blow. Having given the command for the meteor to fall, the boy quickly fell on the bowed head of the boss. At the same time, he swung his sword, dealing him a decisive blow. Immediately after that, the defeated blue pharaoh fell to the ground, smashing the stone floor of the dungeon with his huge body, sending a bunch of cracks through it. Ichinosa's fingers lightly touched the bracelet that held the large storage. After that, he smiled and informed his allies that they were able to defeat the Rift Boss. After the battle, Sena began to heal her loyal companions, who were not afraid and loyally rushed to her defense. Hearing how the knight, who acted as a cameraman, politely thanked her, the girl smiled warmly in response. Meanwhile, Ichinosa and Satsuki carefully examined the remains of the blue pharaoh's body, which lay motionless. Suddenly, the girl noticed that something had fallen near him. Taking a closer look, they found the wand of the King of the Damned, which enhanced dark magic. Grabbing it by the handle, the blue-haired man thought with surprise that objects often fell out of bosses, but this was the first time he had seen a staff. Having studied it carefully, the adventurer told his partner that it would suit her perfectly. That freed them from the need to search for items for a long time. The blue-haired girl looked uncertainly at the new artifact, unsure if she could actually take it. However, the partner replied that she could not doubt it, since at one time it was she who helped him get a weapon in the crazy theater. The only thing that worried the adventurer was that Sena also participated in the battle, and therefore could claim the reward. But the blonde calmed him down. She approached Ichinosa and told her that she didn't need anything since he was actually the one who saved all of their lives. The blonde added uncertainly that he could keep both the staff he had just found and all the magic stones. Casting an uncertain look at her ally, Sena tentatively reminded them of their little pair. However, Ichinosa exhaled tiredly and invited her to believe that she was the one who won. That was why he had to take back his words, and he began by recognizing that her approach to the matter was quite serious. Frowning, the blogger expressed her joy at the fact that he finally understood this. Satsuki shared a sly smile with her partner as he said that she should stop doing things like this if she wanted to succeed as an adventurer. However, the boy didn't have time to finish, because he was stunned and lashed out at one of the knights, who interrupted him. A night operator approached him, talking about the fact that adventurism does not always bring good profits. He explained that the accident left the young lady's mother in a wheelchair, and she also has 5 younger brothers. And she still didn't have a father. And even now, with a lot of followers and popularity, it was still difficult for her to provide for her family. But Sena beat him to it. Ichinosa watched the altercation with embarrassment, in which the blonde ordered her partner not to spread the story about her family. A large bead of sweat rolled down his face as he scratched his head and said that he thought she only liked money because of her selfishness. Turning an angry look at the blue-haired man, the blonde snapped that she had always taken this very seriously. However, looking away a little, she quietly added that everyone is really afraid of faults, and she wanted to give people smiles, even in spite of such a troubled time. Hearing him praise such a goal of hers, Sena raised her head and looked at him dumbfounded. Ichinosa smiled sincerely as he told the stunned blonde that she was well done. For a moment, the Rift researcher froze, not knowing what to say to him. However, she almost immediately pulled herself together and turned away, frowning. After some time, they were all standing at the exit, giving explanations to the Fault Investigation Department. Having already left the dungeon, Sena asked her companions if all the equipment was in order, arguing that they would be able to release a cool video demonstrating the skills of an experienced adventurer. She was worried that the material might have been damaged, but she heard that he was fine, after which the blonde breathed a sigh of relief. However, the knight was worried about the fact that they have quite a few magic stones and footage from which it will be possible to edit a video. When offered to take at least stones from the boss's victory, the blogger haughtily replied that she did not want to accept handouts out of sympathy. Rushing to the operator, she panicked and asked what material they had to make a video. To reassure the young lady, he turned on a video of the adventurer attacking the pharaoh. A little later, in the Adventurers Guild, everyone present was whispering, watching one of the teams. Ichinosa and Satsuki were sitting at one of the tables covered with books and phones. Suddenly, the assistant called him, wanting to show him one of the videos about the faults. Not knowing what was there, the blue-haired man calmly answered that it is not worth looking for information from the cracks in the video. He wanted to say that for this it would be possible to simply talk to experienced adventurers, but stopped short. On the screen of his assistant's phone, the boy saw the face of Sena, who announced the appearance of the mysterious adventurer, at the same time showing him himself. And there was also a noticeable video with an excerpt of his battle against the Blue Pharaoh. After reading comments where people admired his speed and risky moves, the adventurer smiled. Now he understood what was causing such attention from those present here, which made him grab his head, while Satsuki thought in admiration that the video had many views. Meanwhile, Seina, sitting in her room, analyzed the statistics of her new video, which has already gained 1 million views. Seeing this, the girl raised her fist in victory, shouting that she was the best. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the mobile phone that rang on the nightstand. The girl saw Ichinosa's number on the screen. Remembering that they exchanged contacts, the blonde picked up the phone, asking him if he already missed her. However, after hearing his words that he had seen the video, the girl fell silent, her lips forming a thin line. Seina reminded that under the terms of the bet, if she won, he allowed her to post the video, but if he wanted, she could remove it later. Ichinosa fell silent for a moment, realizing that she was just trying to feed her family in such a troubled time. I immediately remembered how the girl quarreled with the cameraman who was telling all this. So, drawing air into his lungs, the blue-haired man closed his eyes and said that there was nothing wrong with it. Hearing his words, the blogger smiled and her eyes lit up with excitement as she said she had an idea. The idea was that since he is already so disgusted, they should record a joint video. However, a second later, the girl was already looking at the phone screen, which was ringing as the adventurer hung up. To the surprised question of the stunned Satsuki about what Seina said, the boy replied that he did not understand well. Ichinosa propped his head with his hand as he thought about the fact that their affairs had progressed quite rapidly, and it could allow him to take an artifact called the Ring of Wisdom, which he dropped in his past life. If the guy managed to get her, he could change the course of the entire future history. After some time, Ichinosa listened contentedly to the words of the secretary that his level had been upgraded to C level. Right after that, he and Satsuki turned towards the door to leave the guild. His partner was excited about leveling up, but the blue-haired man told her that she would soon be able to level him up as well. The secretary looked at the couple and the records in the computer and did not understand how the boy managed to reach C level so quickly. In order to constantly increase the level, it is necessary to regularly defeat monsters of a higher level, and this cannot be done without knowledge. Satsuki, meanwhile, congratulated him, saying that adventurers of his rank were considered first-rate, and she would do anything to keep up. However, her partner sternly informed her that he wanted to reach rank B within a month. Hearing this, the blue-haired woman stopped and looked at the boy in a daze, saying that it was impossible and that only a few people had succeeded. To which I heard in response that he really wants to get one rare item, and that one was in the Library of Mysteries Rift, where it was impossible to get into without a B rank. The Ring of Wisdom item will drop from the boss of this rift. Satsuki looked at her partner and asked how he knew this if they hadn't already defeated him. However, she quickly changed the topic and asked what characteristics this ring has. Looking up, Ichinosa replied that perhaps this ring was related to the phenomenon of rifting itself. The blue-haired girl reacted to these words with a loud cry and completely stunned eyes. The adventurer remembered that the Ring of Wisdom was a rare item, but in his past life its whereabouts remained unknown, and according to rumors, the secret of the occurrence of cracks was hidden in it. However, he didn't have much time left if he wanted to get it. Looking carefully at his partner, Ichinosa said that he did not want to involve her in his adventures, so he would understand if she refused. However, Satsuki replied with a smile that she wanted to help him, so she would be happy to go with him. At this, the blue-haired man smiled slightly, politely thanking the girl. And while she was thinking about the fact that it was extremely important to reach B rank in months, Ichinosa was already beginning to think of a plan of action to achieve his goal. Showing his partner the screen of his phone, the boy said that he had already thought about it, so he made a plan to capture the faults. After a certain period of time, the adventurers were already standing in the dungeon of the new Bloodfeast Rift, which resembled a cave. There they saw a crooked-toothed snout that belonged to a level 32 red troll. Wasting no time, Ichinosa lunged at him, pulling the hand holding the blade behind him. In the next rift, which was called Mermaid Lake, Satsuki defeated the level 30 siren who was the boss by inflicting her curse on her. In the Catacomb Rift, where the boss was a level 36 large arachne, Ichinosa won by using the Meteor Fall skill. Thus, in 2 weeks they managed to clear 3 rifts, which was gratifying, despite the fact that the last boss gave them trouble. However, the blue-haired man understood very well that one should not expect anything unusual from bosses at this level, because all their movements are easy to predict. He himself smiled slightly, thinking about the fact that he had perfectly selected faults that would be easy to pass. Looking at the map, the boy thought that he had thoroughly studied the information about the rifts in Tokyo, and by completing 5 more rifts above level 30, he would be able to obtain a B rank. After some time, he and Satsuki again stood at the reception desk, where a frightened receptionist confirmed the possibility of a promotion to B rank. While she was trying to ask them to wait a few days, as there was an exam required to advance to such a rank, a voice was heard behind them. A man, with his mouth open in shock, rudely asked if these kids really wanted a B rank. Satsuki's attention was drawn to the badge on Okami's chest, which she tried to draw her partner's attention to as well. However, Ichinosa noticed him anyway. Such a badge could only mean that it was none other than the contractor standing before them. Those experienced adventurers who signed contracts with the guild became contractors. Their job was to manage faults, respond to contingencies, and help with the capture of severe faults. Stepping closer to the secretary, the man laughed, not believing his ears that the children were about to receive a B rank. The same, tapping her fingers on the keyboard, explained to him that they already have level 40 and a good track record. Hearing this, he looked at the secretary with a disbelieving look, his mouth wide open. Looking skeptically at the adventurers, the man wondered in surprise how they managed to defeat so many bosses. He had worked as an adventurer himself for over 7 years, and was the only B-rank adventurer until now. Clenching his teeth tightly and giving the blue-haired man a devastating look, the contractor thought that he wanted to take his glory. Noticing this, Ichinosa exhaled noisily, thinking that they had once again attracted the attention of a not-so-good person. Okama put his hands on his sides and thought that he couldn't let that happen, because boys like that weren't worth B rank. Ichinosa perfectly understood that the man was not the last person in the guild, so his opinion could be listened to. The problem also consisted in the fact that the applications for raising the level were considered by the heads of the guilds, and the opinions of the contractors were also taken into account. The adventurer perfectly understood that it would not be possible to bypass Okama's opinion, and if he was alone, it would not matter. However, for the sake of Satsuki, who was with him, he was not going to back down. Approaching the contractor, he asked him what was the reason for rejecting his application. Approaching almost close to the boy, he replied that they were still too young, as such a rank entailed great responsibility. Measuring the interlocutor with a devastating look, he asked them if they really believed that they could just come and take what they wanted. Frightened by his sharp and loud cry, Satsuki narrowed her eyes and buried her head in her shoulders. The rest of the adventurers present in the hall threw surprised looks at them, sympathizing with the adventurers who had caught the contractor's eyes. At the words that they must be at least 17 years old to be adventurers, Ichinosa asked how many of the 17 seniors he knew who had reached the B rank. Okama glared at the boy, wondering what kind of nonsense he was spouting. To which the blue-haired man continued that the rifts appeared 15 years ago, and there are only 6 people with this rank in Japan. Adding that they had reached it in less than a year, the adventurer inquired if he thought they had all been ranked by mistake, confusing the opponent. Ichinosa concluded his speech by saying that he was strong enough for his rank, and if there was another reason for the refusal, he was willing to listen to it. Okama clenched his fists as he listened to him say that the rift laws were still being pushed to the limit. However, in a moment, squeezing out a wide, strained smile, the contractor answered that therefore it is worth listening to the opinion of an experienced adventurer. The blue-haired man replied that he must first look at their achievements in order to make a fair decision. Remembering that this was the policy of any adventurer's guild, Ichinosa looked at the secretary, waiting for her to confirm his words. The same, lowering her gaze, ran her eyes over the charter and confirmed every word said by the adventurer. Satsuki was fascinated by how her partner was standing up to the more experienced contractor, even now showing himself to be brave. Hearing everyone around begin to whisper about the newbie's stubbornness, Okama glared at the crowd. The veins on the man's face swelled when he realized that he was being mocked because of the boy, and he could not forgive such a thing. Approaching the reception desk, he inquired about the boy's level and grade. Hearing that the blue-haired man's class was called Gravity Master, the man thought about the fact that he had never heard of one. However, he immediately understood that the class was magical, and the high level could be explained by good connections with warriors. After hearing the contract man's apology and his words that he should have considered his abilities, Ichinosa looked at him suspiciously. However, crossing his arms over his chest, Okama added that there was one condition for him to consider the boy worthy of B level. Carefully watching the blue-haired man's reaction, the man said that he would personally test his abilities. After some time, the three of them were standing in the training hall, and adventurers were scurrying around, watching them with interest. Crossing his arms over his chest, Okama said that if they beat him in battle, the rank would be theirs, but if they lost, they would not see him. The adventurers standing on the podium were discussing the incident where a contractor had killed 2 adventurers in a practice fight. So they understood very well that the blue-haired man would have a hard time, as Okama wanted to play on him. Satsuki, who was watching her companion, folded her arms over her chest and anxiously thought about what would happen next. Looking at his adversary, the contractor thought that he would finally be able to avenge the humiliation he had suffered through him. Counting on the difference in their levels by as much as 11 units, Okama expected to see tears in the boy's eyes. In addition, the boy had a magic class, which meant that he was clearly just helped to level up. And he himself belonged to the class of Druid Warriors, which allowed to strengthen physical indicators with the power of animals. Realizing that his features prevailed, the man stretched his lips in a predatory smile. Looking at Ichinosu, who was checking his stats, he was going to trample him and make him never appear in the guild again. Looking at the massive figure of his opponent, the blue-haired man knew that there might be problems with him, since he belonged to the fighting class. So the boy dragged his finger to the characteristics window, intending to spend the accumulated points. With a few confident moves, he raised his gravity control skill level to. He was going to do it anyway, it's just that the need came a little sooner than he expected. Noticing this, Okama asked him if he really thought that raising his skill level before a fight would help him. Without hiding his predatory skin, the man pointed out that accidents during a training fight are a common thing, so he should prepare. However, the blue-haired man only closed his eyes and said that he understood everything perfectly and did not see anything terrible in it. However, resolutely turning his gaze to his opponent, he added that he hoped that he would also heed his own advice. These words instantly erased the hideous smile from the contractor's face, and he mentally cursed. Looking at the spectators in the stands, Okama thought that this fight would be an example for everyone. Satsuki watched her partner prepare for battle with anxiety in her eyes. In his mind, the man said that anyone who dares to slap him will regret it very much. Taking out his sword, he rested his hand on his side and invited them to finally start the fight. Ichinosa didn't respond to his words that the boy could use whatever he wanted. The adventurers who came to watch the fight between the contract and the rookie waited silently in the stands. Stretching his lips into a wide, predatory grin, the contractor said he was ready to begin the duel. Gathering his energy into a pile, Ichinosa began the battle, creating a purple orb in his hand. Okama thought that he was a low-level and magical class that was known for not being capable of anything. Therefore, he expected that the boy's attacks would not cause him much damage. Standing in front of the blue-haired man, the man offered him some fun. Concentrating his strength around him, Ichinosa charged at his opponent. In the next moment, he rushed at the contractor, swinging his blade right in front of his face. Large drops of sweat rolled down Okama's face when he saw this, which was a complete surprise. He barely put his sword in front of him as he didn't expect such a low level of speed from a boy. In the next moment, the blue-haired man was already behind the dazed Okama, who did not understand what was happening. Turning his face to him, the man thought that he had simply managed to catch him by surprise, which is why he deflected such a successful attack. Saying that he couldn't escape, the contract worker put his sword in front of him and swung it with all his might. However, he didn't even have time to orientate himself when Ichinosa was already in the air above him, attacking from above. Hearing a noise on the mountain, the man looked up in surprise. Okama mentally cursed as he held his sword ready to defend or attack. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man was already charging at him again, swinging his blade. The man didn't even understand how it happened when the adventurer's knee flew right into his face. Flying back a bit after a solid attack, he cursed loudly, addressing it to the opponent. Large drops of sweat rolled down his face as he wiped the blood from his lip. Okama knew very well the difficulty of executing a blow from such a position, and understood that an ordinary novice could not do such a thing. The moment of the crowning knee strike was even recorded on someone's video camera. The stunned adventurers, who had just watched the battle before, saw the newcomer defeat Okama for the first time. Meanwhile, the contractor put his hand aside, thinking that he would not allow the boy to get the same rank as him. Ichinosa, meanwhile, was silently applying his skills, deftly dodging his blows. At the moment when he once again failed to get the blue-haired man, Okama thought for the first time with despair that he might lose to him. Imagining how quickly the fame of his loss would spread, and the smiles of those around him, he thought that he could not let the adventurer win. Frightened, the contractor decided that he could not lose in front of everyone present. The man remembered very well that the level of his young opponent was much lower than his own. Measuring his opponent sternly with a careful gaze, Ichinosa thought that he was unaware of the true strength of the Gravity Master class. With the help of the gravity control skill, it was possible to compensate well for the lack of physical strength, so the class was considered the strongest. And in short duels, his mana was not enough for the maximum use of this skill. The blue-haired man understood very well that without the use of skills, it would be extremely difficult for a contractor to win a battle, even with a higher level. Shinbi Kaoru, who was very good in close combat and had good fighting skills, immediately came to mind. Besides, compared to Okama, the redhead didn't have such an open dislike for him. Gathering energy around him, the adventurer rushed forward, holding his blade out in front of him, planning to finally end the duel. At the same time, he gave the command to double the gravity. However, at the last moment, the contractor still managed to put his sword in defense. Trying to hold back the swift attack, Okama was surprised to notice that the opponent's sword had become heavier, indicating an incredible strength. The man raised his hand with the weapon, wanting to attack the blue-haired man in return. However, he suddenly noticed an empty place in front of him, not understanding where and how the boy could disappear. Facing an empty field in front of him, the contractor thought that this was simply not possible. Okama was so engrossed in the thoughts of where his opponent could go that he did not notice it just behind his back. Fainting midair, Ichinosa landed quietly and brought the blade out in front of him, stabbing it into the back of his enemy's head. Feeling the touch of the cold blade of the weapon, the contractor clenched his teeth tightly, but was in no hurry to turn around. Ichinosa thought that he was in the enemy's blind spot at the time of the jump, so it seemed to him that the boy had disappeared. Everyone present in the stands of the arenas shouted with joy, delighted at how the rookie managed to defeat the B-rank contractor. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Satsuki happily exclaimed that Ichinosa had managed to defeat him. At the same time, the girl's face was covered with a blush. Okamu, meanwhile, began to shake with rage, as he still couldn't believe the outcome of the battle. He was worried about how he could lose, so he barked loudly that he wouldn't recognize him. The blue-haired one, meanwhile, wanted to say that there should be no problems with assigning him the desired rank. However, he suddenly fell silent, addressing his recent opponent in front of him. He saw an evil glint in his eyes, which indicated the bloodlust of the contractor. Cursing, Okama lunged at the boy, raising his hand and unleashing his animal claws. Trying to put up some sort of defense, Ichinosa blocked the sword strike with his blade. Immediately after that, he flew away for several steps, increasing the distance between them. Ichinosa cursed mentally, chastising himself for letting his guard down when he was victorious. For a moment, the duelists froze, measuring each other with watchful eyes. Facing the opponent, Okama thought that he had tricked the boy with throwing his sword, but attacked with his skill. The adventurers present also noticed the meanness on his part, adding that this was the act of a real coward. Okama froze when he heard the words that reminded him of his own promise not to use skills. With a loud thump, he turned his hateful gaze to the stands where the commentators sat. Ichinosa, whose face was covered in sweat, asked what the matter was, that they had stopped, and if they were going to continue. Hearing that he continued to slap him, the contractor clenched his teeth in rage, saying that he would never acknowledge him. The stuttering, blue-haired man, trying to catch his breath, said that he considered what he had shown sufficient for the B rank. However, Okama still did not want to recognize his achievements, believing that he simply underestimated him due to his low level. There was no way he was going to let him win because it would mean the collapse of his reputation, so with a smile, he rejected his B-rank bid. Ichinosa's face showed no emotion while the rest of the adventurers in the stands gasped in surprise. The contractor haughtily explained that although they had fought, the decisive blow had not been struck, and with such an approach the boy would not be able to deal with serious demons. Looking up at his opponent, Okama said that he was deliberately leaving him many gaps in his defense, which he simply did not take advantage of. Watching as Ichinosa pressed his hand to the wound in his side, the man added that even when his opponent did not use his skills, he received a wound. After hearing the words that he was unable to react to unforeseen situations, The audience understood that Okama was not going to give him a rank. Hearing the adventurers discuss his villainy, the contractor cast an alarmed glance at the stands. Noticing this, the boys immediately regretted their words, as they understood that it was not worth making a man angry. However, Seo, who was also watching the match, had no fear of Okami, so he loudly called him a scoundrel, embarrassing him. Hearing the unpleasant words addressed to him, the contractor froze and spoke to himself, not expecting such an attack. The blonde's eyes expressed extreme displeasure and indignation at the man's act. Ichinosa looked at the boy in shock, not expecting him to come to his defense at all considering their past. Sho continued to accuse Okama of breaking his promise not to use the skill, reminding him that Ichinosa had beaten him fair and square. Not knowing what to say, the contract man clenched his teeth tightly in rage as he heard the words that the contract men had confessed. Not knowing how to respond to this speech, the blue-haired man quietly called the adventurer by name. However, he only smiled and winked, asking him to lean on him, assuring him that everything would be fine. Ichinosa appreciated that, but he didn't understand why he suddenly became the blonde's best friend. Behind him stood his partner, who also did not understand why, despite the victory, the boy was not given a B rank. Her lips were drawn into a thin thread, and her eyes flashed with anxiety. Looking at Seo, who was fired up in his speech, Ichinosa thought that until Okama recognized his achievement, he would not be able to see the rank. He perfectly understood that the difference in their powers was simply obvious. The blue-haired man understood that with his victory he touched the pride of the opponent, so he thought that he should have smeared harder. However, in the next moment, the opposite thought arose in my head that it was worth giving in to him. Okama, meanwhile, stood opposite, breathing heavily, making him look more like a large bull. Suddenly, the attention of the opponents was attracted by a man who entered the training hall, asking what was happening here. Looking at the newcomer, Okama was surprised to call him the deputy chairman named Serizawa. He looked at the contractor, saying that he was looking for him. But now he was interested in what was going on between the two. To which he heard from Okami, who shrugged his shoulders, that he was just doing a small check that was just wasting time. Serizawa looked at Ichinosa and said that injuries during practice fights are common, advising him to be careful and see a doctor. However, the contractor with a broad smile assured the deputy chairman that it was only a slight scratch, so there was nothing serious. Serizawa frowned, suspecting that this was not quite the case, but decided that he had no time to argue. Heading for the exit, he said he had a serious talk with Okami, calling him after him. Taking one last look at the opponent, the contractor said that this was the end of the inspection, as he was quite a busy man. It was at this moment that Seo slammed his fist on the parapet, calling the man a coward. He thought with disappointment that he never knew one of the guild's best adventurers could be like this. In the meantime, Satsuki approached Ichinosa, asking what they should do now, to which she heard the answer that they would have to find another way. Meanwhile, when asked by Serizawa about the reason for the training battle, Okama replied that he wanted to point out a place for a boy who wanted a B rank. After hearing this explanation, the deputy chairman was surprised to think that he was greatly underestimating the adventurers, since the rookie had applied for the B rank. The contractor waited patiently while Serizawa lifted the pass to the scanner, opening his own office. While the deputy was thinking about Okama hating people like Ichinosa, the contractor himself asked him what he wanted to talk to him about. Staring at him, Serizawa said that their conversation would be about the B-rank rift, which was called the Beast Mausoleum. Controlling such rifts was extremely difficult, and adventurers quickly leveled up and acquired high-end items. Grabbing his tablet on the table, the deputy chairman announced that they had recently received a notification about a change in the location of the monsters in it. The concentration of magical energy in the middle of the rift also increased many times, which meant that the disaster was approaching. Adjusting the glasses on his nose, the man said that they simply had to eliminate all possible risks. Looking at the rift data document he was handed, Okama wondered if he wanted to close it before disaster struck. Examining the stack of papers on the table, Serizawa replied that the guild and agency wanted to keep a few B-rank rifts. That is why the deputy chairman himself wanted the contractor to close this rift. Serizawa felt that until they knew much about the rifts, it was risky to make such decisions, so Okama had to make his head change. Getting up from his chair, the contractor exhaled loudly and said that he always gives him rather boring assignments. The deputy chairman tried to stop him, sternly saying that they were not done talking yet. However, he only threw a sheet of paper in his face, rudely telling him to shut up. Scattering the rest of the document, the contractor said that none of this was his problem. Trying to gather the data into a pile, Serizawa shouted for him to take another look at the records. Stepping onto one of the sheets, Okama wondered if he really expected to learn anything about the rift through statistics. Remaining on the floor, the deputy head listened to the contractor's conviction that he did not see the problem. With a final wave of his hand, Okama assured him that even if there was a problem, he would simply go there and close the rift. Slamming his fist on the table, Serizawa snarled that it would be too late since they wouldn't know where the disaster would occur. However, the contractor did not even turn his head in his direction when he left the office door. The deputy guild head watched the man carefully, frowning and thinking that they should do something to save the people. Slumping his shoulders, Serizawa thought that he hoped the contractor's words were true and nothing would happen. Meanwhile, in one of the cracks, an unknown creature was waking up, kneading its body. Reaching for the skin, the monster opened a large black eye and looked around. Sitting in the cafeteria, Satsuki expressed her opinion that the situation was pretty dire. Remembering the contract man's haughty look, she added that she would never have thought that the guild's best adventurer would turn out to be such a person. Ichinosa himself thought that it was possible to get a promotion only in the guild of his district, and Okama would not allow him to be promoted. However, in order to get into the mystical library, he definitely needed to get a B rank. Satsuki, unlike him, could get a promotion in another district, but her level was still too low. Propping his chin with his hand, the boy thought hard about what he should do now. He was distracted from his thoughts by Seina's loud voice, who said that she had already heard about his problems with the contractor. Holding her phone in front of her, the girl showed a video of him fighting Okama. The blogger explained that it was thrown to her by one of the fans who was present at the time. The title referred to injustice on the part of the B-rank contractor. While the blonde expressed outrage at the man's actions and said that more views were needed, Ichinosa said that he would do without. However, Seina, remembering how he saved her in the dungeon, grabbing her in his arms and taking her away from the boss, replied that she owed him. That is why I wanted to help everyone in whatever way I could. Looking at the blonde, the blue-haired man quietly called her name, realizing that this was not the only reason. Seina calmly added that she thought it wouldn't be a bad way to make money. Closing his eyes, Ichinosa exhaled and explained that there was still a lot they didn't know about the rifts. That is why the guild relied in its decisions on the opinion of experienced adventurers, and Okama himself was not one to change his opinion about others. Satsuki, meanwhile, listened intently to what her partner was saying while he explained that the contractor was one of the selfish ones. The blonde immediately agreed with this statement, looking at the blue-haired man in surprise. Her gaze did not express any positive emotions, rather it read aggression mixed with indifference. Crossing her arms over her chest, Seina told the adventurer that she was just worried about him. In the next second, Satsuki turned to face her and asked if she sometimes disliked Ichinosa. Hearing this, the blogger loudly asked her what she was talking about, but the girl's cheeks were covered with a blush. Looking at the blue-haired man who calmly sipped his coffee, the blonde said that he was too rude and self-confident, and she did not like such boys. Lowering her head, she added that she was just helping him for saving her life. However, Satsuki's face perfectly showed that she was not convinced by such arguments. She was about to start a scandal for her suspicious look, but a notification on her phone flashed on the table. All three rushed to the news about the appearance of a new fault and descended into the shelter. Picking up her phone, Satsuki read that the new rift was B rank, which surprised her quite a bit. Seina added that the animal mausoleum appeared not far from them, asking if there would be an invasion this time. Their invasion was called a disaster when monsters from the rifts came into their world, and the only way to stop it was to kill the boss. Ichinosa thought about it, as this had never happened in his past life. He tried to understand if it was a coincidence or if it was a pattern that happened because of his changes in this life. Immersed in his thoughts, the boy put his hand to his chin and turned away. Suddenly, Seina's voice reached him, who gloomily informed him that the situation in the rift was getting out of control. The blonde herself thought that the dungeon had passed all checks and should be under the control of the guild. Staring at her phone screen, Seina thought about not being in the B-rank rift yet, as she was too low in level to do so. She immediately remembered the frightened face of her father, who was attacked by an orc while she herself was standing, holding her brother close to her. Clenching her teeth, the blogger thought that there are people in the city who have no level at all. With her hands at her sides, she resolutely declared that she was going to the rift. However, in the next second, the blonde watched in shock at the adventurer, who got up from his seat and replied that they were too. Heading for the exit, the boy understood that anything could happen, so he had to hurry. Meanwhile, Okama was already in the rift, holding his sword in front of him, ready to attack the huge werewolf. The werewolf's level was determined to be 34, and his eyes glowed with a red otherworldly glow. Giving the berserk command, the contractor swung his sword and rushed at the enemy. Staring at him wildly, he ordered him out of the way. A moment later, he was already standing over the body of the defeated werewolf, trying to catch his breath. In his thoughts, in addition to swear words, there was only a question about why this happened now. He did not expect that the deputy chairman's prediction would come true, even so quickly. Remembering Ichinosu and the fight with him, the man thought about the fact that he once again managed to make a fool of himself. His subordinates, who came to the sweep with him, exclaimed enthusiastically that he had killed such a monster with one blow. However, Okama growled at them to stop their chatter, adding that the monster only wore a C rank. The contractor ordered them to spread out around the perimeter and always be in touch. Looking at the devastation caused by the disaster, the man thought that he must do something immediately, or his reputation would come to an end. He knew full well that the level 47 Phantom Fox, who was now the boss of the Rift, was not that difficult to defeat. And if he defeats him before everyone else, he will become a hero who can dump everything on Serizawa. Smiling, Okama put his hands to his sides and told his team to finish off the boss and deal with the disaster. Suddenly, everyone screamed, looking at the tongues of flame that rose to the sky, looking for their boss. A huge paw with razor-sharp claws appeared from the shadow of the ruins of the collapsed building. A two-headed fox came out of the rift's vortex with a terrible scar on its face. Looking at her, the adventurers sighed, realizing that the information they had about her was strikingly different from what they had seen. The sight of the two-headed fox, on whose back were hands holding an eye with a vertical pupil, was truly terrifying, and its level was determined as the creature walked down the street, slowly circling the air with its nose and looking for its new victim. The adventurers stood, waiting for what the boss would do and not daring to move. Such changes could only be explained by the phenomenon of evolution, when animals quickly raised their level and turned into completely new creatures. Clenching his teeth tightly, Okama thought that the disaster was not only due to the flooding of the labyrinth, but also due to the evolution of the Rift boss. Noticing that the Ouija spirit fox monster was now level 55, one of the hunters asked how they could counter it. According to the adventurers, they should retreat now to buy time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. However, Okama thought that this would jeopardize his status and that all efforts would be in vain. Turning to face his subordinates, he growled, recalling his status as a B-rank adventurer. Hearing the words that he got into such situations many times, the boys looked at each other in silence. However, Okama warned them that there was no reason to back down, as he could easily deal with the monster. However, they tried to convince him that it was extremely unreasonable to count on victory in a battle with such a monster. Hearing the objection, the contractor glared at them, thinking how dare they doubt his words. He stretched his lips in a predatory smile, promising the boys to regain their former self-confidence. Extending his hand forward, Okama gave the berserk command with a smile. His subordinates immediately grabbed their heads, wildly crying out from unbearable pain. Looking at them, the man ordered them to put aside their fear and boldly go into battle. Okama himself thought that at the beginning of his career, he used such a skill as bait. Seeing that his order was not being carried out, the contractor approached one of the boys and kicked him. Hearing the new order to attack, they drew their swords and immediately rushed towards the two-headed fox. Okama wanted to use them as bait, after which, with the help of his skills, he himself would deliver the decisive blow. The principle that guided him was that an experienced adventurer would not survive without cheating. The Rift boss let out a loud and guttural growl as he saw the warriors approaching him with their swords raised. A gray and white mist of magic hovered around the animal as it approached its opponents. From the eye, which was surrounded by pale hands on the back of the fox, a spell of demonic destruction was heard. Debris of various sizes and shapes began to rise around the ruins, which lay in a heap nearby. Okama watched as they swirled around the boys he had baited. Suddenly, the man froze and looked in front of him in fear, seeing that several pieces of debris had returned in his direction. Trying to escape from them, the contractor turned his back on them and quickly ran away from the place, trying to understand what kind of magic it was. The boys, surrounded by the red haze of the spell, shouted loudly again, causing the man to curse. Suddenly he stopped, as if he had been buried, as a huge boulder hung in front of his face. Trying to break it, the contractor waved his hand, giving the command to strike the Beast King. Clenching his teeth tightly, the man felt a kinesthetic attack coming from his opponent. Such a skill had a fairly wide range of applications and was quite strong. The fox slowly approached the contractor, making a barely audible guttural growl. Hearing him, Okama turned his head in fright, trying to think of a way out of the situation before it was too late. In the next moment, he saw the Rift Boss rush towards him in one great leap, his paws wide open. With the sword in front of him, the only thing that crossed Okama's mind was how fast the fox was. Debris flew from above as the contractor thought about running away as his subordinates distracted the boss. Breathing heavily, the man tried to repel the stones that were flying right at him. Suddenly he froze, numb with fear of the creature that was fast approaching. In the next moment, a clawed paw flew in front of him, clawing at his body. Falling to the ground, Okama thought that the boss was too strong for him. He did not understand why this monster appeared here and how he could defeat him if he had no equal in close combat. However, the fox's victory over him was almost instantaneous and took place with one blow. However, the contract man had another skill that only beast warriors had, which was slowing down his heart to pretend to be dead. Meanwhile, the Rift Boss was slowly approaching the opponent, who was lying motionless on the ground. However, not feeling his heartbeat, he turned around in disappointment and walked away. Noticing this, Okama got up and thought that now was his chance to escape before it was too late. Thinking only of saving his own skin, he rushed away without regard for anything. Hearing a noise behind him, the Rift Boss growled softly and turned to face the enemy. The contractor stopped for a moment and turned to look at the monster. The fox swung its tail, sending him a large number of attacks that were impossible to dodge. Sitting on his back, Okama tried to understand how he could have noticed him. He couldn't move, but he desperately didn't want to die in a place like this. The two-headed fox came closer and raised one paw, surrounded by a large black smoke. A similar haze appeared around the man, which made him realize that the boss was using telekinesis again. Thinking that the monster would continue to taunt him, the contractor began to climb up until he was facing the face of the fox. Suddenly, a bright light began to pour from the black eye on the back, which meant new magic. Immediately after that, the pale Okama saw black tentacles slowly reaching towards him. One of them, approaching his face, sharply climbed directly into his mouth, stopping the loud cry. Meanwhile, Ichinosa stood with his blade in his hands and stared at the body of the dead werewolf. In the next moment, he saw in the notification window that he had received 554 experience points. Sena, meanwhile, approached one of the citizens, using her healing skill. After a few seconds, he looked enthusiastically at his hand, on which there was not even a trace of a wound. The blue-haired one quietly ordered him to go in the direction they had come from, warning him that there should be no monsters on his way. Turning in the direction where the adventurer pointed, the rescued man politely thanked him. Hearing the blonde call him, Ichinosa closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Looking at the man who was running away from the scene of the disaster, the girl said that they couldn't take everyone to a safe place, so they had to clear the maze. Sena was so deep in thought that she didn't even respond to his words that she was right. Meanwhile, Ichinosa, looking at the phone screen, realized that half an hour had passed and the threat had still not been eliminated. The boss of the animal mausoleum should have already been defeated by one of the squads, but nothing was done. Raising his head, the boy thought that this was only a way to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, not far from them, one of the adventurers of the squad put her sword forward, defending herself from Okami. Bright red bolts of lightning emanated from the cursed contractor, causing her to squint. She yelled at him to come to his senses, saying they were from the exorcist squad. Another adventurer who was watching their fight realized that it didn't make sense, as he was simply out of his mind. Okama's eyes glowed with a bright, otherworldly glow as he charged at his former comrades. The exorcist knew that he was a B-rank adventurer, so he was afraid to even imagine what would happen if he crossed over to the opposite side. Not wanting to waste time, the exorcists drew their swords forward and rushed at the contractor. They wanted to catch him by surprise, so they ran up from behind, swinging their blades. Okama, meanwhile, continued to fight the girl who approached him. However, he could clearly hear the other adventurers advancing on him, so he stretched his lips in a wide, predatory smile. Raising his head, the man snarled wildly, showing the fangs that had grown in his mouth. Exorcists surrounded him from three sides, trying to overwhelm him with overwhelming numbers. A man watching him with one eye squinted through the red lightning that flew around. Okama reached out and grabbed the girl he was fighting a second ago by the shoulder, releasing a discharge. A moment later, she flew several meters away, flying past her frightened colleague. One of the exorcists watched as the contractarian engaged the other adventurer with a Beast King strike. Realizing that something had to be done, he brought his sword forward, clenching his teeth tightly and attacking Okama. However, he quickly drew his sword, defending himself and deflecting the blow. With a predatory smile, the contractor said that all this did not make much sense. A large drop of sweat rolled down the bald man's face as he glared at his opponent with hatred. Raising her head and seeing that her captain was in danger, the brunette who was the first to fight the contractor let out a loud cry. Okama, upon hearing this, let out a loud laugh, displaying a demonic glint in his eyes and sharp fangs. The exorcist thought that fighting a B-rank adventurer was like fighting a high-level monster. All this was the result of a disaster that none of them had ever experienced before. Looking at the cursed Okama, the exorcist knew that this was not a job for ordinary adventurers and exorcists. Bringing his sword above his head, the contractor jumped up to attack with a decisive blow. However, at that moment, Ichinosa shouted the command to reduce gravity. Immediately after that, he flew headlong towards Okami, displaying the clown blade in front of him. Carefully measuring the cursed man, the blue-haired man was surprised at the psychological effect of the monster's skills. However, the contractor didn't respond, only growling loudly while looking at the boy. Noticing him coming forward, the exorcist tried to hold him back, saying that this was not a job for beginners. However, Ichinosa ignored his words, attacking the drooling Okama from all sides. Staring at him, the blue-haired man thought that a B-rank adventurer would have to fight an equal opponent. Although he noticed that the attack and combat options had changed a bit since their training battle, seeing that the movements had become slower than before, he thought that it might be a side effect of the Rift Boss's influence. Okama, gathering red energy on his hand, growled loudly. Immediately after, he swung his fist at his blue-haired opponent. However, Ichinosa, flying into the air, thought that he had lost patience and attacked too hastily. Using double gravity, the boy landed on his feet and slashed with all his might. Immediately after that, wasting no time, he jumped up and kicked his opponent straight in the face. Noticing how he was clutching the injured area, Ichinosa asked him if he had regained consciousness. Barely uttering words, the man opened his eyes wide, trying to understand who was in front of him. As if in a fog, he remembered the boy he had fought in the training class not too long ago. It was remembered how he was determinedly ready to fight for the promotion of his rank to B, despite the fatigue. Using his skill, the man growled that he would not allow him to look down on him. Seeing the monster lunge forward to attack, Ichinosa realized that the monster's influence on Okama had greatly increased. While fending off the magical attack, the blue-haired man frowned as he focused on his defense. Realizing that he could not prolong this battle any longer, the adventurer jumped up, simultaneously asking for forgiveness from his opponent. The same, not fully understanding what was happening, looked at the newcomer in a daze. Trying to hit the adventurer, the man let out a loud roar as he swung his hand. Spinning in the air, Ichinosa drew his blade, preparing to attack Okama again. The same, in turn, raised his hand, looking at the opponent who was flying at him. Swinging his sword, the blue-haired man perfectly understood that the higher he rose into the air, the stronger the impact from gravity would be. A second later, the sworn contract man was already standing in the same position, but without one hand. Ichinosa, landing on the ground, froze for a moment, looking in front of him. Okama opened his mouth wide and let out a loud grunt of pain. In addition to the severed arm, the adventurer cut the tendons on his opponent's right arm so that he did not pose any threat. The exorcist, who had been watching their fight, was now looking dumbfounded at the boy who had managed to defeat the B-rank contractor. Looking at the body of the defeated Okama, the man was most surprised by the fact that the boy restrained his strength during the fight. Suddenly, Seina's voice was heard, asking why Ichinosa left them, to which the boy apologized, arguing that it was an emergency. Although he was well aware that the speed of his movement depended on the class. Satsuki, examining one of the wounded, said that they should be transported to a safe place. However, the blue-haired man did not even look in her direction, answering that they would not succeed. He stared intently at the two-headed fox that was coming down to them, warning his companions that they had more serious problems. Seina and Satsuki looked at the Rift Boss in fear, not knowing how to deal with him. The two-headed fox snarled and bared its teeth as it looked at the group of newly arrived adventurers. He started swinging his tail, raising gusts of strong wind, But Ichinose didn't even bat an eyebrow. Anticipating a tough fight, the blue-haired man drew his blade and got into a fighting stance. The boss of the rift growled loudly, showing by his appearance that he was out hunting. Satsuki quietly asked what kind of monster it was, as she was frightened by its empty eyes. Ichinose pulled up the stats window to confirm his guess. There he saw that their enemy was a level 55 Ouija demon fox, which was quite different from the initial information. And this meant that the evolution of the animal took place almost instantly after the fault appeared, which greatly complicated the situation. Ichinose knew very well that when a monster evolves, it becomes difficult to predict the skills that will be used in battle. Seina, on the other hand, firmly declared that in case of victory over the enemy, they would stop the destruction of the city. The blue-haired one, looking at the bald man, added that it will not be as easy as it seems at first glance. He noticed that the boss of the rift was using animal necromancy, which caused level 30 animal phantoms to appear. All three adventurers watched as dozens of blue and purple souls of dead animals descended from the sky. Seina, bewildered by this picture, let out a weary breath as he summoned even more monsters. Remembering her dead dad, she barely held back her tears and said that even more innocent people could die. A predatory grin appeared on the fox's face after her words, as if he understood well what she was talking about. Squinting, the blonde accused the monsters of killing innocents and destroying cities for fun. She turned her tearful eyes towards Ichinose, who ordered her and Satsuki to take the wounded to cover. Seeing that he went in the direction of the fox, the girl wondered what he would do himself. Carefully watching the rift boss, the boy calmly replied that he would try to defeat him on his own. Seina froze for a moment, extending her hand towards her partner, as if trying to stop him. However, the next moment she smiled, saying that when he acts so cocky, she wants to do the opposite even more. Turning and looking at the enemies with a look full of excitement, the blogger said that they will protect the wounded and deal with the phantoms. Realizing that his rear was securely covered, Ichinose himself drew his blade, determined to defeat the boss. Watching the team of rookie adventurers, the exorcist thought they had a crazy plan. He looked at the blue-haired boy as he prepared to fight the phantoms, that if help didn't come in time, they would be considered lost. Jumping over one of the dead wolves, the adventurer looked down to assess its location. The animal immediately raised its head in a jump, opening its fang-like mouth to grab the boy's boot. At the very bottom, Seina and Satsuki were fighting the phantoms with sword and staff in front. The guy looked at his partners, shouting that he was leaving phantoms on them, to which the blue-haired girl turned to him and answered, making it clear that she understood everything. Immediately after that, without wasting time, Ichinose rushed towards the fox, never taking his eyes off him. However, he turned his black eye on the boy, directing another curse at him. Immediately after that, fragments of various sizes and shapes began to rise from all possible piles of stones. For a moment, Ichinose froze with his mouth wide open at the sight. He stood still with his head held high and watching the flying debris intently. The exorcist also froze, staring at this picture and trying to understand why the skill area was so large. With his serrated muzzle up, the rift boss tried to take good aim at his enemy. Immediately after that, the fox directed a decent amount of debris at the blue-haired adventurer. Frightened for her partner, Satsuki anxiously turned her head in his direction. Seina harshly said that he couldn't just lose the monster like that. Watching the blonde fight off one of the phantoms, the exorcist realized that the monster was just playing with them. At that time, the boss of the rift himself was watching the efforts to defeat him, and a grin was burning on his face, similar to a hideous smile. At this time, Ichinose quickly gathered his energy around himself, preparing to attack. Immediately after that, he rushed forward with mad speed, jumping from one wreck to another. The exorcist stared at this picture in surprise, not understanding how the boy could move so fast, as he had never seen such an adventurer before. Ichinose, meanwhile, thought back to his past life, thinking that he had too much experience in battles where life depended on speed. Realizing that the past in the class of thieves is now also the same for him, the blue-haired man stretched his lips in a light smile. Seeing his opponent advancing, the two-headed fox looked up, keeping his eyes on the boy. Ichinose himself, seeing his bewilderment, asked if he was upset about the skill not working. Hearing the mockery directed at him, the monster let out a low, guttural growl and bared its fangs. The next second, he charged forward with a wild roar, planning to finish him off once and for all. Leaning on one of the wreckages that was closest, the adventurer gathered his energy and used the partial gravity skill. After which, in the next second, He sent the stone into one of the mouths of the two-headed fox with one strong push. However, he simply closed his jaws, crushing the huge fragment into many small stones. This is exactly what the adventurer was counting on, once again gathering energy for another fox attack. Bringing the clown blade forward, Ichinosa gave the command to activate the gravity bomb skill. Shocked, the exorcist watched as the rookie boy single-handedly dealt with the level 55 Rift boss, something the V-rank contractor had not. The man understood that one day he would become the strongest adventurer in the world, but still could not understand who he was. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man was thinking that the rift should close after defeating the boss. In the meantime, Sena, noticing that the monsters started to disappear, realized that there was not much time for them, so it was necessary to finish it as soon as possible. Raising his blade in front of him, Ichinosa resolutely declared that he would end the rift once and for all. Meanwhile, the two-headed fox was already really angry, which was visible from the movements of his tail. Snarling wildly, he sent a whole pile of huge stone blocks at the adventurer. Trying to avoid them, the blue-haired man thought that despite his size, he was losing all control in battle. Knowing that the boss would not defeat him in this way, the boy pushed himself off the ground and turned towards the opponent. Touching one of the boulders flying near him, he frowned and commanded double gravity. A moment later, a boulder landed on one of the rift boss's heads, causing a loud roar. Trying to come to his senses, the fox shook his head, stretching out his squeal in a terrible fury. Falling to the ground, Ichinosa gave the double gravity command, swinging his sword at his opponent. Noticing that he was still bringing his face closer to him, the boy swung his blade again, fending off him. He was well aware that any class other than Gravity Master could be defenseless in the air, so it was widely assumed that the two-headed fox had lost its power, which made him very angry. Jaws gaping, the rift boss lunged at the adventurer, spitting and sticking out its tongue. And then dodging the wreckage, Ichinosa rushed to meet him, drawing his hand with the sword back. In the boy's head was the thought that compared to other bosses that looked like people, this one was much simpler. With that thought, he swung his blade again, planning to hit the huge tail that was sometimes used as a weapon. Seeing the angry scowl on the face of the bald man, the blue-haired man realized that it would not be possible to end this fight quickly. He was not surprised by this, since he perfectly understood that the difference in their levels was simply colossal. In addition, his mana was almost at zero, and looking at the boss who was advancing, you could safely say that he was lucky so far. And it consisted not only in the fact that he is still alive, but also in the fact that he was practically unharmed during the battle. However, Ichinosa was also well aware that if he continued to waste mana mindlessly, the fox would simply finish him off. The boy understood that he had to reduce the use of mana in battle to save money. However, this was impossible as he would not be able to win without using mana. Turning his head in the direction where both of his partners were fighting, wondering if they should be included in the boss fight. However, he quickly realized that he shouldn't do this, as they fought hard with the phantoms that the boss had summoned. In addition, under the supervision of the girls, there were wounded people who could not defend themselves. Remembering his past life, the boy thought that thanks to experience he had already learned to determine the possible endings of a fight. The boss had health that he could restore, so it would be lucky if only the adventurer himself was hurt and left without mana. The blue-haired man remembered Sena's frightened eyes, wondering if there was another way to end the fight, because if he lost, the disaster would be unstoppable. Staring blankly in front of him, Ichinosa decided that he couldn't afford to run away. In the next moment, the boy's lips stretched into a slight but noticeable smile. The figure of himself appeared in front of his eyes, but an adult from his previous life, and the blue-haired man realized that there was no other way. Realizing this, he turned to face the two-headed fox, withdrawing his hand and preparing for another attack. Simple instructions about how to focus, use your powers effectively, and dodge ran through your head. Holding the blade in front of him, Ichinosa jumped up and began to approach the boss's face. The adventurer was willing to become even more reckless than he was in his previous life, just to be able to save others. From his blow, the fox squinted his eyes and growled loudly in pain. Growling in pain, the animal took a fighting stance, lashing out furiously at its opponent. Immediately after that, he began to gather phantoms of dead animals around him, calling them to him for help. However, in the opinion of the adventurer himself, such a technique was simply a waste of time. With a loud growl, the two-headed fox activated another skill, which he used to lift a pile of debris into the air. The exorcist, observing this, noticed that the adventurer began to use mana very recklessly, and the fox was very strong. Seina noticed this as well, realizing that Ichinosa couldn't handle the fox on her own. Meanwhile, Satsuki was looking at the blonde, and the thought that they should help their partner was also swirling in her head. The blue-haired girl could not understand why. Despite the fact that the boy was cornered, he did not want to retreat. However, looking at the angry face of the two-headed bald, the girl noticed that he was afraid of the adventurer. Meanwhile, Ichinosa himself was staring intently at the animal phantom summoned by the Rift boss. Pausing for a moment and placing the blade in front of him, the blue-haired man thought that he needed to focus first. A second later, he opened his eyes and looked determinedly in front of him, ready for another battle. Rushing forward, the boy focused his energy around him, using another skill. He swung his weapon, slashing at the enemies one by one, his face showing no emotion. The shocked exorcist watched this picture in a daze, not understanding what kind of power the boy was using. Seeing the swirls of energy and bright light, the two-headed fox gaped and began to spin its heads. Ichinosa jumped, standing over the boss and glad that he had finally revealed his weak point. His target was a black eye, with a yellow vertical pupil located on the back of the Rift boss. Now the blue-haired man was going to end their match with one precise and powerful blow. Having given the command for the meteorite to fall, the boy swung his sword with all his might, attacking the fox. In pain, the boss of the Rift pulled his face up and growled loudly, baring his sharp fangs. A moment later, the adventurer watched as his body dissipated, signifying victory. As the boss himself disappeared into the dark vortex, the blue phantoms of the animals summoned by him also disappeared. A few minutes later, the adventurers were looking at the ruined street, completely cleared of demons. Ichinosa turned his indifferent gaze to the window of his own characteristics that appeared nearby. The guy thought it was a miracle that he managed to survive the fight, but for the victory he immediately received 6 levels. Thinking that the summoned phantoms had perished with the boss, the adventurer assumed that the rest of the monsters had suffered the same fate. The adventurer turned his gaze to the street they had just saved from complete destruction. Seeing this, the boy smiled warmly, realizing that despite the difficulty, they still managed to cope with the disaster. Satsuki walked up to him, loudly exclaiming that they were able to win. While the blue-haired girl was happy that they had saved many lives, Seina looked at her, deep in thought. She wondered if she had finally become a hero who had saved many lives. The blonde remembered her dad, who carried her in his arms while she herself was interested in everything in a row. Meanwhile, the exorcist kept a close eye on the blue-haired man, wondering how he managed to defeat the boss on his own. Watching his teammates approach him, the man wondered who the boy could be who defeated such a strong opponent. A few hours later, a team of adventurers stood in the guild while the secretary checked the information in the database. Standing up, she announced loudly that thanks to them they were able to reduce the damage to a minimum. The girl bowed, adding, on behalf of the guild and the townspeople, for the team's help in closing the rift. Satsuki turned her head back as she heard someone discussing in low whispers how they had saved the city from disaster. And although everyone talked about them as a team, the girl felt as if Ichinosa had done everything all by himself. However, the adventurer himself replied that he would not have managed without them, since without their cover he would have been killed in the first minutes. Seina straightened her hair, agreeing with his words that they had won with their support. Ichinosa smiled and expressed his sympathy that the blonde didn't record the match on her channel, to which I heard back that she was not up to it. Listening to her talk about the fact that it was also necessary to help the wounded, the blue-haired man thought that he was too calm about everything. Meanwhile, the deputy chairman went to his office, listening to a report on the situation with the fault. He could not even think that the disaster would happen immediately after the conversation with Okama, and even so that the special forces would not be able to cope with it. He was glad that the squad of adventurers was in town, otherwise they wouldn't have made it. Suddenly he heard someone talking about them. Turning his head, Serizawa saw a blue-haired boy who seemed very familiar to him. He carefully began to look into the face of the adventurer, trying to remember where he could have seen him before. Suddenly a guess came to his mind, and the deputy head opened his eyes wide and glared at the adventurer. He remembered that it was the same guy he had seen Okama doing a training battle with. Serizawa remembered that he wanted to apply for a B rank. The man thought that looks were deceiving as the young man had managed to save their town from disaster. The deputy head's lips stretched into a slight warm smile. Looking at the team of adventurers, he thought that real legends were being born just before his eyes. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Okama furiously slammed his hand on the table, cursing loudly. As he sat on the hospital bed, he thought about his poor memory of the battle after the boss took control of his mind. However, he was angered by Ichinosa chopping off his arm during their duel. In addition, now everyone admired the blue-haired man as a hero who single-handedly closed the portal and stopped the disaster. Clenching his teeth, the man swore to make the boy's life hell for taking all the glory and cutting off his hand. Suddenly the door opened, and two adventurers from the Exorcist squad entered the room, accusing the contractor of ingratitude. Okama looked at them in surprise, but they explained to him that given that he was under the control of a monster, they had every reason to kill him. However, he added that Ichinosa actually saved his life, to which the contractor, looking furiously at his associates, wondered if he should thank the boy for cutting off his hand. When asked what they needed, the exorcist asked the boy who was with him to come closer. Finally turning his attention to the second visitor, Okama opened his mouth wide and glared at him. He had an eye patch and a bandaged hand, but the contractor recognized him as the soldier he was using as bait. He remembered how they had been convulsed by the skill then, surprised that the boy had managed to survive. Realizing the predicament he was in, Okama gritted his teeth and glared at his visitors. The exorcist, folding his hands on his chest, asked the contractor if he really used his people instead of cannon fodder. The injured soldier listened in silence as his boss talked about the crime of psychological abuse without consent. Furthermore, it was impossible for a B-rank adventurer who had entered into a contract with the guild to be ignorant of Rift crime laws. Okama gritted his teeth and mentally cursed, realizing that this time he had stuck really hard. A few days later, at the Adventurers Guild, the secretary was handing in a promotion application marked rejected. This result of the review greatly outraged the boy, so he asked the girl why his application was rejected. She timidly answered that a high rank has more privileges, and a quick review of the application in case of rejection is impossible. After hearing the words that he would be able to submit a new application only after 3 months, the boy said that he had fulfilled all the requirements. However, the secretary said that she understands everything and is sure that if he submits an application after the specified deadline, he will definitely receive a B rank. Ichinosa thought with despair that in 3 months the Library of Mysteries would be wiped out, and he would not be able to obtain the rare item. The blue-haired man gritted his teeth, realizing that all of this was happening because of Okama. Satsuki came out from behind him, reminding him that he had saved the city from disaster and had single-handedly defeated the B-rank contractor when he was under the boss's control. Even the words that the contractor was fired for exceeding his authority did not affect the secretary, who acted according to the rules. Ichinosa closed his eyes and let out a weary breath, telling his partner that it was useless, so he advised to end this conversation. Resolutely looking in front of him, the boy thought that he should think of another way to get the desired ring, although he perfectly understood that receiving it could have a great impact on the world and future events. Suddenly, the adventurers heard the deputy head come up behind them, asking what they were talking about. Noticing the man, the secretary flinched and stared at him in surprise. Serizawa measured everyone present with a stern look, waiting for an answer to the question. He added that he heard their conversation and decided to join it. Turning his head towards the vice chairman, Ichinosa was mentally surprised that he had decided to intervene in their conversation. After that, he looked at his partner, who also did not understand anything. Measuring the blue-haired adventurer with a keen eye, the man said that he approved of his rank promotion to B level. After hearing his words, Ichinosa blurted out to himself in surprise, not believing his own ears. While he was thinking that it happened too easily, the secretary stepped in, shouting that it couldn't be like that. The girl reminded that adventurers did not agree with the rule of submitting applications anyway, and this could lead to general dissatisfaction. He was not even stopped by the words that the guild head would not approve the decision, realizing that he could not ignore the boy's heroism. He recalled investigating the disaster that Ichinosa's team had stopped. Serizawa calmly replied to the secretary that the reason for the failure of the exam for promotion was personal dislike of Okama. The vice chairman smiled and looked at the stunned adventurers, adding that not being promoted was their fault. However, Serizawa was well aware that the chairman would still have questions, as he had always strictly followed the rules. Shocked, Ichinosa finally managed to speak, asking why he decided to help him, to which he heard in response that his duty was to support the adventurers, as they were defenders of a peaceful existence. The man added that such an unexpected disaster should be predicted and stopped before such destruction occurs. Extending his hand to the boy, Serizawa said that on behalf of the guild, he wanted to thank them for working in this way. For a moment, Ichinosa froze, looking at the outstretched hand of the deputy guild leader. However, in the next moment, his lips stretched into a warm smile. Looking confidently at the man, the boy shook his hand, confirming their cooperation. The adventurers approached the registration window, where the secretary was once again preparing a new promotion form. In a moment, Ichinosa was already holding a sheet marked Approved. Satsuki raised her fists in satisfaction and congratulated her partner on receiving the B rank with a wide smile. She expressed surprise that he had managed to achieve such a high rank so quickly. The blue-haired man smiled at her words that there were quite a few B-rank adventurers in the guild that you could count on your fingers. He noticed that compared to his past life, he was gaining new levels much faster. And although he never thought that he would reach level 44 so quickly, the boy felt sad for a moment. Noticing her partner's head down sullenly, Satsuki asked him if he was happy with his achievement, to which she heard that he was just thinking about the difficulties ahead. At this time, the events leading up to the appearance of a B-grade fault are happening extremely rapidly than last time. Now he and his team managed to quickly arrive and deal with the fault and prevent a disaster. However, this had never happened in his past life, so it was logical to assume that his actions after returning to the past changed the future. Placing his hands on his chin, Ichinosa pondered the fact that the rifts defied logic, which could explain the appearance in this timeline rather than the past. All this reminded him of the butterfly effect, in which minor changes in actions could lead to terrible destructive consequences. However, the blue-haired man couldn't understand why he was so worried about it now. The boy said quietly that thinking about bad consequences is a pretty bad habit. However, smiling, he added with a smile that they did manage to achieve their goal and get the B rank. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the sound of a notification that came on his phone. Seeing the words of a new rift appear on the screen, Ichinosa smiled, realizing that what he expected had happened. After carefully looking at the time of the news about the fault, the boy realized that it appeared only a few minutes ago. When asked if this was the same rift he wanted to get into, he only gave a short hiccup, keeping his eyes on the phone. The blue-haired man explained to his partner that thanks to the item they would find, they would be able to solve the mystery of the appearance of the rifts. Ichinosa added that in order to enter the Library of Mysteries, a rank of B was required. Others would have to pass an exam to gain permission. Staring at Satsuki, the adventurer asked with a smile if she was ready to apply for access to the rift, to which the girl answered with a smile, looking determinedly at him. Meanwhile, the phone rang loudly in the dark, well-furnished office. The screen displayed the absence of a photo of the caller, but the man in the office picked up the phone. Putting the cigarette in the ashtray, he folded his hands in the castle and warned about the appearance of a new rift, the boss of which gives extremely dangerous items. The unknown caller asked the man if his men could just clear the dungeon if he could take it over completely. However, the man replied that such a decision would lead to a lot of rumors, so someone was needed to step into the rift first. He kept looking at the blue canary sitting in a cage on his desk, pecking at seeds. He didn't care who the puppet was, but it had to be someone who wouldn't be able to manipulate him later. Getting up from his chair, the man ordered the unknown caller to contact Chimera's call as soon as he entered the portal. The main task was to defeat the boss and eliminate items. However, the additional task of the unknown was the destruction of adventurers who would descend into the dungeon. Instead, he promised to make the deaths look like accidents before hitting the kill button. As the man picked up the phone, there was a short, loud knock on the door of his office. Turning his head there, he calmly ordered the newcomer to enter. A clerk came to the door and announced that he had received a report from the Special Forces about the disaster that had recently occurred. Noticing that the director had a mobile phone in his hands, the boy was frightened, which distracted him from a serious conversation. However, he said with a smile not to worry about it. Kurebi Hayos, turning a careful look at the clerk, asked him without further words to start the report. Meanwhile, Ichinosa and Satsuki were riding the subway, looking for information about the new rift. When asked by his partner about him, the boy explained that the dungeon was a large library and the monsters used magical attacks. The level of the boss in the rift was defined as 60, so with this you always had to be on guard. The girl doubted that they would be able to defeat him with such a level, but the blue-haired man was convinced of victory. Looking ahead, Ichinosa said he had already developed a winning strategy for this. However, He was in for an unpleasant surprise as his request to access the rift was rejected. The secretary explained that such a decision was made by the guild because access to the Library of Mysteries was restricted. The girl raised her head and realized that the adventurers were from another unit, which is why they were not aware of the latest news. Recently, many adventurers have died in their area, and at the same time, the charges were issued to the guildmaster, so the issuing of permits was made tougher. Ichinosa, meanwhile, tried to convince her that ignoring the rifts would lead to their growth and chaos. Listening to the boy's reminder of the adventurer's task, the secretary boredly supported her cheek with her palm. When he finished, the girl closed her eyes and let out a weary breath. Finally, looking at the adventurers again, she offered to look at his specs. She said that he had only recently become a B rank and his partner was a C rank at all, so entering the rift was out of the question. Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind, asking them if they also wanted to enter the Library of Mysteries. Ichinosa turned to the man and asked him who he was. The man smiled as he introduced himself as Jugo Seiji, who was a level 43 doctor. He said that he was also a B rank like Ichinosa himself, and there weren't many such adventurers in the district, but he also wanted to clear the rift. Placing a finger to his chin, the blue-haired man thought it would be a good idea to gather more people to give them access. Looking at the smiling doctor, the boy thought that he had promised Satsuki to level up to this rift, but he could not worry about her safety if there were high-level adventurers around. But he looked too suspicious, so the question arose whether he could be trusted. The first to come to her senses was Satsuki, who happily said that they would be able to enter the rift together. She looked at her partner and asked if he thought that was a good idea. Zugo also said that he would like to see such a high-level adventurer in his unit. The next moment, the man's gaze turned to Satsuki, and the smile slowly slipped from him. The girl listened dumbfounded as he said that she would be of no use in the dungeon, as all the monsters there used magic. In addition, Zugo said that the more people there are, the more difficult it will be to divide the loot and the boss. Satsuki was already ready to agree with the doctor, but Ichinosa coldly warned that he would not go anywhere without her. Hearing this, the doctor looked at them indifferently, removing the smile from his face. Clenching his teeth, he asked the boy if he did not think that his stubbornness would not benefit him. The man warned that he already had 2 high-class adventurers in his troop, so he was serious about clearing the rift. Frowning, Ichinosa explained that the shaman class would not be superfluous on the team, as they could replenish the mana of allies. Jugo pursed his lips slightly when he heard that shamans were simply necessary for the healer or gravity master classes. Finally, he closed his eyes and agreed to his terms. Pulling out his phone, the man offered to exchange numbers as he wanted to talk to other team members. Waving his hand, the doctor added that if they reached a common opinion, they would submit joint documents and meet at the entrance. Left alone, the adventurers sat on chairs in the reception hall of the guild. Satsuki asked her partner if he thought the idea of going with a man was a good idea, as she got the impression that he despised her. Staring at his phone, the boy said that Zugo really seemed a bit unpleasant to him. However, he understood that he could be very useful for them. The boy was glad that he was able to tell him all the conditions at once, because the doctor resembled a leader who did not want quarrels. Ichinosa promised Satsuki that he would protect her no matter what, if he threw something like that away. The adventurer understood that they were in no position to turn down opportunities, and a large group would provide an opportunity to enter the rift. In addition, it will be easier to defeat the boss with a large group, although this will mean that the chances of getting the ring will decrease. Meanwhile, Shion Inabuki, hearing that Jugo had called more people to the team, asked if their plan had changed. To which the doctor replied that they didn't have enough people in the team, and getting a permit to enter cost a lot of money, so they had no choice. However, the girl asked him what they needed: a support mage and a melee mage who didn't want to name their classes. Zugo smiled and said that there were reasons for that as well. He said that Ichinosa's level was quite high, and they would need Satsuki as a backup. The blue-haired one was glad that they were going to get into the rift, but she noticed that everyone was very tense. Carefully watching the team, she asked her partner if he was absolutely sure of his decision. Looking at Shion, the blue-haired man thought about what he thought would be the doctor's biggest problem, but miscalculated. But she did not take her eyes off the newcomers, after which she firmly decided to talk to them directly. Putting her scythe forward, the girl promised that she would personally finish them off if they did not help them. However, Ichinosa calmly replied that he agreed that everyone would receive exactly as much as they worked. Shion turned to the boy who was standing under the wall with his arms folded across his chest and asked what he thought about it. Kasan replied that he didn't care, but if their participation allowed them to enter the rift, then they could join. Ichinose thought that although there were high-level adventurers in the team, they did not want to reckon with each other at all. Entering the rift first gave quite a few privileges for the adventurers, but Zugo had absolutely no thought as to who should really be chosen for the job. However, the blue-haired man perfectly understood that they did not have much of a choice. Meanwhile, the doctor smiled, expressing his understanding that although there might be arguments between them, he was grateful that they agreed. After speaking, he ordered the team members to go to the Library of Mysteries. Ichinose looked at his new partners, seeing in each a separate flaw. So, for example, Zugo personified greed, not even paying attention to a smile. Platinum-haired Shion was just a walking arrogance that she didn't even try to hide. And Kasan, who was almost always silent, clearly demonstrated his audacity. And in the midst of all this, Satsuki stood silently, who did not fit into such a company. Ichinose mentally hoped that their mission would go smoothly. The rift called the Library of Mysteries was indeed a large, spacious library bathed in sunlight. The group walked into the middle, carefully observing what was happening around them. The doctor exclaimed in surprise that one of the elite rifts looked rather modest in the middle. He smiled, realizing that such rifts were extremely rare, so if they could clear it, it would be a good opportunity. Ichinose and Satsuki looked at Shion, who silently approached us. Pointing a finger at Zugo, she said that they were only recruited into the team because of a lack of men, so they shouldn't be caught. Satsuki wondered at her arrogance at a lower level than Ichinose, but Ichinose said that he had done too much to get here, so they wouldn't leave without a reward. However, the platinum-haired girl looked at him sharply and asked if he was asking for a fight. The blue-haired man replied that he was just giving her his opinion on her words. He fully agreed with the condition that he who does nothing gets nothing. After these words, she turned around and said that she doesn't want to waste her time on empty scandals and finding out about relationships. Satsuki expressed doubt that they would get the desired boss item, so she asked if they should go there. To which the boy replied that he was also concerned about this issue, but they should focus on future strategy. The rift they were in wasn't one that could be easily cleared, but with his knowledge, he knew what to expect. While Ichinose was thinking about how hard it was to guess what they would encounter, the doctor tugged at one of the books on the shelf. He became interested in what kind of knowledge is stored in such a large library, so opening the book, he ran his eyes over the lines. Looking at the strange drawings and yellowed pages, however, he did not understand the inscriptions because he did not know the language. The blue-haired man looked around, knowing full well that all the items could be taken out of here. In the future, scholars will explore the rifts from the perspectives of science, culture, and art. And they also managed to find out from which language family the manuscripts from the rifts came to them. There have been quite a few theories built on theories, but they may never be able to determine what is written in the old books. And only the Ring of Wisdom could help unravel all the mysteries associated with the rifts. And now the adventurer planned not to let such a valuable item go under any circumstances. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by fireballs that were flying straight at Zugo from an unknown place. Quickly orienting himself, the man held out his hand in front of him and gave the command, displaying the shield. The fireballs began to smash against the defense, and none of them reached their intended target. In front of them, the team saw a level 40 goblin librarian holding a staff in one hand and a book in the other. While he was evaluating the effectiveness of his attack, Kasan was already flying at him, swinging his sword. In the next moment, the magical creature was falling to the floor with its head severed. Ichinose watched silently as the goblin's head flew some distance, landing at his feet. When Zugo rushed to Kasan, telling him that he had expected such an attack from him, Kasan asked him to stop the artificial praise. Instead, the boy returned to Ichinose with his partner, ordering to collect items from the opponent so that they would be useful. Shion smiled as she asked them if they understood how to do their job. Hearing in response that she herself had not done anything, the platinum-haired girl exploded with aggression, saying that it was simply not her time. At her threats to demonstrate her scythe prowess on her, Satsuki only exhaled noisily, showing her attitude towards them. Ichinose, meanwhile, thought that both of them were quick to assess the situation and knew how to use their powers properly. Placing his hands on his chin, the blue-haired man thought about the fact that he had seen a similar fighting style somewhere. He looked up at his companion, trying to understand why he looked so familiar. He ignored him, immersed in his thoughts. Hearing the new adventurer address him, Kasan opened his eyes wide and raised his head. Turning to face him, the boy answered his question about the name, not understanding what he wanted. Satsuki fearfully assumed, drilling the back of her partner's head, that he wanted to answer their insults. However, he only quietly repeated the attack tactics he used. With a wide smile on his face, Ichinosa realized that the tactic seemed familiar since the boy's class was called Thief. The pale blue-haired girl tried to call him, not understanding what was happening. With his hand on his chin, Ichinosa said he specifically went behind his opponent because he knew he would hit straight. Without hiding a happy smile, he advised to upgrade the stealth skill if he wanted to achieve much. However, Kasan only lashed out at him, not understanding what he wanted from him. Ichinosa also advised combining the class with a magic support class or learning the decoy skill, which made the thief lower his head wearily. However, the next moment he was making excuses to the angry boy, who shouted that he had not asked him for advice. Satsuki came closer and asked why he would decide to talk to the boy, to which she heard that he was having a little trouble with his class. He knew for himself that in the future the thief class would become useless, so if Kasan didn't do anything, he would just lose everything. Shion's voice came from behind, asking the blue-haired man what he might know about Kasan's class, who was the best C-rank adventurer. In his mind, the boy answered that in his past life he himself was the best adventurer thief. However, he stretched his lips in a light smile, and also mentally added that it no longer matters. As Kasan ran his fingers along the spines of the books, Zugo talked about the useful items hidden within this rift, if rumors were to be believed. When the thief told him to shut up, the doctor replied that he was glad to have such a strong adventurer join their team. Suddenly, a loud knock was heard nearby, which made the boy raise his head warily. Turning his head at the sound, he saw an open door, in which stood a figure resembling an anthropomorphic hare. Hiding behind the wall, they were watched by a sentinel rabbit, whose level was determined as Kasan, looking at him, exclaimed in surprise that the level of the rabbit was much higher than that of the librarian. However, Ichinozi was more concerned about where he could come from here, as he was a rare boss that killed a bunch of raids and wasn't that easy to defeat. Stepping forward, the blue-haired man offered to find a detour, adding that the rabbit wouldn't attack them unless they provoked him. However, the thief said that if he was scared, he could leave, planning to deal with the guard on his own and ignoring attempts to stop him. Clenching his teeth tightly, the adventurer waited anxiously to see what would happen when the rabbit activated his skills. Meanwhile, Kasan stood in front of the guard, preparing to fight him. The only thing the Gravity Master understood was that it would be quite difficult to defeat him after that. Kasan drew his dagger and rushed at the rabbit, which began to run away from him. Ichinosa tried to stop him, as he understood that running after the guard would just lead them into his trap. However, he did not listen, and in the next moment he attacked the rabbit, swinging his dagger. However, he ran away, leaving the thief standing with a dazed expression on his face. The boy couldn't understand what type of monster could be so fast, while not attacking, only evading. Keeping his pace, the sentinel rabbit ran further forward, using the rabbit run skill. Escape with the help of the skill quite surprised the adventurer, which led to the idea of U200 Bachi U200 be the rarity of the boss. Based on such a conclusion, one could say that anything can be expected from a rabbit. Ichinosa quietly approached the doctor and told him that there was no way to retreat now, as the guard had already spotted them. Looking resolutely in front of him, the blue-haired man thought that now he would definitely have to fight. Returning to his team, he said that the main characteristic of the boss is speed, so you need to cover each other. Hearing the words that letting one's guard down even for a second could lead to death, Zugo asked what he meant. He fully understood that the rabbit was level 45, but he believed that 5 adventurers would be able to handle him. Suddenly, the man paled at the thought of the sentry having the ability to control space. However, Kasan snarled loudly that he wasn't going to listen to a boy whose level was lower than his own. Looking at the rabbit's feet, he repeated his threat to take Ichinosa's head off if he commanded. Pulling a pocket watch from his coat, the rabbit stood on one leg, waving it in front of the adventurers. Immediately after that, books began to rise from the shelves in various parts of the library. Kasan cursed loudly when he saw that the guard had used the looking-glass magic skill. The old, thick binding of the books had wide cracks and swelled. Immediately after that, a large eye appeared on her, which began to turn sideways in search of a victim. Grimoires became 3 books, the level of which differed by only 1 unit, namely 43, and, seeing this, a pale Zugo noticed that there were 4 opponents with a higher level in the same room with them now. Meanwhile, the sentinel rabbit, having set his wards on the adventurers, jumped merrily away. Noticing the grimoires starting to attack Kasan, Ichinosa ordered him to retreat as there was nothing he could do. Turning his head in his direction, the thief said that he didn't need his advice, but completely missed the attack of one of the books. In the next moment, the boy was already jumping, avoiding the attack of the pillar of flame that was released by the grimoire. No sooner had he landed than he heard another book approach him from behind with a wild roar. Turning sharply, Kasan kicked her, ordering her to get away from him. Shion and Jugo yelled for him to be careful as a third enemy came flying at him from above. Raising his head, the thief saw a guard above him, who was falling on his head, holding a watch in his hands. However, now it was not a cute plush rabbit, but a monster with a mouthful of sharp teeth that dripped with saliva. The boy immediately remembered that he always ran away, and now that he was openly attacking, things were bad. He was already ready to accept that this was the end, but Ichinosa intervened in the battle, swinging his blade and deflecting the rabbit's attack. Looking at the boss, the blue-haired man thought that he had come quite close. However, he sat looking at him, again smiling sweetly and making squeaky sounds. The adventurer gathered energy around him and attacked the guard again, swinging his blade. In the next moment, he kicked him away from him, hitting him with all his might. At the same time, Ichinosa thought that as long as he could control gravity, he would not lose to anyone in the air. The smile disappeared from the rabbit's face, and he changed the sound he was making before. Looking at him, the blue-haired man was surprised that he decided to take offense at him. Kasan stared unblinkingly at his partner, thinking that he had managed to anticipate the attack and save his life. Ichinosa himself watched as the rabbit retreated again, rolling on its plush paws. He knew that the sentinel would never attack in a straight line, but rather attack a single target before fleeing. Looking at Jugo, the blue-haired man ordered them to deal with one grimoire while he took care of the rest. To which the doctor tried to object, that although they had not shown themselves in battle in the best way, yet he could well rely on them. To which he heard a harsh answer that a mistake could cost everyone their lives, so it would be better if the man did what he was told. The doctor fell silent, hearing the metal in the newcomer's voice, and deciding that it was better not to argue with him. Blue-haired knew that the sentinel rabbit was fast and cunning, and therefore it was impossible to remain calm after encountering such an enemy. In addition, he saw that Kasan had lost all confidence in his actions and abilities. But the platinum-haired Shion was already starting to properly panic, which was becoming more and more noticeable. And the doctor and the shaman will not be able to help in such a situation if everyone does not take care of themselves. Shion angrily called him crazy after hearing his plan to take on 3 monsters at once. However, Satsuki, sternly looking at her partner, thought that since Ichinosa was saying just such a plan, they would be able to cope. Taking the situation into her own hands, the girl growled at everyone to pull themselves together to help the blue-haired man. Meanwhile, the adventurer stepped forward, and one of the grimoires rushed headlong at him. However, Ichinosa was not confused and calmly waved his blade, repelling the monster's attack. Carefully watching the opponents, the adventurer thought that the books were moving very quickly in the air, and they also had a long attack range and a fairly high level of magical damage. In addition, he carefully watched the rabbit, not losing his vigilance, because he could suddenly attack. Exhaling noisily, Ichinosa realized that his situation now was much more difficult than it was back then when he was fighting the monsters in the city. Besides, he understood that now he was in a battle in which he could not afford to make a mistake. Leaning his hand to his side, the boy invited his opponents to attack, promising to chop them up with confetti. At that moment, a rabbit rushed to him, happily waving its plush paws and making a joyful squeal. The blue-haired man looked at the 3 predatory books that were flying at him, tongues sticking out. Zugo, meanwhile, thrust his staff forward, exposing a shield in front of them. Immediately after that, one of the grimoires flew into his and Satsuki's defense, causing a column of sparks. Jumping up and swinging her scythe, Shion advised her enemies not to underestimate her. Immediately after that, she attacked another grimoire, which bared its teeth and rushed towards her. Landing on the floor, the girl thought about the fact that in addition to their high attack power, they also had the ability to move freely in the air. However, the platinum-haired one also remembered about the rabbit that had to be watched. Without holding back her indignation, Shion advised Ichinosa not to be a fool and not to take the whole blow on himself. However, he did not pay attention to her, chopping with a blade one of the books with which he entered the battle. The other grimoires began to form bright red spell webs in front of them. Giving the command to reduce the gravity, the blue-haired man pointed his leg at the opponent, attacking her. Using her as a foothold, the adventurer pushed off her and jumped up. In the next moment, he drew his bladed hand to the side, planning to strike again. At the same time, he crashed into the grimoire, commanding Meteor Fall for a stronger blow. For killing such an opponent, he received 2015 experience points. However, the adventurer himself thought that he had only managed one of the three so far. Satsuki meanwhile raised her staff, sending an orb of darkness curse into the demonic book. Kasan pulled the dagger hand back, jabbing it sharply into the eye of the other grimoire. Jugo turned to a happy Shion and said that they had already defeated 2 demons. Meanwhile, the rabbit, having taken out his pocket watch, rushed towards them with joyful cries. Following him, several more books were flying in the air, wrapped in a magical glow. Ichinosa, watching this carefully, realized that he had decided to summon 2 more grimoires to replace the lost ones. Satsuki, who also noticed this, shouted desperately that there would be no end to this battle like this. Shion watched in fear as 2 demonic books flew towards her at once, so she tightened her grip on her scythe. Placing it in front of her, she ordered her opponents to attack, preparing for battle. Ichinosa, fending off another grimoire, advised to attack paired with a shield that the doctor could provide. At his next piece of advice, the platinum-haired girl clenched her teeth tightly, thinking that he considered them weaklings. Determined to show him that she could handle the books herself, she swung her scythe at them. Suddenly the girl stopped and her eyes widened in fright at the sound she heard. Shion remembered that the same sound was made by the rabbit when it attacked Kasan recently. The platinum-haired woman froze, trying to find the source of the sound she heard. Suddenly, an image of a white plush rabbit appeared in front of her, which was enveloped in a white mist of magic. Jumping up, the guard rushed at the girl with cheerful squeaks, attacking her. Realizing that the monster made such sounds when attacking, Zugo yelled at her to run away. However, it was at this moment that she cursed, as demonic books bit into her side. Unsteady on her feet due to the inertia of the impact, the platinum-haired fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Turning on her side, she looked at her opponent who was biting into her skin, tearing it apart. The thought appeared in her head that once she was caught, it would be the end of her life, which made her visibly pale. Ichinosa, noticing this picture, rushed to the girl and said that he would have to tear it off by force. However, a frightened Shion said that he had drunk too much, so nothing would come of this venture. After carefully measuring the partner with the demonic grimoire, the boy gave the gravity bomb command. In the next moment, the book with a predatory skin flew away from the adventurer, leaving marks of teeth on her body. The platinum-haired girl was also thrown from the spot by such an attack, slamming her back into the bookshelf. Shion froze for a moment as she thought about the pain all over her body, but she appreciated that Ichinosa had saved her. While she was sitting, immersed in thoughts, a new demonic book was already rushing towards her, sticking out her tongue. However, at the last second, the blue-haired man quickly got between them, repelling the attack and covering his partner. Glancing at the doctor, the boy shouted for him to heal Shion immediately. Satsuki watched in horror as they now had no power left except for Ichinosa. While she was analyzing the situation, the blue-haired man was fending off the grimoire attacks, and the doctor was healing Shion. Ichinosa himself was well aware that Alice's magic needed to use a lot of mana, so they would be able to win just by killing the books. Glancing at the rabbit, the boy noticed that he understood very well that he had a great chance of losing. The only chance of victory for their squad was to be patient. With a wave of his blade, the adventurer commanded double gravity. Turning his head in the direction of the duel, Jugo noticed that the books had a rather strong body, and the mouth was protected by fangs. Realizing that something had to be done about it, Ichinosa rushed forward, slashing through the grimoire with his blade. Keeping his eyes on the demonic book, the boy loudly gave the gravity bomb command. After seeing how it disintegrated into small ash-like fragments, the boy was happy to note that his tactics had worked as expected. Satsuki excitedly shouted that if this technique worked, then they could defeat the rest of the grimoires. However, the doctor, continuing to sit next to Shion, told her that it was too dangerous. In addition, it became apparent to everyone that the blue-haired man had become too easy prey for the demonic books. While Ichinosa was dealing with the grimoires, he lost his vigilance for a moment, which the rabbit decided to take advantage of. He did not take his eyes off the back of the adventurer's head. However, he, realizing that they decided to attack him from the back, jumped sharply, avoiding the enemies. Flying past the place where the boy had just been standing, the guard let out a surprised squeak. Looking at the rabbit, Ichinosa thought that even after defeating all the books, their victory would not be considered complete. Looking around, the adventurer realized that the opponents had cooperated and decided to corner him, but still had blind spots. Under such conditions, the enemies had no opportunity to attack him unexpectedly. However, if he chases the rabbit, the grimoires will be able to rush at him from the sides. In the next moment, Ichinosa threw himself from above at the sentry. Realizing that there was not much time, the boy thought about the need to act quickly. Jumping up to the rabbit, the adventurer swung his blade, slashing at the sentinel rabbit. Dodging the blow, the rift boss pawed the floor and let out a loud squeal. Clenching his teeth, Ichinosa thought with annoyance that he had managed to dodge. He tried to exert all the strength he was capable of, so he struck horizontally. At the same time, he understood that it was more profitable and effective to strike vertically, but the monster was small and very mobile. Suddenly, the voice of Kasan was heard nearby, whose dagger was suddenly clamped by the jaws of the grimoire. Jugo was still holding his shield, shielding himself and Satsuki from the other demon books. Looking at the determined look of his partner, Ichinosa thought that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, the fight with the rabbit could end up dragging them into the looking glass. However, the sentry wasted no time either, rushing forward with a wild, loud screech. The blue-haired man, watching this, realized that chasing him would simply be a waste of work. In the meantime, a strategy appeared in the rabbit's head, in which he would be able to jump over during a direct attack and attack the boy from above. However, Ichinosa loudly gave the command for a gravity bomb. The opponent jumped, using the rabbit run skill, which allowed him to move extremely fast. However, noticing that a dark orb was flying towards him, the rabbit stopped, making a puzzled, thin squeal. When she crashed into him, the animal flew back a few steps, slamming its back onto the floor. Approaching and standing over him, Ichinosa asked him if he really intended to dodge his bomb. At the same time, he added that every high-speed skill has certain drawbacks. Lying on his stomach, the rabbit heard the adventurer explain that the rabbit run was a short distance, so it was just a matter of waiting for the right time. However, in the next moment, the boss of the rift suddenly rushed at the boy, gaping his toothy mouth. But Ichinosa calmly made one sharp lunge, cutting the rabbit in half. Immediately after defeating the boss, the books that were grimoires became normal books again and fell to the floor. Jugo and Satsuki stared in admiration at their partner who had just defeated a serious boss. Looking at the blue-haired man, Ichinosa said that it was all over and they were able to get out of the looking glass. Shion stared wildly in front of her, and she couldn't believe that everything was over. Suddenly, she heard Satsuki calling her and turned her head towards her partner. The platinum-haired one immediately lunged at her, screaming that she wasn't crying, but the shaman said that wasn't what she wanted to talk about. Meanwhile, the doctor approached the blue-haired man and extended his hand to him, thanking him for saving them. Glancing at the remains of the rabbit, the man added that he had been wrong in thinking he had gathered a sufficiently trained group of adventurers. Suddenly, a large book with metal corners on the binding appeared in front of them. Looking at the black haze that surrounded the object, Zugo wondered what it was. Picking up the book and looking at its specifications, Ichinosa replied that it was a rare secret boss item. The boy explained that it was simply an instruction on additional skills that might be needed depending on the adventurer's class. Hearing the words that such an item could cost 10 million, the doctor looked at the boy in a daze. His eyes were shining, anticipating a quick profit, while Satsuki stood silently behind. However, the man immediately lowered his head gloomily, saying that they had better get out of this rift. He underestimated the Library of Secrets, and as a result, he was practically out of mana, and Shion was badly injured. Ichinosa frowned, realizing that this would be the right thing to do, but he couldn't let anyone take the Ring of Wisdom. Without looking up, he replied that the biggest problem here could be rabbits, and Shion's wounds could be healed with the skills of a doctor. Hearing that there was no need to worry about mana, as there was a way to restore it, Zugo looked at the boy in surprise. Realizing what their conversation was going to, Satsuki immediately remembered extracting mana from demons in the Mad Theater. She hoped it wouldn't come to that. But hearing her partner call the librarians a good target, the girl hung her head doomed. The doctor said that he himself was not against continuing the research, but he did not know what his colleagues thought about it. Kasan, folding his hands on his chest, calmly replied that he would also not mind continuing the mission. The thief himself at this moment thought that Ichinosa was strong enough, and with him they could clear the dungeon. However, Shion, upon hearing that they wanted to stay, went on an angry tirade about their meager mental abilities. Zugo, putting his fingers to his chin, answered her that he perfectly understood why she was afraid. However, the platinum-haired girl immediately denied his claim of fear, saying that she was not afraid at all. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the rift, the guard was looking at the members of the special forces, not expecting them to come here. When he asked, they showed their IDs and said it was a top-secret mission. Putting his hand to his forehead, the boy opened the gate and let them in. One of the new arrivals, heading into the rift, finally turned her head back and looked at the guard. Cracking the pass card, she asked her partner why they guarded the cracks so strongly, to which the boy replied that after everything that happened in the faults in this area, such a procedure was simply necessary. He added that thanks to her strength, they were able to enter this rift without too much trouble. However, the girl still did not understand the point of defeating objects from the rift without even knowing what power they possessed, to which I heard that he was not bothered by such questions and was simply following orders. After that, the boy stopped, ordering to remove the illusion. Reaching her hand to her head, the girl told her partner that he was incredibly boring. However, Kikyo, glancing at her friend, answered that she should follow the order of the leader of the Chimera clan. The girl smiled widely, thinking that they would need strength in the battle against the boss. A moment later, Kyoku's appearance changed, and he now looked like a young boy with a bald head and light gray eyes. And his partner, instead of hair braided in 2 pigtails, now had white short hair and eyes with vertical pupils, which made Alice resemble a cat. The boss of the Rift Library of Mysteries was a level 43 book demon who was currently growling as he watched the red eyes that had arrived. Seeing him, Shion looked at him in fright, yowling loudly. The creature snarled loudly as it charged at the adventurers, engaging them in battle. Ichinosa held his blade out in front of him, shielding himself from the demon and shielding his platinum hair. Returning to the girl, the boy ordered her to stop idle chattering. Wasting no time, he charged at the rift boss, swinging his blade and delivering a clear attack. The blue-haired man perfectly understood that the book demon's limbs could stretch as he pleased, and if you looked into his eyes, he was enjoying the fear of the attack. Ichinosa understood that such an opponent was quite unpleasant for Shion, since even during the fight with the rabbit he noticed that she had a rather unstable psyche. Meanwhile, Satsuki, raising her staff, attacked the demon with one of her curses. When he laughed loudly, the girl looked at him intently, determined to continue the fight. In the next moment, jumping up high, she hit the face of the opponent with a staff. Pausing for a moment, the shaman looked intently at the demon, waiting for the fight to continue. Ichinosa noticed that unlike Shion, his partner became much stronger after the battle with the rabbit and was able to level up. Her skills became more powerful, and even though she spent a lot of mana on them, it made them go through the demons that came their way faster. The platinum-haired one walked up to Satsuki and complimented her, offering to rest if she was tired. However, the adventurer turned to her side and smiled widely, offering not to get lost under Ichinosa's feet. He stretched his lips in a faint smile when he noticed out of the corner of his eye the pale, angry Shion hanging on his arm. Realizing the situation she was in now, the platinum-haired girl jumped away from the boy, trying to explain that she was just scared of the demon. The blue-haired man calmly looked at her and drew her attention to the words about fear. Satsuki squinted at the platinum-haired woman who was asking why she was looking at her like that. However, realizing that something had to be said, Shion did thank Ichinosa for his help, but warned that she was using his help for the last time. Zugo, meanwhile, held out his staff in front of him, covering himself with the magic of the shield. Kasan slashed the demons mercilessly with his dagger, dodging their counterattacks. Looking at the men, Ichinosa was surprised to note that they had done well without their help. At this time, the thief jumped up high, swinging his dagger and attacking the big demon again. Zugo shouted, trying to stop the boy and remind him of Ichinosa's request not to kill the last opponent. However, he did not hear, bringing the weapon over the opponent's head for a decisive blow. At the same time, he answered loudly that he remembered this request very well. Sneaking up to the demon, the thief wrapped a thin thread around his neck, stopping any movement. Watching the monster fall to the floor, Ichinosa thought that the monsters in the rift had a large supply of mana, and Satsuki could recover well. Looking at the thief, the blue-haired man thought that despite his rudeness, he was a good guy who followed everyone in the group and covered for them. The adventurers slowly approached the monster, who was sitting with his hands tied. Jugo watched in surprise as Satsuki put her hand forward and began to transfer mana. Feeling his strength returning, He clenched his fists and said that he could now fight at full strength. As Shion stared in horror at the used demon, the doctor said that the blue-haired one could explore the dungeons for days at a time. To the grandiose plans to catch a few more demons to restore the strength of Ichinosa and Satsuki herself, the blue-haired man replied that physical fatigue was showing. He teased the doctor a bit with the information that mana transfers should be used wisely, but Zugo said he was grateful anyway. They walked down a narrow corridor, approaching a high crack in the wall through which light came. At the same time, Ichinosa warned that they were approaching the depth of the rift, so he clarified if they were really going to the boss of the Library of Mysteries. Hearing that a boss battle was coming, Kasan was surprised that it had come so quickly. However, Shion had more violent emotions, asking the blue-haired man if he still wanted to fight the boss. However, hearing his calm question about whether she was scared, the girl calmly assured him that everything was fine. Zugo, meanwhile, was thinking about the fact that he wanted to completely clear the rift, but there were so many artifacts in them that it was impossible to go any further. Ichinosa continued by saying that before entering the dungeon, he did some analysis and learned a lot about the local boss. Hearing that this information would help them defeat the boss, the doctor pondered the opportunity that had presented itself. To him, clearing the B-level fault sounded quite attractive, as it offered many advantages. They could have immediately become popular if they had closed the gap among the first adventurers. Ichinosa approached the doctor and offered him a deal in which he would take all the items that fell out of the boa for himself, since he was going after them. Instead, the rest of the squad will be able to take all the items they find on the way to him. Glancing at Satsuki, he thought that he had already discussed this with his partner, so she was okay with it. The doctor thought about the boy's offer, as he would not refuse the boss's rare items either. However, if they agreed to such an offer, they would receive a book with the skills of a watchdog rabbit and share the money earned for it. Seeing that Jugo was seriously thinking about the blue-haired man's proposal, Shion shouted at him to come to his senses. Hearing Kasai say that everyone except her agreed, the girl turned a fierce look at him. Clucking her tongue loudly, the platinum-haired woman said that she would go with them, but warned them not to deviate from their work with the boss. Hearing these words, Ichinosa and Satsuki only wearily thought that she had begun her old song. In the room, meanwhile, a tall figure in a lush white dress was standing in front of a tall window. Hearing someone approach her, she raised her clawed hand with a certain grace. The boss of the Library of Mysteries Rift was Ether, whose level was determined as. Meanwhile, the adventurers stopped in front of a tall door that led to the room of the Rift boss. Returning to his companions, Ichinosa asked them to proceed exactly as they agreed, adding that the boss was not very mobile. He warned them that if they didn't panic and worked together, everything would go according to plan. Placing a finger to his chin, Yugo thought that the plan was bound to work, and they were experienced adventurers besides. Shion tried one last time to bring her teammates to their senses, saying that there couldn't be an item that said everything about the boss. However, Satsuki, measuring her with an indifferent look, reminded her that she had agreed to go to the room with them earlier. However, the platinum-haired one didn't stop, saying that Ichinosa didn't even show them the item, and they just took it, and believed him. Zugo recalled that one of the first rules of adventurers was not to reveal their strengths to others. From impotent rage at the words that he had shown himself to be on the reliable side many times, Shion clenched her teeth tightly. Kasan, crossing his arms on his chest, added that even if the blue-haired man fooled them, he did not want to return with nothing after such a long journey. Ichinosa, measuring the girl with an indifferent look, said that the work of an adventurer is associated with risks, so if she is not ready for them, then it is better for her to change her job. Hearing this, Shion shouted loudly that she was just testing his strength. The blue-haired one agreed and pointed at her teammates and said that he would take most of the damage while Satsuki and Zugo would protect her. In the next second, he was already making excuses that he wanted to instill some confidence in her, since the girl evaluated his words as humiliation. Kasan, looking at their quarrel, thought that he had worried about the girl in vain, but he understood that he should have been on guard. Ichinosa summoned a skill window, advising the rest to also allocate experience points before entering the room. He thought that it would be better to raise the level of gravity control to level 4, but right now he needed gravity magic. When he was notified that he had learned gravity magic, the boy was happy to receive a new skill. Turning to face the team, Ichinosa smiled and said that he was now ready to battle the boss. With these words, he opened the door in front of him. A group of adventurers descended the grand staircase, looking around in the almost pitch black. Suddenly, Ichinose, who was leading the pack, stopped and looked at the bright light in front of him. He saw many tall windows that reached the ceiling, and in front of them was a figure in a white dress. Suddenly, she moved and began to turn towards her guests. The level 60 ether looked like a woman whose eyes were hidden behind a cape, but her snow-white skin and blood-red lips were visible. When Xian asked if it was really the local boss, Kasan replied that she really wasn't very mobile. Rushing forward, Ichinose commanded everyone to act according to their plan. Ether, meanwhile, stood before them, enveloped in yellow lightning that formed from the webs of curses above her head. Ichinose knew perfectly well that such a technique was called thunder rolls, and he was ready for it. Ichinose noted in his mind that his information about the boss's use of lightning magic was confirmed. From experience, the boy knew that this kind of magic had a small radius, but it was quite powerful. That is why the first stage of the plan was that they spoke with Kasan. The blue-haired man's speed was enhanced by his gravity magic, which he took before the duel. And Kasan, thanks to his thief class, had the ability to move as fast as Ichinose himself. The boy knew very well that Ether could not defeat them with only thunder magic, and because of her immobility, she could not get at them. So the main task of the boys was only to get to Ether when she used her skill. Immediately after that, the rest of the squad joined the battle. Satsuki raised her staff, sending a curse at the boss. Xian, taking a fighting stance, swung her scythe, sending a whirlwind of blades into the ether. From the combination of several powerful attacks, the Rift Boss covered her face with her hands and bowed her head. After some time, she lowered her hands, deciding to see what was happening around her. Turning to face Satsuki, who was standing opposite, Ephor quietly ordered her not to even think about attacking her. The blue-haired girl looked at the boss in a daze, not expecting what she would say. Noticing this, Ichinose realized that the ether would attack with magic that had a long range, so he ordered everyone to move closer to the doctor. Kasan, hearing such an order, thought about the fact that he did not like to follow orders, but this time he decided to listen. Immediately after that, Ether raised the hem of her cloak, and a wave of hot fire filled the room. The blue-haired man ducked, trying to avoid contact with the wall of fire. Xian looked at the boss in fear, asking where they should run now. Stretching his lips into a slight smile, Ichinose thought that if they failed to hide, they would have to face a direct attack. Zugo stepped forward, held out a staff in front of him, and ordered the rest of the squad to hide behind him. Immediately after that, the man put up a defense, into which a large fireball immediately flew. He smiled, realizing that mass skills were perfectly dispelled by his magic, as Ichinose had said before. He shouted to his teammates that he could protect them from the ether's magic, and after she finished the attack, they could advance. Looking at the boss, Ichinose thought that Ether couldn't move fast, so there were many strategies where she couldn't respond. Back at the team, the blue-haired man yelled that he would cover them so they could attack again. A few seconds later, Ether tiredly lowered her head, ending her attack on the adventurers. Noticing this, Xian, with wild enthusiasm, commanded the adventurers to advance, attracting Kasan's attention. Glancing at the blue-haired man, the thief thought that he would rather use the boss to get rid of a few people. However, it was worth admitting that Ichinose was quite a capable guy and a good leader. Meanwhile, Ichinose himself was carefully watching the ether, trying not to lose his vigilance. And the thief was well aware that killing the blue-haired man himself would lead to the complete disintegration of their team. In the next second, the boys synchronously rushed to ether to attack again. Noticing this, the boss stretched her arms forward, forming a ball of blue lightning between them. A moment later, the lightning in her eyes began to transform into a sword surrounded by discharges. Ether pointed her sword at the adventurers, planning to attack them. Noticing this, Ichinose jumped back sharply, dodging the Rift Boss's attack. Coming a little closer, the adventurer swung his blade and attacked Ether in return. Looking at the opponent, the boy thought that she was too slow, and therefore close combat was clearly not for her. Smiling widely, Ichinose asked her if she had decided to save her ranged attacks for the final. Ether looked at her opponent, and her blood-red lips did not even twitch for a smile. Xian looked at the boss, glad that it was fashionable to defeat him with the help of melee combat. While she offered to finish with the boss as soon as possible, Satsuki thought that the girl was acting too self-confident, although she herself was afraid of the boss before. Zugo agreed with the platinum-haired one, as the tactic previously suggested seemed simple, although now it worked extremely well. He thought that she provided an opportunity to attack by exploiting the enemy's weaknesses, and Ichinosa's skills allowed them to believe in him. However, his self-confidence raised certain questions, and his calmness and precision in his movements gave the impression of an experienced adventurer who had gone through many battles. Meanwhile, Ether continued her battle with her opponents, putting her arms out in front of her and using another skill. Watching her carefully, Ichinosa thought that he would have to change his battle tactics to be able to approach her. The stone rook protected the boss from Satsuki's long-range attacks, and if she and Kasan got closer, Ether could attack them with magic. Returning to his partner and the doctor, the blue-haired man ordered them to hide behind one of the columns. Kasan stepped behind the column just as the Rift boss unleashed a new bolt of lightning across the room. It distracted her for a moment, which made it possible to attack her. Feeling the blow, Ether raised her hand and covered her face, moving away from the blow. Continuing to hide behind the column, Xian advised her to build an entire fortress to protect herself from the attacks of the adventurers. Leaning forward a little, the platinum-haired woman asked her boss if that was all she was capable of. Stepping forward, Ichinosa thought that Xian had chosen an optimal place for her cover. Judging the distance between him, the platinum-haired woman, and the boss of the Rift, the boy realized what trick he could perform. Picking up speed, he simply shouted as he went, apologizing to Xian for what he was planning to do. Not understanding what he was talking about, the girl looked at him in surprise. In the next moment, she let out a loud cry as Ichinosa jumped up and used her as a foothold. The blue-haired man, pushing away from his partner, jumped up once more and ended up at the top of the column. Lifting her head up, Xian indignantly reminded her that she was not a springboard for his jumps. Ichinosa understood that Ether was waiting for them to come out of cover to attack. But if they attacked her from above, she would not have time to react. Jumping off the column, the boy used the Meteor Fall skill and waved his blade in front of the boss. Immediately after that, everyone present saw how one of the horns fell from Ether's head. A stunned Xian watched, not believing her eyes that the plan had worked. However, Ichinosa, carefully watching the boss's movements, understood that this was far from the end. In fact, Ether's defenses turned out to be a bit higher than he expected from the start. Kasan watched the blue-haired man from behind the column, thinking that if he didn't intervene, the battle would end very quickly. Pulling out his dagger, the thief thought to himself that Ichinosa was a pretty good warrior. However, he perfectly understood that he would not be able to dodge his attack. Meanwhile, Ether raised her hands again, preparing for another magical attack. Holding her head up, she stared at the large blue glowing orb that was gathering above her. Watching this, Ichinosa could tell that she was going to use a skill that took too much mana, so the Ether would be defenseless and he could attack. The boss of the Rift lowered her head, looking with her eyes for her opponent to attack. Realizing he had to act quickly, Ichinosa rushed forward while Ether held the orb in her hands. He was pleased that his comrades would be able to hide from such a powerful attack behind the columns. After the Ether releases the orb, everything will be finished with one final blow. In the next moment, Ichinosa was deflecting the dagger that was flying straight at him with his blade with a loud click. Kasan, watching this, thought that the reaction was simply flawless, as the boy managed to repel his attack. Noticing that the blue-haired man was heading towards him, the thief tried to apologize, explaining that he was actually aiming for the boss. Looking carefully at Kasan, Ichinosa thought that he had no doubt that he was the target. However, realizing that there was no time for this, the boy shouted that Ether was preparing for a massive attack. While the boss continued to gather energy to strike, he ordered everyone to take good cover. Kasan, peeking out from behind the column and looking at the figure, tried to understand what was happening. Xian also couldn't believe what she saw in front of her as she watched the huge glowing orb. The Ether continued to concentrate its power, causing the ball of energy to grow larger and larger. Ichinosa tried to control everything that was happening around him, turning his head. Satsuki also watched the blue beams that flew across the room between them carefully. The blue-haired man gritted his teeth, remembering that Elemental Blast would launch a hail of magic bullets at opponents until the boss ran out of mana. Meanwhile, Ether continued to hold the magic ball, from which bright rays flew out. Ichinosa understood that if he dodged all of her attacks, he would be able to deliver the decisive blow and obtain the Ring of Wisdom. Trying to dodge the magic balls flying at him, the adventurer charged forward, attacking the boss. And he could clearly see that the boss had little health left, but it was still difficult to approach her. Watching Ether carefully, the blue-haired man said that he could see how she was doing everything to prevent him from getting to her. Something resembling a slight smile appeared on the Rift boss's face when she heard the opponent's words. Kasan, hiding behind the column, carefully watched as Ichinosa rushed to the ether. He understood that although he was strong enough, he could not approach the boss in any way. In the end, the thief decided to wait behind the column, as he understood that it was best to wait for the moment when the boss was completely drained of energy. Suddenly, he raised his head, noticing that a bright light was approaching him from above. Dodging the magic bullet, the thief tried to understand how powerful the boss's attacks were if she was able to destroy the column. Realizing that even with constant evasion of attacks, it would not be possible to hide all the time, Kasan scolded Ichinosa for bringing them here. The blue-haired man, meanwhile, understood that while he waited, Satsuki and the rest of the squad would come under attack, so he had to attack immediately. Wasting no time, the boy rushed forward holding a blade in front of him. Noticing this, Cheyenne loudly asked what he was doing as she realized he was getting too close. However, Ichinosa paid no attention to anyone, rushing straight to the boss of the rift. Hearing the platinum-haired man call what his partner was doing crazy, Satsuki turned in alarm in his direction. Her tightly pursed lips turned into a thin thread as she considered the decision she was about to make. Gripping her staff tighter, the girl said that they should also get close to the boss, drawing another exasperated exclamation from Cheyenne. Looking at Ether's smiling face, the blue-haired girl said that she would not be able to attack them with physical attacks. It was much safer for them now to approach her, which Ichinosa did. Platinum Hair called such a plan crazy, but Jugo replied that it wasn't. Without even turning his head to his partner, the man added that they are a team and must help their friend. With his fingers tightly clenched on the handle of his staff, the doctor said that they had been counting on Ichinosa for too long. Resolutely raising his weapon, the man added that now they must help him and do everything possible to cover him. In the next moment, Satsuki and Shion rushed forward with their weapons out in front of them. And in front of them, with an expression of wild determination on his face, Zugo was running. Ether, noticing this, opened her mouth, carefully watching the adventurers. She continued to hold her hands up, trying to attack her opponents with magic bullets. Noticing two tails of light that flew right in front of them, the adventurers froze. Zugo knew very well that they would not be able to evade such an attack. Extending his hand to his side to cover Satsuki, who was standing nearby, the doctor ordered the girls to step back. Raising his staff, the next second the man summoned a large blue shield wall above them. Realizing that he would not be able to hold back such magic for long, he ordered the girls to get out of here immediately. Turning in his direction, Satsuki politely thanked him for saving her. Unable to hold back the Rift Boss's onslaught any longer, Zugo fell to the ground, lowering his weapon. Looking in front of him, the man thought about the fact that it had been a long time since he had risked his life for the sake of others. Looking at the blue-haired man, he mentally said that he would cover the rest of the team, so killing the boss would be left to the boy. Ichinosa, meanwhile, hoped that Satsuki and Shion had managed to hide well. The boy saw that now was a very good time to attack, because thanks to the doctor, they managed to repel the ether attack. And now it was necessary to act before the boss found a new life goal of her attack. Jumping high, the blue-haired man charged forward, using the hypergravitation skill. Immediately after that, Ether found herself in a haze of black and purple gravity magic. Ichinosa understood that the elemental blast needed to hold his hands above his head to aim, and it was difficult to do so under the effects of hypergravity. Looking determinedly at Ether, the blue-haired man shouted at her that she would not be able to attack them now. Satsuki, who was carefully watching the actions of her partner, realized that he had deprived the boss of the opportunity to attack, so it was time for her to step in. Wasting no time, the girl sent a blue-black haze of the curse of the shadow ways at the Rift boss. However, watching Ether try her best to keep her hands up, Ichinosa knew that she wasn't going to give up just like that. And he also realized that they couldn't let the boss recover mana, because then they wouldn't be able to defeat it. Gaining momentum, Cheyenne also entered the battle, attracting the attention of the boss. The platinum-haired one swung her scythe, attacking Ether and using one of her skills. In the next moment, Ether lowered her hand and waved it in front of the adventurer, deflecting her attack. In the next moment, everyone present noticed how the elbow joint of the boss flew out, which was accompanied by a loud scream. Due to the pressure sent by Ichino's, Cheyenne's attacks and Ether's efforts to keep her hands high, however, she simply broke from the boss's hands. Ichinosa stopped and squinted, trying to cover his face with his hand. Satsuki and Xiong also stopped, watching the Rift Boss anxiously. In the next moment, however, it simply flew away from the body, falling to the floor of the room. Ether's figure began to bend, falling lower and lower under the influence of gravity and losing all strength. Jumping up and swinging his blade, Ichinose praised the girls for a job well done. In the next moment, the boy swung his blade with all his might, delivering a decisive blow to his opponent. Ether's snow-white face split into cracks of various sizes, accompanied by a loud sound. Ichinose calmly watched the defeated boss of the Library of Mysteries disappear, waiting for his rewards. Satsuki, noticing this, let out an enthusiastic shout, rejoicing in their victory as a tired Shion stood by. Sitting under the wall and trying to catch his breath, Zugo also said that the job was well done. The blue-haired man smiled at the thought of them defeating yet another Rift boss. Now that he had obtained the Ring of Knowledge, he could finally learn the secret of the Rift's appearance. In all this commotion, no one noticed how keenly Kasan was watching them. Ichinose leaned over the metal grate that used to be the frame that Ether stood on. The boy shouted happily, holding the ring, that they had defeated the Rift boss and received the item they came for. The Ring of Wisdom was a rank B artifact and could summon a grand witch from the Library of Mysteries. Examining the object, Satsuki asked if she could help solve the mystery of how the rifts formed. To her words that the ring should have been taken to the special unit, he replied that he did not think it was a good idea. And he was well aware that there are at least 3 good reasons why this should not be done. The first reason was that in the past life, the ring went to the head of the special unit, but he managed to lose it. The second reason was that only a high-ranking adventurer like him could unlock the artifact's full potential. And the third reason was that no adventurer would refuse a rare item that he had earned with sweat and blood. Looking at her happy partner, Satsuki thought that she hadn't seen him this happy in a long time. She was about to ask what exactly this ring does, but the doctor interrupted her. Zugo approached the boy and thanked him for the heroism that allowed them to defeat the Ether. Kneading his muscles, the man with a smile offered to heal his wounds as a thank you. Looking around, Ichinose said he tried his best not to get caught by the Ether attacks. With a smile, the blue-haired man said that he didn't take much damage, but he would be grateful for the treatment. He crouched down with his legs crossed while Zugo raised his staff and began tending to his wounds. The man thought about the fact that he was so lucky for the first time in his life. And luck consisted in the fact that it is not often possible to meet an adventurer with such great abilities. Immediately remembered the moment of the battle, when he ordered the girls to retreat, covering them. At the mention of his heroic deed, the lips on the doctor's face stretched into a warm smile. Looking at the boy, Zugo thought that he had never worried about companions before. But now he took inspiration from the adventurer. Kasan walked up to a tired Shion who was complaining that she thought they were done for because the portal treks were exhausting. However, the boy quietly added that he had come here to get rare items from the boss, and he didn't want to give them away just like that. Not planning on walking around any longer and delaying the inevitable, the thief raised his dagger. As his gaze drilled into Ichinose's back, the boy thought that after a battle, adventurers usually regained their strength and lost their vigilance. Deciding to wait for a better moment, Kasan rushed at the blue-haired man. His thief class allowed him to move silently, and his speed allowed him to do it so that Ichinose wouldn't even have time to do anything, so he jumped up, attacking the adventurer. Having already come close to the blue-haired man, the thief mentally activated the shadow capture skill. However, in the next moment, Ichinose turned his head in his direction, shooting a fierce look. The boy suddenly turned back, drawing his blade on the move and blocking the unexpected attack. Raising one eyebrow in surprise, Kasan indignantly asked how he had even managed to notice him. Forming his fingers into a fist, Ichinose gathered his energy, using the double gravity skill and thereby increasing the force of the blow. In the next moment, the fist came with all its might directly to Kasan's face, answering the attack. The force of the blow was so great that the thief simply collapsed and dropped to one knee. To the doctor's surprised question about what they were doing, the blue-haired man explained that Kasan had betrayed them and was going to kill him. Ichinose added in his mind that he understood the need to deal with the thief, but he did not expect that it would happen simply in a rift. As he began to gather energy, the blue-haired man said that Kasan had practically no part in the battle, and he had enough power. But Ichinose himself still had enough mana to fight him. Moreover, they could fight 4 against 1, but the boy decided not to involve his partners just yet. However, raising one hand, the thief replied that he had already managed to get what was rightfully his. The keeper's bracelet flashed on his hand, and the ring of wisdom was clutched in his fingers. Clenching his teeth tightly, Ichinosa realized that he did not want to kill him, and that the boy's goal was only rare items. Jugo watched the boys closely, thinking that the keeper's bracelet was quite a valuable item in itself. However, it now contained all the loot they had collected during their time in the rift. Cheyenne, outraged by such an act of her partner, shouted loudly, calling him a piece of shit and threatening to kick his ass. Watching the thief flee, Cheyenne ordered everyone to try to stop him. Measuring the audience with a careful look, Kasan thought that everyone except Ichinosa was nothing. He knew that the blue-haired man's class also relied on speed, but the question was whether he could handle a high-ranking thief. Looking down at his feet, Ichinosa admitted that in this timeline he was losing to Kasana in terms of speed. Remembering the sense of kinship he felt when he learned of the boy's thief class, Ichinosa thought that he could never have imagined that he would steal from his colleagues. Meanwhile, quickly shifting his legs, Kasan thought about the fact that his whole life was built on blackmail and intrigue. From the very beginning of his career, he had a bad reputation and no one wanted to work with him. And so he went to another area for new rifts. But there he was also known for his bad reputation and power. And just at the moment when the boy already considered his career as an adventurer complete, he met a greedy leader not burdened by a great mind. And on the way there happened to be a nearby boy who had valuable information about the boss of the rift. It was then that a plan arose in his head which was now perfectly implemented. Zugo, meanwhile, was scrambling for the lost artifacts, the value of which was 10 million and which were now all in the hands of thieves. Ichinosa apologized, blaming everything on his inattention, adding that it was necessary to catch the thief and hand him over to the special unit. However, he understood very well that he had not killed anyone, and the division of the spoils was not fixed by the treaty. The boy thought with annoyance that the special forces would hardly allow them to return the artifacts, and he needed to return the ring. Suddenly, hearing voices behind him loudly discussing the end of the battle, the blue-haired man looked up in bewilderment. Two figures were standing in the doorway to the boss's room, discussing the fact that they were late, and the girl blamed her companion. Satsuki was surprised that more adventurers had stumbled here, but hurried to warn them about the thief. The new arrivals turned and saw Kasan flying directly at them from above. Staring at them with a half-mad look, the boy threatened them not to stand in his way. However, the unknown girl commanded her partner that this job was especially for him. Noticing that they did not run away from the road, the thief just clicked his tongue, saying that this option would be worse for them. Just as Kasan thought it would be funny if they overpowered him, the unknown adventurer swung his staff aside and smacked the thief in the stomach with it. Facing himself, Kasan thought about the fact that the opponent turned out to be very fast and strong. In the next moment, he flew towards the wall, shattering it into small fragments and launching a web of large and small cracks. The blow against the wall was so strong that the boy lost consciousness even for a moment and did not move. Jugo, seeing this, tensed up and Satsuki froze with her mouth wide open. Shion clenched her teeth tightly, tensely waiting for at least some movement of her former comrade's oxen. Ichinosa, on the other hand, intently watched the unknown adventurers, who took Kasan out with one clear movement. Their white uniforms seemed familiar to him. Suddenly his eyes widened in fright as he remembered where exactly he had seen such clothing. His gaze was now completely fixed on the white-haired girl and the bald boy. The new arrivals bent over the nailed thief, wondering how weak he was. The girl poked the victim's cheek with her finger, testing his reaction to her touch. Surprised that he fell after one blow, Alice noticed that there was absolutely nothing interesting in the fight. Shion watched her actions intently, wondering what they had managed to do to one of the top B-rank adventurers. She was frightened and tried to analyze the fact that he fell out just after the first hit. Meanwhile, Alice, searching the thief's body, found a ring of wisdom that she liked, so she immediately wanted to take it for herself. She began hopping around her partner, asking if she could take the artifact for herself. To which he calmly replied, looking at the characteristics window, that this was exactly what they came for. Realizing that they would have to take him down, Alice turned her back on him, hiding the ring, to which Kikyo reminded her that she was on duty. Jugo approached the couple, informing them that the boy they had killed was a criminal. However, at the same time, he added that treating them in such a way in order to take the prey is quite cruel. Alice put a finger to her cheek and looked at the doctor with interest, tilting her head to one side. Immediately after that, she smiled widely, showing sharp teeth, and said that they had misunderstood everything. Pulling out a knife, She added that they had come here to finish them all off. Kikyo explained that they had been ordered to destroy every adventurer who entered the rift, no exceptions. Hearing their answer, the doctor looked at them in shock. Satsuki and Shion's faces also showed fear after the words of the unknown adventurers. And only Ichinosa was not surprised, as he recognized both their skills and the uniforms they wore. Stepping forward, he assumed that both belonged to an organization called the Chimera Call. Alice looked at the boy with interest and was surprised that anyone knew about them, since she had never seen an adventurer who knew about them. The girls immediately approached the blue-haired one, and Satsuki wondered if he knew them, but to Shion, the Chimera Clique was just an internet fable. The Chimera Coven was an underground organization that worked with the board and did all the dirty work in the rifts. In the future, they will work with the government of other countries. Ichinosa remembered meeting a Chimera clan warrior in one of the rifts, and even if they weren't popular right now, meeting them was the worst option for any adventurer, so he took out the blade without thinking. Intensely watching the members of the organization, the boy thought about the fact that they do not reveal their existence just like that, and if they were standing in front of their squad now, it meant that they were not going to leave any witnesses. He should have thought about it, as Alice and Kikyo simultaneously rushed at the adventurers. Shion, seeing this, shouted that they really want to finish them off, so they should run away from here immediately, to which Zugo replied that they would be able to overwhelm them with numbers. It would only be necessary to cover each other's backs. However, Ichinosa, without even turning his head to the man, said that looking at them from the side, it was clear that the chances were not equal and that it was necessary to retreat. With a big smile, Alice asked who she should deal with first, asking permission to play with the swordsman. Ichinosa kept his eyes on the girl's hand, the ring glittering on her finger, and thinking about the fact that he had come a long way for the artifact. Satsuki looked at her partner, trying to summon him somehow. At this time, the blue-haired man, thinking that he could not simply give the desired artifact, rushed at the warriors of the Chimera clan. He brought the blade and attacked Alice with it, who deftly blocked the attack with her knife. Looking at the girl's predatory smile, Ichinosa shouted that he would handle her, asking the rest to take on the boy. The squad of adventurers paused for a moment, measuring their opponent with a strained gaze. Kikyo also froze in front of them, carefully studying each of the adventurers. Satsuki asked in surprise why the three of them had to fight against one, but the doctor said it was the best solution possible. Turning to face the girl, the doctor reminded her that they belonged to the support classes and could not be the main driving force. Looking at the Chimera clan boy, he said that they wouldn't be able to handle a melee opponent. Ichinosa could afford to fight his opponent one-on-one while they had to rely on Shion. Glancing at the blue-haired man, Zugo added that he had made the decision to fight alone, and they should make an effort to defeat the three of them. In addition, the doctor recalled how the couple killed Kasan with one blow, and according to the man, Ichinosa's skill should be taken into account. Looking at Kikyo, Zugo said that they should focus their forces on him. Satsuki did not react to these words, but only looked at the Chimera clan member with blind rage. Noticing that the opponents were divided 3-1, Kikyo thought that they underestimated Alice. However, they had no idea that she was much stronger than him. The doctor met the words of this with a shocked expression on his face, but did not have time to say anything. Meanwhile, Ichinosa deftly blocked all of Alice's attacks, but she kept up with him. Repelling another attack, the girl smiled and thanked him, explaining that she hadn't had so much fun in a long time. At one point, she noticed that his blade began to tremble, which meant that the opponent was quite tired. A tense Ichinosa thought that although he could dodge the girl's attacks, he was practically on edge until she looked completely exhausted. Remembering how the thief Kasan flew into the wall, Alice told the blue-haired man that she was level 57, and her partner, with a predatory grin, she asked how he was going to beat her if his level wasn't even up to. With these words, Alice made another sharp lunge, swinging her knife. However, Ichinosa calmly looked at the girl and replied that he considered her level to be much higher. To this, Alice replied that he became more and more impudent once he dared to say such a thing to her. She remembered how since childhood she was forced to constantly raise her level, practically not allowing her to breathe. Such was the life of a Chimera clan warrior. Many could not stand such a frantic pace, but they were quickly disposed of. And now, after all she'd been through, she couldn't let some boy laugh at her. However, Ichinosa replied that he did not understand her indignation, as he could tell from her fighting style that her class belonged to those who operate from the shadows. To which the girls replied that although they did not take all the damage, they were more mobile and caused a lot of damage themselves. The blue-haired man smiled, looking at Alice, and said that they were exactly the same. Hearing the suggestion that she decided to judge him by herself, considering herself not so strong, Alice stiffened. Squinting, the adventurer thought that without finding out what she was capable of, he would not be able to defeat her, so he decided to provoke her. Turning his head to the blue-haired man, the doctor asked him in surprise what exactly he was going to do. However, in the next moment, Alice laughed wildly, showing everyone her sharp teeth. Raising her hand, the girl said that Ichinosa was quite an interesting opponent, adding that he asked himself. A bright orb of light began to form in her hand, from which sharp blades flew out. With a predatory grin, Alice looked at Ichinosu and threatened to make him bite his tongue. She glared at Ichinosu, anticipating a quick victory. The boy frowned, as he knew that such an attack aimed to deal multiple damage to a single target. Alice's class, which was currently teasing him, was one of the most problematic. He jumped, trying to dodge the blades flying in his direction. Measuring him with a careful look, the girl realized that his skills allow him to be quite agile and strong when needed. And she also noticed how easily he dodged her blades. With a predatory lick, the girl thought that Ichinosa was actually quite an interesting opponent. Looking at his focused gaze, Alice mentally told him that he was stronger than she expected. Holding the knife in front of her, she thought she was already looking forward to seeing his look, full of horror and despair. In the next moment, the blue-haired man flew up to her and struck with his blade, but the girl skillfully blocked the attack with a knife. Staring intently at his opponent, the boy thought about how he was still holding on thanks to gravity magic, but their level difference was too great. Realizing the same thing and seeing how tense he was, Alice stretched her lips in a small smile. Glancing at their swords, on which sparks were falling, the boy realized that by doubling the gravity he would simply lose mana for nothing. He wouldn't be able to attack her directly, and right now he couldn't even count on the support of Satsuki and Shion. Screams could be heard behind him, signifying that the team was fully engrossed in the battle with Kikyo. Frowning, Ichinosa looked sternly at her opponent, ordering her to show everything she was capable of. He wanted to expose her to massive attacks so that her mana would run out quickly, so he asked her to show everything that the illusionist class was capable of. Alice snorted, baring her teeth, and answered that he was very well versed in classes. Illusionists were a martial class that could bring the most secret and specific fantasy to life. Having created a web of curses over herself, the girl said that she will show what she is capable of, if the boy wants it. Ichinosa understood that he was using a technique capable of multiplying the illusion many times over and increasing the number and radius of the knives used. Alice sent a spell at him, remembering that neither a person nor an animal had yet escaped such an attack. However, she was surprised to notice that Ichinosa simply jumped high, avoiding all of her knives. Looking at him, Alice said with a smile that the reception was not bad, but it was still not enough. The boy knew very well that the main advantage of the spell she used was that it caused the victim to be truly terrified of the unknown. However, looking resolutely in front of him, rushing at his opponent, he thought about the fact that he was ready to look fear in the face. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he found something that could help him. He was looking at several purple rays that were almost impossible to see. Looking at the fact that the illusions did not drive the opponent into a stupor of terror, Alice tried to understand what was happening. Landing in front of her, Ichinosa thought that the illusions weren't so scary if you could find the gap between light and shadow. Meanwhile, Alice could not understand how it could happen that he was not afraid of the possibility of losing his head. However, the fact remained the fact. The blue-haired man was standing in front of her, so the only thing left to think about was how he got out of her illusion. Holding a knife in front of her, Elisa began to knock away the small fragments that her opponent sent her. Before she lost her vigilance, Ichinosa rushed forward, and the girl froze in fear, realizing that he was already behind her. Turning her head in his direction, Alice realized that his exit from the illusion was not just luck, but knowledge and experience that her rivals never had. Looking at his focused gaze, Alice realized that although she had already fought high-level monsters and adventurers, the boy was at a completely different level. And while she was trying to figure out who he really was, Ichinosa swung his blade, knocking the knife out of her hands. With a predatory smile, the girl said that she had underestimated him quite a lot. It was the first time she had met a person who broke out of illusion and did not succumb to fear, so she asked him if he was even human. Staring down at his blade, the blue-haired replied that although he had broken out of the illusion, he planned to end her with one precise strike. Raising his eyes and looking at his rival, the boy added that it would be too easy. Alice squealed loudly, clutching her ear, from which a thin trickle of blood was pouring. Looking at her bloody hand, the girl froze for a moment, opening her mouth in a daze. Immediately after that, Alice let out a wild laugh, throwing her head up and spreading her arms. Hugging her face, the girl began to scream fanatically that it was very cool. Looking at Ichinosu as he pointed his blade at her, Alice said that she felt the fear of death for the first time, and she really liked it. As a thank you, she wanted to show him her trump card, adding that she doesn't like to use this skill because it sends enemies flying in an instant. However, given that the latter is much stronger, Alice began to summon shadow doubles. Watching this, Ichinosa thought that her opponent had dared to use such a skill against him. This technique was the strongest in the illusionist's characteristics, and was able to summon 3 strong copies of him. And if he is distracted even for a second, he will immediately become just a personal toy for Alice. The illusion caused by the reception of the Shadow Twins could make any magical attacks it wanted, and by the number of copies it was possible to determine how strong the illusionist was. In the next moment, Ichinosa deftly dodged the attacks of all 3 Alices, who quickly attacked him. Shaking his head tensely, the boy thought about the fact that because of this spell, he couldn't even attack her adequately. Jumping up to attack him from behind from above, Alice asked loudly if he was having fun with them. Swinging the knife, the girl with a predatory look asked him why he didn't even try to attack them. Not getting his bearings in time, Ichinosa put his hand out in front of him to shield himself from his opponent's knife. Leaning on his injured arm, the blue-haired man thought that the shadow doppelgangers could be defeated, but his level was too low to do so. Meanwhile, the girls rushed at him again, hopefully asking if he could still fight. The adventurer's attention was attracted by the ring of wisdom, which flashed on Alice's fingers. Frowning, Ichinosa thought about the fact that he must take her for himself at any cost. Meanwhile, Kikyo was intently watching Shion and Satsuki, who were standing opposite. The 3 adversaries also did not lower the chimeras of confident and determined looks from the Blade Warrior. Jugo thought that even though Kasan was out of the game, they still had an advantage in numbers. And the boy was aware that if he rushed at one of them, the other 2 would simply be able to attack him, so his movements were careful. Realizing that they could win with their advantage, the doctor ordered the girls to advance now. At these words, Shion swung her scythe, and Satsuki put her staff forward, releasing a cloud of curses. However, Kikyo raised his spear, the hilt of which immediately burst into flames. Zugo froze for a moment, watching intently what was happening right before his eyes. A huge fiery maw with sharp teeth and predatory skin was bearing down on them and the girls. The girls, seeing this, froze in fear, not knowing what to do next. However, a doctor quickly appeared in front of them, holding out his staff. They sat with each other's arms around each other and intently watching Jugo's actions. Satsuki thanked her partner for covering for her, but the platinum-haired girl was more interested in what their opponent was up to. The doctor also couldn't understand what kind of power it was, so he stared intently at the figure of the Chimera Blade Warrior. Kikyo, meanwhile, thought that he could bide his time until Alice returned and dealt with the rest. But she was again dragging out the fight. Banging his spear on the floor, the boy said he was tired of playing with them. His eyes turned blood red, and his body showed swollen veins as he ordered them to surrender. Shion looked at him and did not understand what was happening to him, as the opponent began to resemble a monster. The Path of the Bloody Guardian was a skill that allowed all the mana to be sent to the muscles of the body, making them stronger and the attacks more powerful. No opponent, no matter the number, would be able to withstand such a skill, and he expected to deal with them before he ran out of mana. Wasting no time, Kikyo thrust his spear forward and charged at the trio. The doctor tried to cover the girls by pushing them back and hiding them behind his body. Noticing that the warrior had become much faster, Zugo thrust his staff forward, opening a shield above them. However, he did not have time to do this, and in the next moment, he flew away with his back forward from the strong blow of the opponent. Immediately after that, Kikyo heard a loud scream from Shion, who rushed at him, swinging her scythe. Raising his hand, the boy managed to block her attack, deflecting the weapon away from him. A few drops of sweat rolled down the face of the platinum-haired woman when she realized that when she hit her hand, it felt like metal. However, she didn't have much time to think, as Kikyo rubbed her stomach, pushing her away. The girl's mouth opened in a silent scream from the sharp pain and the air knocked out of her chest. On his knees, Jugo tried to figure out what kind of power the opponent was using if he wasn't being taken by Xian's magic and scythe. Looking at the blood-red eyes, the doctor wondered if he was even human. At times, Ichinosa continued to fight Alice and her clones, who demanded that he attack them. Looking at him with a crazy look, the girl asked him to show her real fear. Kikyo, who was watching their battle, understood that since his partner had summoned shadow doubles, the boy should have tired soon. Staring at her opponent, Xian cursed as she gripped her scythe tightly. Satsuki, meanwhile, was thinking that Kikyo was too strong even for the three of them. However, they had to distract him, or the two Chimera Clique warriors would definitely defeat Ichinosa. Clenching her fingers tightly on the handle of her staff, the blue-haired woman thought with annoyance that this was not right. She remembered how Aoi kept using her as bait when they went out on missions. However, Ichinosa showed her that she could achieve more and stand on the same level as him. Deciding she can't afford to play bait again, Satsuki gets the team's attention by saying she has an idea. Jugo and Xian looked at her in surprise after hearing the words that they hadn't lost yet. Satsuki shouted as she held her staff forward. 3 against 1, they could definitely win. Kikyo's blood-red eyes flashed with a mischievous glow as he said that it was foolish to continue fighting against him. Holding his spear in front of him, the boy reminded his opponents of the difference in their levels. However, the 3 adventurers who came against him were not frightened even by the words about the futility of such a fight for them. Zugo wondered at the moment how they would be able to approach the opponent, how his technique increased his characteristics. Hearing this question, Satsuki closed her eyes and sank deep into her own thoughts. In moments when she didn't know how to act, she thought about how Ichinosa would act in her place. It was not possible to prolong the battle due to the difference in levels and the amount of mana, so it was necessary to win with one precise blow. However, now the question arose about how to hit such a strong opponent. Suddenly, the blue-haired woman thought that if they could not defeat him, then they would be able to weaken him. Without waiting for the girls to attack first, Kikyo rushed at them in 1 second. Xian, noticing this, warned her partner that the enemy was attacking them again. She asked Satsuki what they should do since the boy was strong before using the skill, and now he was like a titan. However, the blue-haired girl, looking intently at Kikyo, asked her to trust her, assuring her that by using her skills they would be able to win. Hearing the request to hit him on the right side, Xian turned her gaze to the boy in fear. She recalled that her punch had failed last time, asking if she wanted to repeat the tactic. And while she was wondering why it was to the right, Satsuki was already asking the doctor if he could cast a spell on Xian similar to the opponent's skill. Realizing what exactly the blue-haired man wanted to do, the man replied that he could, offering to take a risk. Xian rushed to him with complaints when he pointed the staff at her, but Jugo advised her to trust her friends for once. Frowning, he sternly added that he trusted Satsuki with his life, his look confirming his words. For a moment, the platinum-haired woman froze, thinking about the fact that her comrades were mocking her. Bringing her staff forward, Satsuki commanded the Shadow Shackle skill. Kikyo, meanwhile, was carefully watching what his opponents were going to do. In the next second, he was already trying to pull his arms and weapons out of the dark cloaks that enveloped everything around him. Breaking one of the ropes, the boy appreciated how strong his enemies could be. Xian still thought that it was impossible to defeat this monster, but realizing that the choice was small, she rushed at him. Picking up speed, Kikyo swung his spear, deflecting the platinum-haired woman's attack. In the next moment, Xian watched in a daze as her scythe flew over her enemy's head, landing behind him. Grabbing her head, the girl cursed loudly at her allies, blaming them for the loss of her weapon. With his staff out in front of him, Zugo thought about being able to attack his warrior directly using his shield. Without wasting a second, he rushed forward, putting his plan into action. Kikyo looked at him in surprise, asking if he really thought such a childish trick would work on them. Meanwhile, the shadow labbits that Satsuki had released earlier deftly grabbed Xian's broken scythe. Immediately after that, they launched a weapon element with all their might into the back of an unsuspecting Chimera clan warrior. Hearing a noise behind him, Kikyo turned around to check what was going on. The next moment, he was fighting off the scythe, completely losing his vigilance and ignoring the doctor. A second later, Kikyo felt a sharp blow come from the other side. The impact was so strong that the doctor even froze at the moment of impact. In the next moment, a strong blow from the opponent flew into his face, sending a web of cracks across the shield. Suddenly, the Chimera Call warrior's eyes widened in surprise as he turned his head once more. Satsuki stood in front of him, holding a staff in her hands and looking at the boy with fierce determination. Swinging the weapon, the girl shouted loudly, attacking the bald boy. A moment later, they were sitting opposite their opponent and measuring each other with displeased glances. Both of their weapons lay a few steps away, and it was impossible to reach them from their place. Zugo approached the blue-haired woman, keeping his gaze fixed on the Chimera clan warrior. Satsuki realized that Kikyo wouldn't be able to effectively counter them without her weapon, so she simply knocked her out, killing him from attacking. Glancing at the blue-haired one, Zugo thought that she was more determined than them, and had thought out the plan down to the last detail. Now he understood perfectly well what exactly she had learned fighting on Ichinosa's side. The girl did not take her eyes off Kikyo, thinking that although they could not defeat him, she was able to disarm him. As he looked at his hand, which had a spear in it a second ago, the blue-haired woman mentally asked him how he was going to fight them. Kikyo himself thought that the girl was able to distract him, at the same time chastising himself for underestimating her. Meanwhile, Shion walked over to the weapon and picked up her scythe. Pointing her finger at her opponent, she asked how he was going to fight them in the future if he lost his toy. Instead of answering, the boy simply raised his hand above his head, his fingers folded into a fist. Immediately after that, he slammed it down on the floor with all his might, sending a web of large and small cracks across it and shattering it into pieces. Looking up at the opposing team, Kikyo asked if they really expected him to not be able to handle them with his bare hands. All three watched his actions intently, waiting for what would happen next. Meanwhile, Alice continued her fight with Ichinosa, attacking him with a knife from above. The blue-haired man raised his blade, holding it firmly in his hands and keeping his eyes on his opponent. Standing in front of him, the shadow assistants noticed that he had already slowed down too much. Watching him try to catch his breath, Alice said that she understood his desire to conserve mana, but that was not how he would defeat her. Annoyingly clicking her tongue, the girl added that since he was not going to entertain her, she would simply finish him off. Her doppelgangers laughed obnoxiously, asking what he was going to do now. Ichinosa measured the girls carefully, realizing that it was not in Alice's best interest to drag out the fight, but he had to find the original among the copies and hit him. On the other hand, he understood that the clones would not simply give him the opportunity to find a real illusionist. Trying to avoid all options that ended badly, Ichinosa suddenly stretched his lips in a wide smile. Satsuki prepared for a new battle, holding out her staff in front of her. Kikyo rushed towards her with all his might, intending to attack, even though he had no weapon in his hands. The blue-haired one watched him in alarm, thinking that he wasn't even thinking of backing down. Meanwhile, Zugo, wanting to stop the opponent, flew at him, striking with all his might. Immediately after that, without giving the enemy a break, Shion jumped at him, swinging a scythe. After the attack, she landed a few steps away from him while Kikyo stood motionless. The platinum-haired woman watched him closely, breathing hard and trying to even her breathing. She was interested in how a boy could fight 3 opponents at once with his bare hands. However, the doctor realized that hopes had come true, and the Chimera clan warrior could not use his skills to the fullest without having a weapon in hand. And although he should have given up already, since he was in a disadvantageous position, he did not even think to ask. Frowning, Kikyo thought that this trio was not as weak as it appeared at first glance. However, he suddenly realized that the strongest of the adventurers was the blue-haired boy, since Alice had already been messing with him for quite some time. Kikyo understood that he would not be allowed to see the boy, so he would not be able to help Alice. However, he wanted to complete the mission even at the cost of his own life. His eyes, glowing with red light, burned with a thirst for victory and a wild determination to achieve it at any cost. Alice, meanwhile, attacked Ichinosu again, unleashing her infernal fang skill. The boy turned sideways to her, avoiding the 2 dark lines that marked the attack. However, he slightly miscalculated his own speed, and one of the knives flew right into his right shoulder. Crashing to the ground, the blue-haired man swore, cursing his carelessness, which had caused him to be kissed. Throwing her double at the boy, Alice laughed and said that he amused her, but he could not resist her for a long time. Meanwhile, Ichinosa rose to his feet and calmly watched as his rivals approached. They pulled out their knives, swinging them and wanting to finish off their opponent. However, at the last second, the blue-haired man took out his blade, deftly repelling both attacks at once. While he was following the 2 rivals, the third one sneakily approached him from the side. After exclaiming that it was time for them to say goodbye, Alice, with a mad look, rushed at him with a knife. However, the next moment she froze as Ichinosa turned to face her. A slight smile shone on the boy's face as he caught the opponent's hand with his own, stopping the attack. Alice gave a predatory grin, appreciating that he had ducked to stop her on the final blow. Continuing to hold her wrist tightly, Ichinosa advised her to concentrate, and then she would deliver the decisive blow, not her clones. The rest of the Alices stood still, staring at the opponent who had caught one of them, and one of them was most outraged by the advice. The blue-haired man noticed this and thought it was time to let his guard down a bit so he could find her. The girl he was holding by the wrist laughed and praised him for being able to catch her. However, as she approached his face and held the knife in front of her, she added that this was not enough to defeat her. After these words, Ichinosa abruptly pushed her away from him, advising her not to indulge. At the same time, a large drop of blood remained on Alice's knife, which was scraping from it. The girl drew his attention to the fact that he caught her on the need for mana, but asked what he himself would do now, to which the blue-haired man calmly replied that he perfectly understood their difference in levels, so he just decided to take a chance. Raising his hand in front of him, he added with a smile that he had taken from her what belonged to him, showing the ring of wisdom on his finger. Alice turned pale, realizing that the opponent had taken away her find from her with one maneuver. However, quickly pulling herself together, the girl praised him for the fact that he managed to deceive her. At this time, Ichinosa thought about the fact that he did need the experience of being in the thief class. Turning to Alice, he said that her shadow doppelganger skill was incredible, but it had its flaws. Clenching his fingers into fists, the blue-haired man added that he couldn't defeat her with his skills, but now he has a chance, because he had been conserving mana the whole fight. The girl looked at her opponent in fear, thinking that she had made a mistake in determining his mana level. She began to think back to their fight, trying to figure out when exactly he realized how her skill worked. She immediately remembered the moment when the boy asked her not to play with him, but to show what she was really capable of. Realizing that he wanted it from the beginning, Alice tilted her head and asked what the ring could do against her. Ichinosa remembered how he spent a lot of time in his past life to discover the phenomenon of the ring. Holding out his hand in front of him, the boy loudly summoned the Grand Witch of the Library of Mysteries. Immediately after that, a bright light appeared above him, which made Alice cover her face with her hand. A vortex began to form around the ball of light, enveloping it from all sides. Following this, the light began to shrink until it turned into one small, bright point. Immediately after that, the adventurers saw the figure of a girl with long blonde hair above them. She opened her eyes and looked around for the owner of the ring before smiling widely. Surprised that the ring could summon a magical creature, Alice clenched her teeth tightly in anger. With a big smile, Ichinosa raised his hand, saying that he could definitely beat her now. Alice watched her opponent intently, thinking about the fact that she herself was well aware of the possibility of obtaining magical items in the rifts. She had seen this in person more than once when she went down into the dungeons. Most summon animals were useless and only wasted mana, but Ichinosa specifically held mana to use the ring. So now Alice had reason to wonder what exactly the blue-haired man was up to. Meanwhile, the Great Witch of the Library of Mysteries was smiling merrily as she flew around the boy. Stretching her lips in a sly smile, Alice asked Ichinosa if he had gone crazy saving his mana for her. However, he replied that in order to dispel her illusion, it was necessary to first take the ring from her, and now that the mission was accomplished, he could fight them at full strength. Alice smiled predatorily, saying that this option would suit her even more. Throwing herself at the boy, she ordered him to demonstrate what exactly his doll could do. Glancing at the witch, the blue-haired man thought that she was a smaller copy of Ether, and knew all the tricks she knew. In exchange for his mana, he could use it as he pleased, so pointing a finger at his opponent, he ordered the witch to attack her. Ta immediately raised her hands, releasing a large wave of fire that went towards Alice and her clones. The girl looked frightened at what was happening before her eyes, realizing that she was using a mass attack. At the same time, she understood that now she had absolutely nowhere to run away from the battlefield. Covering her face with her hand from the pillar of fire flying at her, Alice cried out loudly. Opening her eyes, the girl realized that the magic hadn't actually done her much damage. Her clones, engulfed in flames, froze for a moment, staring blankly in front of them. Immediately after that, when the fire subsided, they began to disperse in the air without a trace. Clenching her teeth, Alice thought with annoyance that the magic was enough to dispel her doppelgangers. Looking at his assistant, Ichinosa thought that the spell had used up too much mana. In fact, the use of magical creatures could end fatally for the host. The boy understood very well that to protect against the fire wave, it was necessary to use magical protective spells, which the doppelgangers could not. Illusionists, as a rule, did not possess such knowledge and powers, so it was difficult for them. Analyzing all that had happened, Ichinosa stretched his lips in a wide smile. At the same time, he released the library witch to give her a chance to rest. Looking at his opponent, the boy said that she had also spent a lot of mana, so they could now fight on an equal footing. Alice glared at him with hatred in her eyes, realizing that he had summoned the doll to destroy the clones. Ichinosa, meanwhile, calmly waited for the girl to attack first. From the beginning, his tactics seemed strange, but now she was facing the possibility of losing a boy with a lower level. Meanwhile, Ichinosa was ready for a new match, keeping his eyes on his opponent. Suddenly, Alice stretched her lips in a predatory smile and laughed loudly and wildly. Covering her face with her hand, she praised the blue-haired man, saying that no one had ever gone this far in a battle with her. She admitted that her heart was about to jump out of her chest with excitement, since no one could yet drive her into a dead end. However, opening a new web of spells, the girl added that she still had something to surprise him. Looking around, Ichinosa realized that she was using the illusory kaleidoscope skill. With a wild look on her face, Alice offered her rival to have a good time at last. The blue-haired man knew that this skill combined both physical and magical attacks, but it required a lot of mana. Pulling out a knife in front of her, the girl thought about the fact that dodging such an attack requires a lot of concentration, and she herself would not take her eyes off her opponent. Rushing forward, Alice was determined not to let him go alive this time. Keeping a close eye on his rival, Ichinosa knew that he would not be able to completely avoid the attack. However, an idea suddenly appeared in his head, which was trying to think of a way out of the situation. Already flying to the boy, Alice thought with fervor that he had caught it. However, in the next second, she noticed with surprise that there was no one else in the place where Ichinosa was standing. Looking at the empty place in front of her, the girl tried to understand where her opponent could go. Alice began to turn her head in all directions, but did not notice how Ichinosa was hanging upside down above her head. The blue-haired man was gathering energy around himself, preparing to apply gravity reduction. Suddenly it dawned on Alice exactly where to look for her opponent, and she lifted her head up. In the next moment, pushing off from the ceiling, Ichinosa used the meteor fall skill and slashed Alice with all his might. As his blade collided with her knife, a sheaf of sparks flew into the air. Clenching her teeth, Alice furiously thought that such a boy simply could not defeat her. However, the blue-haired man swung his blade hard again, knocking his opponent back. As she fell backwards, the blade of her knife simply snapped in half. Alice flew with all her might into the wall with her back, after which she curled up and lost consciousness. Staring at her body, Ichinosa said that she wasn't the only one who didn't show her trump card all the way. Meanwhile, Shion was fiercely repelling another attack by Kikyo. She didn't understand why all the blows she threw at her opponent didn't do anything to him. The girl made more than one attack, but the guy continued to stand in front of her completely intact. Zugo also noted that they were unable to inflict any damage on their opponent. He understood that the skill used by Kikyo made the wearer more resistant to attacks and increased physical power. Carefully observing his heavy breathing, the doctor realized that he was in a lot of pain and his strength was at its limit. However, until Kikyo stops using his skill, it will be impossible to defeat him. Trying to calm his partner down, Jugo told her not to panic, adding that they would stick to the plan until the boy was exhausted. At this time, Kikyo also thought that everything was going according to plan, and he would have to wait until Alice arrived, after which he would finish them all off. Satsuki was getting more and more worried about Ichinosu, trying to convey that he needed help, but suddenly she heard a noise behind her. She turned her head there, followed by Zugo, who looked dazed. Standing before them in the purple light was Ichinosa, staring grimly ahead. In front of him, he dropped the body of Elisa, who was still lying unconscious. Satsuki smiled, realizing that her partner she had been so worried about had won. Staring at the back of the blue-haired man's head, Kikyo thought about how it was possible that Alice lost to a weaker opponent. He remembered how 4 years ago he joined the Chimera clan, a group of exiles who specialized only in battles to the death. After one of the raids, he and his partner went into the recreation room. It was then that the boy stood up, as if he had been buried, seeing a picture that he would never be able to forget. Alice was a warrior whom no one could beat, and who was bored sitting in a soft chair, and at her feet, On the floor, covered with blood, lay the bodies of the people she killed who dared to challenge her. However, Alice herself now lay on the ground, defeated by an adventurer whose level was lower than hers. Raising his blade, Ichinosa quietly told the girl that she was very dangerous, and he had no desire to meet her in the future. Watching the boy intently, Kikyo thought that since he couldn't stop his opponents, he would at least do what he could. Seeing that his opponent was about to attack them, Zugo yelled for everyone to back off while he covered them. However, the next moment the man froze, staring in front of him in a daze as Kikyo flew past him. Trying to understand what was happening, he turned back to see where the Chimera clan warrior was in such a hurry. There, the doctor saw Ichinosu, who was bringing his sword to finish off the unconscious girl. When he was already lowering his sword, Kikyo suddenly jumped under him, covering Alice's body with his body. Swinging his sword, the blue-haired man watched in shock as he slashed the boy's back. Jugo also stopped, surprised that the Chimera clan warrior was not running at him with the girls, but at Ichinosu. In the next moment, Ichinosa himself was already jumping to the side, dodging Kikyo's fierce attack. The blue-haired man drew his blade, not intending to simply surrender to whoever came to kill them. However, Kikyo quickly found his way, and after carrying Alice's unconscious body, rushed to the exit. Frowning, Ichinosa asked the boy if he was really going to just back off like that, to which the boy replied that this time it will be like that, but he remembered everyone and the next meeting will be their last. Taking a fighting stance, the blue-haired man asked who had hired them to kill everyone. However, Kikyo did not answer, only telling Alice that it was time for them to go. Disappearing in the illusion of the mirage sent by the illusionist, the girl just waved her hand to Ichinosa, saying goodbye to him. Listening to the thanks for making her happy, the blue-haired frowned as he watched them closely. He thought that the Chimera call had retreated, but he felt himself at the edge, so he fell to his knees. Looking at his trembling hand, the boy thought that if Kikyo was attacking him now, he would not be able to hold out for long. Satsuki approached him from behind and quietly apologized to him. Zugo, who also came up, began to make excuses that he didn't have time to put up his shield because the boy rushed at him very quickly. Ichinosa thought that his teammates were able to disarm the opponent with whom he was so eager to help them. As he continued to sit on the floor, the blue-haired man thought that soon the Chimera clan would emerge from the shadows, and the failed task would prevent them from becoming the most powerful shadow faction. Looking at his teammates, Ichinosa thought that none of them had been hurt this time, but he didn't know if they would be safe in the future. Looking down at his hand, the blue-haired man thought that he had finally managed to get the most important item. He knew that the Ring of Wisdom was the key to solving the rifts. Now, with the emergence of the Chimera clique hunting him, it became obvious just how important he was. Now he understood what happened in the past timeline where the ring was lost by the Special Forces. However, the question remained whether the head of the special unit himself could give orders to the Chimera call this time. Suddenly hearing someone's voice, Satsuki and Ichinosa simultaneously raised their heads and looked in front of them. It turned out that Kasan came to his senses, who, holding his stomach, said that it was time for them to get out of here. Looking at his former associates with a guilty look, he asked them to help him get out. However, in response to this, he only heard the scream of Shion, who cursed him for what the world stood for and whom Zugo tried to calm down. Analyzing the boy's appearance, Ichinosa understood that he couldn't even stand on his own, so he decided that they would take him out of the dungeon and hand him over to the Special Forces. Meanwhile, outside, Kikyo continued to carry Alice, who was bragging about a wonderful fight and talking about how she was already close to getting peace. Placing her hand on her cheek, the girl said that her mother would reprimand them for running away. However, Kikyo, continuing the journey, said that it was not worth his life, and they would definitely meet them again. And next time they will ask for help in eliminating the team of experienced A-rank adventurer. Puffing out her cheeks, Alice thought about the fact that she did not want this man to kill her blue-haired man. Soldiers guarding the entrance to the middle were already running towards them at the exit from the breach. One of them asked in surprise if they were really able to defeat the boss and clear the rift. To which Jugo, who was carrying Kasan on his shoulders, smiled and reminded them that they were B-rank adventurers. Smiling broadly, Satsuki jokingly apologized for getting over it so quickly. Hearing someone's voice from behind, Ichinosa turned to the direction of the voice with interest. There, he saw a man surrounded by Special Forces soldiers, a man scratching his head, talking about wanting to practice his skills in the rift. Frowning, Mayumi Toya added that the adventurers had dealt with him rather quickly. However, he frowned after that. muttering something about civilians doing whatever they want without thinking about the consequences. Hearing this, Shion charged at him, shouting that they had risked their lives to cover the tails of the Special Forces soldiers. Ichinosa stepped forward, apologizing for his partner's rudeness and explaining that they were tired. That's why she was being rude. The blue-haired man understood very well that the soldiers of the special unit almost all treated the adventurers as civilians. Adventurers appeared thanks to the desire of civilians, but the special unit monitored their work and could even deprive them of their rank. Glancing at Mayumi, the boy thought that in the future they would completely control the work of the adventurers. However, now the lieutenant could only glare at him and grunt once. One of the soldiers approached Mayumi, suggesting not to make unnecessary arguments. She looked at him hopefully, adding that the main thing was that the rift was cleared and he was not a threat. Suddenly, Ichinosa called the lieutenant to him, saying that they would like to inform one of their group. Pointing at Kasan, the blue-haired man explained that he wanted to steal their loot found in the rift. Hearing these words, Mayumi turned an angry look at the thief. The boy wanted to make an excuse that it was their business, but Shion rudely shut him up, reminding him that he wanted to finish them off and rob them. Ichinosa replied that the guild would look into it, shocking him with the knowledge of crimes in another branch. Carefully watching the thief, the blue-haired man thought that judging by his behavior, he was pulling such a trick not for the first time. The boy carefully watched how the soldiers of the special unit took Kasan out, holding him by the arm. Meanwhile, Ichinosa approached Mayumi, informing him that something else had happened in the rift. He said that they were attacked there by 2 soldiers from the Chimera Call organization, describing their appearance. Hearing about the Chimera's call, Mayumi looked at the adventurer with an intense gaze. Keeping his eyes on him, the lieutenant asked if it was really so, warning of responsibility in case of a lie. However, the blue-haired man replied that everything he said was true, promising to make a detailed report and send it to the guild. Looking intently at the back of the adventurer's head, Mayumi thought that he looked quite suspicious. Then, clutching his head, the lieutenant ordered the assistant to contact the headquarters, as he could not ignore such a statement. After some time, Ichinosa and Satsuki gave detailed explanations at the Adventurers Guild. Shion of Jugo did the same, thinking carefully about every word. Everything that the adventurers said about clearing the rift, as well as about Kasan and the Chimera Call, was entered into the base by a worker. The evening they were released, Shion let out a weary sigh that they were finally released. She grumbled all the way that everything would have been much calmer and faster if one thief had not spoiled their raspberries. The platinum-haired one said she didn't expect anything else from a person whose class was called thief. This angered the blue-haired man who belonged to this class in his past life even more. At one point, Ichinose bombed and said that not all thieves are bad, which confused Shion. Jugo approached them with a broad smile, asking them not to quarrel and reminding them that now they also own a part of Kasan, to which the platinum-haired girl sighed, saying that he only thinks about money. When the doctor asked if they were sure that they didn't want to share the loot, the blue-haired man replied that they had already agreed on everything. He kept his eyes on the Ring of Wisdom, saying he had no regrets about the reward given to them in full. The group approached a signpost where the direction to the station was written. Zugo smiled and said that he was very glad that they met. Ichinosa and Satsuki listened intently, looking at the man with surprised looks. He admitted that at first he wanted to use them as labor force in capturing the rift, and all that guided him at that moment was only his greed. However, next time he would like to use his powers to the fullest, so when the rift appears again, he will rush to help his comrades. Hearing the words that the doctor wanted to be like him, Ichinosa smiled warmly. Satsuki suddenly felt Shion elbowing her in the side, so she turned to the platinum-haired woman in surprise. Frowning, the girl asked them for forgiveness for being rude to them, to which the blue-haired man smiled and replied that if the company needed to clear the fault, they could count on them. Sometime after they said goodbye to the rest of their teammates, Ichinose and Satsuki walked down the street in silence. Finally, the girl decided to break the silence, asking what exactly the ring did, to which she heard that it could summon a magical creature. In order to demonstrate her capabilities, the couple went to the playground, where the blue-haired man summoned a witch. In a second after that, Satsuki was staring mesmerized at the little doll that appeared above their heads. Opening her mouth wide in surprise, the girl noticed that she looked like ether, to which Ichinosa explained that it was the same ether, but in a reduced and weakened form. Extending a finger to the doll, he added that he could use her skills by draining his mana, though they would not be as powerful as the real one. Remembering the wave of fire the doll had released during the battle with Alice, Ichinosa thought that its presence was already increasing his stats. Keeping her eyes on Ether, Satsuki wondered if she would really be able to reveal to them the secret of the rifts. While the partner explained to her that Ether is considered one of the rare monsters, the doll herself was actively interested in the children's slide. Looking at the little witch, Ichinosa added that she could also speak their language. Hearing these words, Satsuki opened her eyes wide and let out a loud sigh. She remembered how during the battle with the boss, and turned her head in her direction and spoke to her. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man continued to explain that the level of the summoned creature is the same as that of the summoner. He explained that some monsters may have a special skill that increases depending on the level. So, for example, a clown could have luck, and a goblin master could have dexterity. Ether, both the large and the reduced copy, had a special skill called wisdom, and if he continues to raise the level, then very soon she will be able to speak normally. And then he could ask her about the reason for the rifts in their world. Suddenly, Ether's attention was drawn to Satsuki, and opening her arms wide, the doll rushed towards her. The blue-haired one asked what exactly she wanted to say, but Ichinosa replied that she couldn't do it yet due to her low level. Meanwhile, the doll opened its mouth and loudly spoke the word end. Looking at the adventurers, Ether loudly added that very soon this world would meet its end. Ichinosa and Satsuki froze, staring at the doll in a daze, trying to comprehend what they had just heard. The next day, Hayos, sitting in his office, slammed his phone against the wall, smashing it into pieces. Staring at the broken phone, he thought that the Chimera's call had failed at a fairly simple task. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the laptop screen, which was glowing brightly. After pressing a few keys, the man entered the database where only one personal case was highlighted. It was the personal business of an adventurer who cleared a large number of rifts in a record short time. It was he who became the first adventurer in history who was able to get the B rank quite easily. He was the hero who saved the people from the disaster of the rift that had recently opened. And it was this adventurer who very recently defeated the elite fighters of the Chimera clan. And at the same time, he managed to get hold of the Ring of Wisdom now. Looking at the laptop screen where Ichinosa's photo was displayed, Hayos thought that he was not an ordinary person. He mentally threatened him so that he would not even think of hiding from him. Meanwhile, in one of the rifts, which was called the Deep Pit, a huge bull was charging at the adventurers at full speed. Ichinosa prepared to attack, drawing his blade in front of him and commanding magnetic gravity. At the same moment, being under the influence of gravity, the animal fell to the ground, unable to move. Immediately after that, the adventurer charged at him, swinging his blade. Satsuki, looking at her partner, said that he coped quite well with the environment, to which Seina replied that she did not expect anything else from him. Approaching the guy, she smiled and said that if he had a manager, she would make a video with him, to which she heard a request not to do PR at his expense. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, Ichinosa thought about the fact that he had long wanted to pump up his abilities. Remembering the giant bull, the boy knew that it was difficult to do this at level 40, and even in a group with Satsuki, they did quite poorly. That is why they called Seina with them, who had a lot of free time due to her agent's vacation. Sitting in a cafe after cleaning the fault, the team thanked the blogger for her help. However, she smiled back, assuring her that there was no problem with that, as she had leveled up a bit and made some money. Her eyes glinted greedily as if she had an idea of how they could repay her. Taking little Ether in the lens of her fingers, Seina said that he could borrow them for a few videos. The doll was already very cute, and if you dress her up in a maid costume, the boom of comments under her video is guaranteed. Hearing how Ichinosa sternly replied with a refusal, the blonde let out a loud breath that he was boring. Taking a look at the ward, the adventurer thought that she was a rare creature that could not be shown to everyone. Looking at the joyful Ether who was rolling a donut with a shiny glaze, he knew that she was unique and intelligent. In addition, by lighting the doll on video, they could give away its location to the Chimera clique. The Ether's prediction about the end that was soon to come for their world was also mentioned. Ichinosa understood that there was no way they could ignore this prediction. Since her prediction, the doll had not spoken another word, but the ram remained the key to solving the rifts. Looking at how Ether flew to Satsuki, the boy could not believe that the world would soon come to an end. Watching his partner wipe the doll's mouth from the donut, Ichinosa thought that there might be something he hadn't given importance to since his reincarnation. He knew that after 10 years the number of faults would decrease, but inflation would start suddenly and people would not be able to do anything about it. Resolutely looking ahead, the boy thought about the fact that he must change the fate of this world. Placing his hand on his chin, Ichinosa thought about the fact that since the rifts had become difficult for the two of them, they should look for a third member of the team. The blue-haired boy was surprised by such words, but his partner said that they needed someone they could trust and who could do a lot of damage. Thinking back to the battle with Alice, the blue-haired man thought that although his class was versatile, the level of damage dealt was not the highest. The shaman class that his partner belonged to was not bad, but more for support. If they don't find a third permanent member of the group, it will be difficult for them in the future, and Sena has no mad desire to join. Shion, with whom they had already managed to work, was the same mobile class as Ichinosa himself, so she also flew by. The next contender for the role of a participant in their team was the leader of the Thunder Knights. However, Satsuki smiled slyly, suggesting that it was better not to do that. Suddenly his attention was drawn to Sena, who slammed a can of water on the table, reminding him that he had recently obtained a B rank. So she suggested looking for singles with the same level as him. After thinking about it, the boy thought that in his past life he knew a talented B-level lone adventurer with a combat class. He immediately remembered how he had been sitting over her body after she had covered him. Smiling, the girl raised her hand and held it out to him, glad that he was all right. Touching his frightened face, she said that they hadn't worked that long, but she was glad to be his partner. Now the blue-haired man wondered if this girl was alive in this world. Suddenly he was pulled out of his thoughts by a voice that asked him what he was thinking about. Turning back to his partner, Ichinosa replied that he was just reminiscing a bit. The blue-haired man remembered well that he had to meet that girl in 3 years. Returning to the guild hall, the adventurers heard a girl's voice, indignant that they had cleared another rift. She clicked loudly as she was currently unemployed. Satsuki looked at her closely and said she hadn't seen her here before. Looking at the unknown adventurer, Ichinosa froze with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. Everything about the girl seemed familiar, from the sword to the terrifying aura. The picture of her pulling his hand on the day she died appeared again before his eyes. Disregarding Satsuki's cries as she tried to call him, Ichinosa rushed forward. Approaching the girl who was standing near the table of active faults, the boy quietly called her name. She turned her face to him and looked at the interlocutor with light gray eyes. Mio frowned and sternly asked who he was. Satsuki approached her partner and asked him if they knew each other. Realizing that he could not treat the girl like an old acquaintance, the boy replied that he had heard many rumors about her. He said that Kagurazaka Mio was known as a maroon swordsman who never lost a single battle. Keeping his eyes on the adventurer, Ichinosa asked if she wanted to join their team. However, she, looking at him indifferently, replied that he was very straightforward and blunt. Stamping her foot, Mio loudly shouted that she was refusing the offer, at the same time adding that she would never become a nanny for such feeble adventurers as the two of them. Satsuki looked at the girl intently, thinking that Ichinosa had recognized her talent by remembering the name. However, closing her eyes, she also added that she was simply impossible with such a character. The blue-haired man did not respond to Mio's words, silently continuing to stare in front of him. However, his partner did not remain silent, shouting that she does not even know what they are capable of, and judges only by their appearance. To which I heard in response that she has been working as an adventurer for quite some time, and can determine who is worthy of attention and who is not. Ichinosa added that they were level 40 as well as B-rank rift clearing experience. When asked if she thought it was a good resume, Mio was silent. She crossed her arms over her chest, saying that the high levels meant nothing. Hearing his question about how she just didn't like being hired by someone, the girl closed her lips tightly, but remained silent. Coming closer, the boy said that he perfectly understood her reluctance to mess with weaklings. However, in the next moment, putting his hands on his sides, he offered her to compete in the ring. At the same time, Ichinosa offered her that if he could prove his strength, she could trust him to cover her back. At his suggestion, Mio frowned, glaring at the interlocutor. Pushing him away from her, the girl replied that she would not accept such a senseless provocation. Waving her hair, the adventurer added that she was not interested in their group. As she passed him, the boy's gaze lingered on her silver hair for a moment. Looking at the trail of his former colleague, he thought about the fact that she does not want to get close to anyone. Satsuki approached her partner, asking if he really wanted to challenge Mio to a match, reminding her that she could get seriously hurt there. The girl also reminded that usually an adventurer and a trainer fight there, and for a fight between two adventurers, permission must be obtained. Looking in the direction where Mio had gone, Ichinose replied that this matter could have been resolved if she had not refused him. While he explained to his partner that she refused not because she did not want to play with those weaker than her, the adventurer herself walked down the street in the crowd. Suddenly she stopped, staring blankly in front of her. She looked at her two friends who were looking at something on their phones, planning to apply. Looking at the girls laughing merrily, Mio looked lonely and broken. Following Ichinosa's explanation, she understood that no one saw her as a person. Everyone needed her power because she belonged to the Rare Reaper class. The boy explained that representatives of this class perfectly combine magical and physical attacks, so she will be able to succeed if she survives. After hearing the words of his partner that he wanted to find a person whom they could trust, the boy turned to face her. And when she added that she wasn't sure if she could get along with such a person, Ichinose assured her that everything would be fine. Lowering her head sullenly, the girl agreed with his words that Mio is a reliable person. Already late in the evening, the blue-haired man was sitting in his room, reviewing information on his laptop. Little Ether sat by his hand on the table, carefully watching his actions. He remembered Mio well as the bravest girl he knew in his life, and who always chose the most dangerous faults. She hated weaklings and also constantly refused to fully join the group, and in his past life it was Mio who saved his life. Ichinose knew very well that the path of a single person was full of dangers, and since he has already returned in time and changed the course of time, he must save her life in gratitude for her act in his past. With a sweet reach, Ichinose asked Ether how she thought he could convince Mio to join his team. However, seeing that the doll did not respond to his question and turned its back to him, the boy quietly called her name. The next moment, looking at her master, the doll quietly said that the actions of one person can change the course of events. Hearing this, Ichinose stared at the creature in surprise, not understanding what it was talking about. Seeing her naive look, the blue-haired man supported his head with his hand and looked at his ward with a smile. Another memory from his past life appeared in his memory. He remembered how the leader of his team once came with him to a place where they wanted to find a person who dealt heavy damage to the enemy. Hearing this, Ichinose smiled, saying that he knew just such a person, but asked him to give him some time to persuade her. After a while, he came to Sio, waving his hand in greeting with a big smile. Without saying a word to him, the girl simply turned and left. Noticing this, Ichinose silently folded his arms across his chest and lowered his head, grimacing. After some time, he was standing with her in a bookstore, holding a book with instructions on how to make friends. Even later, he and Mio played Uno calmly. One day, when they came to the fault area, the girl asked Ichinose what he had forgotten here. The blue-haired man didn't answer, only looking at her with interest, his arms folded across his chest. Looking at his team, the boy explained that many high-ranking adventurers go on raids into dangerous rifts. Without hiding a broad smile, Ichinose added that his group would also participate in clearing the rift. Mio didn't answer Nai's offer to look at their work and then make a decision. Meanwhile, in the rift itself, a pair of eyes that glowed with pink light were looking at the unconscious bodies of the adventurers. Ichinose and Mio looked at their boss with gritted teeth, not understanding what exactly awaited them next. Suddenly, the blue-haired man was snapped out of his memories, and he stared at himself. Clearing his throat, he told Ether that he must have fallen asleep, and meeting Mio brought back a lot of extra memories. After reading on the news that another rift disaster had begun, Ichinose knew something serious had happened as they were putting together an emergency raid. Such news surprised him, as he knew that such problems were to appear only after 3 years. Deciding to look at the name of the crack, the boy stared at the laptop screen. In the next moment, he jumped up in fright as he saw that the rift that was in trouble was called the Poison Blade. Ether watched anxiously as the young man paced around the room, thinking that the fault should have appeared in 3 years. He well remembered that it was in this portal that Mio sacrificed herself to save his life. Staring at the screen, Ichinose cursed, not understanding what was going on. The next day, when meeting the blue-haired man in the guild hall, Satsuki said that the suit suited him very well. The girl was smiling widely, but Ichinose just calmly thanked him for the compliment. She added that she was very surprised when her partner invited her to go shopping. After all, she would never have thought that one day she would help him with the choice of clothes. So Satsuki enthusiastically suggested that they now go shopping together. A drop of sweat rolled down Ichinose's face as he read the information about the poison blade, completely ignoring the assistant's words. Knowing Mio's character, he was sure that she would take part in clearing the rift this time as well. Compared to his past life, Ichinose now had much more experience, but the level was many times lower. However, in the past, regardless of skill and level, he failed in the rift. Even now, Mio had a much higher level than himself, and she simply won't listen to his advice, believing that she can figure it all out on her own. Still, he couldn't leave her alone in that rift, and since the rift was dangerous, he couldn't ask Satsuki to come with him. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl patiently waited for her partner to turn away from the phone and pay attention to her. Alarmed, she asked what was wrong as she noticed that he had turned pale, but the boy assured her that everything was fine. Satsuki stared intently into his face for some time, waiting for him to continue. Ichinose did not even turn his head to her, which betrayed his deep thought. Quietly calling his name, the girl clenched her fists, gathering strength for what she wanted to do. In the next moment, firmly grasping his hands, she turned him to face her and told him that if there was anything that was troubling him, he could share it with her. The only thing that the adventurer managed to squeeze out of himself at that moment was only the name of his partner. However, Satsuki continued without letting go of his hand and said that when he called her to the group and said he needed her strength, she was happy. Adding that she hates herself for not always being able to help him, the girl asked him to count on her. Footage of the dungeon sweeps in which the two of them participated immediately flashed before Ichinose's eyes. Closing his eyes and exhaling, the boy quietly thanked his partner. While they were sitting in the cafe, the boy shared with her that he wanted to participate in the raid, which surprised Satsuki a little. To her question, Ichinose explained that Mio, whom they had seen recently, would take part in the raid, and she would die in the rift. The blue-haired girl looked at her partner in a daze, shocked by his words. Crossing his arms over our chests, the adventurer calmly added that he just wanted to make sure Mio was safe. He looked up at his partner when she asked him if he was sure that Mio would participate in the raid and what made him think she would die. After some thought, Ichinose asked Satsuki to listen to him very carefully now, but she listened to him with her mouth open, asking what exactly he wanted to say. The blue-haired man admitted that all his words about the special item that allowed him to learn about rifts were lies. Hearing that he could see the future, the girl exclaimed in surprise that this could not be, but the partner assured that it was so. Satsuki froze for a moment, staring at Ichinose with wide-eyed surprise. He also did not take his eyes off her, waiting for her to believe him or not. Finally, a shocked Satsuki quietly replied that she believed him. She added that he proved it when they cleaned the cracks that he knew like his 5 fingers. Besides, she trusted him, and he thought he would fool her in such a stupid way. Ichinose smiled warmly as he called his partner's name, but mentally he was worried about such blind faith. She definitely believed everything he said, but he hoped it wouldn't cause any problems in the future. As they rode the subway to the raid, Ichinose studied Satsuki's face for a while. Hearing his words that this raid could be the most dangerous battle of all in which they participated, the girl looked up at him. Therefore, crossing his arms on his chest, the boy warned that they should be as careful as possible. Looking at the rift data, Satsuki said that the local boss's level is defined as 65, which is not too different from Ether. However, Ichinose, remembering the big red eyes, replied that during the battle, the boss would undergo evolution and get level 80. So it was extremely important that they defeat him by this very moment. Satsuki panicked for a moment after hearing how high the boss would be. Ichinose admitted that he would not like to participate in the raid. However, if they don't convince Mio to stay, they will have to go with her. Remembering the events of his past, the blue-haired man thought that there were at least 3 groups participating in the sweep, so he would have to come up with a plan that would allow him to kill the boss. Satsuki watched as he clenched his fingers on his shoulder. She noticed that although he doesn't want to go to the rift, he does it to save Mio. Ichinose looked up at his partner when she asked if he had a past connection with the headstrong adventurer. He hesitated for a moment with his answer, choosing the right words for the interested blue-haired girl. Mio's smile flashed before her eyes as she said she was glad he was okay. Looking away and smiling warmly, the blue-haired man admitted that she had saved his life. Satsuki froze as she digested the news that Mio had saved Ichinoshi's life. After some time, they both reached the rift gate, where the Special Forces soldier politely thanked them for coming to their aid. She admitted with a smile that not many adventurers dared to come to the sweep. Hearing that 5 more people had come to them, Ichinose put his fingers to his chin and counted that there were 7 people in total in the rift. Suddenly, Mio's voice was heard from behind, and it was obvious that she was angry. When the blue-haired man turned to face her, she asked what they were doing here. Crossing her arms, the girl repeated that she did not want to join their group, assuming that they were stalking her. The guy smiled and asked what she was talking about, adding that they just wanted to take part in the raid. At his words that they were level enough, Mio asked why they weren't in the rift in Kanto. Watching their fight, Satsuki wondered how such a person who hated the weak could save Ichinosa. However, in the next moment, the blue-haired girl turned away in fear as Mio noticed that she was looking at her. Ichinosa's attention was drawn by a man who approached him, asking if they were also participating in the raid. Looking at Satsuki, he added aloud that a little thing like them was still better than nothing. Staring at the logo that looked familiar, Ichinosa tried to remember where exactly he had seen it. He remembered that the logo belonged to Black Steel Productions, a team of adventurers who used class skills to grow their business. He also knew that the boys would be successful in the future, but now everything was at the startup stage. Another guy with blonde hair approached the man who had just been talking to him and advised him to be polite to future customers. Casting a displeased look at Chief Shinaki, Hanagasaki apologized to him. Meanwhile, the blonde man approached Satsuki and apologized for the behavior of his colleague, who sometimes behaved inappropriately. The blue-haired one was glad that there would be at least someone with a normal character in their cleaning company. Approaching Ichinosa, Shinaki said that he would be happy to go to the dungeon with them. Taking his business card in his hands, the blue-haired man felt a little uneasy, which he attributed to the senses of an adventurer with 10 summer experience. And it told him that this guy was not as simple as he seemed, so he should be careful. The same, in turn, continued, saying that he admires such young talents as Ichinosa. Stretching his lips into a wide smile, Shinaki expressed his hope that they could become friends. When they entered the rift, the first person they saw was a huge level 44 blood-sucking beetle. Pointing its sharp fangs forward, the creature charged at the adventurers. Hanagasaki was not confused and rushed at the opponent, piercing his palate. The man smiled, praising the intelligence of the creatures who did not attack individually but in groups. Shinaki warned his subordinates that this rift caused anomalies, so the monsters could be stronger than the ones they encountered. However, he added that since there are 7 of them, with a good strategy, they will be able to win. The boy turned his head to Ichinosa and the girls and asked them not to panic and cover them. Hanagasaki, meanwhile, was already rushing at the new bug, using the deadly lunge skill. One of the girls on their team also rushed forward, using a skill of her class. While fending off another monster's attack, Ichinosa thought that they were quite good in battle. Glancing at Hanagasaki and the girl fighting him, he realized that they were an offensive force. And another guy who worked with them in the team was a decoy that distracted strong enemies. Their squad leader stood and watched the fight, and was supposed to step in if the fight went to a difficult scenario. Satsuki held her staff out in front of her, throwing a curse at one of the bugs, while Ichinosa readied himself for another attack. Jumping up, he swung his blade, slicing through his opponent's skin and leaving a large gash. However, this did not cause much damage to the beetle, so it rushed at the adventurers with a wild cry. Looking at his characteristics, Satsuki thought that although he was an ordinary monster, he had quite a lot of health. She shouted to her partner that they should take out the monsters in one hit, but the blue-haired man said that they would kill them alone. As Mio advanced, he explained that it was necessary to hold the magic attack, as there was supposed to be a rift boss ahead of them. Drawing a blade in front of her, the girl commanded the Crimson Blade skill. In the next second, she landed on the ground with a wild scream of a defeated creature. Watching her actions with his mouth hanging open, Ichinosa thought that he had never seen an adventurer defeat such a strong opponent with a single blow. He knew that the class Mio belonged to possessed great destructive power, and at the moment, she could easily be considered the strongest adventurer in their group. Looking at the monster's claw, which visibly began to shake from fatigue, the blue-haired man realized that he only had one blow left. Returning to his partner, he asked her to drain the mana from the bug, to which she happily agreed. However, she was suddenly stopped by Hanagasaki's hand, who ordered her to move away from the monster. With a wave of his axe, he commanded the activation of the skill Heaven's Rift and poked the bug. Shinaki smiled, saying that he was full of energy as always. Ichinosa approached him, drawing attention to the fact that taking loot from one's comrades is rather ugly. He was surprised that the adventurers had become quite petty, but the blue-haired man remembered how he pushed Satsuki away to kill the bug. Without removing a wide smile from his face, Hanagasaki told him not to peck the top of his head, adding that one should yield to the elders. Seeing the serious face of her partner, Satsuki quietly approached and said that she should not contact him. Watching Hanagasaki celebrate his victory, Ichinosa thought that there was a rule among adventurers about scoring a lot of points for the last hit. Clenching his fists tightly, the boy decided that he would not go anywhere with these people again, because there was no trust in them. He could not cover the back of someone who so pig-headedly took away his experience. When Shinaki asked what the fuss was all about, Hanagasaki replied that the children had offended him because of nonsense. Turning his back to them, the man offered to go further, adding that there are still many ways to earn experience. Scratching his head, Shinaki apologized to Ichinosa for the misunderstanding between him and Hanagasaki. Squinting one eye, the boy replied that perhaps he was also too sharp. Walking further down the rift, Shinaki shouted that he wanted all of Japan to know about their feat in the rift. He added that due to the influence of the special forces, lone adventurers could not reveal their potential, but he believed that the future belonged to corporate adventurers. Satsuki smiled at these words and added that he was very ambitious in his plans. Shinaki added that their team only had one problem, and that was leveling up. They couldn't do it too fast, so they had to take any job. Ichinosa knew exactly what he was talking about, because at a high level it was very difficult to earn experience, especially in a team of 4 people. The leader of the adventurer group said that they were always having trouble because of this, so he apologized once again for Hanagasaki's actions. Satsuki sympathetically replied that she wished them success in raising their level. After some time, one of the group of adventurers noticed that the special forces did not inspect the passage on the right side, at which Shinaki proposed to stop, since their duties included making a map. Ichinosa and Satsuki stopped, looking in the direction of the corporate adventurers. However, the blue-haired man thought that in his past life, Shinaki was doing great with the team, and everyone obeyed his orders. However, now he himself admitted that he cannot control the behavior of subordinates in the rift. Looking at the boy's back, Ichinosa thought about what kind of leader he is if people don't listen to him banally. The blue-haired man walked behind Shinaki, deep in thought. Looking around, one of the adventurers noticed that the rift anomaly was not as terrible as it was said to be. One of the colleagues approached Hanagasaki and added that they were chosen for the raid because of their rating. He admitted that he thought that it would be many times more difficult in the fault, since the company had already arranged a selection. Shinaki turned to the group and said with a smile that he hoped for an easy passage through the rift, but asked them not to let their guard down. He added that they were sent on the raid as representatives of the company, so they could not fail. Satsuki quietly told her partner that since these adventurers were here, they proved to be stronger than the others in their company. Ichinosa himself understood that this raid was different from anything they had seen before. Last time they came to the boss right in the middle of his evolution, so it was possible that this time it would be the same. He understood very well that the purpose of his stay in the rift was to research and save Mio if she got into a fight with the boss. All he had to do afterwards was to make a convincing report so that trained people would deal with the fault. And although everyone came to defeat the boss and show himself, the blue-haired man thought that he should convince them not to do this. Watching Shinaki and Hanagasaki's conversation, Ichinosa thought that Mio was quite stubborn, and it wouldn't be possible to convince her just like that. He understood that he should be quite eloquent and convincing in his words. Suddenly the boy froze, curiously turning his head to where Shinaki had gone. He was interested in what he wanted to talk about with Mio, who was standing there. He began by saying that he had heard a lot about her in adventurers' circles, where she was very popular. Ignoring her indifferent look, Shinaki added that she had already managed to participate in many high-level raids, even though she had only recently obtained a B rank. Smiling widely, the boy said he was honored to be here with such a legendary adventurer. However, she rudely interrupted him, ordering him to speak directly if he had something to say. Shinaki froze for a moment, not expecting such a sharp response from the girl. However, in the next moment, the boy's lips stretched into a slight smile. He replied that he wanted her to be his right-hand man, as he was sure that she could handle such a job. Watching the girl carefully, Shinaki added that with her help, his team would develop skills faster. Satsuki thought that the boy was quite eloquent, but if Ichinosa's words were to be believed, Mio would immediately reject him. Hearing how harshly she answered that she was not interested in his proposal, the blue-haired woman noticed that the answer was short and concise. However, Shinaki did not give up and rushed to convince her that if she agreed, he would gather as many talented adventurers as he could. He wanted to shout something else, but Mio snarled loudly for him to close his mouth. Turning her back to him, The girl coldly added that she was not going to join the group and chose her own path alone. Approaching Ichinose, she quietly said that lately she has been dealing with annoying boys more and more. At the same time, she warned that she was with them only for the duration of the raid, and after that their paths would diverge again. Ichinose turned an angry look towards Shinaki, who continued to talk about how the higher the level, the harder it is to maintain a single career. He added that at high levels, going into Class A dungeons alone could be very dangerous. However, Mio coldly replied that she would stick to her chosen path for the rest of her days. The girl followed Ichino silently, drilling her back with a look. He was approached by Satsuki, who asked why he was doing and saying such things that made the atmosphere tense around him. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to Hanagasaki, who stood in front of them. The man drew their attention to the fact that his boss was quite nice to both of them, so he asked them not to get confused under their feet while working. For a moment, Ichinose and her partner froze, not knowing how to respond to this. However, a moment later, the blue-haired man said that he really wanted to prove himself in the raid, while the boss called for new workers. After hearing the words that they were not doing their job very well, Hanagasaki was loudly indignant. He wanted to rush at Ichinose, ordering him to hold his tongue, but Shinaki timidly stopped him. Satsuki also entered the conversation, pointing out to the commander that his subordinate wanted to create a conflict situation. However, the blue-haired man understood that Hanagasaki wanted to sneeze at Shinaki's words, and Shinaki simply could not do anything. Hanagasaki's mouth dropped wide at his words about Shinaki being listened to only during battle. The commander himself did not answer anything, but his face became more gloomy. However, Satsuki was more worried about what his partner was talking about when he said that he was simply afraid. Ichinose replied that he never criticizes his people, trying to maintain a friendly atmosphere in the team, and he is always kind to strangers and apologizes for every misdeed of his subordinates. However, the boy pointed out that once the battle starts, everyone becomes very controlled, because in battle, you have to be disciplined. Shinaki listened to the blue-haired man's speech in silence, carefully studying him with his eyes. Ichinose, meanwhile, continued, saying that he couldn't rule people out of fear because it was important to him to save face in front of strangers. So he warned that his subordinates might listen to him like trained dogs, but he himself was not going to do that. Shinaki smiled and suggested that he was tired of being attacked by his subordinates, but they should work together to gain raiding experience. To which Ichinose smiled and said that they would work together, but he wasn't going to work for the good of their company. For a moment, there was silence between the boys, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. After some time, the adventurers continued on their way, but both of them were not in a very good mood. Satsuki timidly asked her partner if it was worth fighting in such a place, to which I heard the answer that it might not be worth fighting, but the leader's manipulations are already in his liver. Meanwhile, Shinaki thought he had become a babysitter for 3 bevs who knew nothing but fighting, although before that he believed that he coped well with his role as a leader. Besides, glancing at Ichinose, the boy thought that the person expressing his displeasure should have appeared right now. Shinaki understood, remembering the fight with the monster, that the blue-haired man was quite experienced, and moreover he was not afraid to express his opinion. He agreed to this raid because he wanted to increase the company's level of trust in his person and his own level. Meanwhile, Ichinose himself was thinking that one should be more careful with people like Shinaki. Suddenly, the boy stopped, anxiously looking at something in front of him. Shinaki and Mio, who were already preparing for battle, had the same reaction. Looking at the bugs that were approaching them, the commander shouted that a new wave of monsters was approaching. Without even turning his head towards the blue-haired man, Shinaki thought to himself that this was a good attempt to clear up their misunderstanding. In this way, he wanted to show the boy where exactly his place was. Huge killer-praying mantises flew at the adventurers with wild screams. The members of Shinaki's squad cursed as they no longer wanted to deal with the bugs, but decided that they could deal with them quickly. Ichinose looked at the level 47 of their opponents and noticed that the deeper they went down, the more often they encountered strong enemies. Before that, they met a fairly low-level flea, and praying mantises had not only a high level, but also sharp paws blades and a strong body. And although they had absolutely no magical skills, their physical data more than made up for it. The best way to defeat the bugs would be to punch them in the stomach, but only Mio could handle such a punch. However, the boy asked her not to go against the enemies alone. Ignoring his words, the girl rushed forward, saying that she would handle them herself. Wasting no time, Mio jumped up, slashing at one of the praying mantises with her sword. Ichinosa froze for a moment, his mouth hanging open as he watched Mio's actions. Meanwhile, the girl landed on the ground, after which, raising her head, she noticed that she was surrounded by 3 more beetles. Clenching his fists tightly, the blue-haired man thought that she never obeys anyone and gets into dangerous situations. He turned to face his partner and told her to help Mio while he attacked the praying mantis from behind. Looking at the boy, Shinaki thought that this battle was going to be quite interesting. He understood that now was the time to put Ichinosa in his place. He remembered the boy's words that he would not listen to him and would not do anything for the good of his company. Suddenly, Shinaki's lips stretched into a faint smile. He suddenly remembered how he had knocked Hanagasaki to the ground and crushed his head with his foot during the practice fight. The rest of the squad discussed his methods, but decided not to interfere so as not to get into trouble themselves. Looking at his subordinate, Shinaki thought that being a leader is not only a responsibility, but also a duty to educate subordinates. Hanagasaki looked at him and apologized, assuring that he understood everything. The rest of the squad turned pale in fright, not knowing how to react to this. Shinaki had always believed that fear was the best teacher for fools. So today, he decided to prove to Ichinoshi that he was capable of sacrificing his life for someone. Assessing his opponents, Shinaki ordered his men to take the bugs to the right while he controlled the situation in the center. Hanagasaki, not even thinking of arguing, said quietly that he understood him. Shinaki froze, looking at Mio for a moment as she walked past, about to attack the new bug. After evaluating the leader of the group, the girl realized that he was quite strong and agile, but his attacks were rather indecipherable. The next moment, she saw the face of a praying mantis attacking her with a wild squeal. Mio held her sword in front of her, preparing to fight a new opponent. However, in the next moment, the figure of Shinaki suddenly appeared in front of her, who took her place. He put up a shield that protected them from the powerful blow of the claw blade. Turning to face Mio, the boy smiled and said that fighting alone was dangerous enough, so he would cover her. However, the girl, in her characteristic manner, rudely replied that Derbetzalo would not interfere in her fight. However, the manager's gaze, as well as his broad smile, were already turned towards Ichinosa. He understood that by standing in the center, he would be able to watch the blue-haired man and come to his aid at the right moment. At times, Ichinosa himself deftly dodged his opponent's blade-sting blow. Hearing her partner's command, Satsuki thrust her staff forward, casting a dark curse at one of the praying mantises. This slightly distracted the insect, which turned its head to repel the shaman's attack. Ichinosa praised his partner as he jumped up and swung his blade to cut off the bug's paw. From wild pain, the creature screamed wildly, accompanying this sound with a hiss. Giving the command to double gravity, Ichinosa thrust his blade forward and charged at the enemy. Satsuki watched him anxiously, realizing that the boy was spending a lot of mana on normal monsters, so it was necessary to end the battle quickly. The blue-haired man himself understood very well that he could not prolong this fight, since Mio was busy with other bugs, and he did not trust Shinaka. The boy looked at the beetle, which rose to its feet, showing readiness for a new battle. Frowning, Ichinosa tiredly told his opponent that he was quite stubborn. He didn't even notice Shinaki behind him, who was carefully watching his actions. He noticed that Ichinosa's movements were quick and precise, so he thought that he should not be underestimated. Placing his fingers to his chin, Shinaki thought to himself that if the blue-haired man joined his team, they would become stronger. The guy recalled how his idea of a special unit of adventurers that would bring corporate benefits was received with distrust in the organization. However, they agreed to sponsor her if he shows good results in the next task. And today, Shinaki was ready to show everything he was capable of and stand out in this raid. Not intending to give his glory to the blue-haired man, the commander called one of his subordinates. He looked at her intently and explained that the fight should be over soon. However, before that, she must pretend that Ichinosu was suddenly injured during the fight. For a moment, the girl froze, not knowing how to react to such an order of the commander. Meanwhile, Shinaki thought that during the battle, the adventurers were more focused on the opponents, so the boy wouldn't realize that he had been hurt on purpose. Closing her eyes, the girl thought about the order given to her by the commander. Meanwhile, Ichinosa once again fought off the beetle's attack, swinging his blade in front of his opponents. While telling his partner that they were almost finished, the blue-haired man didn't even notice the girl approaching him. In her mind, she was apologizing, as she understood that Shinaki would simply kill her for disobeying the order. At the same time, she thought that if she wounded him in the shoulder, the wound would not be serious. Suddenly, Ichinosa stopped and shot a glance in the direction of the attacker. It was at this moment that the girl loudly activated the laser shot skill. The blue-haired man did not take his eyes off her, assessing her lunge. The girl expected that the boy would not be able to dodge from such a close distance. In addition, she took into account that Ichinosa had a giant monster on one side, and she was coming from the other side, and he wouldn't have had time to deal with both of them at the same time. However, in the next moment, the blue-haired man jumped up and with one clear movement cut off the monster's head. In the meantime, the girl who attacked him unexpectedly found herself in the shadows. Hearing the curse his partner sent, Ichinosa smiled widely. Amemiya frowned, realizing that she absolutely could not move. Looking at Satsuki, Ichinosa smiled widely, thanking her for covering for him. The blue-haired woman herself stood, sternly looking at the girl with a look that indicated a readiness to finish her off at any moment. Approaching Amemiya, Satsuki harshly asked how to understand this outburst of hers. She immediately began to justify that she was aiming at the monster, but she miscalculated the trajectory a little. Looking at his subordinate, who had been captured by the adventurers, Shinaki thought with annoyance that he couldn't entrust even the simplest task to anyone. He fought off one of the bugs, following his subordinate, and realizing that Ichinosa and Satsuki were quite experienced. Suddenly, the blue-haired man yelled for Amemiya not to relax as the battle was still not over. The girl turned to him, not understanding what exactly he wanted from her. She saw a giant praying mantis flying at her, throwing ice toys at her. Amemiya turned around and screamed, not expecting such an attack. Seeing that the bugs possessed magic, Shinaki clenched his teeth tightly and clicked loudly. Glancing at the wounded subordinate, the boy thought that it was a mistake to send her so close to the enemy. He turned to the other guy on his team, ordering him to heal his colleague immediately. Upon hearing the order to accompany Sawai, Hanagasaki was indignant, saying that he had not finished the bug yet. However, in the next moment, Ichinosa suddenly appeared in front of the man, who was deflecting the mantis sting from him. Throwing a fierce glare at Hanagasaka, the boy snapped that monsters were none of their business right now. When the blue-haired man growled for them to immediately help his colleague, the man ran to the girl without any objections. Seeing how his subordinates rushed to obey the adventurer's order, Shimaki froze for a moment. He clenched his teeth in impotent rage, realizing that his provocation had failed. Sawai got down on one knee in front of Amemiya, casting a healing spell. Finally, after some time, Ichinosa stopped and looked around to say that they were done here. Meanwhile, Mio was still fighting one of the bugs while swinging her sword. In the next moment, the praying mantis head just flew away from the body, landing on the ground. Watching the girl cope on her own, Satsuki quietly asked if she should help her. She observed coldly that they had risked their lives because of the inattention of the team and the mistake of their comrade. She read Sawaya and Hanagasaki that if she had waited a second, Ichinosa would have been seriously injured. As Shinaki approached the blue-haired man to apologize for his subordinate, he quietly interrupted him, ordering it to stop. He reminded the pale captain that all three obeyed without question during battle. And so it was logical to think that Amemiya would never make such a mistake, given that level of control. Satsuki understood that they were under the control of their boss, but if she and her partner continued to close their eyes, something bad would happen. Looking at Mio, who stood with her arms crossed, Ichinosa thought that even proving the injury was intentional would be quite difficult. Referring to the injured girl from Shinaki's team, the boy said that she was lucky she wasn't hurt more. However, he harshly added that he couldn't continue like this, since there was still a battle with the boss ahead of him, and he was left without mana. And in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, he decided to stop his investigation of the rift right now. Hearing his words, Shinaki pressed his lips tightly into a narrow line, but remained silent. Suddenly their attention was drawn to Mio, who said that they got her with their showdowns, adding that she wasn't going to leave the portal until she killed the boss. Turning his fierce gaze back at her, Ichinosa growled through clenched teeth that he only went into the rift for her, so he couldn't just leave her like that. However, she crossed her arms and drew their attention to the fact that they are only quarreling. Then they will interfere with her, and she will manage on her own. Exhaling, Ichinosa asked her if she hated working on the team because of her comrade's death. Hearing his words, Mio froze, glaring at him. Satsuki also froze, not expecting that her partner knew even such details from the girl's life. However, this only made Mio angry, and in the next second, Her sword was already at the boy's neck. Looking at him intently with eyes full of hatred, she asked him how he knew this. Ichinosa looked down at her sword blade but didn't say a word to her. With a loud thump, Mio took her sword away and lowered her head. The blue-haired man looked at the girl sadly as she said that if he wanted to leave the rift, he could do so at least. However, she herself was going to continue on her way to the boss, arguing that they were bothering her anyway. Extending his hand forward, Ichinosa tried to stop her, but she ignored him. Shinaki glared at the girl as he didn't want her to be separated from the group in such a situation. The blue-haired man thought about the fact that he learned about the circumstances of Mio's partner's death from the guild workers he worked with, and all this time he believed that these were just rumors, but now everything was falling into place. Returning to his partner, he shouted to her that he would follow Mio. Ichinosa knew very well that if he allowed her to go there alone, her story would repeat itself again. Suddenly, the figure of Shinaki appeared in front of them, raising his hand and ordering them to stop. When the blue-haired man asked what he needed, the boy replied that they could not separate, since Amemiya would no longer be able to fight. Looking at his subordinates, Shinaki thought that they should stick together, and if Ichinosa still leaves now, then the raid can easily be considered a failure. However, if he manages to convince the blue-haired man to stay with him, then the expedition can be continued. Glaring at the adventurer, Shinaki thought he couldn't return from the rift empty-handed. Spreading his arms wide, the group leader didn't want to let Ichinosu and Satsuki pass. He thought of Amemiya, whom one of them had to take somewhere safe. But the raid had no chance of success if two strong adventurers came out of it. I remembered again the words of the sponsor, who said that it is necessary to show oneself from the good side at work. Realizing that the blue-haired man was needed to achieve his goal, Shinaki said that Mio had made the decision to go there herself. The guy added that he understood his concern for the girl, but she herself decided to go on without them. Furthermore, he stated that now they needed to stick together for their own safety. However, Ichinosa replied that he could not talk about security after ordering a subordinate to attack him. Raising his hands, Shinaki said that he had already explained the misunderstanding, but offered a good deal for both of them. Holding out 2 fingers, he offered each of them 2 million yen if they would go with him. The blue-haired man was silent, looking intently at the leader of the adventurer team. He said that he needed to clear the rift at any cost, so he was willing to do anything for it. Moreover, he was interested in why he would risk his life for Mio, whom he had not met until today. To Hanagasaki's words that he did not have the promised amount, Shinaki replied that he would have much more money after clearing the rift. In addition, if his team copes with a difficult task, then their work will be sponsored. Deciding he couldn't back down once he got this far, the boy stretched his lips in a smile. The boy approached Ichinosa and praised his fighting skills, adding that anyone could be bought. He said with a wild expression that he would be happy to work with him in the team. His eyes shone with a wild light as he offered the boy money, fame, and respect. However, the blue-haired man came close to him and replied that he did not want to work with a guy like him. Shinaki glared at him, trying to process what he had just heard. In the next moment, the adventurer pushed him out of the way, saying that he would go in search of Mio. At the same time, he reminded the manager that he could take Amemiya to the exit, which made the girl exhale tiredly. However, Shinaki did not want to give up, and grabbing Ichinosu by the shoulder, he repeated his offer again. When he saw that it didn't work, he frantically began to raise the promised price. However, the blue-haired man calmly admitted that he had become an adventurer to help people. Dropping his hand from his shoulder, the boy advised the commander not to waste time and just go. Stretching his lips in a wide smile, the boy loudly asked to leave Satsuki with them, since Ichinosa himself did not want to stay. Hearing this, the blue-haired girl tensed up and looked at Shinaki with a disappointed look. Putting his hand to his head, the commander said that as the squad leader, he couldn't let Satsuki go with him. With a predatory smile, he drew the blue-haired man's attention to the fact that if his partner went with him, she would be in great danger. With impotent rage, Ichinosa clenched his teeth tightly, trying to find a way out. Shinaki continued that as a good leader, he is responsible for the safety of each team member. However, Satsuki immediately understood that he was not worried about her in the slightest, but just wanted to detain Ichinosu. When Shinaki asked what his level was, the blue-haired man replied that, putting his hand to his chin, the team leader replied that he had the same one. Looking at the adventurer with hope in his eyes, Shinaki offered him a bet. According to the terms of the bet, they will fight for leadership, and the loser will follow all the orders of the winner. Hanagasaki, in response to this, reminded the chief that fighting in the middle of rifts is very dangerous. However, he did not listen to him, already drawing his sword and telling the couple that there was a conflict between the members of the group. And in order for it to be fixed, it was necessary to deal with the hierarchy in their group. Satsuki also thought fighting in the rift before the boss appeared was complete stupidity, which she told both boys. Hearing her partner agree to the bet, the girl cried out loudly, calling him. Pulling out his blade, the boy offered to put an end to this as soon as possible, so that they would no longer get confused under his feet. Hanagasaki looked at both opponents in surprise, thinking that he had never met someone who could defeat the boss. And while he was thinking that both sides would be hurt in the duel, the man heard the boss calling him and Sawaya. Glancing at his subordinates, Shinaki ordered them to help him. They looked at him in surprise, not understanding what exactly the manager wanted from them. Shinaki snarled, and then both of them activated their steel skin and magic augmentation skills. Shinaki smiled as he felt the magic flow through his body. With a sly smile, he offered to start their fight, emphasizing that it would be fair. However, Satsuki stepped forward, snarling that he was talking nonsense, as there would be no fair fight. Nodding her head in the direction of his subordinates, she said that he had forced them to share his powers so as not to waste mana himself. However, Shinaki didn't answer this, instead telling Ichinose that he used to have 42 magic points and now had about 2x more. Therefore now he definitely surpassed the blue-haired man in terms of strength. That's why, before it was too late, Shinaki said that Ichinose could admit defeat and surrender. Ichinose himself understood very well that although he and his opponent were equal, he had an advantage. Realizing that Shinaki just wanted to conquer him with fear, the blue-haired man grabbed his head. Looking at the crazy look of the leader, the adventurer asked him if he could at least do something without the help of others. To his surprise, Ichinose added that he was in a hurry, so they really needed to end their fight as soon as possible. Noticing that he wasn't afraid of him at all, Shinaki gritted his teeth in anger. Hanagasaki was also surprised by the blue-haired man's behavior, as he was not afraid of even a strengthened boss. Everyone in the team perfectly understood that after such a boss, it would be impossible to resist. Ichinose himself had long ago calculated to which class the leader of the adventurer team belonged. The paladin class was ideal for leaders as they had good base attack, high defense, and could use magic. However, looking at Shinaki, one could tell with 100% certainty that this class was not suitable for him. However, he was surprised that the blue-haired man still wanted to fight him, so sure of his victory. Shinaki was absolutely sure that in this duel victory would ultimately be his. However, Ichinose calmly replied that he should start the fight, as he risked being left without reinforcements. Calling his opponent a smug idiot, Shinaki charged forward, attacking him. Satsuki was surprised at how fast the leader of the adventurer team was moving. Shinaki raised his sword, drawing his hand back and swinging to strike. Satsuki looked anxiously at the bright light that formed in the place where the boys had gathered. Ichinose leapt back, landing deftly on the ground and thrusting his blade forward. Hanagasaki came up to her, saying with a big smile that her partner was no match for their boss. The man added that even without reinforcements, their boss is quite a strong opponent, and under the reinforcements there was practically no one who could defeat him. Ichinose watched Shinaki closely as he prepared to attack him again. Hanagasaki, watching the new explosion at the collision site, added that the only one who could handle the boss was the Rift boss. Folding her hands, Satsuki mentally hoped that Ichinose would be able to dodge with her gravity magic. Watching his opponent's actions, Shinaki asked if he would dodge all the attacks. Suddenly he laughed, realizing that he wanted to dodge while all the reinforcements took effect. Glancing at his subordinates, the team leader said that they would impose new abilities on him. Smiling widely, Shinaki said that there was no way he could defeat the entire group by himself. Keeping a watchful eye on his opponent, he added that true strength is found in numbers. It was something he had learned in school, when he could devote little time to studying, but still remained the best. Others, looking at his success, other boys looked at him with undisguised envy. Once he was dragged into the toilet and beaten, laughing at him for not being able to stand up. They smiled widely, saying that he couldn't give a pass to ordinary schoolchildren. He talked about being beaten up by school bullies after school, although if they had fought one-on-one, he would have won. It was then that he understood the superiority of a crowd over one person, after which he began to study the psychology of people. Wanting to create a new generation of corporate adventurers, he came to Black Steel Production. With his sword raised, Shinaki charged forward, saying that no matter how much Ichinosa dodged, their fight would end in one blow. However, the blue-haired man, calmly watching his opponent, advised him to speak a little less. Immediately after that, he hit the leader of the team, causing him to fly back a few steps. He fell to his knees, tightly wrapping his arms around his stomach, which had been hit. Folding himself in half, he tried to understand what had happened and why he was in so much pain. However, Ichinosa only quietly replied that he only hit him with the blunt side of his sword. Hanagasaki couldn't understand how this was possible, if they had boosted the chief as much as possible. Shinaki also didn't understand how he managed to attack him so hard, considering it delusional. To which the blue-haired man replied that his body was not adapted to such a number of reinforcements. And although he became stronger and faster, it did not work, because the body could not withstand so much force. Ichinosa added that he gave him the opportunity to attack so that he would realize that his body was still weak. Kneeling, Shinaki stared at the ground in front of him, trying to process what he heard. Satsuki smiled as Hanagasaki thought about the fact that the blue-haired man had realized this boss's weakness after the first hit. It suddenly dawned on him that they did not help the commander, but rather made him weaker. Getting to his feet, Shinaki laughed and said that he just lost his vigilance, but it wouldn't happen again. Looking at the opponent, the boy said that if he did not attack him with the sharp part of the sword, he simply lost the chance to win. He himself thought that he must win this duel, because otherwise he would not be able to prove his strength to others. However, looking at the blue-haired man's figure, Shinaki noticed that Ichinosa was still too calm. The guy understood that he had to calm down, because if he succumbed to his emotions, he would lose to his opponent. Looking at his strained hand, Shinaki knew that the reinforcements would end in 3 minutes, and he had to win in that time. In the end, he decided that with the help of his paladin magic and the reinforcements of his subordinates, he would surely be victorious. However, Ichinosa calmly told him that he could no longer ask his soldiers for help. Hearing that it would be useless, Shinaki gave him a surprised look. The blue-haired man added that from this moment he would not even allow himself to be caught. Shinaki let out a loud cry, outraged at such a statement from his opponent. Sawai watched dumbfounded as his boss lost a battle to a young adventurer. It surprised him, since it was the first time he had seen it, and also considering that the boss had all possible reinforcements. Remembering the strong and fast punch to the stomach, Shinaki thought that despite all his reinforcements, he had become slower. However, he realized in time that the boosts affected not only his strength and speed, but also his magic. So the boy began to gather energy around himself to strike his opponent with magic and end the fight with one blow. Focusing, Shinaki swung his sword, sending a wave of magic at Ichinosu. Hanagasaki perfectly understood that he had used the strongest spell that required a lot of mana. Ichinosa, while dodging the blow, was thinking that he didn't want to expend more power on the fight than necessary, so he didn't use gravity reduction. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the previously cut-off claw of one of the praying mantises. Kicking him, the boy gave the command to activate the double gravity skill. Squinting one eye, Ichinosa held out a claw to shield himself from the attack. Shinaki looked dumbfounded at how the opponent had put up a shield, not expecting such a feint. Staring at the broken claw, the blue-haired man thought that the group leader's magic was not dangerous enough to waste mana. Shinaki began swinging his sword, berating Ichinosu for what the world stands for, urging him to come closer. However, he, quickly orienting himself, jumped up, flying over the surprised opponent. Hearing the blue-haired man land behind him, Shinaki turned to him with a big smile. Right after that, he saw Ichinosa charging at him, his hand out to strike. The boy hit the leader with his finger on the forehead, but using the double gravity skill. Grabbing the hit spot, Shinaki swung his sword back, cursing loudly. Suddenly, the boy stopped, feeling that his head was spinning and not understanding what was happening. Momentarily off balance, Shinaki struggled to understand what Ichinosa had done to him. The blue-haired man himself watched his opponent, thinking that the human body could lose its orientation with a small change in gravity. Shinaki fell to his knees, unable to stay on his feet and wondering why his opponent was so strong. Ichinosa approached the boy and lifted his head up with the tip of his blade, saying that it was useless to continue their fight. Shinaki thought feverishly that his comrades had put all possible reinforcements on him. However, the blue-haired man managed to defeat him even though he was alone against the crowd. Hanagasaki, who could not understand anything, approached Ichinosa. He looked at the blue-haired man who, even though he was a B rank just like everyone present, was on a completely different level. Shinaki slowly got to his feet, thinking that he couldn't admit defeat right now. Realizing that he had to show his strength in order to remain the leader, he charged at Ichinosu with a wild roar. Suddenly he looked at him intently and calmly said that his time was up. He looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant but did not stop. In the next moment, Ichinosa raised his sword and struck Shinaki in the forehead with the hilt with all his might. The last thing the leader had time to think about, feeling that he would not pass out, was the thought that he had lost. A moment later, the boy fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust at Ichinosa's feet. Looking at his opponent's body, the blue-haired man explained that the basic boost magic lasts for about 500 seconds. That is why his inevitable defeat was only a matter of time. Hanagasaki looked at Ichinosu in admiration, amazed that he could even calculate such a thing. The blue-haired man declared loudly and sternly that he would be the leader of the team from now on. He ordered Hanagasaki to rest for a while and then exit the rift the same way they came in. Suddenly, the man felt Satsuki grab his arm, explaining that Ichinosa had lost too much mana due to their leader's abandonment. The blue-haired girl added with a smile that since they won't be fighting monsters anymore, they will leave all their mana to them. The blue-haired man said alarmedly that he had not planned such a reception at all. However, a plan quickly appeared in his head, and in a moment Hanagasaki was holding Shinaki, from which Satsuki was taking his mana. As she returned the stolen mana to him, Ichinosa added that their duel was taking too long, and they needed to go get Mio immediately. Suddenly, they were stopped by a loud shout from Shinaki, who asked the blue-haired man to stop. He was still trying to convince the boy that with his power it would be possible to take their group to a new level. However, Ichinosa once again coldly repeated his words about becoming an adventurer to help people. Ichinosa added that this requires not people, but tools. At the same time, the boy remembered the moment when he was expelled from the group, because he was not needed there. Finally, he added that a group whose members do not trust each other is doomed to failure. So he told the stunned Shinaki that with such an approach he would never be able to achieve his dream. He silently lowered his head, staring at his feet with a disappointed look. When they were alone in the cave corridor, Satsuki quietly said that Ichinosa had been very kind to them and had even explained how to get out of the rift. She added that after what they had done, they did not deserve such treatment, to which the blue-haired man replied that he still wanted them to get out of the portal safe and sound. In addition, he remembered how in a past life his team asked to turn back due to fatigue. However, Ichinosa, who had huge ambitions, convinced them to go on, saying that he would handle the boss himself. Then he thought about himself and did not think that the opinion of each member of the team was important. Then the guy thought only about the result, and this could be one of the reasons why their paths diverged. Seeing her partner so upset, Satsuki quietly called his name. She came closer and said with a smile that now he has become a completely different person. Ichinosa hurried to the boss's lair, thinking that Mio shouldn't have been hurt too much since the boss was just starting to evolve. However, he knew that he still had to hurry before it was too late. Meanwhile, the rift boss, surrounded by a purple glow, began its evolution. Mio stood below and looked at the beetle, which with its movements dropped small fragments from the rock. Her face had a look of blind determination in her battle with the bug. The boss of the Venom Blade Rift was a huge bug called the Cursed Queen, whose level was determined by picking up one of the fragments lying on the ground. Ichinosa began to examine it with interest. He knew that such debris fell from local monsters after they were killed, which meant that Mio had been here for quite some time. Satsuki came closer to her partner and asked him why the girl did not take the award with her. And in their world, magic stones held the mana of monsters and were very valuable. And in 10 years they will become the most ecological source of energy. However, even now they could be sold to the guild for a lot of money. The boy was brought out of his thoughts by his partner, who mentioned the fallen comrade Mio. He replied that he had heard the story from other adventurers and had never believed it to be true. However, he knew that during her first year as an adventurer, Mio had lost her close friend while clearing the rift. Answering Satsuki's question, the boy said that this is probably why Mio doesn't want to work in the team. Ichinosa understood that judging by the girl's reaction, she still blamed herself for her friend's death. Satsuki asked him why he was gathering information about Mio, to which she heard that he wanted to get closer to her. When the partner said that he was engaged in stalking, the guy tried to explain to her that everything was wrong. When Satsuki froze for a moment without answering, Ichinosa looked at her in surprise. At that time, the girl herself thought that he simply fell in love with Mio. Noticing such a reaction, the blue-haired man realized that he had been completely misunderstood. Looking at the cave corridor ahead, the adventurer said that Mio had gone into the deepest part of the rift, so they should hurry. At this time, the Beetle Queen rushed at her unexpected guest with a wild squeal. Mio looked at her and realized that the boss's level was much higher than she expected. Suddenly, the creature opened its toothy mouth and rushed at the adventurer, attacking her. However, she did not get lost, swinging her blade and fighting off the monster. Glancing at the beetle, the girl noticed that the queen had incredible strength and speed, as expected from a level 80 boss. The absence of other monsters nearby indicated that evolution would soon begin, so it was worth getting out and warning everyone of the danger. However, she understood that the queen might chase after her, and thus the other members of the group would be in danger. Exhaling, she said quietly that this is why she walks into the rifts alone. Putting her sword forward, Mio thought she would have to fight, even though she risked her life doing so. However, the girl knew that her class revealed its full potential on the verge of death, so there was a chance to even the odds and get the victory. Suddenly, her friend's voice reached her, asking if they would meet soon. Mio stood for a moment, staring blankly before her, then closed her eyes tiredly. She raised her sword in front of her, realizing that she must now focus on the battle. Bright orbs flashed around the queen, and the bug itself looked at her with its bulbous eyes. Immediately after that, the boss sent poisonous larvae to her opponent. However, Milo was not impressed, and she mentally asked if this was all the queen was capable of. Jumping up, she swung her sword, realizing that the queen was now defenseless. So now was the perfect moment for the adventurer herself to attack the boss. However, upon landing on the spot where the bug was standing, Mio wondered how it could dodge so easily if it only specialized in attacks. Juchika, meanwhile, was standing a few steps away from the girl, looking at her with creepy red eyes. Clenching her teeth tightly, the adventurer thought that the creature was playing with her to delay its evolution. Unable to bear the tension, she shouted, calling her boss to her for a fight. With a wild roar, Mio lunged at the queen, bringing her sword hand back for another attack. She was going to attack the queen and win in one blow, showing everything she was capable of. The blood rush skill that Mio used could transform life force into a powerful chopping blow. Assessing the opponent's attack, the queen raised her claws and exposed them, crossing them over her head. Stopping her attack, Mio warned the bug that she would not be able to simply defeat her. She understood that she had spent quite a lot of points, but she still had a chance to win. The queen swung her paw and knocked the adventurer away from her with a click of her grizzly. Not expecting such a strong blow, Mio fell to the ground, releasing the sword from her hand. Looking up at the monster, the girl understood that she could hit 2 more times, but she understood that it would not be enough. Meanwhile, the bug flew at her again, looking after her opponent with its red eyes. The adventurer looked after the monster, thinking with despair that it had become much faster. She barely had time to draw her sword in front of her to defend herself, when the queen's blade was almost right in her face. From the wild pain and tension, Mio coughed loudly, spitting blood on the ground. However, the bug rushed to fight her again, swinging its bladed claws. From the blow, Mio flew into the wall and hitting it went limp like a doll. She was in terrible pain and couldn't move an arm or a leg, so she wondered why the creature hadn't finished her yet. Meanwhile, the gnawing queen, who seemed to sense the thoughts of her opponent, was fast approaching. The adventurer looked up at her tiredly, realizing that her end was near. A girl who was running in a school uniform between the ruins appeared in my memory. She saw a group of Special Forces soldiers enter one of the cracks. Mio stood still, not daring to move and watching the soldiers carefully. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in front of her, who shouted that she should be in the vault, as monsters could still happen here. Barely speaking, the girl asked him to let her into her house. Realizing who was in front of him, the boy fell silent, and distance and compassion appeared in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he was already calling her again to stop her, when the girl was moving towards the ruins. He screamed in panic, realizing that he had to detain her, but Mio herself ignored him. The soldier tried to shout at her not to look there, but the girl's eyes were already open in fright. She looked at the bodies of her murdered parents who were at the entrance, but could not understand how this could happen. And now Mio was sitting in the cave, thinking about the fact that monsters always take the most precious things from her. From the memory of past events, the adventurer found the strength to rise and release a dark aura around her. Meanwhile, the bug was almost close to the girl, planning to attack again. However, she rose to her feet, holding the sword in her hands, and said that she was not so easy to defeat. Mio's eyes were similar to those of a demon as she used the Reaper's Last Wish skill, which increased her attack power and removed all debuffs. Mio knew that this skill could work as long as she had life force, so she held her sword in front of her as she prepared to battle. Looking at the queen's grizzly, she thought about how she hated all these monsters with all her soul. The adventurer rushed forward, realizing that she could not do anything with the insect's severed legs. However, the bug suddenly put its claws in front of it, blocking the opponent's attack. In the next moment, she took one of them away to attack her opponent in return. However, the one thing Mio didn't consider was that Reaper's Last Wish took too much life force. She knew she couldn't stop because she had to put all her strength into the blow before it ended. Balls of poisonous grubs began to gather around the queen again, so the attack was obvious. However, Mio felt that the beetle's projectiles had become much faster and more powerful. Suddenly, she noticed how one of them was flying right at her, moreover, extremely quickly, and realized that she would not be able to avoid him. However, the adventurer did not plan to give up, so she decided to fight as long as she had life force. The girl swung her sword with all her might and struck one of the queen's claws with it. At the same time, with wild screams, she tried to break at least one blade on the monster's body. In the next second, she saw it flying away from the insect's body with a crash. Suddenly, the girl froze, feeling that her strength at that moment had ended. She fell to the ground, and above her was already towering the figure of a monster, which was rapidly approaching. Closing her eyes, Mio thought about how she was destined to die. She remembered the same day when she and her friend went on another assignment, and she asked her to wait. To Mio's question about why she constantly follows her, her friend answered that she wants to rest. However, the adventurer then said that monsters like to sneeze, and if she couldn't keep up with that pace, she wouldn't go next time. Immediately after these words, Mio moved forward, ignoring her friend's request to wait. Stopping, she looked back at her friend, asking what else she needed. However, she saw her covered in blood when her friend said that she died because of her. Mio froze, fearfully looking at her dead friend and not knowing what to say. She approached her almost close and asked when they would finally meet. Covering her eyes from the bright light, Mio, lying on the floor, quietly said that very soon they would be able to see each other. At this time, the queen was already flying at her, snapping her teeth. Suddenly, something wrapped around her paw, preventing her from reaching her dying rival. Satsuki, holding her staff in front of her, yelled at Ichinoshi to hurry up as she was holding the monster. Standing next to the shocked Mio's head, the adventurer praised her partner for a job well done. When the girl raised her head to the blue-haired man with her last strength, she saw how he was carefully studying the beetle. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted the name of one of the skills, and Mio saw a bright beam of light. Returning to the girl, the blue-haired man grabbed her in his arms to take her away from here. He carried her behind one of the rocks, where she wouldn't be under a direct hit from the boss, and where Satsuki was already standing. Asked by his partner if they managed to save Mio, the boy thought that they had arrived just in time. However, lowering her gaze on the girl, the blue-haired girl realized that things were pretty bad for her. Looking at the adventurer's unconscious body, Satsuki knew they had to get her to the hospital as soon as possible. At times, the queen beetle, once again rushed at the adventurers, uttering a terrible scream. Following her actions, Ichinosa thought that it was time for them to get out of here, but it would not be so easy to do so. In addition, the beetle managed to stand near the only possible exit from the cave. And this meant that in addition to strength and speed, the Rift Boss also had mental abilities. Exhausted, Mio asked why they came after her if even the three of them couldn't defeat the monsters. Ichinosa clutched his head, thinking that was why he didn't want to fight the boss. Looking at Mio, he understood that they barely saved her, but she couldn't fight now. The indicators of their levels compared to the monster's indicators were too different. Besides, the monster had strength and speed. Stepping forward, the blue-haired man ordered Satsuki to take Mio and run while he distracted the boss. Satsuki yelled that this was madness, and Mio opened her eyes and told him to keep his heroism to himself. Ichinosa calmly looked at the girl who was standing up, leaning on her sword and talking about how she was lonely and wanted to die alone. She added that when she chose such a path, she was absolutely ready for such a result. Looking up at Ichinosu, she asked him to let her keep her dignity as she didn't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for her. The blue-haired man exhaled, thinking that his determination had not diminished from the wounds, and the past prevented him from accepting help now. Hearing that she could stay, the girl thanked him, offering to distract the monster while they fled. However, the boy interrupted her and said that they would also stay and help her defeat the boss. Hearing this, Mio lashed out at him in fright, not expecting to hear such a thing. While Mio fumed, Satsuki pragmatically observed that the two of them would not be able to defeat the level 80 boss. At his words that she restore her mana, the blue-haired Mio noticed that she had almost no health. Satsuki began to help Mio up from the ground, keeping her eyes on Ichinosa's back. Meanwhile, the boy himself assured them that he would be able to distract the monster. Mio tried to convince him that it was suicide, because she fought him, and the monster is really strong. However, the blue-haired man didn't even turn in her direction, thinking that he knew much more about the monster than she did. However, in his voice, he only asked the girls not to worry, adding that he had a plan. The queen, noticing a new rival, again gathered poisonous larvae around her. In a moment, her attention was drawn to Satsuki's back, which was covering the injured Mio. Hearing the wild howl, the blue-haired woman frowned, guessing what it could mean. At this time, Ichinosa was already rushing at the beetle, drawing his attention to himself. The boy was standing on one of the rocks, holding a sword in his hand and waiting for the boss to pay attention to him. Keeping his eyes on him, the boy shouted loudly for the insect to attack. Meanwhile, Satsuki tried her best to transfer as much mana as possible to the wounded Mio. Gathering her strength, the girl told the blue-haired partner that he greatly underestimated the boss. She thought hard about the fact that he would not be able to cope with the bug on his own. The queen, meanwhile, had already practically approached the boy, emitting a loud squeal. Noticing his strategy, Ichinosa mentally asked his opponent if he was going to corner him. He struck the ground with his blade just as the queen brought her grizzly closer to him. In the next second, he jumped up, gathering energy around him for the next attack. The insect even went berserk for a moment when it felt the opponent landing on its back. Mio watched their match in shock, wondering how the boy managed to strike the queen. Satsuki, although she knew how strong he was also shocked that her partner had managed to confuse the level 80 boss. Mio thought for a moment that Ichinosa was simply seeing right through the boss queen. The creature rushed forward with a wild growl, trying to throw the adventurer off her. However, he held on tightly to his blade, which plunged right into the monster's neck. Noticing a bladed pincer flying in his direction, Ichinosa jumped off, landing behind the enemy. Sensing this, the creature roared loudly, rushing at the adventurer to attack him once again. In his mind, Ichinosa turned to the beetle, saying that he had been waiting to meet him for a long time. He wants revenge ever since he took Mio's dead body from the rift where she had protected him. Dodging another attack from the monster, the blue-haired man thought that he had gone over the options many times that would allow him to win. Jumping up, Ichinosa lowered his sword and charged at the bug queen again. Green liquid splattered around from the way he stupidly stuck the blade into the insect's body. Looking at his opponent, the blue-haired man questioned if this was all the level 80 boss was capable of. Returning to Mio, Satsuki hopefully asked if Ichinosa could defeat the boss, to which she replied no. She added that although the boy was very strong, due to the difference in his levels, the blows did not do enough damage. Panic flashed across Satsuki's face as she heard that the queen would run out of mana sooner than Ichinosa would kill her. Looking at the blue-haired man's back, Mio thought that he had deliberately asked Satsuki to share the mana. She understood that he wanted her to join the battle, but the girl did not understand what was on the boy's mind. Looking at the queen's ferocious bite, Ichinosa thought to himself that he had waited a long time to avenge his friend's death. Pointing his sword forward, he challenged her to battle, preparing to attack. The queen began to retreat, summoning poisonous grubs, and in her reddened eyes appeared something that did not look like fear. Mio looked at this picture, trying to understand what was happening to the beetle. She was surprised that the queen recognized the boy as a threat, despite their difference in levels of 30 units. Ichinosa, meanwhile, dodged the attack of the poisonous grubs, mentally wondering that this was all the boss was capable of. Mio watched his actions angrily, not understanding why he didn't back down as she understood the level of danger. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man was already rushing at the queen, holding out his blade in front of him. Behind him he heard loud explosions, and the cave was filled with a bright pinkish-yellow light. The boy mentally scolded the boss for what the world stands for, adding that he remembers their fight as if it happened yesterday, not 10 years ago. Suddenly he stiffened, feeling a swirl of dark aura around him. The queen rushed at him with all her might, snapping her fangs on her grizzly and glaring at him with bulging eyes. However, Ichinosa was not confused and took a fighting stance, swinging his sword at his opponent. In the next moment, he landed a blow directly on the head of the queen, who had come to a sufficient distance. The insect immediately jumped away from the enemy, screaming loudly in wild pain after being hit. Seeing all of this, Mio skeptically asked if this guy was really a B rank, although she understood that harming the queen still did not mean anything, since it was still not enough. Clenching her fists tightly, the adventurer understood that the queen was too strong, and she would be able to restore her health with a skill. And she also understood very well that one accurate blow was necessary to defeat the queen, so she decided to go. However, Satsuki stopped her, reminding her that she had not yet fully recovered her mana, and entering the battle, he could be her last. She answered tensely that she had just enough mana, and there was no need to worry about the rest. With that, Mio got to her feet and activated the Reaper's Last Wish skill again, glaring at the queen. Blue-haired realized that this unique skill of the Reaper class allows you to use health instead of mana. Without turning her head to the girl, Mio said that Ichinosa had asked to restore her mana so that she could return to battle. Rushing forward with determination, she was now determined not to lose this battle. Suddenly, the ghost of her friend appeared in front of her again, asking if she was sure of her decision, since everyone she trusted was dying. Mio froze for a moment, staring at the girl with wide eyes. However, immediately after that, she closed them and took a deep breath, keeping her emotions under control. Walking around Momone, Mio quietly apologized to her, mentally adding that she couldn't just stop. Resolutely looking in front of her, the adventurer thought that she could not ignore a person who risked his life for the sake of others. At this time, the queen rushed at Ichinosu with one strong jump, attacking him again. Suddenly, a blue-black haze of Satsuki's powerful curse, which was accompanied by Mio's blow, flew into her mouth. The adventurer approached the blue-haired man, saying that she understood his plan to share mana with her so that she would enter the battle again, to which she heard an affirmative answer, which was explained by the fact that only her skill can kill the queen. However, Mio replied that she had already tried to defeat the boss with this skill, but only wasted her strength. Meanwhile, the beetle once again gathered poisonous larvae around itself to launch them at its opponents. Holding his blade forward, Ichinosa assured his partner that they would be able to defeat her, but asked her to trust him. Hearing this, she was surprised to ask what he meant, but the boy had already jumped in for another attack. Wasting no time, she jumped up, sword firmly grasped, to attack the queen as well. Looking at the bright flash that was fast approaching, Mio knew that she would not be able to dodge it. Suddenly, she felt someone quickly put a hand on her shoulder. Turning her head, the girl saw Ichinosu looking determinedly at the queen. In the next second, Mio felt them flip upside down, dodging the boss's attack. Meanwhile, Satsuki watched how the poisonous larvae flew right into the cave wall, scattering stone fragments in different directions. Mio screamed loudly, but Ichinosa's face still remained indifferent. Landing on the ground, the shocked girl tried to understand what had just happened. The blue-haired man, flying away from her in the direction of the queen, shouted that now it was her turn to attack. Meanwhile, the shadow bonds that Satsuki cursed were once again reaching for the queen's grizzly. They wrapped around her healthy claw, which the beetle tried with all its might to tear it out. However, as soon as she raised the blade up, an adventurer rushed at her from there, slashing at her with his blade. Mio watched their movements, remembering how recently she wanted to do the same herself. Looking at the huge cloud of dust that formed at the place of collision between the blue-haired man and the beetle, the girl thought that it was possible to win. She gripped her sword tighter and charged forward, realizing that she needed to use the full potential of her class to win. Her face expressed an extreme degree of determination despite her extremely low health. Mio understood that in order to maximize the effectiveness of the strike, she needed to gain high speed and also not allow other monsters to attack. Rivals froze, looking at her from the bottom up, and the bug even made an incomprehensible sound. Ichinosa, wanting to support his partner, yelled at her to finish it all. Keeping her eyes on the queen, Mio flew at her and activated her blood revenge skill. At the place of her collision with the boss of the rift, a huge explosion was immediately formed, accompanied by fiery flashes. The blow of Mio's sword went straight to the queen's chest, causing her to scream loudly. The exhausted adventurer fell to the ground, tightly closing her eyes from the strain. Looking ahead with a tired look, she thought about the fact that she could not move at all. However, seeing the body of the dying queen in front of her, she realized that it seems they managed to defeat her. Looking at the eyes, which still glowed with a bright red light, Ichinosa thought that the beetles had a special gift. He kept a close eye on the stinger, knowing that it could play dead until its opponent let its guard down. After that, the queen attacked with a poisonous sting that could kill the enemy. Satsuki screamed as she saw the stinger fly straight towards the tortured Mio. Ichinose had a similar reaction. At this time, Mio herself also watched the stinger approach her, as she could not do anything else. She understood that it was coming too close to her, and she simply wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. Something similar to fear appeared in her eyes, when the girl thought that this was how she would end up. However, in the next second, an angry Ichinose quickly appeared in front of her and swung his blade. The blue-haired man knew he had to redirect the trajectory of the queen's sting, and he was going to do it with the help of the gravity reduction skill. As his blade collided with the venomous sting, there was a huge explosion that the boy had to turn away from. Feeling a sharp pain, the queen lowered her surprised grizzly and screamed loudly. Ichinose remembered how, in his past life, it was Mio who protected him from this technique, which led to her death. Swinging his sword, the boy shouted to the queen that it was with this that she took the life of his close friend. He jumped onto her chest, where the sword left by Mio after her attack was already sticking out. The blue-haired man growled fiercely, wanting to finally put an end to this. He used one of his strongest skills, delivering a decisive blow, and then his level increased from 50 to... Satsuki smiled, loudly exclaiming that they had managed to defeat the boss. Ichinose thought grimly that this had happened, even considering their difference in levels. Casting a satisfied look at the tortured Mio, he smiled warmly, mentally noting that none of them had died. Staring at the back of her head, the boy thought that in his past life, her death had greatly affected him, and it was because of this that he decided to become a B-rank adventurer. Mio at this time looked at her hands, unable to believe that she had managed to survive. She raised her head, looking desperately before her and wondering if this was even meant to be. Mio looked at Ichinose, next to whom Momone's ghost was dissolving, as if confirming her suspicions. She remembered a friend wheezing loudly while dying on one of the raids. Then she was stabbed by one of the huge monsters they were hunting in the rift. Mio herself could not do anything, numb with grief, fear, and grief. Due to the difficult memories of her friend's death, the adventurer closed her eyes and clutched her head tightly. Satsuki saw her fall to her knees and ran to her to ask if she was okay. Mio looked up and said grimly that everything was fine. However, she added that while looking at Ichinose, she remembered one girl who really bothered her. The adventurer breathed out the words that she was sure she couldn't stand her for ruining her life. The blue-haired man listened attentively to his friend's revelation, realizing that now he could learn the story from her. Momone's spirit appeared before her again, and with her hands folded behind her back, she leaned towards the sky and asked when they would finally meet. Just now, looking at the desperation in Mio's eyes, Ichinose understood why she didn't join groups and always put herself at risk. She behaved as she did in the past timeline, when she covered him and sacrificed her life, as well as in the present. He perfectly understood that Mio despised himself and was trying to settle accounts with life with the help of work as an adventurer. Opening his mouth, he quietly denied that the annoying girl she was talking about didn't despise her at all. At the same time, he explained that if it had been so, she would not have risked her life to save her friend. Hearing his words, Mio froze, looking surprised. The girl turned her gaze to the adventurer, choosing the words she could use to answer him. However, he went on to say that he had heard of this case in which she only survived because her partner covered her up. He told her to face the truth, but he said it so rudely that even Satsuki stepped in to give her partner a bit of a hard time. Mio was silent at this time, thinking about Ichinose's words and lost in the memories of her friend. She remembered Momone coming up to her and asking her with wide eyes if she really wanted to drop out of school. Mio nervously asked if she knew that the number of rifts was increasing every year. She added that because of the monsters, she was left without everyone she loved, and the payment as a victim will not be enough to enter the university. That is why, leaving the office, Mio announced that she had decided to become an adventurer who did not need a higher education. Clenching her fists tightly, Momone shouted that she would join the adventurers as well, causing her friend to turn around in surprise. She resolutely declared that she would also become an adventurer and cover her friend's back. Mio, hearing these words, frowned, trying to digest what she had just heard. After some time, when they went to one of the rifts, Momone asked her to go back home. However, Mio only snarled angrily that she was not made for rifts and working as an adventurer. Hearing that next time she would go into the rift alone, Momone grabbed her wrist and asked her not to say such a thing. She asked to be allowed to be near and help her, saying that she is still not alone. Mio froze, looking intently at her partner, choosing the words to answer. When everything was done, she dragged Momoni on her back, begging her to be patient a little longer until they got out of the forest. To which Momone, barely able to utter the words, asked her friend if she was not hurt. Falling to her knees under the weight of her memories, Mio said that she had no doubt that Momoni hated her. To which Ichinosa replied that he had no idea what the dead were thinking about, and it was not even worth thinking about it. He explained that she risked her life to save her, and she risks her life because she hates herself and seeks death. He asked if Momoni would like that. Kneeling down in front of the girl, the blue-haired man said that she thought that no one would be upset by her death. However, he added that he was sure that her friend wished her all the best, for which she even gave her own life. Mio froze, Momoni's voice calling out to her softly in her head, barely able to say the words. She, like that evening, quietly asked her friend if she was not hurt. Immediately after that, Momoni asked if she was okay, if she was eating well, and if she had any friends. Momoni added with a smile that they wouldn't meet soon, but warned her not to worry as she would always watch over her. Mio felt her friend hug her tightly, telling her that it was too soon for her to die, so she should live happily ever after for the two of them. This feeling brought tears to Mio's eyes. When she opened them, her cheeks were already filled with tears, and the only thing the girl could say was her friend's name. A moment later, regaining consciousness, Mio approached the queen and dropped to one knee to examine the loot. Looking at the adventurer with a sympathetic gaze, Ichinosa asked her if she was acting so darkly because of her guilt towards Momoni. His mind wandered to how he himself had fought over her body in a past life when they were cleaning the rift. At the same time, the boy added that Momone was always worried about her, so if she died, her friend's efforts would be in vain. The adventurer knelt before her, asking to listen to his request. Looking desperately at Mio, he asked her to allow him to be her friend from today. But she raised her head and looked at him with wide-open eyes, after which she quietly answered that she needed time to think about everything. Stretching his lips into a slight smile and giving her a hopeful look, Ichinosa replied that he was willing to wait. He grabbed the girl in his arms and, loading her on his shoulders, headed for the exit of the rift, followed by Satsuki. When Mio apologized to him for not even being able to walk on her own due to her low health, he replied with a smile that everything was fine. The blue-haired girl, who watched their idol silently and sullenly, felt a little extra. From Satsuki's side, it looked like they had been a couple in love for a long time. When she said she was very happy for them, Ichinosa asked in surprise what she was talking about. As he continued on his way, he thought aloud that the higher his rank, the harder it would be to defeat his opponents. Thinking back to the queen they had just defeated, he thought that starting at rank A, it would be difficult for him to advance without a support class. However, after reminiscing about Alice's predatory smile, the boy admitted that monsters are not the most terrible opponents for him. Therefore, it was necessary to find a person who could restore the health of team members at a critical moment. Or finding a rare item that will replenish health could help in this. Mio carefully watched the pensive Ichinosa, who continued to carry her on his shoulders. After thinking for a while, she quietly said that she has been working alone for a long time, and today, for the first time in that time, she was able to rely on someone. Leaning her forehead on the back of his head, the girl smiled, adding that it turned out to be very pleasant. Without raising her head or opening her eyes, she quietly thanked the blue-haired man. At those words and the tone in which they were said, Ichinosa's lips stretched into a warm smile. Remembering again how he held her dead body in his arms, the boy thought that this time he managed to change the course of events. For a moment, he imagined the grown-up version of himself from the past sitting right across from him. Gratitude flashed in his eyes, and a light but happy smile played on his lips. Judging by the expression on his past self's face, the blue-haired man knew he had done everything right. He imagined them reaching out to shake hands. The next day, he and Satsuki were already sitting in a cafe, discussing the next plan of action. The blue-haired one quietly asked her partner if Mio hadn't called him yet. Having hesitated a little with the answer, Ichinosa looked at his phone in embarrassment. After that, he put the device on the phone and slowly handed it to his surprised partner. Noticing that she didn't answer any of the messages or calls, Satsuki smiled, realizing that Mio was ignoring the boy. Frowning, Ichinosa let out a weary breath so she wouldn't say anything, adding that he knew about Mio's stubbornness, but he hoped he could bond with her. Glancing at the satisfied ether, who was slowly approaching the cold coffee, Satsuki assumed that she was just tired, so she should be given time. Meanwhile, the doll was already fully enjoying the blue-haired woman's drink. In a moment, she was already pale from the cold, while Ichinose, supporting her head with her hand and thinking about her partner's words. He knew very well that although Mio was strong, she was also stubborn. Even with her low level, she was able to challenge the queen and survive afterwards. Meanwhile, Mio herself walked slowly down the corridor, approaching the elevator. Ichinose was brought out of his unhappy thoughts by the voice of a girl who said that she was not surprised that they lived here. Raising his head to the figure of the guest, he was surprised to notice Mio next to him. When a worried Satsuki rushed to her, the adventurer replied that she was already used to being seriously injured, so there was no need to worry about her. The blue-haired man stood up, asking her what she was doing here. Mio replied that she was never very good at texting, recalling how it pissed off Momone. That's why she decided to come here, hoping to meet them here, to tell them in person that she wants to join their group. Satsuki squealed happily, and Ichinose just silently stretched his lips in a warm smile. Finally, he replied that he was glad she had made that decision. Meanwhile, Alice and Kikyo stood in the dark study while the unknown boy quietly listed the news of the rift clearing and the adventurer's murder. He was outraged by the fact that no one else could be found to rake the manure, which is why he had to do it. What he heard from a fair-haired woman with an eye patch, so that he would show at least a little gratitude for her help to him. She warned that their client was a big zabe in the government, and he had made it clear that he would not tolerate any more failures. Crossing one leg over the other, the boy crossed his arms and asked with a smile if that was why they wanted to entrust him with this matter. Crossing his fingers, he parted his lips wider and said that killing a B-rank adventurer sounded rather boring. After hearing the words that he didn't want to clean up after him with Alice, Kikyo let out a loud cry. However, when he asked what he was wrong about the failed task, the shaven-headed man clenched his teeth in silence. The unknown added that, unlike them, he had the best military training. In addition, he reminded that he had already managed to visit the bright side of heroes. With a smile on his face, the boy said that he was one of the strongest adventurers, but they would turn him back. Listening to his words about the authorities using adventurers as cannon fodder, Alice muttered to herself that he was hitting on her. The unknown, meanwhile, did not calm down, explaining to Kikyo why the dumb-headed heroes beat him so much. He advised him and Alice to stand aside and not get confused under his feet, since they had already failed the task. Wrapping the hunting knife in Ichinosa's personal file, he said that he first wanted to see what he was capable of. Only then was he going to finish off the blue-haired man. Meanwhile, at the branch of the Adventurers Guild, the secretary congratulated Satsuki on her official B rank. But she smiled joyfully, not believing the information that she had been promoted. She thought about how, as a percentage, B-rank adventurers were only 1%. Clenching her fists tightly, the blue-haired girl happily noted that she was now one of them. Ichinose approached his partner and congratulated her on her new rank. Satsuki instead thought that she still looked weaker against Ichinose and Mio. Remembering the way they talked when they left the rift, the blue-haired thought that she would never lose to an adventurer. Mio also approached them, saying that gaining a new rank was a natural outcome. She added that Satsuki's level was actually above that of the average B-rank adventurer. Casting a cold look at Satsuki, Mio said that the girl was only promoted for her service to the district, so there was nothing to be proud of. Thinking that the adventurer was quite strict, the blue-haired girl replied that she would try harder. To Ichinose's words that she could have congratulated her partner, Mio replied that she was just trying to be objective. Clearing her throat, she offered to forget about this conversation, adding that she had something for them. Ignoring Satsuki's interested look, she turned her back to her and ordered them to follow her. Watching Mio walk over to her locker, Ichinose crossed his arms over his chest and recalled the words about the optionality of gifts. To which I heard in response from the girl that she really wanted to give them gifts on the occasion of joining their group. The blue-haired man wondered what Mio could have bought them since he and Satsuki didn't buy anything. Opening the locker, Mio told them not to worry about it, adding that if it wasn't for them, she would have died. Besides, Mio said that after Momone's death she hasn't tried to get close to anyone. Before pulling out the gift, the adventurer said that it was the most ordinary, but expressed her hope that they would like it. The blue-haired one stretched her lips in a warm smile, chastising herself for thinking poorly of Mio. However, realizing that she turned out to be quite a good girl, Satsuki sincerely thanked her. Looking at the locker in which Mio was rummaging, Ichinosa noticed that she had used a large box for storage. He should have thought about what she would take out of there. Mio got a huge teddy bear. When Satsuki accepted the toy, the adventurer added that it was a limited edition, released in honor of the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki happily thought that Mio, whom she had imagined to be pragmatic and eternally serious, turned out to be anything but. However, Ichinosu was more concerned about how much the bear cost, which her friend thought was an ordinary gift. Blue-haired thanked her partner, worrying about how she should drag the toy home. Suddenly hearing the sound of an incoming message, Ichinosa took out his phone and looked at the screen with interest. Having also received a notification on her phone about the appearance of a fault, Satsuki noticed that there were more and more of them. Looking at her phone, Mio said that Miyagi village was not far away, and they could be there today if they left now. The blue-haired man noticed that if the dungeon was C-ranked, then the bosses there should be level 40, so they would quickly deal with them. As he continued to stare at the alerts, Ichinosa wondered why the special unit wasn't investigating the strange rift activity. Suddenly paying attention to the name of the crack that had formed, the boy let out a surprised cry. When Satsuki asked if he knew anything about this rift, the boy replied that there were plant monsters in the dungeon, which is why it was called the Fairy Garden. However, he warned that they could not allow him to go beyond the rift, as they would not be able to defeat him after that. Realizing that they would need help, Ichinosa texted Seina. In a moment, a team of 3 adventurers was already running out of the guild building to go on a mission to a new rift. In their wild enthusiasm, they did not even notice how a figure in a dark hooded cloak was watching them. Noticing the trio run past her, she pulled out her phone to report it. The unknown, who was sent to kill Ichinosu, was surprised at how quickly the customer managed to organize an artificial disaster. Staring down at his phone, he thought that the authorities had some way of getting something like this done, and now everything was in order to lure the blue-haired man into a trap. He dialed the number, and when the caller answered, the boy asked the adventurer if she was already leaving for the place. After that, the unknown person offered to meet her on the spot. When the phone conversation was over, he expressed his hope that he would enjoy the surprise he had prepared for Ichinosa. With that, the boy raised his hand and held it up, looking at his rings. At that time, in the rift itself, one of the adventurers, who thought to enter there, was attacked by a level 24 Earth monitor. Jumping away from one of the machines, Mio thrust her sword forward, activating her Crimson Blade skill. At the same time, Ichinosa was preparing to fend off the attack of a whole horde of annoying insects that flew at him with a nasty buzzing sound. Raising his hand, he summoned the ether to command her to attack the opponents. The doll wasted no time and rushed to fulfill the young master's orders, releasing a wave of fire at the insects. At this time, Satsuki was standing aside, holding a plant in her hands, growing on a large turnip which was making strange sounds. But she looked at the adventurer with big round eyes, and small tears ran down her chubby cheeks. Looking at her, the blue-haired girl smiled widely and sincerely, narrowing her eyes. Extracting mana from the plant, the girl shouted to her companions that she had refueled enough, so now she could restore their mana level. With these words, she threw away the exhausted root on the ground to be covered with saliva. While the blue-haired woman was restoring Ichinosa's mana, Mio reassured the little girl, telling her that everything would be fine. Looking around, Satsuki noticed that compared to the previous disaster, the current monsters were not that strong. To her words that they can handle everyone before the special forces arrive, Ichinosa replied that the fight with the local boss will not be as easy as it seems. Called the Tree of Life, Gaukurin was capable of creating an unlimited number of monsters and had a high movement speed. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl froze, fearfully calling out words about the speed of the boss. Ichinosa confirmed her hunch that if the tree came out of the rift, they wouldn't be able to catch it. And then monsters will flood the city, which will lead to disaster. Mio came up to him, still holding the girl's hand, and asked if they could find a monster. The blue-haired man explained that Gaukurina is very cautious and timid, so she tries not to approach opponents whose level is higher than hers. He knew that at his current level it would be easy to defeat the boss, but not to catch him. Besides, Seina never responded to his messages. Mio, hearing this, suggested that they split up, as this way they would be able to explore a larger area and they would be able to kill the monsters alone. In addition, she understood that it was necessary to take the girl to a safe place. Satsuki calmly replied that she agreed with the girl, drawing Ichinosa's interested gaze. Looking ahead, he said quietly that he had a rather bad feeling about what was happening around him. Looking at his partners, the boy remembered that in his past life this rift was simple, but now he felt that something had changed. However, he came closer to the girls and agreed to Mio's proposal to split up, but asked to let him know if they found anything. Meanwhile, the killer was standing in one of the cafes with a smile, preparing a double burger. He walked between piles of trash, talking about how much he loved the family restaurant, where they offered delicious food at reasonable prices. However, no one heard his speech about the taste of a double burger with Gouda cheese in an empty restaurant. Putting the plate on the table, he expressed his hope that the guest would like it as much as he did. Sitting down on the sofa, the boy folded his hands in a gesture that invited the guest to try. However, at the moment when he raised the fork with the meat to his mouth, the window next to him shattered into small fragments. He looked at the plate, which flew to the floor, spilling the cooked food on it. A tall man in armor entered the institution, holding a sword in front of him and looking for the boy. Sayotome Asahi, the serial killer of adventurers who was known as the Collector, crouched, hiding behind an overturned table. He raised his hands and began to be indignant that he had just finished cooking the burger, and if he wanted to eat it, he could have taken it away. Folding his fingers in front of his face, the Collector began to think about which skill to use the pen for everything on the attacker. However, he silently raised the sword, grasping the hilt with both hands and carefully following his hands. The Collector mentally noted that the opponent's blade was clearly magical. Suddenly, an explosion rang out near the cafe, sending blue, black, pink smoke into the air. From the gray smoke in the cafe itself, an interested voice rang out, humming softly. The Collector smiled, concluding that his opponent was a mage. Sitting on the shoulder of the summoning demon Gorgle, the boy said that it uses melee attacks. The battle mage smiled as he looked at the demon, who confirmed that it was definitely the Collector in front of him. He tilted his head to the side with interest when he heard that he had received a report from his subordinates. The blonde introduced himself as Kana Kimura, adding that he was an A-rank adventurer who made a name for himself by killing the likes of the Collector, to which he asked why the bounty hunter didn't go to ordinary adventurers. To which the blonde replied that it was a thankless job, and that he got much more money and fame by killing the likes of the Collector. To which the Collector himself replied, putting his hand to his head, that his life is quite boring once he wakes up and runs around the city in search of criminals. He added that he didn't even want to waste time on such rubbish, so he suggested that the hunter simply disappear, promising mercy for it. Kana responded to this proposal with a raised sword, attacked with words that such a thing would never happen. The blonde was counting on the summoning of the familiar taking too much mana, so it wouldn't be a long fight. Attacking the very demon that reached out to him, the blonde intended to end the fight with one clear blow. The Collector, observing this picture, offered the attacker to teach him a new trick. He froze for a moment, not understanding what his opponent was talking about. However, in the next moment, Kana froze, closely following the boy who spoke about the unexpected attack. The bounty hunter doubled over as he thought about being unexpectedly attacked from behind. He did not understand when the Collector managed to summon another familiar, the executioner Kildall, because he had a good look around before entering. However, the Collector raised his middle finger and explained with a smile that he knew from the beginning that he was following him. Standing over his opponent, he added that he didn't die after the first hit, because he had a high defense considering his class. Kaima looked up at him pleadingly, asking not to kill him and promising to pay any amount. However, the Collector, raising his index fingers to his head, reminded of a demon who could also swing a bounty hunter in one hand. Throwing up his hands, the boy said that he feels like a scumbag every time someone offers to save his life for money. A loud explosion suddenly sounded outside the window, causing a large ball of fire to appear in the sky. The Collector couldn't make out whether it was a fire arrow or an explosive, but he knew it was flying right at him. The demon behind him stepped a little closer, adopting a battle stance. In the next moment, the Collector dodged a wall of fire that flew right at the red familiar. One of the tongues of flame lunged at the guest couch, devouring its upholstery. Clenching his teeth tightly, the boy thought about the fact that the unknown man had managed to kill his gargoyle with one move. The archer who fired the fire arrow came up, hissing in annoyance at not being able to end the fight with one hit. Lieutenant Mayumi held his bow in front of him, preparing to fire it again. The Collector, shoving his hands in his pockets, watched the whirlwind that suddenly rose in front of him. The lieutenant's partner raised her staff in front of her, giving the command that activated the spell. Immediately after that, the boy found himself in the middle of a wall of fire that surrounded him from all sides. Looking at the restaurant's trading hall engulfed in flames, the collector was loudly indignant that because of them he could not prepare a new burger. Looking at the Special Forces soldiers who had also followed the hunter, the collector realized that they just wanted to roast him. Suddenly, Kaima stirred on the floor, letting out a loud moan. Mayumi raised one hand in the air, ordering his soldiers to help the bounty hunter. The collector now understood that before him was Mayumi Toya, as he was the only person who could defeat him. Mediocre adventurers were not accepted into the special unit, because there they had to follow strict rules and be strong. However, Mayumi was one of the youngest and at the same time, one of the best lieutenants. The collector smiled, feeling an irresistible desire to defeat such an idealist as the lieutenant. However, looking at the surroundings of his subordinates, the boy realized that they would now be very disruptive, so the time was not the best. Therefore, he took advantage of the moment, while he was not noticed and quickly escaped, jumping onto the roof of the cafeteria. Looking down at his fist, the collector thought with annoyance that he had lost the gargoyle due to the sudden attack, and if he engaged in battle, he would lose a lot of mana. And he also had a job, failing which he could incur the wrath of his boss. So the boy thought to himself that Mayumi was lucky this time, but next time they would definitely have fun. Crossing his arms in front of him, he jumped out onto the road, trying to escape. This was noticed by Mayumi's partner, who drew the attention of her boss to the collector. Without wasting time, the lieutenant took out his bow and drew the string, forming a new arrow of fire. A moment later, the collector froze as he watched another pillar of fire fly towards him. Her partner looked in the other direction enthusiastically, thinking that the attack was successful, but her boss did not think so. He watched as the figure turned into slime, realizing that it was just a decoy to distract them. When asked by the girl if they would follow him, Mayumi replied that there was no point since they had to stop the disaster. He loudly added that the fire should be dealt with first, causing his partner to rush towards the cafe. Looking at the dazed bounty hunter, Mayumi said she would question him a bit later. Meanwhile, Mio lunged at the new monster, looking determinedly in front of her and drawing her sword back. Gao Karina, the level 38 Rift boss, rushed forward as she tried to break away from her pursuer. The adventurer kept her eyes on her, realizing that she would soon be able to catch up with her. However, Gao Karina not only moved quickly, increasing the distance between them, but also summoned magical creatures. In the next moment, Mio already had to fend off the monsters that were flying at her. Commanding them to get out of her way, the adventurer waved her sword. However, they stood up as one wall, blocking her way and forcing the girl to stop. Mill understood that she did not have time to fight them, because in that time Gao Karena could have escaped again. Realizing that she had to do something, the girl put her sword in front of her, activating the infernal destruction skill. Immediately after that, a huge explosion blew all the magical creatures out of the way. Realizing that the road was clear, Mio continued her pursuit of Gao Karena as she raced through the streets, intending to win in one hit. Suddenly, a huge lizard flew out of the bushes at her, perplexing the girl, who did not understand where it came from. He quickly pounced on the opponent, opening his toothy mouth wide. Out of surprise, Mio gave a loud thump, looking in front of her in fear. When they landed, a cloud of dust and debris rose up. Mio gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, driving it into the lizard's head, finishing it off. After looking at the small turnips, the adventurer was surprised that the boss summoned new animals and ran away again. Realizing that she had to catch up with Gaokarin, the girl cursed loudly, preparing for a new battle. Meanwhile, Ichinosa raced through the streets of the city in search of his boss, whose traces he could not find. He even thought of going up and looking over the city from above, but he decided that it would take a lot of time. Suddenly, the boy heard the sound of a message. A map appeared on the screen, noting where Mio had last seen Gao Karena, adding that she had dropped her. The adventurer smiled after reading Ichinosa's response, that this narrowed the scope of the search considerably. Looking in front of her, the adventurer smiled, mentally threatening the boss who was already on his way to get him. In the meantime, insects were flying at the blue-haired man, their mouths opening like flytrap flowers. Leaping into the air, the boy swung his blade, cutting his opponents to pieces. In the next moment, a huge figure of a green lizard appeared in front of the adventurer, which looked at him with red eyes. Leaning on its front paws, the animal breathed out a large pillar of fire at its opponent. However, Ichinosa rose into the air, so the monster's fire did not touch him, but the boy managed to assess his opponent. Noticing the adventurer flying at him from above, kicking away from the traffic light, the lizard let out a surprised roar. In the next moment, he was already falling to the ground after a strong blow from the enemy. Looking at the notification about the number of points for the victory, the blue-haired man realized that his suspicions were confirmed. Due to the difference in levels with the monsters, he was currently receiving quite a few points. Looking at the skyscrapers of the city, above which clouds of smoke rose, Ichinosa thought about the fact that he had never found his boss. And while the adventurer was thinking that the monsters would disappear only after defeating the Gaukurin, someone's voice was heard from behind. Turning his head, the blue-haired man saw a boy walking towards him with outstretched arms, calling him a hero. He said that it was the first time he had seen such a strong adventurer, who was able to defeat the creature so quickly. Ichinosa watched the stranger closely, asking him if he knew how dangerous it was now. When he answered that he was also an adventurer, the blue-haired man sighed tiredly, trying to understand who he was and mentally calling him a freak. He clarified that he had an E rank. Besides, he belonged to the Seleucid class, which puzzled Ichinosu a little. He knew that the Seljuk class could be obtained by evenly distributing the points, but they had no special characteristics. Among the adventurers, not much was told about this class to newcomers, recommending to develop skills that could agree. The unknown smiled, saying that he wanted to. The Seljuks were a rare class, but completely useless. The blue-haired man, putting his hand to his chin, thought about the fact that the boy simply did not know how to distribute the points correctly. In the meantime, he came almost up close, calling the adventurer by name and calling his class a rare, drawing attention to himself again. However, he didn't even have time to ask how he knew when the boy almost started singing to him, saying that everyone knew about his achievements. The unknown person showed him the screen of the phone, on which the avatar of Seina's channel was lit. Ichinosa didn't even hear the words about his lucky friendship with the blogger because he was thinking about what she was talking about him in her videos. The adventurer turned his back to the boy, as he said that he was very jealous of him and would also like to control gravity. Trying to be as polite as possible, the blue-haired man said that he had no time for idle talk. However, he tried to stop him, asking him to take him with him and adding that such a chance comes only once. To which the adventurer replied that, taking into account his rank, his level is a maximum of 20, and therefore local monsters are not to his liking. However, turning to face the boy, he said that if the boy wanted to help, he could find people and lead them out of the rift. He froze for a moment, tightly closing his lips in a narrow strip. After that, he picked up one of the crystals from the ground and squeezed it tightly in his hand. Keeping his eyes on the item, the boy activated item cleave, causing a bright light. Ichinosa lowered his head and looked at his hands, which also began to glow with the same light. The stranger smiled and spoke of a skill of his class that allowed him to give the characteristics of objects, which could help catch the boss. However, the blue-haired man exhaled, saying that he was quite annoying and adding that he could handle it on his own anyway. He was thinking about the fact that he has to catch the boss as soon as possible and has no time to merge with the unknown, when his phone lit up with a notification. Looking at the screen, Ichinosa noticed that Seina had finally answered him. He asked her to start the stream and find the boss of the rift, which looks like a large slug. Immediately after that, the girl sent him a link to the started stream. Turning on the video, the adventurer saw her talking about the disaster in the Miyagi area, with knights and a dragon visible behind her. The girl held up a piece of paper with a schematic image of the rift boss, asking fans to help find him. Immediately after that, photos of eyewitnesses with their location of the monster began to appear in the chat. While this was going on, the girl continued to say that the slug was quite dangerous despite its appearance. Noticing that such messages had already accumulated quite a lot, Ichinosa thought that thanks to the blogger, he would be able to track the boss's movements. He smiled, realizing that with such a trump card in his hand, the slug would definitely not be able to hide from him. His attention was drawn to a photo that marked the last location of the rift boss. However, the problem was that he wasn't fast enough, so he decided to write a message to his teammates. Suddenly, Ichinosa froze, hearing an unknown adventurer near him, about whom he had completely forgotten. The blue-haired man turned to face him and asked what his name was. After he put his hand to his forehead and introduced himself as Aki Wajima, Ichinosa said he was heading to where the boss was last seen. He added that he was still not sure that he should go with him, but if he really wanted to, he could join. Hearing these words, Aki happily raised his fist and smiled widely. As they ran down the street, Aki was happy that he was going to clear the rift with the legendary Ichinose. The boy rejoiced like a small child, while the blue-haired adventurer himself said that he was not obliged to go with him. To a question from an unexpected partner, the boy replied that he had drawn up an approximate route of Gaokarena's movement. He was looking at the map, where red dots marked the path the rift boss was taking, which showed that he was moving north. Secondly, it became noticeable that he prefers the shadows provided by bushes, trees, and alleys, so it was possible to conclude that he was specifically hiding from the sun so as not to dry out on it. Ichinose was about to suddenly attack Gaokarena, sending her into one of the suitable alleyways that would be impossible to exit. Placing his fingers against his cheek, Aki noticed that it looked like some sort of boss trap. He added that it was the first time he was fighting the boss of the rift, and he had not yet seen a professional in the business. Looking at the adventurer in admiration, Aki said that he managed to come up with a plan of action in a fairly short period of time. Aki quietly said that he looked like his brother, who was also strong and intelligent and a great champion of justice. Tears began to run down the boy's cheeks as he added that everyone was always comparing them, but he himself had not been able to achieve anything. Ichinose watched this sudden hysteria without even knowing how to respond. He was distracted from thinking about this by the ringing of his phone, which received another notification, but this time it was a warning about the collector. Ichinose knew that he only killed high-ranking adventurers and took their prey as his trophies. The blue-haired man remembered that he had once been a strong adventurer who specialized in summoning familiars, and in his past life he had wondered the same way. Recalling the newspaper clippings, Ichinose remembered that even the special forces could not catch him, and the adventurers did not survive after meeting him. The blue-haired man knew perfectly well that the appearance of the collector in the rift could not be a coincidence, so he was most likely hired by the Chimera Call. And the only purpose for which they could do this was to obtain the Ring of Wisdom that summoned the witch. Now Ichinose was worried about whether he would be able to put up a decent fight against the former adventurer, whose level was much higher than his own. Noticing Ichinose's extremely serious expression, Aki asked him if he was okay. Realizing that the collector was not the most important problem right now, the blue-haired man looked at his partner, assuring him that everything was fine. Thinking that he should defeat the boss as soon as possible and get out, the adventurer said that there was a serial killer in the rift. Hearing the words that he had encountered a special unit not far from here, Aki put his hand to his chin and thought. Ichinose warned that this opponent was quite dangerous for an E-ranked adventurer, so he should run away immediately upon meeting him. While Ichinose was distracted by another notification on his phone, Aki mentally called his mother to save him. Meanwhile, the blue-haired adventurer said that there was new information about Gaokarena. Realizing that the slug was very close, Ichinose sent the information to their chat while Aki was in tears. Looking at his surprised partner, Ichinose told him that he had received new information about the boss of the rift. Right after that, he seriously added that he would need Aki's help to defeat him. He froze for a moment, not knowing what to say, but immediately after that, he clenched his fist firmly in a decisive gesture. Looking confidently in front of him, the boy assured the blue-haired man that he would help him. Looking around, Ichinose said that they could take advantage of the fact that the slug was trying to avoid the streets, get some sunlight. Imagining the plan of the city, he was going to deliberately change the boss's route to lure him into the right lane. The blue-haired man was going to achieve this by scaring Gaokarena, which would make her run to where Aki would be waiting for her. All that will be required of the guy will be to simply kill the boss, or, failing that, at least capture him. Aki smiled, assuring Ichinose that he had exactly the items to help him catch the slug. Immediately after that, the blue-haired man turned his back to his partner, who already felt like a hero. The adventurer added that if something goes wrong and something happens to him, then he should just run away. However, Aki folded his hands in front of him and asked him why he decided to become an adventurer in the first place. Seeing the blue-haired man's uncomprehending look, the boy explained that adventurers risk their lives every day, so he was interested in the reason. In addition, the job was one of the most thankless, which also did not add to her attractiveness points. After saying that the question sounded rather strange, Ari rushed to apologize for his curiosity. However, he was somewhat reassured by the words that the question was quite interesting and gave an opportunity to think. Ichinosa added, looking down at his hands, that he chose this path from the beginning to see how far he could go. And he was going to do this until he saw his own death. With these words, he remembered the battle with Kronos. He thought back to the red-haired assassin they had met in the rift as he thought about going further in, and each time it dawned on him that he could save more and more lives. Mio's dying smile appeared before his eyes. He admitted that with great power came great responsibility to the people who might be harmed by the monsters. Finishing his explanation, Ichinosa glanced at Aki, who was listening in fascination. Scratching his head, the blue-haired man said that he hadn't thought about it since no one had asked him about it yet. The boy, who listened carefully to every word, at first did not even know how to respond to such an impassioned speech. However, in a moment, smiling widely, he assured the adventurer that this was more than enough. He raised his hands up in satisfaction, loudly thanking Ichinosa for sharing with him, but Ichinosa only coldly replied that it was time for them. They set out to catch the slug as it sped through the city's thoroughfare at breakneck speed. Seeing him, Ichinosa quietly told his partner that Gaokarena was approaching. Wasting no time, the blue-haired man activated his skill, intending to attack the rift boss. The snail stopped, scared away from the dark cloud with bright lightning. When the debris of the road flew at her, Gaokarena let out a loud and long howl. Trying to avoid a fight with the adventurer, she crawled into one of the alleys. Ichinosa, seeing this, noted with satisfaction that so far everything was going exactly as he had planned. Therefore, he now had to rely on Aki, who was standing in that alley waiting for the boss. An impatient smile burned across Aki's face as he heard the slug approach. Ichinosa, meanwhile, kept Gaokarena in sight, running in the same direction as her and keeping his blade at the ready. He noticed with pleasure that he could still catch up with the snail at such a speed. Meanwhile, Gaokarena herself, trying to break away from the pursuer, summoned another monster which furiously attacked the blue-haired man. The boss continued on her way, leaving behind her giant Kulmak and green monitor lizards. Ichinosa continued to run after the slug, keeping a close eye on the monsters left in its wake. Trying to deal with them as quickly as possible, the adventurer swung his blade using gravity reduction. Noticing how fast her opponent could move, Gaokarena raised her head in surprise and gurgled. The adventurer smiled, apologizing to the boss for not fooling him with such tricks. With these words, he jumped up, flying from the roof of the house onto the body of the snail. He turned his head sharply, trying to throw off the unexpected rider. Jumping up to avoid falling to the ground, Ichinosa noticed another huge monitor lizard flying towards him. He realized that Gaokarena could use her cubs to evade her pursuers by distracting them. Using the monitor lizard's body as a fulcrum, the blue-haired man remembered how Mio had written about this technique. However, he quickly realized that he should just avoid the new monster and continue chasing the slug. Having flown closer to Gaokarena, the boy swung his blade almost close to her body. In pain, the slug raised its head and made a loud sound similar to a scream. Ichinosa landed on his feet, still holding the blade in front of him. Realizing that she needed to run, Gaokarena used her swift escape skill to try and break away from her pursuer. The blue-haired man watched her actions closely, realizing that she did this every time she sought cover when she was harmed. However, he also knew very well that such a skill had one major drawback, namely that it required hours to recover. That is why the slug would not be able to escape now from Aki, who was impatiently waiting for him in the alley. Rejoicing that she managed to escape from the blue-haired pursuer, Gaokarena let out a satisfied sound. Her joy was premature, however, as she stopped short in surprise a moment later. Slimax saw a boy in front of him who was rubbing his hands, obviously expecting something. Aki, seeing the boss of the rift in front of him, was confused for a moment, thinking that he really came to him. He mentally tried to convince himself that right now was his chance to become famous and become a hero like Ichinosa. Pulling a jar of liquid from his pocket, the boy mentally prayed that it would work. Looking intently at his hand, Aki gave the command to activate the cleave item skill. Throwing a glass at the rift boss, he advised him to try something like this. A bright red liquid poured out of the open glass, releasing a river of real flame. Seeing this, Gaokarena gurgled in surprise while remaining completely motionless in fear. Looking at this reaction, Aki noticed with satisfaction that Ichinosa was right when he said that the slug was afraid of fire. The rift boss actually froze, not daring to move after seeing the flames. Aki threw his arms up in joy, happy that he had managed to trap Gaokarena. Hearing his partner call him, Ichinosa walked up to them and praised them for a job well done. Extending his hand to his side, the blue-haired man turned to the slug, saying that now he had nowhere to run. Hearing a sound similar to laughter from the boss, the adventurer added that he had spent his mana summoning monsters, so there was no more mana left. Without taking his eyes off the boss, the boy asked him what he was planning to do now. However, Gaukarina raised her head, letting out a loud cry for help. Immediately after that, two large monitor lizards appeared in front of Ichinosa and looked menacingly at him with their red eyes. Meanwhile, Gaukarina entangled itself in long and thick trees, making threatening sounds. Looking at this, the blue-haired man was alerted that the Tree of Life was entering combat mode. Ichinosu was surprised that instead of running away, the Rift boss decided to spend his health fighting him. Aki covered his ears tightly against the loud scream and shouted to his partner that they needed to retreat. However, at the moment, the blue-haired man was more worried about the giant monitor lizard, which was rushing at him, gaping its toothy mouth. With his hands out in front of him, Aki kept trying desperately to convince him that it was necessary to flee immediately. However, the experienced adventurer calmly replied that their attempt would not be successful. Wasting no time, he rushed at the monitor lizards, swinging his blade with all his might. Without distraction, he slashed at the monsters with his weapon with all the speed he was capable of. Carefully watching his partner's actions, Aki covered his face with his hands in shock and let out a loud sigh. Meanwhile, the boss of the rift, realizing that he was losing, unleashed his tentacle trees towards the adventurers, attacking them with a loud sound. However, Ichinosa jumped at him at the same second, swinging his blade. Landing on the slug's body, he thrust his weapon right between its eyes, causing the monster to cry out in pain. Keeping a close eye on the monster, the blue-haired man activated one of his strongest techniques. The slug immediately found himself surrounded by a black ball of gravity accompanied by lightning. It began to swell in various places, which caused large balls to appear on his body. From the bright light that appeared in front of him, Aki closed his eyes for a moment and covered his face with his hand. The green monitor lizard, which was the only one left, silently watched what was happening, opening its toothy mouth. Aki, who had also been following all of this, shouted loudly in support of Ichinosa. After the fight was over, the satisfied boy energetically walked up to his blue-haired partner. The adventurers didn't even notice how the collector was watching them from the roof of one of the buildings, happy to see Ichinosu at work. He was smiling widely, thinking that he was completely unimpressed by the sight of his future opponent's skills. While Aki happily jumped around him, shouting words of praise, Ichinosa kept his eyes fixed on the body of the defeated slug. As he tried to catch his breath, he thought about the fact that Gaukarina was finally defeated, so now it was time to warn the girls. After writing them a message, the boy turned to his unexpected partner, thanking him for not letting the boss escape. Shamefully scratching his head, he awkwardly said that he could never have thought that such a legendary adventurer would thank him. Looking at his hand, Aki admitted that when he got his class, he couldn't even think about defeating the boss, but now he thought about his potential. As he warmed up, he added that he should pump himself up a bit, and he would be able to save people just like a blue-haired man. To this, Ichinosa calmly replied that he knew from his own experience that there are no good or bad classes. Each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages, and each was useful in a specific situation. He drew attention to the fact that the Seljuks can detach objects and turn them into various skills, which help them defeat the boss. The blue-haired man added that by developing his skills, he would achieve a lot, and everyone would stop paying attention to his weakness, especially after today's match. Hearing such warm words of support from his own idol, Aki looked at him with a look full of adoration. The boy's question about what is the Gravity Master's strongest point puzzled Ichinosu a bit, and he thought. After a moment's thought, he cautioned that he couldn't say about the whole class in general, but he could say about himself specifically. Aki's lips stretched wide in a smile, eagerly waiting for an answer. Looking confidently at the interlocutor, the blue-haired man said that his strongest point is to strive for more. It was said in such an inspired tone that Aki's mouth hung open for a moment in admiration. He opened his eyes wide and glared at the blue-haired man, admiring him even more than before. The boy approached the adventurer almost up close, saying that he would be able to achieve a lot in this life, to which Ichinosa did not even immediately find an answer. Looking around the empty street, the blue-haired man said that it was time for them to get out of here, because a serial killer was walking not far from them. While he advised Achi to run away as soon as he saw the killer, Ichinosa didn't even notice that the collector was already flying towards him. However, in the next moment, he quickly oriented himself and drew his blade, repelling the sudden attack. The collector landed by driving over the ground and resting his hand on the ground to stop. Carefully studying the attacker, the blue-haired man thought with annoyance that he had already found them. In front of him stood a man in a mask and a black cloak with a hood, and behind him was a doll with many limbs floating in the air. Looking at him, the adventurer thought about the fact that he did not even feel his presence nearby, which gave the impression of a very dangerous enemy. Suddenly, the doll began to move its hands, describing unknown patterns with dark threads between them. Immediately after activating the skill spectacle of life and death, without opening her eyes, she launched them in one direction. Ichinosa stared at the narrow dark streaks wrapped in a red glow flying in his direction. At one point, he turned his head sharply, avoiding a blow to the face from one of them. In the next second, the boy opened his eyes wide in fright, feeling someone's presence behind him. Quickly orienting himself, he darted to the side, avoiding the blow and confusing the attacker. Ichinosa drew his blade, preparing to defend against the collector. The boy turned his head and looked with wide eyes at what was left of his opponent. As it turned out, it was not a human, but a slime, as the figure of the attacker began to pour out a blue liquid. Coming closer and stepping on the glasses, the collector said that he had been forced to sit in the shadows all this time. He raised his hand to his face, twisting the big ring on one of his fingers. Dismissing the illusion, the collector in the form of Aki said that his hands have been itching to finish off the blue-haired adventurer for a long time. He drew his knife and lunged at Ichinosu, who was standing with his back to him, blade in hand. However, in the next moment he turned to face him and sharply blocked the insidious attack. Wanting to push the opponent away from him, the blue-haired man raised his leg to attack in return. At this reception, the collector made a loud thump, crouching down and jumping back a little. Getting to his feet, the killer smiled and said that he had a good reaction for a loser. The serial killer had a slightly crazed expression on his face, his eyes shining with excitement. Looking at his opponent, who had been his partner just a few minutes ago, Ichinosa asked him if he was really the collector. The same, in turn, thought that he managed to attack the adventurer and even forced the familiar doll to attack him. However, he managed to evade not only the doll but also him personally, which made the blue-haired man a very interesting prey. The killer asked him if his legs were shaking, reminding him that he had been with him at arm's length for a long time. However, he calmly looked at him and answered that he knew from the very beginning who was hiding behind the face of Aki. Hearing these words, the collector clenched his teeth tightly and grimaced, not believing what he was hearing. Ichinosa remembered that even in a past life, no one knew the collector's class, face, or relatives, but the Ring of Wisdom could reveal the class of anyone the wearer pointed to. Having heard that if he really was a Selyuk, he would not have wasted his strength, the collector asked why he was teaming up with him then. Ichinosa calmly explained to this that he came up with a very good plan to defeat the boss, and he needed a second person, and he used it. Pointing a finger at his opponent, the adventurer added that the assassin would not have attacked him while the boss was alive. So he perfectly understood that it would be beneficial for the collector to gain his trust, and then quietly finish him off in an alley. The collector realized that Ichinosa was well aware of the risks when going with him to the boss, but decided to use him, which now made the assassin very angry. He cursed, adding that such people were much more fun to kill, so he invited him to finally meet in battle. A slime figure appeared behind him, holding a sword just like the killer did. Ichinosa kept his eyes on his opponent, realizing that he couldn't read them, as well as the fact that he hadn't fought an enemy one-on-one in a long time. The collector was an assassin of a much higher level than the adventurer himself, and his combat and physical skills were also superior. In addition, the adventurer understood that he had spent quite a lot of energy in the battle with the boss. And in addition to that, he also spent a lot of energy on the first attacks of the collector and his familiar. Looking down at his feet, the blue-haired man decided that in such situations he had only one way out. In the next moment, Ichinosa darted into one of the alleys, trying to get as far away from the bewildered collector as possible. He didn't even immediately understand what had happened, so his face showed a high degree of incomprehension as he shouted loudly. The adventurer ran down the street, realizing that once the Rift boss was defeated, he had to run into a crowded place to other adventurers to stand a chance. However, the collector, pulling himself together, summoned the doll familiar again, forcing it to release its strings. Ichinosa turned his head to assess the exact location of the shadow bonds released by the assassin. The fact that the adventurer didn't even turn his head to his threats made the collector frown and get angry. His kill doll was a puppet that could kill a victim with strings, which is impossible to see at first glance. However, Ichinosa turned out to be the kind of adventurer who not only saw these threads, but also managed to evade them without even looking in their direction. For a serial killer, the blue-haired man proved to be an extremely interesting victim to play with. After some time of pursuit, the collector stopped trying to find his victim. He looked around the square he was on, and the tall buildings caught his attention as Ichinosa needed height to land a powerful punch. The serial killer turned his head in search of the adventurer, guessing from where he would attack him. Meanwhile, Ichinosa was already flying at him from above, swinging his sword with all his might. However, in the next moment, the blow did not hit the killer himself, but a huge blue hand. Frowning, Ichinosa looked at this, surprised at how his opponent could block his strike. The collector said he now understood why he had taken him out of the lane where he had the advantage and into the open. Standing surrounded by his familiars, he added that taking away his advantage could not help the adventurer himself now. Ichinosa watched the collector's actions closely, noting that he had summoned 3 familiars, but there could be more. The adventurer guessed that he could spend all the points on the item prize skill, looking at the slime, whose level was the same as that of the assassin. Repelling the attack of the Smurfs, the blue-haired man understood that fighting them was equivalent to fighting 4 high-blooded opponents. The boy froze, feeling how the threads of the puppet familiar were quickly crossing behind him. He turned around, fighting them off and thinking that he couldn't relax for a moment. When it was all over, the blue-haired man looked at the silhouette of the serial killer, wondering how he managed to summon 3 familiars at once. For a moment, the collector's lips stretched into a wide and satisfied smile. His cheeks even turned a slight blush as he thought with satisfaction that he was having a hell of a lot of fun right now. The memory of the training fight at the academy, when his opponent was on his knees, coughing, immediately appeared in the boy's memory. The rest of the students were outraged that he hit him in the neck, which was considered a forbidden technique and was forbidden to use. The perpetrator of the outrage himself stood straight, holding a sword in front of him, and his face was hidden by a swordsman's mask. However, under the grill he was seen smiling, saying that he had fun. He liked to break heroes by burying their talents in the dirt. So now he wanted to show Ichinose just how worthless he was. However, when he asked if the chimeras had sent him from the clan, the collector paused in confusion, looking at the blue-haired man. The adventurer went on to say that they had created this disaster specifically to lure him. Keeping a close eye on Ichinosa, the collector was surprised at how quick-witted the boy was. However, quickly pulling himself together, he stretched his lips in a smile and said that he had no idea what he was talking about. However, the adventurer was not satisfied with such an answer, because it was obvious from him that he did not really believe in her. In the next moment, he was already dodging a large blue hand that suddenly attacked him, trying to nail him to the ground. Looking at his opponent, the collector promised to tell him something if he managed to defeat him. Meanwhile, the Kildall familiar has already spun her new web, activating the spectacle of life and death skill. Ichinosa froze, staring out in fear as he heard the threads crash into a pile of rocks behind him. Returning, the boy noticed that her attacks had become much faster than before. However, the collector tickled, thinking that if the opponent was only focused on the puppet, then he would not be able to finish him off. He stretched his lips into a smile, thinking that he had a plan in case his opponent was wondering how to survive. Extending his hand, the serial killer thought with a smile that he would have to use his entire arsenal against the adventurer. The blue-haired man put his hands to his sides as the ground shook beneath him, and he didn't notice the gargoyles appearing behind him at all. Turning his head in his direction, the adventurer was surprised to find that there was a 4th familiar. However, the collector did not stop, saying that it was far from everything, as he thought. Immediately after that, a terrible blue face appeared, on which a predatory scowl was visible. But she growled loudly, opening her mouth, from which a bright purple light poured. Judging by the fact that he had summoned as many as 5 familiars to their battlefield, Ichinosa recognized that the collector was one of his strongest opponents. However, realizing that he laid out all his trump cards, which gave him the opportunity to win the battle, the blue-haired man smiled. The creature, summoned by the 5th collector, smiled predatorily, looking at the new victim. Ichinosa, realizing that it is not possible to engage in battle without knowing the power of the summoned creatures is dangerous, decided to retreat. He wanted to understand what was special about each of them, when he noticed that the last of the summoned creatures was already near him. The boy looked intently at the monster. Realizing that it was quite fast, Ichinosa swung his blade, fending it off, causing the creature to shatter into small pieces. However, immediately after that, she came back into the pile, flashing her pink eyes and sharp fangs. Ichinosa tensed, realizing that he had attacked the monstrosity quite hard, but it did not produce a noticeable result. The adventurer brought the blade out in front of him again, trying to attack the familiar again. As the blade entered its mouth, the creature let out a loud sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a scream. The blue-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, realizing that the only thing he could do was find out the monster's weaknesses. Realizing that at the same time he cannot go on the familiars in an open attack, the boy jumped up, engaged in the gargoyle. The next to be dealt by the adventurer was the blue slime figure that the collector summoned first. In the next second, Ichinosa saw that monsters surrounded him on two sides, narrowing the area for maneuver. Meanwhile, the red threads released by the kill doll were already flying around them, which seemed to wrap around all three of them. Cleverly dodging them, the blue-haired man clenched his teeth tightly and grimaced. Suddenly, a movement not far from him attracted his attention, and the boy turned his head there. At that moment, he saw a broad smile on the face of the collector, who had already aimed his knife at him and came almost close. He exclaimed enthusiastically, saying that Ichinosa was a very strong opponent, remembering the words of the old headmistress. Distracting the adventurer's attention from the blue hand, the serial killer said that if they fought one-on-one, he would definitely lose to him. However, he added that he has no chance against his assistants. With these catches, the familiar roared down the road with all his might, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Watching Ichinosa run away again, the collector exclaimed indignantly that it was no fun to fight like this. The blue-haired one, looking at his trembling hand, thought that even though he had applied gravity reduction during the attack of the blue hand, it did not save him from harm. Ichinosa remembered very well that the collector summoned 5 familiars to the battlefield at once. However, he did not look tired at all. It was as if his mana was not being used up at all. Besides, remembering the gargoyle, the boy thought that despite the number, he managed to control them all as if they were extensions of his own hands. The serial killer turned out to be a fanatic who liked to fight not for life, but for death, and at the same time invented tactics that made it impossible to match him. However, the blue-haired man stretched his lips into a smile, perfectly understanding that there are no invincible enemies. He definitely understood that there was something somewhere that he must have missed, so the adventurer measured the opponent with a careful look. The boy knew for sure that the collector wanted to deal with him, but sometimes it seemed that he wanted their fight to last forever. Kicking one of the stones lying on the road with his foot, Ichinosa launched it at the familiar summoned by the 5th. He noticed that even when using gravity magic, the rock simply passed through the monster. However, in the next moment, he noticed how the next stone slightly changes its flight path, hitting a different point of the head. Finally realizing what he needed to do, Ichinosa quickly ran towards the collector, holding his blade out in front of him. Noticing that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived, the serial killer, with a wild expression on his face, ordered the gargoyle to advance. With a wild roar, he rushed to fulfill the master's order, folding his hands above his head in a lock and swinging them. For a moment, Ichinosa froze, watching the red monster intently. In the next moment, the gargoyle hit the empty place where the adventurer was standing a moment ago, sending a web of cracks across the asphalt. Sensing someone's presence above it, the red monster raised its head and bared its sharp teeth. In the next moment, someone's foot landed right on his eyes, painfully hitting the bridge of his nose. With a loud roar, the creature collapsed onto its back, not expecting such an attack from anyone. Ichinosa landed on the lamppost, bouncing off the gargoyle's head as if from a point of support, and began to observe the results of the attack. The collector looked after the blue-haired man with shocked eyes, thinking about how gracefully he had managed to dodge. However, after assessing the current position of his opponent, he realized that now he could easily finish him off. Wasting no time, he ordered the kill doll to attack the adventurer, causing it to throw its web at him again. In parallel with this, a familiar, whom the collector had called the 5th, was flying at the blue-haired man, who was still standing on the lamppost. The serial killer was well aware that in a fight that would continue in the air, only 2 of his familiars would be able to attack Ichinosu. However, before he had time to think about it, the adventurer put his hand with the blade to his side, activated a skill that strengthens the gravity in the selected area. Immediately after that, a black and red web covered the head of another familiar, causing him to shriek. Clenching his teeth, The collector realized that the opponent was simply luring both of his air familiars into a trap. Remembering the stones that he threw at Jose, the serial killer realized that this was how he wanted to find the monster's weakness, namely that direct attacks did not work on him. In all the chaos of defeated monsters, the collector noticed that Ichinosa himself was no longer on the lamppost. The assassin knew that Kildall's threads could hurt Jose, so it was worth keeping a close eye on her attacks. Observing the adventurer closely, the collector reflected on the fact that he had learned the weaknesses of the two strongest familiars in such a short period of time, and while he was thinking about retreating to restore their strength, the blue-haired man was already closely following him. His lips stretched into a wide smile as he realized that all of his opponent's strength advantage was gone in a single moment. After the adventurer's unexpected trick, Jose died of pain, which was accompanied by a loud howl. The giant gargoyle held its head, also moving away from the attack, so it was safe to strike out 2 familiars out of 5. At the same time, Ichinosa took into account that the puppet was still somewhat disoriented due to the fact that it accidentally attacked a comrade. After looking at the Ring of Wisdom, the adventurer thought that after the opponent's main trump cards were defeated, the real battle could begin. The collector, looking at the puppet, thought that he had relaxed too much, allowing 3 familiars to attack together at once. He now understood that in order to defeat Ichinosu, he would have to attack him himself, not with his assistance. Pulling the knife out again, the boy thought he was wrong to finish him off quickly. Just as he thought he understood why the old woman was so worried about Ichinosa, the collector noticed a small doll in front of him. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened when she pulled out a lightsaber and swung it at the assassin. The collector ducked, giving a loud yelp of surprise and dodging the attack. Noticing that her attack did not have the desired effect, Little Ether curled her lips in frustration. Looking up at the adventurer, the serial killer realized with annoyance that he had sent his familiar to him during the last battle. However, he did not become upset about this, because he understood that his Irvis was still alive, and now he would be able to kill the boy. After that, the collector returned to Little Ether, who was waiting for the battle to continue. Anticipating an imminent battle, the doll smiled broadly, narrowing her eyes. Noticing her satisfied expression, the collector informed her that her master's end would soon come. Meanwhile, Ichinosa himself was fighting off the slime, slicing his body in half again. The faceless, slime-like creature raised the sword, holding it tightly in its slimy claws. In the next moment, moving a little further, he stretched out his hand, blocking another blow from the blue-haired man. The adventurer, looking at this, realized that no physical attacks affect the slime, and therefore he will have to use magic. Suddenly, behind the boy, he heard the heavy footsteps of a giant gargoyle approaching him, making a loud roar. Turning to face him, the adventurer thought that it was practically unaffected by the double gravity attack. Ichinosa looked at the ether he had summoned for 30 seconds to distract the collector, while he dealt with the rest of the familiars himself. Spreading his lips wide in a smile, he commanded to himself that he should begin. First of all, the adventurer rushed to attack the familiar, which looked like a large blue hand. He stuck his sword into it using a combination of meteor fall and reverse gravity skills. The monster let out a loud roar as the blade pierced through its body, catching a large eye on it. Leaping onto the creature from above, Ichinosa patted it on the body, telling it as it sobbed that it could take a bit. The boy glanced down to where the gargoyle was standing on the road, looking around for the blue-haired man. When the monster turned its back on him, Ichinosa jumped down, slashing at it with his blade and using the meteor fall skill. In an instant, the giant gargoyle collapsed at the slime's feet, whose face, if it had one, could have reflected surprise. Setting the magic web in front of him, Ichinosa looked at the slug familiar, thinking that now it was his turn to deal with him. Immediately after that, the slime disappeared into a giant purple-pink gravity ball. Meanwhile, Little Ether lay on the ground, aggressively pushed aside by the collector, who cursed loudly. Suddenly he heard a strange noise and turned his head back, realizing what he could see there. He stared intently in front of him, anticipating his imminent defeat, which he desperately did not want. Kildall lay unconscious on the asphalt, cut into pieces that were in different places from each other. While the collector was staring at what was left of his familiar in bewilderment, Ichinosa was already standing behind him. Hearing this, he abruptly turned back there and raised his knife, preparing to fight. However, the blue-haired man wasted no time and, swinging his blade, scribbled the blade on the serial killer's hand. The collector cursed loudly as he suddenly dropped his knife. His gaze slid over the demon Gorgle, who was lying face down on the asphalt. Then the boy noticed a dark spot on the road, exactly where the slime had been. Irvis also lay defeated, curling his fingers with long claws. His puppet Killdoll had also been defeated, and was lying now disassembled into various parts. There was nothing to say about the cursed Jose, who was tricked by the same Killdoll herself. A large bead of sweat ran down the collector's face from the wild strain as he realized that all of his familiars were dead. Noticing the expression on his face, Ichinosa said that now he had run out of toys and he was the only one left. Clenching his teeth tightly with rage, the serial killer looked at the adventurer with hatred and cursed loudly. Sitting on the ground, the collector thought about the fact that after defeating the familiars, he could not summon them for a while and therefore remained unarmed. Resting his hands on the ground, he thought about the fact that he had little strength left, and therefore there could be only one way out. Suddenly, the figure of Adoran, a support familiar, appeared between the boys, looking like an angel with large wings behind her. Ichinosa was surprised to see another familiar, but thought that she didn't look dangerous. Seeing her, the collector thought that she would be able to heal his wounds and restore his mana at least a little. It was with her help that he was going to escape now, after which he would lie down and attack the adventurer with new forces. Just as the killer wanted to give the order to Adoran, he realized that if he ran away, he would no longer have a chance to finish off Ichinosu, so he immediately fell silent. Curling his fingers into a fist, the collector realized that he specialized in surprise attacks, and during the next attack, the adventurer will be ready for it, so it can immediately be counted as a failure. However, now the killer was sure that the opponent had also spent his energy well, although he tried not to show it. The collector realized that he would never again have such a wonderful opportunity to see him so weakened. The serial killer slowly reached for the handle of his knife. Gathering his strength, he loudly ordered Adoran to heal him. Rising to his feet, the collector said that Ichinosa's face reminded him very much of someone, so escape was out of the question. The killer overcame the fact that he did not make any effort, which pissed him off, who tried his best. Ichinosa listened in silence as his opponent talked about how much he was annoyed by a boy who was getting everything the collector dreamed of doing nothing. That is why the serial killer ordered him to attack, offering to learn a lesson in defeat. In the next moment, he was already blocking a blow with a blade that the blue-haired adventurer made sharply. The collector bet that his combat experience prevailed. Besides, he would be able to be supported by Adoran. Besides, looking at that weapon, he could tell that it was much lighter than Ichinosa's blade, so the advantage was once again on the assassin's side. However, the collector was concerned with the question of why. With such flaws, the blue-haired man's face remained calm and did not show fear. In the next second, he noticed that the point of the adventurer's blade was flying into his throat. Turning away from him and charging at his opponent, the assassin tried to calm himself down by saying that his opponent was weaker than he seemed. Looking at the tired Ichinosa, the assassin thought that he was tired from the constant manipulation of gravity and used up a lot of mana. However, in the meantime, the blue-haired man was carefully studying the battle tactics used by the collector. He preferred to use magic during battle, but his opponent specialized in surprise attacks. However, many of the battles experienced gave the opportunity to read the movements of the enemy, guessing that he had once practiced kendo. The collector, meanwhile, once again held his sword in front of him, thinking that he had to concentrate and read his opponent's movements. However, Ichinosa noticed almost immediately that the serial killer had become much more careful in his movements. However, from how abrupt his movements became, it was possible to conclude that he was either angry or in a state of excitement. The blue-haired man saw a mage who could fight well in close combat, and who didn't back down, as if he liked to lose. Barely parting his lips, the collector said that he was having a deep sneeze of his life. A little louder, he added that he was not even interested in the lives of others, and the only thing he wanted was victory. Clenching his teeth tightly, the boy thought that he didn't want to lose to the upstarts who had something he didn't have from birth. His memories immediately flashed back to how he had looked glumly at his brother while sitting on the stairs at school. His older twin brother was upset that he left the football section because he wanted to watch the game. Rising to his feet and putting a bag on his shoulder, he told his brother only that he was a great fellow. He heard his father approach his brother, praising him for taking third place in the competition. Hearing that he was successful not only in sports, but also in studies, and how proud his father was of him for this, shyly lowered his eyes and smiled. The father did not shut up, reminding that his son's birthday was coming soon, which made the future collector tense. The boy started for the door, but stopped when he heard his brother reminding his father that it was not just his birthday. Yu, meanwhile, sharply reminded his father that it was Asahi's birthday as well. Feeling the careful gaze of his relatives on the back of his head, the little collector replied that he had to sneeze on his holiday. It was the older brother who was the guy who was smart, capable, and at the same time not doing anything special for it, while the future serial killer wandered out of boredom every day, not knowing what to do. One day, one of the students approached him and asked him to join their club, adding that he might not even go to class. He placed on the desk in front of him a form for joining the kendo club, which could be closed without the participation of high school students. Little Collector was not happy with the training, where they tried to make friends with him, but he knew very well that he had a talent for kendo. It was a place where he wasn't compared to his older brother, so he spent all of high school training. When he entered high school, his parents finally distanced themselves from him, pretending that he did not exist, thereby making life easier for him as well. However, in his second year of high school, he was in for a surprise, as Yu decided to quit football and join the kendo club. Asahi then became numb as he wanted to take away the only thing that separated them from each other. He wanted to prove himself as a captain at the prefectural Kaido competition, after which the team would go to the national competition. However, ironically, his older brother was also nominated for the captaincy. It was because of this that the two of them were put into a sparring match to find out who was the best. However, during the match, Yu easily defeated him with just one punch. Then the collector approached his brother, indignant that he had tried for 6 years to become a captain, and he was able to achieve it in only 1 year. That was exactly why he hated Yu, and it was at that moment that the visor on his face fell, covering the crumbs of common sense that remained. When Yu fell to his knees after being hit in the neck, everyone around him was outraged at the use of such a dishonorable technique. However, Asahi himself, who lost his temper and hit his brother with a forbidden technique, stood calmly watching him. When the referee was about to announce that the match was cancelled, he was suddenly interrupted by Asahi. He assured that this would not happen again, saying that he would plead guilty to hitting his brother. He was well aware that he had hit his brother in the neck, which was a forbidden technique. However, there wasn't a noticeable wide smile under the mask from the realization that it was too painful for Yu to even breathe right now. It was on that day that he first gained victory over his elder brother, and over his honor and nobility. From that day on, he realized that these qualities are useful only on the pages of manga and comics. A wild smile played on the collector's face, which was covered with abundant drops of sweat. A year after that incident, he joined the guild, but the secretary told him that his class was not suitable for working as an adventurer. However, this news did not bother him, since he never intended to become a hero, so he calmly accepted it. Sitting at home, he was then looking for an option in which he could quickly upgrade his abilities, and that's when he found information about the Rings of Familiars. It was at that moment that the boy realized that he could increase his skills at the expense of familiars, and then he would reach heights. However, everything rested on money, since it was needed for strong assistance, and he could not subdue the faults. After that, he started going around and just robbing other adventurers, seeing nothing wrong with it. Clenching the knife in his hands, he thought about how he never wanted to be a hero who sacrificed himself for a higher purpose. The collector was sure that he could achieve more, and for this, he was willing to do everything. Standing over the first adventurer to be killed, the boy said quietly that he was just unlucky to run into him. However, leaving his body and taking the reward he managed to take from him, the collector decided that there was no way he was going back. In one of the gaps, he met a soldier of the Special Forces, telling him that he did not know that criminals were already being caught right in the middle. However, he turned to face him and said that they were alone here, reproaching him for stooping to common robbery. Yu belonged to the swordsman class, and knowing his brother, he knew that there was no way he would give up. However, the collector frowned, replying that he never thought they would meet in battle again. Wasting no time, the collector summoned a gargoyle and set it on his older brother. However, Yu wasn't fazed as he took out his blade and slashed at the giant monster with it. The collector himself sat and looked at it with frightened eyes, feeling his defeat. First, the brother defeated Irvis, and now it's Gorgle's turn, and if he continues like this, he will get to him. Stretching his lips in a frightened smile, the killer said that the elder brother had become strong enough. He watched intently as Yu slowly approached him, anticipating every step. Putting his sword forward, the Special Forces soldier asked his younger brother if he had anything to say. Sitting on the floor, the collector began to beg him not to kill him, much to the surprise of his older brother. With tears in his eyes, the boy admitted that he just wanted to be better than his brother, in at least one way, and nothing else. For a moment, Yu froze, not knowing what to answer or how to react to such words from his arrogant brother. The collector put his head down on his hand, quietly crying, which turned out to be even worse than he could have imagined. However, in the next moment, he added that his brother was quite easy to deceive. At that moment, Yu felt someone approach him. He turned his head back to see another of his brother's familiars in the form of a creepy doll. Looking at his brother's severed head, the collector told him that he had finally outwitted him. Heading for the exit, the killer added that he would kill anyone who stood in the way of his rise through the ranks. And now, standing in front of Ichinosa, he thought about how he had become stronger, smarter, and gained many familiars. That is why, repelling another attack, he did not understand why he was now losing to such a trifle as the blue-haired one. Unable to contain his emotions, the collector shouted at his opponent that there was no way he would lose to a weakling like him. Putting his sword in front of him, the boy thought about the need to follow the enemy's movements and concentrate. Ichinosa, after assessing the situation, realized that he was too confident, but if he went on a direct attack, he would simply kill him. However, he also perfectly understood that it is worth simply shortening the distance between them, and then a chance will appear. In the next moment, the collector lunged forward, catching the blue-haired man on the ear with the tip of his weapon. The adventurer jumped back a bit, mentally noting to himself that he could still predict some of the serial killer's movements. He raised his hand and lightly touched the wound on his ear that was bleeding. And if he could read his movements, that meant he still had a good chance of winning. Looking closely at his opponent, the blue-haired man said that was pretty good of him. However, he now had the advantage of understanding the serial killer's fighting style. Now he knew that when he got into a fighting stance, it was a sign that he would counterattack. Looking around, Ichinosa considered trying to escape, but the collector would have foreseen that as well. The Seleucid class specialized in magical items, so if he escaped, he could easily be caught and finished off. So knowing this, it was clear that the only thing left was to continue the one-on-one fight. At the same time, none of them had the right to even think about running away from the battlefield. However, Ichinosa smiled, realizing that none of them wanted to run away, since he had not had such a fight in a long time. Rushing forward, the boy felt his blood boil in his veins, anticipating a fight with a strong opponent. Wild excitement and a desire to test their strength and see their maximum burned in their eyes. Observing him carefully, the collector thought that he needed just such an opponent who would put his life on the line. However, looking at the blue-haired man, who was just rushing towards him at an insane speed, the killer thought that he was not going to give in to him. However, in the next moment, he did not even notice the sharp lunge of the adventurer, who swung his blade right next to his hand. The collector froze for a second, trying to fully grasp what had happened. Falling on the asphalt, lying with a severed arm, the boy thought about how bad it was not to notice that he had spent all his health. He felt that he could not move at all, but at the same time he did not feel tired. Only now, remembering Yu as a child, happily playing with a ball in a soccer uniform, he understood one thing. The collector realized that he just wanted to find a place where he would not just be compared to his brother, but where he would be better than him. And he, in turn, constantly followed him everywhere with only one goal. And all this was so that the collector finally managed to defeat him. The last thing the dying serial killer managed to squeeze out was an apology to his murdered brother. He looked at the figure of Ichinosa towering over him, and next to him he saw the silhouette of Yu, who was smiling. The collector recalled how he and his brother joyfully ran together on the football field, wearing the same uniform, but with different numbers. The blue-haired man approached his opponent and, putting the blade to his throat, reminded him of his promise. Ichinosa remembered how he said that he did not understand what he was talking about when he asked the assassin who sent him, and also about the secret in case of victory. Looking at him sternly, the adventurer asked the collector who was hunting him. Meanwhile, a girl was watching them on the bridge, hiding under the camouflage skill. She put her fingers to her chin as she thought about how she never expected Asahi to lose to anyone. She aimed her weapon at the adventurer, thinking that it wasn't for nothing that her superior had asked her to follow the collector. And now, staring at the back of Ichinosa's head, the girl thought that he was tortured and inattentive, so he could easily be eliminated. Amatsu from the Magic Musketeer class had hoped that the blue-haired man wouldn't even notice her. The blue-haired man was still standing over the body of the collector, holding the blade in his hands and thinking about the fact that everything turned out to be one big trap. He perfectly understood that all this was planned, and the serial killer was not here by chance either. And all this was done so that the Chimera's call managed to take the Ring of Wisdom from him. However, the boy understood very well that behind the Chimera's call, there is someone else who can arrange disasters and whom he did not know in his past life. Meanwhile, Asahi, barely speaking, quietly said that he had no idea who he had managed to provoke so much that the old woman sent him away. However, he had one guess for him, which the adventurer would probably not like. The serial killer quietly said that the man was very vindictive, and once Ichinosa crossed his path, he would not let go of him. Although the boy added that the blue-haired man himself must have understood it, noticing how he was thinking. Asahi added that the customer was a man from the Special Forces who was not just a private, but a big tsabe. Hearing these words, Ichinosa tensed up and stared in front of him with surprised eyes. He remembered that in his past life, the Ring of Wisdom had been lost without a trace by someone from the Special Forces, and if it all really was as he thought, and the collector hadn't lied to him, then the blue-haired man understood that he was in big trouble. In a past life, the clique of Chimera cooperated with political organizations, so the serial killer's story about Sabe became more and more true. For a moment, Ichinosa froze, staring at his dying opponent. Amatsu raised her head and looked at Neo, thinking that it was time to finish the task before Asahi said anything more. Taking aim, she mentally added that Ichinosa was her top priority, and at the same time, the person who was the biggest obstacle to the organization. At this time, the blue-haired man told the killer that all his words were just words, demanding proof of them. Asahi wanted to say something, barely able to utter the words, but suddenly fell silent, stopping in mid-sentence. His eyes widened in fright, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. Behind Ichinosa on the bridge, the boy saw a bright reflection, guessing who it was and what it was. Suddenly, he pulled out his knife and rushed forward, lunging towards the blue-haired man. The adventurer tensed, suspecting that the collector would dare to escape now. However, in the next moment, the serial killer's body was pierced by a beam that had a bright blue color. Asahi fell to the ground again, bleeding. The adventurer looked at him, realizing that the shot from the magic gun had just been aimed at him. And while the blue-haired man thought about why the collector covered him with his body, he stood up and advised to find the leader of the Chimera clan. Raising his index finger, the dying assassin advised the adventurer not to let anyone escape behind him if he wanted to find the old woman. The last thing he saw before closing his eyes was the figure of the girl on the bridge. With those words, Asahi, who everyone knew as the collector and serial killer of adventurers, fell to the ground dead. Suddenly, the blue-haired man was surprised to notice that notification windows with his achievements began to appear near him. Having carefully read the text, he tiredly exhaled the name of his opponent, realizing that he had just received points for the death of a person. However, he quickly pulled himself together and looked around, realizing that shit wasn't his problem now. He knew for sure that the shooter belonged to the Magic Musketeer class, who used their mana to fire magical weapons. The situation now was absolutely not in his favor, since he did not know where the shooter was, and his health was almost at zero. All he knew was the direction Asahi had pointed him before he died. Rushing in that direction, Ichinosa decided that he would have to trick the shooter into retreating. Atsumi didn't know what to do as she didn't expect the adventurer to run towards her. She was so engrossed in the thoughts that his attack was delusional and a provocation that she did not notice the black labies approaching her. She paid attention to them only when they entangled themselves around her musketeer's musket. Satsuki, sternly looking at the unknown girl, ordered her to stand where she was now. She held her staff in front of her, ready to use it at any moment if necessary. Atsumi made a loud click as she gritted her teeth as she struggled to free the musket from its shadowy bonds. In the next moment, a bright blue beam flew past the blue-haired man. However, she did not even raise an eyebrow, calmly looking at the attacker with a condemning look. Noticing that her shot was almost unsuccessful, the musketeer paled noticeably, looking scared at her rival. She knew full well that Satsuki was a member of Ichinosa's team, but despite her appearance, she proved to be a good enough opponent. Atsumi wanted to shoot the blue-haired man as quickly as possible, but she was suddenly stopped by an unexpected squeal. Turning her head, the musketeer cursed loudly, desperately looking ahead. At this time, Mio was already flying at her, swinging her sword, which Atsumi barely had time to stop, putting her musket in front of her. Ichinosa looked at his teammates, glad that they had managed to find him. He remembered how, before the boss battle, he dropped them the coordinates of where everything would take place. Atsumi thought hard about who attacked her this time and how she would do the right thing. Suddenly, at the place where he and Mio met in battle, a huge explosion rang out. Holding her staff in front of her, Satsuki looked at the debris falling from the explosion, assuming that her opponent was from the Chimera clan. When the smoke dissipated, the blue-haired girl asked her partner if she was able to win, to which she heard a denial. Hearing this, Ichinosa calmly thought that since the unknown musketeer had escaped, it would be even better for them. Looking at his partners, the boy thought that they were also tired of fighting monsters, and the pursuit could lead to serious injuries. When the boy came up and thanked his partners for coming on time, Satsuki immediately asked him what exactly happened here. However, he, looking in all directions, answered that there might be another musketeer nearby, so he offered to go to a safe place. Meanwhile, the injured Atsumi retreated into the shadows, using her shadow step skill, which allowed her to move in the shadows unnoticed by others. Remembering Mio, the musketeer thought that she had ruined the whole thing for her, and next time she would finish her off first. Looking at her bloody shoulder, the girl cursed, realizing that with such a wound, she simply would not be able to complete the task. Sitting on the ground, Atsumi thought that her class specialized in eliminating single targets, but the arrival of Ichinosa's friends ruined everything. The girl frowned and began to analyze everything that led her to this particular place. She didn't want to insure the collector, but the boss said that extra caution wouldn't hurt. Folding her hands and resting her chin on them, the woman said that the customer would not tolerate their failure, so a loss could be the finale for the entire organization. And now, remembering her words about failure and the tone in which they were said, Atsumi knew that she was stuck. A week after the events in the rift, Seina offered to go to a cafe, where she raised a glass of soda, saying a toast for preventing the disaster. It was there that the blonde met Mio, while Satsuki sat at the table with Ether. However, she accepted the acquaintance without much enthusiasm, regardless of the compliments that the blogger showered in front of her. However, when Seina offered her to star in her video, the adventurer calmly replied that she was not interested in such offers. Suddenly, Mio froze, holding a glass of drink in her hands and thinking about the blogger's words. The adventurer asked her who told her she was beautiful, suspecting Ichinosu of it. Hearing their conversation, Satsuki paled, while Seina reacted with a more enthusiastic look. In the meantime, the blue-haired man was listening to his partners quarreling, while one of them proved that she and he had an exceptionally friendly relationship. Meanwhile, the establishment in which they were celebrating was gradually filling up with people whose attention was attracted by the girl's quarrel. Trying to reconcile her friends, Seina got up from the table and offered to bring them more food. When Satsuki said that the blogger was being generous today, Ichinosa replied that the guild gave her a separate award for the stream she did. He shifted his gaze to his partner when she said that thanks to his exploits, the blonde's popularity was increasing. In her videos, Seina increasingly focused attention on what the blue-haired man was doing with the team in the rifts. She did not miss the fact that he defeated 2 particularly dangerous criminals and prevented 2 rift disasters. However, Ichinosa, who hated the spotlight, said he didn't ask to talk about it. However, he added to his partner that if she wants popularity, Seina can easily help her. The adventurer thought that thanks to the stream that Seina conducted, they were able to find the boss and evacuate the residents from that area. He remembered how the blonde said that she became a blogger to help people, so she enjoyed her work. A few days ago, a blogger came to them, happily waving her arms and talking about the fact that her subscriptions and views had skyrocketed. However, the blue-haired man understood that the girl could have other reasons to be so happy, since such results brought more money. When Seina returned to the table, Ichinosa asked her why she had been gone for so long. Holding a tray of nuggets in her hands, the blonde answered with a big smile that she just wanted to get some more food. Looking at the mountain of food, Satsuki doubted that they would overpower her, but Seina replied that in her family, she would be eaten in a matter of minutes. When the blue-haired man asked if she had extra money due to new subscribers, the girl replied that they could just as easily leave. That is why she wanted now, while she has money, to spend the day for herself, and then plan the budget and think about the family. Closing her eyes tightly and stuffing her mouth with food, the blonde added that being the eldest child in the family is not easy. Watching the girls, Ichinosa put a hand to his chin and thought that he should be more careful as well. He remembered Asahi's words when he said that he had been ordered by some special forces man who had influence there. And although the level of the adventurer was quite high and he had strong allies, he did not feel safe at all. Remembering the Chimera call, the boy understood that someone purposefully wanted to finish him off, so even resignation would not help him. Again, they could send an assassin like the Collector to him, who could then be removed. If you put it that way, by and large, the assassin could easily let the musketeer finish her job in the rift. However, Asahi instead saved his life by sacrificing himself and shielding him from Atsumi's shot. Ichinosa still didn't understand why he did that, but remembering the smiling Aki, he thanked him and promised that he would never forget it. The blue-haired man knew very well that in the future he might face a danger that was much greater than now. He was distracted from his gloomy thoughts by Sena, who waved her phone in front of him and said that it helped her promote the channel. That's why she suggested starting a stream where she would introduce him to his loyal fans, to which Satsuki only quietly asked if she hadn't given up yet. However, the blue-haired man himself, putting his hand to his chin, thought about the fact that Sena's followers helped them catch the boss. Hearing that for this he would be ready to take part in the stream, the blue-haired girl cried out loudly. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the blogger herself fell silent, covering her face with her hands. To which she smiled and said that she did not expect that he would really agree to take part in this. For a moment she even thought he was joking, but Ichinosa assured her he wasn't. Looking at his companions, the adventurer thought that before his problem was the call of the Chimera, and now he had to deal with a special unit. However, no matter what, he was going to grow stronger and stronger, and eventually he would finally get rid of his pursuer. Sitting in his office late at night, Hayos thought about the fact that the Chimera clan had failed yet again, and he didn't want to give them any more chances. An unknown caller on the other end of the phone warned the man that if he broke the contract with the organization, it could go sideways. Looking into the drawer of his desk, the man thought that if Ichinosa continued to develop, they would not be able to stop him. Taking the photo from there, Hayos decided that he must cause a rift called the Labyrinth of Time, whose boss was Kronos. The photo showed little Hayos, and next to him was a little girl, Olivia, to whom he apologized, explaining that he had no other choice. Hayos himself again mentally turned to Ichinosa, saying that he had overstepped the mark, and he would put him in his place. The blue-haired one was sitting in his room, looking at something on the screen of his laptop. He told a bored ether that he noticed something from the beginning, but now he was sure it was true. He was watching the build of the special unit, and noticed that in this timeline, the number of faults that appeared was much larger. However, judging by the graphs, the trend of annual increases in the number of faults has continued, and the threat index jumped sharply last September. It happened right when he did the time reset, so as much as he wanted to, the boy had to associate the frequency of the rifts with his return. And while Ichinosa thought about how he could be related to this, Ether calmly watched his thoughts. Suddenly, she grabbed his arm and pulled him towards her, drawing his attention. The boy quickly grabbed a pencil and notebook, waiting for a new clue from his familiar. However, she only quietly asked Ichinosa to give her some pudding. Slapping himself on the forehead, the blue-haired man just let out a loud breath and said that he would bring everything now. In his diary, the boy made another note about Ether's success, namely that she likes pudding. While the adventurer rummaged through the refrigerator looking for an order for a familiar, she said loudly that she wanted to play. Hearing her start to say something new, Ichinosa turned his head in her direction and looked at her intently. Ether was still sitting on the table, talking about the fact that someone must convince God. She added that the game is being held for this very purpose. Listening to his familiar, the blue-haired man froze tensely, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. The next day at the Adventurers Guild training ground, the deputy head was watching Satsuki train. From the blue-black haze of her curse, Ichinosa quickly ran away, keeping his eyes on her. While he was doing this, Mio came flying at him from the other side, swinging her sword. However, the blue-haired man jumped sharply, dodging her blow, which the girl was not happy about. While he was preparing for another attack, Satsuki was already sending a shadow paw with a blade towards him. However, Ichinosa had prepared himself for such a course of events, knowing that the blue-haired woman had sent him to Mio specifically. He intercepted his blade more comfortably, after which he sharply struck the hilt of Mio, who flew towards him, knocking the sword out of her hands. In the next moment, the boy slashed with his blade the shadow labetta sent to him by Satsuki. The blue-haired one, meanwhile, understood that she had to buy some time for Mio and prevent the enemy from getting close to her. Raising her hand up, she activated a Shadow Veil skill to confuse Ichinosu. However, after using the acceleration, the adventurer was already above his partner in no time, cutting down the shadow dome above her. Satsuki, noticing this, opened her mouth in fright and raised her head, watching the boy's actions. She screamed loudly, not understanding what was happening and thinking about how high the boy had jumped. Meanwhile, Ichinosa was already gathering energy around himself, extending his hand towards his partner. Satsuki narrowed her eyes, waiting for what was to come as the adventurer's finger slowly approached her. Smiling, Ichinosa loudly told the girls that they had enough training for today. As he explained how Satsuki learned to assess the situation and Mio learned to work in a team, the blue-haired girl let out a tortured breath. She thought about the fact that although her partner praised her, she herself did not feel any progress. Remembering how fast the blue-haired man's movements were, the girl realized that she had to react faster and pay attention to the enemy's movements. Glancing at Mio, Ichinosa added that she relies more on brute force, which is useful against monsters, but not against humans. Staring at the blue-haired man's back, Mill thought that he had a lot of combat experience, but she couldn't understand how he knew so much about fighting humans. After fixing her hair, she approached the team and quietly thanked them for training. However, she drew attention to the fact that they train in the hall and not in the cracks. Ichinosa tensed when he heard the question about whether he was afraid of more attacks on them. Frowning, the boy replied that the problem was not only the clique of chimeras, but also the rifts that were appearing more and more often. He thought that they needed more training, although sometimes the thought crept in that he attached great importance to Asahi's words. Serizawa approached them with a big smile on his face, who happily praised the team for a great fight. The deputy chairman noticed that Ichinosa's combat training was at a fairly high level, asking if he had worked as an instructor at the time. The blue-haired man remembered how in his past life he often gave advice to newcomers who found themselves in rifts. The deputy head spread his arms to the sides and told the boy that he had an incredible talent. After hearing the words of the deputy that they had less contract workers recently, Satsuki thought about the fact that there are no people who would work. However, Serizawa continued, not removing a wide smile from his face, and offered the team to become contractors. Ichinosa himself, having promised to think about it, thought about the fact that he would not be able to work for the guild now, as he was worried about his progress in a short time. He understood very well that the person who controls the Chimera clique and is a member of the leadership of the special unit has power that he himself does not have. Looking at the ring, the blue-haired man thought that he should train now and wait for a new rift to become stronger. Meanwhile, in the Oto area, people stuck in traffic because of the new fault were outraged that they were showing up too often, demanding that something be done about it. A special forces soldier in the uniform of a road worker tried to divert all cars to a detour, obscuring the passage in the fault. An unknown creature was following him from the twisted forest, staring at him with its red eyes. After training, the whole team together with Etir sat down in the cafeteria to discuss the latest events. Satsuki was very surprised when she heard that a new rift had formed in the Oto area. Ichinosa knew that the warped forest was for adventurers of rank B and above, and was now considered one of the most dangerous in Tokyo. The leader explained that their main goal is to level up, and the severity of the fault will be much greater than what the special unit says. While the boy explained that the monsters would be quite difficult, Mio asked him why he thought the assessment of the special unit was not objective. The blue-haired man smiled at these words, taking out 2 large folders that contained information on the evaluation of faults. When he started to explain all this to her, Mio said with a bored expression that he might not continue, and she understood everything. Ichinosa looked at his partner in disappointment, upset that he didn't have time to tell her everything he had prepared. To Mio's words that he is very serious when it comes to rifts, Satsuki replies that he has always been that way. The blue-haired man looked at his calculations of the rifts and thought that he had taken all of them from his past life, but he did not take into account that they had become more dangerous here. Looking at the girls, he added that in order to level up, you have to fight with stronger opponents, but this entails a risk. He added that becoming stronger is only his desire, so if they do not agree, then they can abandon the raid. When asked by Mio that he wanted to become stronger in order to be ready to meet new mercenaries, the adventurer remained silent. However, noticing this, the girl smiled and added a little more softly that he saved her life and she should thank him for that. Satsuki also gave a shy smile, saying that he had done a lot for her as well, and she wanted to cover his back in the future. Looking at his partners, who were ready to go with him to the end, the boy smiled warmly and thanked them. After some time, they were already standing not far from the Oto station, where they had come for a new fault. Satsuki understood that a new rift had formed right in the middle of the area, causing the evacuation of all the local residents. In a few minutes, the entire team of adventurers stood in front of a large portal that led into the rift. Ichinosa reached out to him, sensing that something was wrong with him. He stared intently at the portal, trying to understand what exactly had alarmed him. Satsuki and Mio watched intently as their partner entered the middle, covering their faces with their hands. In the next second, the three of them fell inside the twisted forest, finding themselves amidst the night forest and dense trees. Mio and Ichinosa stared intently in front of them as they descended sharply. To keep himself upright, the blue-haired man bent down and rested his hand on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up to hear Satsuki screaming above him as she fell. In a second after that, the scared girl with closed eyes was already sitting on the arms of her partner. Opening her eyes and looking up at her savior who didn't understand what was happening, the blue-haired thanked him. However, Mio, watching them, only thought about the fact that for the first time she had encountered such a rift, at the entrance of which she had to fall from the sky. All three looked at the portal of the rift, in which Tokyo could be seen, but which was as if wrapped in chains. Not knowing what it was, Satsuki fearfully asked her teammates about it. Ichinosa calmly explained that it was called rift sealing and was a fairly new thing. He added that the phenomenon was rare and dangerous, because with it you could go into the rift, but to get out it was necessary to defeat the boss. Placing her fingers to her lips, Mio summed up all of his words by saying that they were trapped. When the blue-haired man began to apologize for leading them here, the girl said that he could not have known what would happen here. Suddenly their attention was drawn to another trio, who also turned out to be adventurers stuck here. When his partner said that a special unit could be sent to them, the guy with the mushroom hat said that no one outside knew about the phenomenon. Looking at the shocked Ichinosa, the boy asked him if he was the leader of their group. The mushroom boy introduced himself as Jurakuchi Zen and added that he was gathering all the adventurers for a boss trip. As they shook hands, Zen said that it was very presumptuous to assume the role of leader, but he was the only one with an A rank. In addition, he belonged to the class of sages who were good at both black and white magic, so they were good at defense and offense. Ichinosa mentioned that the only drawback was weak defense, but it could be compensated for, and in his past life this class was one of the most powerful. Zen looked at the arrivals and asked if they would mind following his plan to work together and get out of here. Looking at the boy's smiling face, the blue-haired man thought that he was quite calm and collected, which was expected of an A-rank adventurer. Looking at the enthusiastic look of his partner, the boy realized that he had already managed to win the trust of other members of the group. After thinking it over, Ichinosa told Zeno that he would be happy to work with him. Keeping his eyes on the trio, Zen clarified their names and the classes the new adventurers belonged to. After showing his team, the boy added that, taking into account the three of them, the team in the rift now had 9 adventurers. Zen smiled broadly again, saying that he was glad that they had decided to join them. Noticing her partner's gloomy expression, Satsuki approached him and asked if he thought Zen would be a good leader. Looking at his phone, the new team leader said that the sealing of the rift had started 5 hours ago. He knew perfectly well that this was not enough for the members of the special unit to sound the alarm, but he noticed that the communication here was quite poor. However, the other members of the group understood that it would take several days to muster the strength to clear such a breach. One of them, hearing these words, panicked, loudly asking the leader what they would eat and drink all this time. Some of them said that they had not yet encountered local monsters, but the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Satsuki also slightly succumbed to the general panic, quietly saying that she had brought dry rations with her, but there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Hearing that the Gravity Master wanted to clarify something with him, Zen turned to face the blue-haired man. Ichinosa reminded him that although the special forces would normally gather in a few days, they were currently in a rift in the middle of the city center, and with quite a high level. Hearing his words that it was not in the interests of the special forces to ignore the rift where 9 adventurers had disappeared, the mushroom boy pursed his lips tightly, and while he continued that they would not have to wait for several days, Zen with all his strength hit the trunk of the tree that was closest to him with his fist. Glaring at the blue-haired man, He asked if he thought he was a fool who hadn't analyzed the situation. Satsuki anxiously moved closer to Ichinosa, who was staring intently at the new leader. A moment later, Zen held up his hands conciliatorily, saying that he had gotten a little carried away and allowed himself a little too much emotion. His partner just closed her eyes and shook her head skeptically as the mushroom boy offered to think about what they should do now. Ichinosa frowned as he thought that Zen's behavior seemed rather strange to him from the beginning. However, now he was definitely sure that something was wrong with the newly minted leader. Watching Zen carefully, Ichinosa decided that he would listen to everyone's opinion, but do as he saw fit based on his own experience. Spreading his hands, the mushroom boy said that he appointed himself as the leader not for nothing, but because the only one present was an A rank. Therefore, he suggested not to quarrel, adding that everyone present is nervous and nobody needs quarrels. The blue-haired man did not answer this, but measured the leader with a careful, gloomy look. He put one hand out to his side as he heard Satsuki yell that he had already defeated an A-rank boss, and he had also defeated a criminal of the same rank. The adventurer looked at his partner and said that this conversation would not yield any results. Ichinosa understood that by using his status, Zen would be able to turn the entire team against him. With a smile, he explained that time in the real world and in the rift runs differently, so it is not known how long they will sit here. So according to his plan, the sooner they deal with the rift boss, the sooner they'll have a chance to get out of it. Closing his eyes, Ichinosa thought that the mushroom boy would stand his ground to the last. The opinions of the team members were also divided, as some of them doubted that they would be able to do it, and they had no other choice. Eventually, one of Zena's team members turned to face him and assured him that they would follow him. The mushroom boy, hearing these words, said that everyone present was a B-rank adventurer, but he would try to lead them to victory. The blonde, who was also with him, pointed her finger at herself and said that they would obey his every command. At this time, Ichinosa was thinking that according to preliminary data, the local rift boss was supposed to be much stronger than the queen they were fighting. However, looking at the other adventurers, he mentally added that he had no more information about him, so he estimated the chances of winning as 50 per. While the blue-haired man was thinking about Zen not talking about the inevitability of casualties in the boss battle, he turned to the boy, asking if he was coming with them. He noticed that Ichinosa really believed in the arrival of the special forces, so he asked if they would be there waiting for them. The mushroom boy glanced at the two adventurers who had come with the blue-haired one, inviting them to come with him. Satsuki frowned, firmly answering him that she had to refuse his offer. And while she got fired up with a speech about Zen being a jerk who wasn't ready to listen to criticism, Ichinosa replied that they would go with them. To her loud indignation, he explained that they would have a much better chance of survival if they stuck together. In addition, he expected that the other members of the group, after looking at the boss, would give up on this venture. Seeing her advance towards the blue-haired man, Zen tried to stop her, saying that no one wanted to go against them. Spreading his arms, the boy gave a conciliatory smile, saying that he would be happy if they joined them. Looking at the leader in the mushroom cap, the blue-haired man understood that if they were left alone, they would surely die. The only thing he was capable of now, advancing deep into the rift, was to hope that he would be able to convince the others that the boss was dangerous. Zena, meanwhile, was surprised that even after he turned his group members on Ichinosu, he still went with them. However, he was going to play some more on his group, regretting that it was not possible to leave them behind. Looking at the attentive gaze of the blue-haired man, the leader thought that he was much smarter than the rest of the adventurers. He himself perfectly understood that the special unit would come the next day, and there would be no need to fight the boss, which would lead to casualties. However, it was much more interesting to fight when everyone present would die, and in case of victory, he would simply take the award for himself. To him, it all felt like a death game where he wondered if the Gravity Master could save everyone present. Suddenly, one of the adventurers stopped, looking around for the source of the cicada-like sound. However, Ichinosa, who knew perfectly well what that sound was, had already taken out his blade and raised it to his face. Meanwhile, huge insects, whose heads were densely studded with large eyes, were already flying at the squad of adventurers. All of them emitted a terrible buzzing sound, which made up a very nasty and loud symphony. The thief from Zena's team let out a loud cry, asking what kind of creatures these were. But her partner was more concerned with their level, which was higher than. The leader of the group, meanwhile, stretched his lips wide in a smile, wanting to see how the Gravity Master would behave in a real battle. Meanwhile, Hyos held an urgent meeting at the headquarters of the special unit. One of the people present reported that for 5 hours, not a single adventurer came out of the distorted forest fault. She added that judging by everything, it was possible to conclude that it was sealed from the middle, but they continued to investigate this matter. Another man added that if they delayed sending help into the rift, many strong adventurers might die. Others present at the table were worried about the question of how dangerous sealing is, and their words about personally eliminating the fault. To which the secretary explained that sealing itself is quite a safe phenomenon. However, the longer the rift remained sealed, the more magical energy would be collected within it. And judging by the latest data they were able to collect, 17% of the cases involved boss evolution. Hearing this, the man sitting next to her said that if they didn't deal with the rift, the local boss would get out and innocents would be hurt. Hyos wondered if the appearance of an unstable portal could be the result of an artificially created disaster. The secretary said that now they can only send a squad there to help, but the authorities have prepared for the worst and invited foreign adventurers. Crossing his arms, Hyos said that to begin, they needed to form 2 units, one of which would go into the rift. Hearing that the Oto area would be razed to the ground if it was too late, one of the attendees thought that someone would have to take responsibility for it. Suddenly, he saw Mr. Fujima next to him, who with a broad smile asked permission to deal with this situation. Fujima Kiryu, who was the head of the first corps of the special unit, said that he had a proposal. Crossing his arms, one of the officers present asked what exactly he had an idea for saving the city from a new disaster. He asked for permission to use the key of the starry sky lying in the laboratory of the special unit. One of the men jumped up, shouting that he had no idea of the power of this artifact. However, Hyos suddenly announced that this idea sounded quite interesting, adding that he could implement it, which shocked everyone present. Looking at Fujima, the commander said that he would have to make his way into the rift and activate the starry sky key. Hearing that for this he would be forgiven for a small incident involving him, Fujima said that he could count on him. The next day, Mayumi was standing in the training hall talking to the commander and trying to figure out the reason for his call. The boy calmly noticed that he thought that he could not bear to talk to him. Fujima said he had a job for him related to the A-rank fault in the Oto area. He added that he is personally responsible for her. Hearing the order to take another strong fighter with him and head for the exit, Mayumi began to recall all the crimes the commander was known for. Therefore, it was strange that he undertook to clear the rift out of goodwill, and accordingly, it was necessary to find out what he was up to. The boy was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of Fujima, who insisted that the operation was completely secret. A partner approached Mayumi and asked who was calling him, to which she heard the answer that Fujima had entrusted him with a secret mission. After hearing words from the boss that nothing good would come of it, she suggested that he not go. However, turning his back to the girl, Mayumi said that he couldn't help but follow the order of his senior, even if he didn't like it. Fujima received a message on his phone at that time while he was waiting for the elevator. His assistant wondered if Mayumi should be involved in the operation, given that he is in good standing with the management. However, the captain told the boy that he was his backup, who would do all the work and deal with the key. The man added that he was just lucky to make it to the top, but if he failed, he was going to blame it all on Mayumi. As he stood in front of the elevator doors, Fujima thought about how much he loved his job of issuing permits and recruiting talented fighters. In the rift itself, meanwhile, a battle was going on, in which Ichinosa and Satsuki were already preparing to repel the attack of many-eyed insects. Suddenly, a spell web appeared in front of one of the beetles, and a bolt of lightning immediately ran through his body. The rest of the adventurers closed their eyes and covered their faces with their hands as a bright red light appeared near them. The blue-haired one took command, ordering his partners to go help the other group. Zen, meanwhile, calmly stood aside, watching Ichinosa's actions and realizing that he had already analyzed everyone's abilities. He put his fingers to his chin as he thought about how he had not expected such leadership potential from a gravity master. Staring at the back of his head, the Game Boy thought he'd better start doing something, or he'd end up under command too. However, in the next moment, one of the adventurers of his team turned to him and shouted for him to do something. Zen lowered his staff to the ground and apologized, saying that he was just waiting for the right opportunity. He smiled widely as a large blue warrior figure appeared behind him. Noticing a large target in front of them, the beetles immediately rushed at the phantom summoned by the adventurer. When one of them collapsed at the feet of the thief from Xena's team, she looked at him in a daze. Watching the warrior dissipate, the leader explained that he only had 3 P=sign ice charges, and it was necessary to carefully analyze the enemy. And he also wanted to reduce the consumption of his own mana, which they might need during the battle with the boss. Hearing that he would fight if necessary, the adventurers smiled and said that they did not doubt him. Satsuki opened her mouth wide and stared at Xena, who had defeated 3 opponents whose level was higher than... Without turning his head, Zen shot a glance at Ichinosu, thinking that now he had definitely noticed the big difference between them. He waited for the blue-haired man to admit that he was too young and his level too low to compete with Zen. In addition, the leader knew that the difference was not only in ranks, but also in the classes themselves, since he considered the class of sages to be blessed. Ichinosa opened his mouth, barely audibly drawing Zen's attention to him. Looking sternly at the leader, he asked him if he had decided to just show off, arguing that it was because he didn't want to waste mana. The mushroom boy lashed out at the blue-haired man in a daze as he said that he only went into battle when he was noticed. As Ichinosa continued to blast Xena, Satsuki smiled in satisfaction, ignoring the leader's partner. The blue-haired man gave Xena a stern look and asked him if he understood that such behavior could cost someone their life. However, he only smiled broadly, looking at the boy, and asked how he was better than him. He quickly hypothesized that Ichinosa was still angry with him for not taking his side in a recent argument. However, the blue-haired man calmly answered that he doesn't care who will be the leader, since his main task is survival. But he sternly warned that with such behavior of the leader, no one will reach alive even to the boss himself. Zen, hearing his words, tensed up and looked at his interlocutor in fear. Looking at the other adventurers, Ichinosa said that one must prioritize the lives of others over one's own ambitions. Mentally cursing the blue-haired man for what the world stood for, and promising that he would let him die first, Zen smiled and praised him for his analysis. Mio, who had been watching the boys fight closely, asked Satsuki if their leader was angry, to which she received an affirmative answer. One of the boys couldn't stand it and tried to stand up for the mushroom boy, but the thieving girl couldn't stand it and barked at them to stop snarling. Zen fell silent, his lips stretched into a noticeable predatory smile. He thought that for the first time in a long time, he managed to meet someone who managed to piss him off so much. The boy was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not even notice the many-eyed beetle approaching him. Suddenly, the insect changed its trajectory and flew in a completely different direction. One of the adventurers, who was standing with a bored look, was carefully watching the monster. She watched as the beetle changed course, wondering where it had gone this time. Meanwhile, the insect was rapidly approaching a large, unknown pile with a loud buzzing sound. Suddenly, the buzzing became even louder as a huge paw reached for the bug. Immediately after that, the pile the monster was approaching rose up, and an angry face was staring at the adventurers. Istokan looked at the bright blue screens in front of him. There he saw Ichinosa and Zen walking slowly through the forest, looking around. The statue watched them intently with its expressionless and pale face. The group of adventurers slowly advanced further and further, approaching the center where the boss sat. Zen looked at Ichinosu, thinking that he wanted to show his supremacy over him, but he proved to be strong. The thief also glanced at the blue-haired man, thinking that he shouldn't have been brought along since most of the group hadn't already digested him. Zen looked at one of the swordsmen who was walking with a rather grim expression on his face, thinking he could fight them off. And after this, he will have no other choice but to expel the blue-haired man from the team, arguing that it is good for others. The leader of the group walked ahead of everyone, smug about how smart he was. Only one girl from the team of adventurers was worried about where one of the bugs she saw had gone. Suddenly, she heard Ichinosa approach her and ask what she was thinking about, causing the girl to shoot a startled look in his direction. In her head instantly appeared the thought that the blue-haired man should not be contacted, as it could drive Xena out of his mind. Ichinosa, noticing that she was hiding something, warned that any little thing could cost her life, so he asked her to share information with him or the leader of the group in case of something. After thinking for a while, the girl lowered her head and said that she was not sure about what she saw. She said she noticed one bug not attacking them but just watching them from the side. Ichinosa, hearing this, noticed that it is very rare for monsters to have intelligence and simply observe their victims. When the boy asked her where the bug went after that, the girl looked at him with a disappointed look. Placing his fingers to his chin, the blue-haired man wondered if the monsters could have thought of self-preservation, or could have simply warned a stronger monster. Looking at the girl, Ichinosa thanked her for her observation. adding that her information was quite valuable. At this time, Zen walked up to one of the swordsmen, smiling widely and intending to put his plan into action, but he was interrupted by the blue-haired man. He glanced at the Gravity Master when he informed that the local monsters had high intelligence and could warn the boss. However, to all his words, the Mushroom Boy only asked if he was making up various nonsense to turn back. In response to this, the blue-haired man turned his attention to the girl, who noticed the strange behavior of one of the beetles. And while she was thinking about what she should do now, Ichinosa added that since he was the leader, it was necessary to calculate all the risks. Zen kept a wide smile on his face, but inwardly he asked the girl why she told the Gravity Master instead of him. Seeing his look, which was quite difficult to understand, the girl covered her face with her hands and closed her eyes. However, despite his dislike for the blue-haired man, the leader understood that this could no longer be ignored, and if he listened to Ichinosu, they would have to retreat. However, he very quickly put his thoughts in order, convincing them to take control and adding that games are always associated with danger. Ichinosa calmly continued and said that he perfectly understood his desire to finish off the boss, but he did not want to tempt fate. However, Zen told him to stop portraying him as selfish and also to stop making his suggestions. Spreading his lips wide in a smile, Zen added that he called him with them just like that, and he just walks around and complains. Ichinosa silently listened to the accusations that he was pretending to have good intentions to seize the initiative, and everyone was only listening to him. Meanwhile, Sinevosoi kept his interlocutor's eyes attentive, without answering anything at the same time. At the same time, Zen was completely unconcerned whether he was right or wrong in his accusations, as it no longer mattered. He understood very well, looking at the other adventurers, that they simply would not support Ichinosa. Finally, the blue-haired man said that he could blame him all he wanted, but asked if he would really take the risk to save his pride. In response to these words, Zen clucked his tongue loudly, adding that he was really starting to annoy him. In the next second, the leader recoiled in fear, seeing a huge, dark hand in front of him. Raising her staff, Satsuki shouted to her partner that monsters were already approaching them. A creature that looked like a water lily was approaching them, waving its blue tongue. The creature was called a butcher, and it was level 64. Even without looking at the attacking monster, the Mushroom Boy smacked his tongue again in annoyance at having their argument interrupted. In the next moment, a shocked Zen saw Mio in front of him, who was fiercely repelling the butcher's attack on him. Squinting, the girl quietly said that there were quite a few of them, and besides, she noticed that they were excellent at hiding their presence. Clenching his teeth, Zen thought that they had been surrounded all this time, so it was obvious that the creatures had been sent by someone. Looking at the blue-tongued monsters, he thought that if someone was really watching them, then his game was over. His gaze turned to the swordsman he wanted to turn against Ichinosa, and Zen thought he would once again win everyone over to his side. However, the boy understood very well that in order for his plan to work, it was necessary to deal with the monsters very quickly. Zen figured this would be their last battle for authority, so he pointed his finger at where the monsters might still be. He ordered the other adventurers to separate and examine the surrounding bushes, while the Jews in the center were to be on the alert. Ichinosa, carefully looking around, understood that this time he would have to obey, and although he could see that some of the group members were scared, the boy was aware that Xena had excellent combat experience that could help in the battle. Gathering energy around him, the blue-haired man rushed forward, holding his blade out in front of him. In the next moment, he swung his weapon, cutting the enemy with it. However, in a moment, the boy noticed that a new monster was rushing at him with a wild roar, swinging a stick. Suddenly, Satsuki's voice was heard from behind, and she launched a blue-black haze of curse at the creature. The monster froze, staring at the magical mist and not knowing how to react to it. The girl who noticed the strange behavior of the beetle told the blue-haired girl loudly that there was really someone in the bushes. During the battle, Zen noticed that the monsters were quite strong and had high strength and defense. However, he perfectly understood that if he summoned his warrior already, then he simply would not have enough mana for the battle with the boss. While he was thinking about who should be released to the front line now, Satsuki was carefully watching what he was doing. She could clearly see that he was trying to stay at a safe distance from the battlefield and the monsters. Zen did not even notice the careful look of the shaman, lost in thoughts that he would use magic in an exceptional case. It suddenly occurred to him that if someone from the Gravity Master's team got injured, it would be pretty bad to kick them out without treatment. Immediately there was a plan to specially direct the monsters in their direction so that Ichinosa would then beg him for help. Caught up in his devious plans, Zen completely failed to see that a human figure was following him from behind the trees. The statue in the yellow hood slowly approached him, keeping its empty white eyes on the leader. In a moment, having come almost close to him, the creature stopped and raised its paw to strike. Hearing a noise behind him, Zen froze, staring in front of him in fear. Frowning, he turned his head sharply to assess his opponent. In a second, he was already dodging the blow of a clawed paw aimed directly at him. Looking at the huge statue, he now understood who had been controlling all the monsters all this time. Jumping up, Zen directed the instant fire skill at the monster. The leader noticed that the boss decided to attack him while his subordinates distracted the other adventurers. The boss thought to himself that he was very clever, but warned the boy not to be too happy, as he was just trying to scare him. Extending his hands to the opponent, the monster advised him to use a powerful spell. Extending his hand and concentrating, Zen shouted one of his spells. Immediately after that, a large blue dome of protection formed around him, shielding him from the clawed paws. The adventurer smiled, thinking that this was an absolute defense that only a sage could use. He fully understood that for the rest of the adventurers present here, the battle with the normal monsters and the boss was quite difficult. And fighting with the boss of the avant-garde was such an idea in his opinion. That was why he went to high-ranking rifts. So now, with a big smile, he invited the idol to have fun together. Suddenly, Zen noticed that a magical mist appeared in the monster's hands, which turned into an object. In the hands of the monster was a decanter with poisonous mead, a means that nullified all magical effects. In the next moment, the sage felt a terrible blow hit the dome with which he was protecting himself. In the next moment, the boy noticed with horror that his defenses were just starting to trickle down. He could do nothing but stare at the large blue blobs that his shield had turned into. Looking at his opponent, Zen could not understand who exactly was standing in front of him. In the next moment, bending over in pain and covering the wound on his stomach with his hand, the boy thought that he had never met such an opponent before. Until this moment, any fault was just a game for him, from which he found a way out in any case. As he tried to retreat, Zen thought that he always had backup routes of retreat, but now he didn't know what to do. The boy fell to the ground, continuing to crawl on and glancing at the approaching statue. It was at this moment that Ichinosa's words about whether he understood that his behavior could cost someone's life came to mind. In one moment, the sage froze, when it dawned on him that he could die right here. In the next second, someone grabbed him by the arm and pulled him with force. His opponent, meanwhile, was trying to pull his arm out of the shadow labbits that Satsuki had sent at him. Zen turned his head and looked dumbfounded at Ichinosu, who was watching the statue intently. Turning his head back, the leader, with a mixture of surprise and joy, noticed the focused shaman behind him. While the boy drilled the back of the head of the gravity master with his gaze, he reminded of his warning without turning his head. Frowning, the blue-haired man sternly said that his main task was to save everyone present. Zen understood that this was a stone in his rosary, but he did not answer it. Meanwhile, Ichinosa himself was already actively fending off the green claw of the idol that was flying at him. He thought about the fact that he had purposely asked Satsuki to slow the monster down a bit, as he now felt as if the blade had gone through rubber. From this, he realized that the yellow-clad one, whose level was determined to be 77, was immune to stabbing and slashing attacks. As Satsuki went to check on Zen, Ichinosa was thinking that he was correct in thinking of the rift as a very dangerous place. The blue-haired one approached his partner and said that they should back off to help the others, but the boy said that they shouldn't. He explained that Mio's class was the best at melee, so she would be able to handle smaller monsters. Immediately after that, he turned his gaze to the yellow-clad, adding that their main task was to deal with him. The blue-haired man thought as he looked at the leader that since the statue had a weakness to barb attacks, he must have a weakness to magic. Satsuki frowned as Ichinosa told her to transfer some of her mana to Zen. Looking at the trail of the Master of Gravity, the mushroom boy heard his words that together they would be able to defeat the opponent. Hearing the harsh voice of the shaman next to him, who warned him not to repeat it, Zen turned his head in her direction. Casting a devastating look at the leader, the girl said that if he tried to escape, she would have no mercy, and she would drag him into battle by force. However, the sage just snorted loudly, assuring her that she could not worry about it. Ichinosa wasted no time rushing towards the yellow-clad one, slapping his hands and knocking over the decanter of mead. The poison spilled onto the ground, scorching the grass in certain areas. Gritting his teeth, Zen loudly assured Satsuki that after everything he just couldn't afford to run away. Ichinosa stared intently at his opponent, preparing for his next attack. They stood facing each other, but neither of the rivals advanced. Eventually, a fierce battle ensued between the two, forcing both to fend off counterattacks. Ichinosa jumped up, dodging his opponent's attack as he stomped on the ground with his paw. Seeing how skilled his enemy was, the yellow-clad one stretched his lips in a noticeable smile. Flying up, the statue stretched out its hand, planning to catch the adventurer with whom the battle was ongoing. However, Ichinosa quickly found his bearings and successfully jumped, at one point using his paw as a foothold. Immediately after that, he rushed down, planning to hit the statue right in the face. Having flown almost close to the opponent, the adventurer waved his blade in front of his face. The blow was so strong that the creature threw its head back, almost touching its back. However, almost immediately, the dressed in yellow straightened his neck, turning his head slightly to the sides. His stony, colorless face showed no emotion, but the air was filled with tension from his rage. The blue-haired man, keeping a close eye on his opponent, noticed that even his head was protected from the stinging damage. Suddenly he heard Zena's voice behind him, carefully watching his every move. Leaning on one arm while Satsuki shared her mana with him, the boy noticed that even Ichinosa couldn't do anything to such a strong enemy. He understood very well that Ichinosa was able to quickly and soberly assess the situation. His speed and reaction were also impressive and worthy of praise, but what was most impressive was his icy composure. Zen threw that if someone really didn't know him and saw him in battle, they could just mistake him for a madman. Listening to his speech, Satsuki could not understand why the mushroom boy behaved worse than a bloated peacock. Suddenly his arrogant voice reached her, impudently ordering her not to be distracted from her work. The boy carefully drilled the idol with his gaze, saying that they could not let him out of their sight. Hearing that in the event of an attack, she should hit the monster with the strongest spell. But so that Zen himself would deliver the final blow, the girl frowned. Now she was just certain that he was a flower, although before she thought he was just a fool. The leader himself thought that the idol changed tactics depending on the opponent, which was the first time in his work. Looking at Ichinosu, Zen couldn't figure out what kind of battle resource the yellow-clad one himself was using. The leader of the group stretched his lips in a wide, noticeable smile, mentally acknowledging the truth of the blue-haired man's words. Looking at the statue's new attack, the boy thought that the further they went into the rift, the more dangerous opponents they would have. Dodging another paw strike, Ichinosa jumped up high, drawing his bladed hand back. Meanwhile, a decanter containing poisonous mead appeared again near the yellow-clad one. The blue-haired man tensed, realizing that his opponent was going to use poison again. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the elegant vessel that held one of the idol's advantages. He thought that using the tactic of driving the opponent into a corner where he would not be able to block a shot was a pretty workable scheme. Meanwhile, the one dressed in yellow raised his hand with the poisonous decanter above his head. Suddenly, he put his other hand out with his palm in front of him and blew on it using the storm skill. Zen kept his eyes on his opponents, carefully following their every move and understanding how difficult the fight was for Ichinosa. Istukan, meanwhile, turned his head in different directions, trying to find his opponent, who had disappeared from sight. Suddenly, the blue-haired man's voice reached his stone ears. He lifted his head to see the adventurer standing upside down on the branch of one of the trees. Seeing that his opponent had noticed him, Ichinosa charged down using the meteor fall skill. However, even from such a powerful attack, the yellow-clad one remained standing intact. As Ichinosa watched him, he thought that it was only to be expected that the statue remained alive. Zen, meanwhile, admired how the blue-haired man deftly avoided the deadly poison. As much as the sage didn't want to admit it, he did admit that Ichinosa possessed a special talent and could well compete with him. Meanwhile, the yellow-clothed one folded his arms into a lock above his head, using a new skill. Looking at this, the blue-haired man noticed out loud that the monster had a sense of pride and excitement. Near the statue, 2 decanters with poisonous mead immediately appeared from the dark haze. Deftly dodging them, the adventurer swung his blade, smashing them. However, one of the vessels was quickly approaching where Satsuki and Zen were sitting, with whom she was sharing mana. Quickly orienting herself, the blue-haired woman stretched out her hand, held out her staff in front of her, and launched a ball of darkness into the decanter. When she asked if he couldn't move yet, the mushroom boy replied that she should just keep pouring mana into him. She frowned as the boy added that they should not move or move too much as it might help the monster spot them. To the girl's words that she gave him enough mana for the fight, Zen replied that he would need to use his most powerful spell. The leader explained that now the enemy is in confusion and they have a chance to win, but if they don't have enough mana, the spell won't work. Istokan continued to hold his hands above his head, using the same skill. Ichinosa deftly dodged the wind slash, keeping his blade ready for another strike. In a moment, he jumped up sharply, almost close to the opponent's face, knocking the vessel with poison back at him. The poisonous mead, pouring out of the broken decanter, got into the giant's eyes. Hearing a loud cry from his opponent, Ichinosa stretched his lips in a wide smile, anticipating victory. The creature clutched at its eyes, wildly crying out in pain and completely losing its vigilance. Noticing this and realizing that this was their chance to win, Zen raised his staff. Immediately after, he summoned his warrior, planning to use his ice projectiles. Immediately afterwards, the yellow-clad one was trapped by a wall of ice that had grown around him. However, after watching his movements closely, Satsuki noticed that he was trying to escape. Unwilling to let go of such a dangerous opponent, Zen commanded his warrior to use the trident. He wasted no time in fulfilling the Lord's command, piercing the statue with ice spikes. To Satsuki's joyous exclamation that they had won thanks to Ichinose, the sage noticed that they had won thanks to his magic. He was well aware that no matter how strong the Titan's body was, his knight's ice spikes were much stronger. Throwing his head back, the yellow-clad one let out a loud groan of pain, anticipating defeat. In the next moment, a bright light appeared at the place where the statue stood, which attracted the attention of all the adventurers. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking at him, the idol tried to attack directly one last time. Just where the monster was rushing at full speed, Ichinosa was standing completely calm. Wildly frightened for her partner, Satsuki screamed loudly. Conjuring a web of spells, the blue-haired man looked at his opponent and thought that he had finally dared to attack him head-on. In the next second, the boy, avoiding the attack with huge paws, jumped sharply to the side. Still holding the web in front of him, the boy found himself behind the statue, swinging his blade at it. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, Ichinosa gave the command to activate the skill. A ball of gravity immediately rushed at the yellow-clad, followed by the adventurer himself, holding out his blade. From the strong blow, the statue screamed loudly again, raising its head up and opening its mouth. Satsuki covered her face with her hand at how bright the light was. The blue-haired man landed on his feet, looking at the score and level-up notification. He slowly turned his head and looked at the defeated monsters lying nearby. Mio, hiding her sword behind her back, told him that everything was clean. Satsuki walked up to her and said with a smile that she managed without them as expected. The blue-haired Ichinosa, as well as the thief from Team Xena, walked up to the leader who was sitting under the tree. He put his hand to his stomach, trying to quickly heal the wound he received in battle. Noticing that the thief extended his hand for help, he assured her that he would be able to go alone. When asked to treat the wounded, Ichinosa calmly replied that no one was seriously injured. Carefully watching Xena's reaction, the blue-haired man said that there was something they needed to discuss. He did not answer anything, lowering his head and turning his eyes somewhere to the side. However, at that moment, a swordsman approached them, who immediately pounced on the leader, recalling his words that he would protect them in a difficult situation. Another adventurer also joined the conversation, saying that it was only because of Ichinose that they were alive. Almost all the team members were interested to hear what Zen, who had been stubbornly silent until now, had to say. However, one of the expedition members decided to stand up for the leader, throwing accusations at the rest of the team. He yelled that they were the only idiots here as they all counted on Zen in a difficult situation, and it was because of his decision that they were still alive. The thief also did not stand aside, pointing out that he helped defeat the idol, so if something does not suit them, they can go to all four sides. Ichinosa looked sadly at the quarrel, thinking that this was not what he was after, but he guessed that a split would come. It seemed that the two had been with Zen from the very beginning, and that was why they were now trying to protect him in every possible way. Suddenly, the boy turned to Suzuki, the girl who had first spotted the spy bug, and asked whose side she was on. She awkwardly folded her fingers and said that she was on the side of the majority in the team. The boy immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and began to shake her, asking if she had an opinion. The thief folded her hands on her chest and said that when she got into the breach, she was seriously injured. She also said that it was Zen who came to her and saved her when she was scared that she wouldn't be able to get out. The girl tightly clenched her teeth, and a large drop of sweat rolled down her face. However, No sooner had she said that she would always be on the sage's side than he timidly entered the conversation, acknowledging the correctness of Ichinosa's words. After that, a blue-haired man entered the conversation who decided to embarrass the leader, and the boys no longer paid attention to the dazed thief. Putting his fingers to his chin, the mushroom boy admitted that he was thinking of combining everyone's forces and calmly defeating the boss with them. However, after encountering an ordinary monster, he realized that it was better to wait for the special unit. Hearing these words, the thief and the swordsman looked at him dumbfounded. To the angry Ichinosa's words that he would strangle him now, Zen replied that now was not the time to fight. Promising to listen to all complaints after leaving, he grabbed the blue-haired man's hand, or slightly stunned him by surprise. The master of gravity looked slightly frightened at the leader, who then showered him with compliments. While Ichinosa's companions watched in shock at this scene, the sage explained that he had never been in groups before, only joining raids. The rest of the audience also listened to his revelation that the blue-haired man had become the first adventurer to whom he had to admit his own defeat. With a big smile, Zen suggested that after the raid was over, he could leave the girls and form a group with him. However, in the next moment, the boy fell silent as the Gravity Master's fist swooped sharply in front of him. Turning his back to him and looking ahead sternly, Ichinosa said that now they needed to get back to the exit as soon as possible. The disappointed adventurers followed the blue-haired as well, with the swordsman sighing that he had followed the sage for quite some time. Meanwhile, in the Oto area, not far from the rift, Captain Fujima met Lieutenant Mayumi. The boy did not react to the captain's words that he was an agent of the second day. Reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket, Fujima said that the operation would begin soon, but there was something he couldn't say over the phone. He handed the boy a case containing a small key, saying that he should use it. To Mayumi's partner's shocked look, the captain confirmed that it was the Starry Sky key. She was interested in what Fujima had in mind, but the lieutenant himself, judging by the look, perfectly understood what was happening. The Starry Sky key was an artifact that was capable of causing overpopulation in the rift. However, Mayumi's partner said that the artifact could lead to another disaster in the city. Hearing her, Fujima skeptically told Mayumi that he was asking him to bring a strong fighter, not a dumb girl. The soldiers of the special unit who were with the captain smiled wickedly at the words of the leader. The girl felt uncomfortable, and frowning, she turned away from those present. Mayumi closed his eyes and said that the sealing of a rift usually precedes a disaster, as boss evolution takes place in such rifts. At his words about the disaster, the girl said that they should just go in there and kill the boss. The guy added that in case of overpopulation, the boss can get out of the rift on its own, so this is the option with the least risks. Mayumi understood that the mission was dangerous, but with low risks, so the captain undertook it. He noticed that Special Forces soldiers were stationed throughout the area, and this meant that their organization was preparing for the release of monsters. Hearing her partner's uncertain voice with skepticism in it, Mayumi glanced at her. She said that the task of Special Forces agents is to protect the city from threats. Instead, they personally created an inevitable disaster. To these words, Mayumi calmly replied that the special unit is actually just a system. That is why he advised her to become an adventurer if she wanted to live in justice. However, he warned that they will die like flies. Fujima approached him and complimented him on a fine speech, with which he fully agreed. Looking at the lieutenant, the captain sternly suggested that the plan be put into action. With a smile, he offered to help the adventurers fulfill their duty. Mayumi's partner met this suggestion in silence, but her look was quite frightened and uncertain. The soldiers who were with Fujima cast a condescending look at her, smiling crookedly. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Mayumi himself looked resolutely ahead, thinking about the task he had to complete. Meanwhile, in the crack, one of the many-eyed beetles was seized by a dark libido, which made him buzz loudly. The rest of the adventurers watched as Satsuki used her mana extraction skill. The blue-haired girl was glad that they were lucky enough to encounter a bug that restored her mana level. Watching his partner, Ichinosa thought that now they would at least be able to hold out until the arrival of the special forces. And they also had some food which wasn't very filling, but at least it would keep them going. He glanced at the swordsman and the thief who had been the most protective of Xena, now quiet. Behind him, the blue-haired man heard the sage gallop, calling out his class. He was the only one who got in the way quite a lot, constantly offering to start his own group. At some point, he became uncertainly silent, spreading his hands and asking him to remember his name. It suddenly dawned on Ichinosa that he called everyone by their classes, because he was too lazy to remember their names at one time. When the blue-haired man asked Zen himself about it, he just shyly lowered his eyes and scratched the back of his head. However, the thief immediately rushed to his defense, shouting that this simply could not happen. To get confirmation of her words, she turned to the leader and asked him about it. He smiled widely, folded his fingers, and answered that he would never do that to her. However, when he tried to remember her name, Anna, as the girl was called, silently snapped at him. Paying attention to her face, the boy rushed to Ichinose, asking her to remind him again, promising that he would definitely not forget this time. In the next moment, Zen felt Satsuki pulling him away from the blue-haired man, grabbing him by the collar. Staring at him sternly, she ordered him to stop clinging to Ichinose. Suddenly, some sounds were heard somewhere nearby, and the adventurers began to look around warily. Glancing at his partner, Ichinose explained that they were not being approached by monsters, but by humans. Suddenly, all the adventurers spotted Captain Fujima accompanied by Lieutenant Mayumi. The captain looked at those present and exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to see a whole squad here. Satsuki smiled joyfully when she realized that a special forces unit was in front of them. However, Zen wasn't too happy about the soldiers, as they didn't have time to enjoy exploring the rift due to their quick appearance. Ichinose himself was suspicious of such a rapid appearance of a special unit. He had no doubts that this was definitely a special unit, but he did not understand why they appeared less than in a day. He was well aware that a squad of level 80 fighters was needed to subdue the warped forest rift, but there were few of them in Japan. The special unit always tried to fill the squads with strong people, but there were not enough of them, so they often hired A-rank adventurers. However, after carefully studying the arrived soldiers, Ichinose noticed that there were no adventurers among them. Mayumi's partner asked them to go to the entrance of the rift and wait there while they cleared it. The blue-haired man listened attentively to her words that several anomalies were recorded in the rift, so she asks to refrain from unnecessary fights with monsters. The rest of the adventurers were glad that the Special Forces squad had arrived, so they could consider their work done. One of them was indignant that in case of anomalies they should be provided with security, but the girl said that all forces would be used to eliminate them. Ichinose meanwhile approached Fujima, asking if he could ask him a question. Looking closely at the captain, the adventurer asked him if they were a combat unit. He raised one eyebrow in surprise, not understanding what he wanted from him. Hearing the question of whether they were a combat squad or one to investigate the rift, Fujima pointed his finger at him, asking the soldier who it was. They immediately approached the blue-haired man, indignant at the fact that he was asking a lot of questions despite the fact that he was told to go to the exit. Satsuki approached her partner and whispered to him that the boys looked pretty creepy, so they better leave. Zen also asked that he didn't like it now that the special forces had arrived, and now the rift was no longer their problem. The sage rushed to the soldiers, trying to convince them that they would withdraw immediately. The mushroom boy grabbed the gravity master by the shoulders, trying to pull him towards the entrance to the rift. However, Ichinose continued to keep his eyes on the soldiers, as he sensed that something was wrong here. In addition, he was interested in the question of why they refused to answer his questions. Meanwhile, the lieutenant's partner was carefully looking at the back of his head, not daring to say anything. Mayumi walked forward, not looking back, but feeling a careful gaze on the back of his head. The girl closed her lips tightly in a thin line, and a drop of sweat rolled down her face. Suddenly, she did turn around and loudly called out to Ichinose, causing him to stop in surprise. He turned his head, looking carefully at the lieutenant's partner, who told them to be careful. The girl reminded him that the rift was unstable, so she warned him that anything could happen. Finally, she told them to run away as soon as the passage opened. Satsuki noticed that the girl was pretty good, unlike the soldiers who looked creepy. The blue-haired man himself was now convinced that something was wrong here, as he understood that the rift had not been studied much. Heading for the exit, the boy thought that he was quite unstable, and therefore the anomalies had to be dealt with as soon as possible. He perfectly understood that the risk of failure was quite high, and the information was quite important, but he saw that elite fighters had been sent. In addition, the soldiers did not provide them with protection, and there was not a single A-rank adventurer in the squad. They immediately remembered the words of Mayumi's partner, who had advised them to flee as soon as the portal opened. The blue-haired man understood that as soon as the passage opened, they would be able to leave the rift in peace, so it was not logical to warn about it. The only explanation for this was that it would be dangerous once it opened in the rift. Mio asked her alarmed partner what was wrong. The boy suddenly turned sharply to Captain Fujima, remembering the starry sky key. He looked at him with a frightened look, not believing what he heard. Zen jumped up to the blue-haired man, glad that he also understood the plan of the Special Forces squad. Looking at the soldiers and their captain, Ichinosa thought that they wanted to use the artifact to artificially create a disaster. Mayumi didn't even turn his head at this time, but his partner looked at the adventurer with interest. Fujima, meanwhile, was trying to figure out how the blue-haired man knew about their plan, recalling how he had promised that no one would find out. The thought even appeared in the head of the squad captain about whether he should get rid of the boy right now. Meanwhile, Ichinosa noticed that judging by the man's reaction, his guess was correct. Satsuki approached the adventurer and fearfully asked what he was talking about. The blue-haired man remembered very well that the starry sky key was an artifact that was needed to remove the seal in the rift. He knew that during sealing, the magical concentration in the middle of the rift increased, which could lead to both overpopulation and evolution. Turning to Fujima, the adventurer said that with the help of the artifact, they wanted to cause overpopulation and know the sealing. The blue-haired woman slowly covered her mouth with her hand, thinking about how a special unit could deliberately create a disaster. Fujima, meanwhile, was angrily glaring at the boy, trying to understand how he had learned his plan. He understood that although the artifact had been found by adventurers, it was top secret and could not be leaked. The man knew that the special unit carefully followed the information, so an ordinary adventurer simply could not find out about it. Looking at Ichinosu, the captain understood that if he continued to deny everything, he would put more pressure on him. Another adventurer intervened in the conversation, calling the special creation of a disaster and the release of monsters from the rift crazy. One of the swordsmen pointed out that there were high-level monsters in this rift, asking if the captain understood what would happen when they were released. Finally, Fujima couldn't stand it anymore and growled at them to calm down, outraged at the baseless accusation. However, Ichinosa, glaring at him, replied that he did not consider them particularly unreasonable. After all, he noticed that as soon as he uttered the name of the artifact, the entire squad of special forces turned in his direction. The captain immediately lowered his head in thought, but his soldiers only clenched their teeth tightly. Looking at the adventurers, they realized that they had just been caught, and now they too were under suspicion. Trying to think of a way out of the situation, they continued to measure the team with fierce looks. Mayumi's partner looked at the blue-haired man with a surprised look, trying to understand how it all came to this so quickly. Remembering her words, she turned pale, realizing that everything could have happened precisely because of her words. Finally, Mayumi silently turned her head and looked sternly at her partner. Mio walked up to Ichinosa and tapped him on the shoulder, drawing his attention to her. Leaning closer, the girl whispered so that he would stop messing with the special unit, not even considering his rightness. She asked, glancing at the soldiers if she was hoping that they would just listen to him and do what he asked. She suddenly remembered a picture from the distant past, when she found her parents killed by monsters. Mio clenched her teeth tightly because of the difficult memories, and a drop of sweat rolled down her face. Putting his fingers to his chin, Zen thought about what the Gravity Master was thinking about now. The boy suspected that he was thinking about the danger of the venture, but understood that he had started communication with the special forces on a bad note. Zen understood very well that they could join the soldiers in battle and even win, but it would not end well for them. Looking at the blue-haired man, the sage thought that they still couldn't defeat the boss, so he couldn't understand why he started this conversation. However, no sooner had he thought about leaving than Ichinosa confidently said that he had an offer for them. Realizing that this was probably not going to end well, Zen tensed up. Fujima listened indifferently to the adventurer's words that he would not criticize his decisions, understanding the criticality of the whole situation. In addition, the blue-haired man noticed that they did not take adventurers with them, since the business was risky and civilians were not involved. Mayumi was also silent, just like the captain, listening intently to every word the adventurer said. Pointing a finger at Zen, Ichinosa said that he was an A-rank adventurer, and he was also a pretty strong adventurer himself. Looking closely at the Special Forces soldiers, he said that if the adventurers and the Special Forces teamed up, they would be able to defeat the boss. Hearing his words, both Fujima and the members of the group of adventurers turned on the boy. The only one who managed to squeeze out at least one word was Satsuki, who called out to her partner in fright. However, the sage himself in a second stretched his lips in a smile, noticing that the master of gravity does know how to have fun. However, in Fujima's head was the thought that he agreed to this task only in order not to fight anyone. He wasn't even going to team up with adventurers he didn't know to defeat the boss of the rift. Approaching the blue-haired man, he quietly said that all adventurers were hopeless romantics who wanted to be heroic. Approaching the boy in the shelter, the captain said that he had a great responsibility for human lives. However, Ichinosa did not look away, answering that each of the adventurers entering the rift was prepared for the fact that he would not get out. He added that they are not romantic, reminding that when a man has a choice, he would rather die himself than expose others to her. Satsuki and Mio listened attentively to each word of their partner, but did not say anything. Ichinosa perfectly understood that the captain wanted the best, but the memory immediately appeared in his head that, as in the past life, they were walking along the street where there were many dead people after the disaster. He said at the time that if they had come earlier, nothing would have happened. But the commander then said that nothing could be changed. He turned and shouted that although they were stronger than other people, they were not omnipotent and could not save everyone. The blue-haired man lowered his head and told Fujima that if he had a chance to save a life, he would take it. He added that he is ready to prove that his words are far from heroic. However, the captain grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, snarling that all adventurers always said the same thing, asking if the boy was so sure of his abilities. Having heard from their captain the order to teach the adventurer, the soldiers, without wasting time, rushed to fulfill it, taking out their swords. However, here Satsuki intervened in the quarrel, who shouted, trying to stop them and saying that now is not the time for fights. Suddenly, Mayumi began to come closer, to whom his partner was looking intently. The boy tried to stop the captain, but the captain said that the boy would not understand until he was taught a good lesson. However, the lieutenant calmly replied that he wasn't even going to stop him, asking instead to let him deal with the adventurer. His partner, not expecting such an act from the boy, also shouted loudly. She expected that Mayumi would stop Fujima, try to deal with everything peacefully, but now it seemed that he was angry. The lieutenant added that he himself could not stand idealists who impose their vision on others and absolutely did not think about the consequences of their actions. He was going to show the adventurer what the difference in their abilities and determination was, for which he offered the blue-haired man to attack. Fujima, meanwhile, thought that since Mayumi had challenged himself to do it, there was no reason to stop him. Lieutenant Mayumi was someone who rose to the top with his fighting skills and even defeated an A-rank opponent as an adventurer. The captain thought that he himself would not be able to defeat the lieutenant, and the blue-haired man would not be able to do it. When Satsuki approached Ichinosa and suggested that they simply come to an amicable agreement, the boy replied that this would not happen. He pulled out his blade, explaining to the girl that his words would simply not be enough for the lieutenant. Looking at his opponent, the adventurer was going to show what he was capable of and forced the special unit to change its decision. Ichinosa took a fighting stance while Mayumi stood calmly with his arms at his sides. Mio and Satsuki watched intently the battle in which their partner was participating. The girl who was the first to notice the bug spy turned away bored, but Zen watched it with a smile. Suddenly it occurred to the girl that if the blue-haired man really won, then they would have to go to battle with the boss. Fujima, meanwhile, relaxed a little, as he almost ordered the adventurer to be killed out of fear. However, now, after the fight with Mayumi, he thought that things could be made easier since he was just an employee following an order from above. Mayumi, on the other hand, could just sit the boys down a bit, and if he ends up in the process, it won't be the captain's problems. Meanwhile, the lieutenant was carefully looking at the enemy, thinking that he had already seen him somewhere. Suddenly it dawned on the boy that the blue-haired man was an adventurer who managed to clear the breach in the Library of Secrets. Closing his eyes, Mayumi asked what his level was, and hearing that Ichinosa was level 64, replied that he could defeat the boss. However, he added that his level is 82, and he is one of the best Special Forces fighters. Meanwhile, Fujima calmly listened as the lieutenant asked the boy if his stubbornness was worth a fight. One of the female adventurers looked at Mayumi in surprise, seeing a person who was level 82 for the first time. Taking a close look at Mayumi, Ichinosa recognized that he was indeed quite a strong opponent. Agreeing with his words and anticipating the admission of defeat, the lieutenant silently closed his eyes. However, the blue-haired man immediately added that he was also quite self-confident. Looking at the adventurer, Mayumi noticed that he was quite arrogant. As he picked up speed, He thought about the fact that he wouldn't even have to use his bow. Satsuki watched the lieutenant in surprise, surprised that the archer would fight without his weapon. Mayumi, meanwhile, was already attacking Ichinosu, approaching him almost at close range and swinging his knife. Holding the weapon in front of him in his fist, he added that only the grave would cure such brats as the blue-haired one. Zen mentally noticed that the difference between the opponents was as much as 20 levels, so he did not have to think about the advantages of his class here. Realizing that the lieutenant could easily win, the sage advised his partner to use some hidden ace. Meanwhile, Ichinosa himself skillfully evaded all the attacks that Mayumi tried to throw at him. The boy mentally noted that he was quite fast, and it became more and more difficult to dodge with each attack. He perfectly understood that Mayumi was a special forces officer and was used to hand-to-hand combat. That is why he himself just needed a gap in the defense and attack in return. Sharply dodging an unexpected punch, Ichinosa noticed with surprise that the lieutenant was using not only a knife, but also his hands. Looking at the leg raised to strike, the adventurer thought that it was quite rare to meet people who were well-versed in weaponry and hand-to-hand combat techniques. Mayumi raised her leg, bending it at the knee and attacking the opponent. Trying to avoid a direct blow, Ichinosa jumped back, his blade tightly clenched in his hand. The boy noted the lightness of the blow in the lieutenant's movements. The blue-haired man understood that he was using a class skill. When Mayumi threw the knife at him, Ichinosa realized that he would not be able to dodge a direct hit. He raised his blade and hand, trying to shield his face from the cold weapon. However, in the next moment, with surprise, he felt someone grab his wrist. Immediately after that, he saw a lieutenant in front of him, who again clenched a knife in his fist. Fujima exhaled heavily, thinking that the outcome of the fight was obvious, even though it had lasted quite a long time. He knew that Mayumi was not just an ordinary master, but his style was a combination of leveling powers, judo, and win-win tactics. The lieutenant, meanwhile, grabbed Ichinosu, planning to throw him over himself. However, the blue-haired man himself, meanwhile, was already gathering his energy around himself, not wanting to give up. It was at this moment that the lieutenant sensed that something was wrong. He suddenly realized that the trajectory of his opponent's fall looked extremely strange. Not understanding what was happening, Mayumi strained to face him and exhaled. Ichinosa explained as he got to his feet in front of him that since he hadn't been attacked, the lieutenant decided to use his best technique, which was quite expected. He added that he had deliberately avoided it for so long, and everything was for the sake of him using this technique. At the moment of rapture, he reduced gravity, and when he pushed off the ground, he doubled it. Looking carefully at his opponent, Ichinosa asked him how he liked such a reception. Mayumi's partner stood shocked that an ordinary adventurer had managed to confuse him. Fujima said nothing, but his gaze became quite intense. Meanwhile, Mayumi, taking out his bow, said that he was just going to give him a good beating, but now he wasn't going to joke. He looked sternly at his opponent, asking him not to complain if he suddenly died. The blue-haired man now perfectly understood that since the lieutenant knew what he was capable of, he would not be able to counterattack. Drawing his blade, the adventurer added that he had hoped to save some mana, but now he realizes that this time it wasn't meant to be. Mayumi only stretched his lips in a noticeable smile at this, noticing that he was starting to annoy him. Immediately after that, he lunged at his opponent, swinging his knife and trying to hook him. He said that there was no way he would lose to an adventurer who had no power or awareness, only dull ideals. At this, Ichinosa snapped at him, noting with surprise that the special forces very often count on idealistic heroes. Hearing these words, Mayumi lashed out at him fiercely, not expecting such a brazen response. He lunged at him, yelling for him to shut up, but Ichinosa quickly jumped up onto the branch of one of the trees. The lieutenant said that as a special forces officer, he was annoyed by quite a few things. His partner listened to him talk about the fact that many times he cleaned up after adventurers, his subordinates received serious injuries, and he himself was on the verge of death several times. Glancing at Fujima, the lieutenant added that due to the hierarchy in the organization, many talented people could not make it to the top. However, he was most annoyed by people who simply threw words without knowing what their idealism could lead to. With that, he clenched his teeth tightly in rage as he planned his next attack. And that's exactly how Ichinosa was for him right now, calmly waiting for his next attack. Mayumi held out a knife hand in front of him, striking the adventurer hard. Noticing that he skillfully dodged, the lieutenant, without wasting time, raised his leg to attack. However, the lieutenant did not give up, repeatedly attacking the blue-haired man, who managed to dodge each time. He asked the adventurer if he realized that if he lost the boss battle, he would endanger not only the rest of the team, but all of Japan. To which Ichinose replied that in 20% of sealing the rifts, the bosses underwent evolution, but the statistics also included cases when it was stopped. Considering the size of the special forces sent now, there was a high probability that the evolution would still happen here. While Ichinose pondered the weakness of the special forces, Mayumi asked him why he still wanted to meet the boss under such circumstances. When asked if he was aware of the risks to the population in case of failure, the blue-haired man answered in the affirmative. However, he added that right now he can show the lieutenant that he will be able to overcome the local boss. Hearing his answer, Mayumi mentally sighed that it was useless to talk to the boy. He understood that he would insist on his point regardless of arguments, and his blind faith was wildly annoying. While he was lost in thought, Ichinose gathered his energy and, leaning forward, attacked. Mayumi immediately noted that he was quite fast, wondering how the boy had managed to accumulate so much mana to this point. However, the lieutenant did not even have time to orient himself when suddenly the blue-haired man managed to knock the knife out of his hand with one clear blow. Ichinose watched his opponent closely, anticipating what he would do. Meanwhile, the lieutenant studied the adventurer carefully, exhaling that now it became clear to him why he was so annoying. He looked intently into the blue-haired man's eyes, thinking that he had kept what Mayumi himself had once given up. 5 years ago, he gave up his job as a policeman and joined the special forces. And while he explained to the chief about the terrible disaster, he only rudely told him not to worry. To his surprised face, the commander only said that the adventurers could handle that job well. To the objection that they were only civilians, the chief calmly said that their job was to support the adventurers and nothing more. He recalled that after the disaster, some people decided that they should help society and became adventurers. However, he himself believed that the special unit should control the work of adventurers and similar situations. He tried to remind the boss that recruitment to the guild was still going on, but he only asked him if he was a fool. The man said that due to the disasters, many organizations suffered financial losses, and small states lost their national frameworks because of the monsters. So they couldn't afford to deal with the rifts on their own, so he offered to imagine what would happen if they stopped recruiting adventurers. To the proposal to expand the special unit, the chief replied that it can only slow down the cleaning of faults, and it also takes time and money. At the words that it would just be an irrational waste of money, Mayumi clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Exhaling heavily, the man patted him on the shoulder and said that the man who came from the top was in charge of the special unit. Finally, he added that he did not want to take on the business, which had high risks and little chance of success, which finally shocked the young Mayumi. Leaving the boy in the office, the boss asked him to stop pestering him with stupid proposals and to work for the benefit of their organization. After hearing the words that they needed such soldiers, Mayumi blurted out to himself in shock. And although 5 years have passed, nothing has changed in the organization. And following only one ideal, the lieutenant felt something breaking inside. It became much easier for him when he himself began to justify all this with a simple system. And now he was immersed in his thoughts, from which Ichinose's voice pulled him out, asking if he had managed to prove his strength. Mayumi bluntly replied that no, as the future of the Oto district was at stake now, and his own life had to be put on the line to convince him. The lieutenant's partner thought with horror that he had decided to use a class weapon. Fujima, who had been watching the match unblinkingly, mentally ordered Mayumi to finally finish off the blue-haired man and stop wasting his time. Holding the weapon in front of him, the lieutenant drew the bow, preparing to launch an arrow at the enemy. Immediately after that, a bright red beam flew into Ichinose. The adventurer, evading the attacks, understood that the attacks hit the area around him, and each shot was of a high level. However, he was not confused and jumped up sharply, swinging his blade. Mayumi immediately thought that he was going to attack him from behind as he noticed the light gravity. However, immediately after that, he realized that he was mistaken in the enemy's tactics. It suddenly dawned on him that he would attack him not from behind, but from above, when the lieutenant saw Ichinose charging at him. Unwilling to give up, Mayumi raised her bow and aimed it at the adventurer once again. He looked at him unblinkingly, moving his hand with the blade to the side for a blow. The lieutenant was also ready to attack, holding his bow in front of him and keeping his eyes fixed. His partner watched the fight intently, covering her mouth with her hands as sweat dripped profusely down her face. and the eyes of Satsuki and Mio were burning with excitement for their partner. Approaching almost close to Mayumi, Ichinosa suddenly threw his blade at him. The lieutenant turned his head away when he saw a blade fly a few millimeters from him. The blue-haired one, meanwhile, tried to dodge the red beam of the arrow. In one moment, the lieutenant stretched his lips in a faint smile, appreciating the opponent's feint. His partner, continuing to watch the boys intently, tiredly fell to her knees. With his head down, Mayumi said that considering the difference in their levels, he was ready to admit defeat. He suddenly remembered how in the hospital bed his father apologized for working too much and not being able to teach him something properly. The boy heard how his father's colleagues discussed the fact that he rushed to save the hostages without even waiting for reinforcements. After that, the boy replied to his father that he actually taught him a lot, because he always looked up to his father. Now he understood that what annoyed him the most was that he had come to terms with reality and was no longer able to stick to his own principles. Looking up at his opponent, Mayumi suddenly wondered what his name was. After repeating his name, the lieutenant added that he agreed to act on his plan. Satsuki smiled, still in disbelief that Ichinosu had been recognized by a senior officer who, by teaming up with him, would be able to defeat the boss. The lieutenant's partner also noted with satisfaction that he looked as if he had lifted a huge load from his shoulders. Meanwhile, Zen, who finally heard the Gravity Master's name, repeated it in his mind and noted that he would not forget it again. Fujima watched as Mayumi approached her partner and planned to team up with the adventurers to clear the rift. Looking at his smiling face, the captain wondered if this boy had any sense at all. He remembered Hyo's, who had given permission to use the Starry Sky Key, thinking that the mission was completely secret. Drawing his sword, Fujima thought that Mayumi's actions had gone against the orders of the special forces. Raising one hand in the air, Zen said loudly that he understood Ichinosa's desire to deal with the boss, and that his idea of teaming up sounded quite appealing. However, he added that this was only his personal wish, and the others did not subscribe to it. The blue-haired man, casting a stern look at the former leader, calmly confirmed that this was really only his opinion. He explained that competent teamwork is necessary to overcome such an opponent. Hearing the words that some of those present could be nothing more than a wall of flesh, one of the swordsmen paled in fright. That is why Ichinosa proposed to divide into 2 detachments, one of which will be shock and the other reserve. Having heard that in the event of failure of the shock squad, the backup will activate the key, the girl who noticed the spy breathed a sigh of relief. Satsuki and Mio listened with no emotion on their faces as he said that he was leaving it up to everyone to choose the group. At that moment, Ichinosa was approached by Fujima, who snarled sharply at him, asking who gave him the right to make such decisions. Grabbing his sword, the man sternly said that it was useless, and reminded the blue-haired man that he was not the boss here. He added that he would not allow the adventurers to risk human lives, so they would act according to the planned plan. To which Ichinosa said that the risks remain the same as in his plan, only the algorithm of actions changes. The captain could not stand it and screamed, ordering the boy to think at least a little about the consequences. He growled that the reputation of the special unit would suffer greatly when it was revealed that they were led by an adventurer, but no one in the group cared. Fujima thought that this was a secret mission assigned to him by Hyo's. Not only that, but one of the best soldiers he had taken with him had lost a fight with an adventurer. The captain turned to Mayumi, saying that weaklings like him don't really belong in the special forces. And if he thought differently, then Fujiyama said that he was a real fool. Closing his eyes, Mayumi calmly replied that he perfectly understood his displeasure. That is why, looking at him sternly, he promised that he would resign after the mission was over. Hearing these words, Fujima lashed out at the lieutenant, trying hard to find the words to answer. His partner also did not expect such words from him, so she quietly called him by name. The captain realized that he had to do something, so he approached the boy, trying to convince him that he couldn't just leave like that. Fujima asked the lieutenant how he could behave so lightly. However, Mayumi did not answer him, looking indifferently at his commander. Finally, after a moment's thought, the lieutenant said without a shadow of a doubt that their values were too different. To his shocked look, Mayumi replied that he was well aware of the impossibility of avoiding casualties, but he was not ready to compromise. Frowning along with his partner, he sternly asked the captain which of them was really being frivolous right now. Having lashed out at the lieutenant, Fujima suddenly realized that it would be unrealistic to convince him. Looking at Mayumi, the man thought that this was why he hated the fat-faced heroes. In the next moment, the soldiers and Mayumi listened as he said he had nothing more to talk to him about. Fujima added that the lieutenant might think that he had already accepted his resignation and now he could become an adventurer. However, the man only thought that he would not let the soldier go just like that, when a terrible explosion rang out. The soldiers, not understanding what was happening, looked around in fright and covered their faces with their hands. Meanwhile, Fujima, carrying his sword in front of him, rushed towards Mayumi and his partner. Looking at the back of his head, the captain thought that it had been a mistake to take him with him from the beginning. While he thought he was going to beat him half to death for disobeying the order, Mayumi's partner let out a frightened scream. The man perfectly understood that the lieutenant was quite an experienced opponent, but he defeated him by level. Anticipating that at such a distance he would not have time to use his class weapon, Fujima swung his sword as he attacked. However, Mayumi managed to dodge at the last moment by using the hunter's step skill. Looking at how the lieutenant grabbed the bow, the captain thought that he would not let him escape, constantly closing the distance. He used the gladiator's class skill Tiger's Step, which increased the speed and power of the attack. Due to Fujima's skill, he was able to fight Mayumi on an equal footing, so he swung his sword again after getting almost close. Noticing that the battle was gaining serious momentum, one of the swordsmen tried to escape in fear. The lieutenant, meanwhile, thought that knocking the weapon out of his hands and knocking his opponent to the ground was the easiest technique. In the next moment, he was already standing in front of Fujima, unarmed, while his bow flew off into the distance. The captain stretched his lips in a wide smile, saying that now he was completely helpless. However, when he swung to attack again, Mayumi deftly raised her hand to block the blow. He reflected that his bow was only a diversionary deception. He understood very well that if the opponent came closer, how a good blow to the jaw would be enough to win, even regardless of the difference in levels. Grabbing Fujima by the wrist with one hand, he took his jacket with the other and threw it over him. Looking at the defeated captain, Mayumi said out loud that he would never use a bow against a weakling like him. He added that a person who uses subordinates as cannon fodder is not dangerous for him, regardless of the level. And although he previously defended his ideals when he was on the run, he will not do so after resigning. One of the soldiers approached him, asking if he really wasn't going to do this again. The boy tried hard to understand how the archer was able to defeat the gladiator in hand-to-hand combat. Returning to the soldiers, Mayumi sternly asked them if they sometimes wanted to stand up for their commander, to which they unanimously replied no. Looking at the unconscious Fujima, Ichinosa thought with annoyance that he would make a good fighting unit. Satsuki offered to pick up where they left off when one of the adventurers said he wanted to join the strike force. Mayumi's partner, ignoring his stern look, also raised her hand and said that she would join the strike force as her job was to protect the citizens. At his words that if she goes with them, she may have problems with the special unit, the girl closed her eyes and said that she knows everything. She looked at him sternly and said that she wanted to protect people, not think about how to carry out an order. Noticing her green eyes shining with wild determination, Mayumi froze even for a moment before apologizing for doubting her. Approaching Satsuki, the girl who spotted the spy said that she didn't think she would be useful in battle, so she would stay in the reserve unit. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl turned her attention to Xena, who didn't know what to do, but didn't want to go anywhere. However, when he said that he would not refuse Ichinose if he asked, the girl slowly brought her staff closer to him. Staring at him, Satsuki said that no one asked him if he was coming with them or not. When she reminded him that someone wanted to go after the boss from the beginning, the boy loudly asked her to lower the staff, adding that he was joking. In the end, the strike force included Ichinosa's group in its entirety. In addition, they were joined by Mayumi with her partner and Zen, who was once the leader of the squad. The blue-haired man thought about the fact that the boss was probably level 90, and he didn't know anything about him. So the situation was different from the fight with the queen. However, they had no choice but to face the unknown one-on-one.